Jiang Xiaofei traverses into the world of Dragon Ball, acquiring a critical hit system. By continuously achieving critical hits, he can rapidly grow stronger and embark upon the path of a formidable warrior. In his leisure moments, he does not forget to voice his complaints. This is hardly a critical hit system. It is clearly a system for masochists. Chapter 1. Upon his arrival, he leaps off a cliff. Jump! Hurry up and jump! The others are waiting, urged Jiang Xiaofei's companions from behind, yet he hesitated to take a single step forward. For one more step would lead him to an abyss, and as he gazed at the unfathomable cliff, his legs had already turned to jelly. Behind Jiang Xiaofei stood a group of youths of similar age, each face adorned with radiant smiles, brimming with vitality, their eyes fixed on the distant cliff, filled with eager anticipation. Turning to face these fearless youths, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of melancholy. He believed there was not a sane person among them except himself. They were all mad. Jiang Xiaofei was originally a newly admitted student at a prestigious university, beginning a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend. Unable to bear the torment of longing, he decided to board a plane to the city where she resided. With his heart full of yearning, he boarded the aircraft. Little did he know, this would be his final flight. As the plane approached his girlfriend's city, Jiang Xiaofei closed the Dragon Ball manga in his hands, envisioning their reunion, only to hear the captain's voice. Dear passengers, due to weather conditions and mechanical failures, the plane cannot land as scheduled. Please remain patient. The cabin erupted into chaos, and Jiang Xiaofei could not help but curse. Why was it so difficult to meet his girlfriend? He felt the aircraft endlessly circling above her city, ultimately plunging toward the nearby mountains and forests. This was his last memory of his past life. When Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes again to daylight, he found himself in this new place. Indeed, he had crossed over. Before Jiang Xiaofei could grasp the rules of this new world, a group of people dragged him to the edge of cliff. Upon a smooth, colossal stone, he saw a figure clad as a priest, fervently praying. The priest slowly turned around and bellowed at Jiang Xiaofei and the others. My loyal followers, do you wish to become heroes like Kakarot? Do you desire a wife like Bulma? Yes, 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 the impassioned youths roared in fervent agreement. Only Jiang Xiaofei seemed bewildered. Kakarot? Bulma? Aren't those characters from his beloved Dragon Ball? Could it be that I am in the world of Dragon Ball? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head at the sight of this group. The priest continued, Today your opportunity has arrived. Guided by the divine, I have come here to redeem you. You are favored by the gods, blessed with divine gifts. Today is the moment for you to break free from your cocoons and soar. As a successor of science, Jiang Xiaofei understood what the priest was doing, yet he chose not to contest it, fearing he would be torn apart by the fervent youth surrounding him. Follow the divine guidance and forge ahead. You shall gain immense power and become warriors like Kakarot. The priest extended his hand toward the nearby cliff. Thus, the youth spontaneously formed a line, eagerly leaping toward the cliff one after another. Watching this frenzied scene, Jiang Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine, and soon it was his turn. This led to the initial scene described. Coward! Shouted a boy behind Jiang Xiaofei, disdain etched on his face, before leaping over him and plunging into the unfathomable depths of the cliff. Jiang Xiaofei collapsed onto the ground, having witnessed queues for ordering food and for playing games, but now he found himself in a queue for death. At that moment, his rational mind insisted that without any safety measures, jumping was absolutely out of the question. The priest narrowed his eyes at Jiang Xiaofei, displaying a peculiar smirk without any further motion. Coward! One after another, the youths leapt over Jiang Xiaofei, echoing the earlier boy's words as they vanished from his sight. Jiang Xiaofei felt a profound embarrassment, as reason was gradually replaced by impulse. I'm not a coward. Today, I will show you who the real coward is. As he spoke, he stood up from the ground, his trembling legs urging him toward the cliff. All eyes were on Jiang Xiaofei as he leapt into the air, becoming a striking sight at the cliff's edge. With his eyes tightly shut, he plummeted downwards, the mountain wind howling in his ears. Regaining his senses, Jiang Xiaofei began to regret his decision, but it was too late. In his previous life, he had read many novels where protagonists, upon crossing over, received various golden fingers to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Yet here he was, as a fellow traveler. Why did he encounter such a dismal fate immediately upon arrival? His journey in this new life was so brief and tragic. Thoughts of his beautiful girlfriend for his past life pierced his heart like a knife. But what could he do? All he could do was resign himself to fate. A foul odor wafted through his nose, traveling down his respiratory and digestive tracts into his lungs and stomach. Before his brain could process the situation and issue commands, he expelled the remnants of his last undigested breakfast from his mouth. The stench intensified as Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes and looked down to see a massive dinosaur, its gaping maw wide open, awaiting its meal. Oh no! Jiang Xiaofei could not help but curse, instantly understanding the gravity of his situation. He did not wish to end up as the dragon's dinner like the others. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the trees sprouting from the cliff, desperately waving his arms in hopes of halting his descent. Bang crack! Under the force of gravity, as he passed by a tree, it was abruptly severed in half. Ding! At the moment his body made contact with the tree, another sound echoed in his mind. Yet at that moment, Jiang Xiaofei paid it no heed. Tree after tree was torn apart by Jiang Xiaofei, and he sustained various injuries. Just as he was about to fall into the dragon's jaws, one tree managed to withstand his weight. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, glancing at the dragon below, his heart finally finding some semblance of peace. Come to my mouth. The malevolent dragon spoke human words, addressing Jiang Xiaofei, who was hanging from a branch. I refuse to enter your mouth. Jiang Xiaofei retorted defiantly to the malicious dragon. Roar! The dragon bellowed in fury, its breath overwhelming, causing Jiang Xiaofei's stomach to churn violently. Yet, his hands remained tightly clenched around the life-saving straw, showing no signs of letting go. I want to become a hero. An incongruous voice echoed from directly above Jiang Xiaofei, causing his expression to freeze momentarily, words of elegance spilling forth. Glancing down at the dragon, he was taken aback to see it wearing a sinister smile, as if to say this time you must enter my mouth. This thought filled Jiang Xiaofei with a sense of nausea. The voice drew nearer, ultimately colliding with his body. Ah! A simultaneous cry of agony erupted from both Jiang Xiaofei and the falling youth, as Jiang Xiaofei felt as though his very organs had been shattered by the descending figure. Looking at the branch, which had previously borne his weight, he realized it could not withstand another boy's descent. Crack! The sound of the tree trunk breaking left Jiang Xiaofei without support, plummeting alongside the youth toward the dragon's maw. The dragon below had already opened its enormous mouth, drool dripping from its corners, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a delectable feast. Jiang Xiaofei, devoid of hope, shut his eyes. This time, he no longer believed in miracles. Ding! Ding ding! Congratulations, host! You have activated the critical hit system. Chapter 2. The critical hit system, the Dragon of Devastation. Jiang Xiaofei abruptly opened his eyes, and within his gaze, a brilliant light flickered. It was an unprecedented joy. Indeed, the system within him had awakened, and as a traveler, he possessed a golden finger. He was the protagonist. Upon learning that the system was named the critical hit system, Jiang Xiaofei believed he would acquire the skills of critical hits, which greatly bolstered his confidence as he faced the dragon that loomed before him. Clenching his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, he resembled a hero ready to unleash a powerful blow, his eyes brimming with self-assurance as he charged at the dragon below. It was time for comeback. Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself, after all he had endured, his protagonist aura should manifest. However, events did not unfold as Jiang Xiaofei had envisioned. The moment his fist connected with the dragon's forehead, no catastrophic collapse ensued, and the anticipated critical hit failed to materialize. Instead, he heard the sickening sound of his own bones fracturing. The excruciating pain jolted Jiang Xiaofei out of his previous bravado. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 5 critical hit points. Your current strength is now at 50. Keep it up. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Damn! A malfunctioning system. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, bewildered. Where was the promised critical hit? Yet, he could not afford to ponder the intricacies of the critical hit system any longer. For the dragon beneath him was already infuriated, its roar reverberating through the air, threatening to rupture his eardrums. Enduring the agonizing pain, Jiang Xiaofei sprinted away, determined to survive. No matter the odds. But how could his speed possibly match that of the dragon? The gap between them narrowed with each passing moment. Driven by fear, Jiang Xiaofei found an extra burst of speed, spotting a small cave not far ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted inside. The dragon, hindered by its massive size, could not enter the cave and resorted to fiercely battering the mountainside. Within the cave, Jiang Xiaofei gasped for breath. The pain in his arm had dissipated. Slowly, he raised the arm he had used to strike the dragon, discovering it had returned to its original state. This revelation filled him with uncontainable joy. However, he did not attribute this to his own prowess, and instead turned his thoughts back to the system. You wretched system, where are the promised critical hits? You nearly cost me my life. Jiang Xiaofei lamented. Ding. Detecting the host's grievances, how may this system assist you? The system's human-like voice responded. Sighing deeply, Jiang Xiaofei pondered. What purpose do you serve? This system is the critical hits system, designed to enhance the host's strength through enduring continuous critical hits. The stronger the hits experienced, the more critical hit points will be accrued, leading to a significant amplification of power. Oh my! Jiang Xiaofei finally comprehended why his punch had been ineffective against the dragon. It was not about gaining the ability to deliver critical hits, but rather to endure them. What if I cannot withstand the critical hits? Jiang Xiaofei was apprehensive about encountering a formidable opponent, fearing a devastating blow that could lead to his demise. However, he was reassured by the system, which possessed unparalleled restorative capabilities. As long as he drew breath, he could fully recover within 30 seconds. Beyond this, what other functionalities existed? Given Jiang Xiaofei's currently insufficient strength and limited authority, the system recommended enhancing his abilities to unlock greater powers. Feeling somewhat helpless, Jiang Xiaofei pondered how he could vanquish the malevolent dragon lurking outside. The system suggested that he elevate his strength to over 100. Motivated by this advice, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to embrace the challenge. It was merely a matter of landing critical strikes, after all. He threw a punch at the rocky wall, albeit with restrained force due to his fear of pain. Ding. 0001 critical strike point. A success. Observing the changes on the system panel brought him a sense of relief. However, to escalate from 50 to 100 would require at least 50,000 strikes at this rate. The dragon, however, showed no signs of departing, and the stability of his small cave was uncertain. With this thought, Jiang Xiaofei summoned greater strength. 001 critical strike point. After numerous attempts, he comprehended that the greater the critical damage he endured, the more critical points he would accumulate, whether through active or passive means. Moreover, he need not worry about his injuries, for the system was diligently repairing them. With this newfound understanding, Jiang Xiaofei felt emboldened, and the rate at which his critical points increased surged. Before long, a battered Jiang Xiaofei emerged, having accrued 95 critical points, which he acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Throughout this process, he distinctly felt a transformation in his physique. With each increment in strength, gaining critical points became increasingly effortless. Outside the cave, the furious dragon lashed its powerful tail against the mountainside, dislodging massive boulders and initiating a collapse of the small cave. Panic set in for Jiang Xiaofei. Being buried alive in the cave was hardly a favorable fate, even if he avoided being devoured by the dragon. A colossal rock fell, crashing directly on his right foot. Ding! Congratulations! Host has achieved a battle strength of 100. Revitalized, Jiang Xiaofei dashed towards the cave's entrance, delivering a punch towards the dragon, which was still thrashing about. This time, he did not experience the sensation of shattered bones or excruciating pain. Rather, the dragon was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a pebble. Exhilaration coursed through Jiang Xiaofei, as every moment of suffering he had endured felt justified in that instant. Finally, he had the opportunity to exact his vengeance. He would never forget the scorn and derision of the dragon while he was ensnared in the branches. With renewed vigor, Jiang Xiaofei felt invigorated as a gust of mountain wind swept over him, refreshing his spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the menacing dragon. The once arrogant beast roared in fury under Jiang Xiaofei's relentless assault, desperately seeking to retaliate, yet finding no opportunity to move. The dragon was perplexed. Merely moments before, Jiang Xiaofei had been nothing more than an insignificant insect beneath its feet. And now, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into such a formidable adversary. Moreover, the dragon could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei's strength surged with every blow he landed. How dare you look down on me? How dare you act so brazenly? Jiang Xiaofei, employing both hands and feet, did not refrain from hurling taunts as well. Upon seeing the dragon rendered motionless, he delivered one final, powerful kick and exhaled deeply. Initially, he had intended to emulate the legendary son Wukong from Dragon Ball, savoring the taste of dragon meat. However, recalling the dragon's nefarious deeds, he felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. It was time to depart. Disregarding the dragon, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to seek sustenance and explore a means of escaping this strange realm. Just then, Two figures appeared before him. One was clad in yellow, muscular and exuding an aura of strength, with hair that seemed to defy gravity. The other was a striking figure in green, radiating an air of aloofness. Holding a priest-like individual in tow, Jiang Xiaofei rubbed his eyes in disbelief and confirmed his suspicions. Sun Wukong. Piccolo. To his astonishment, he had truly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Chapter 3. Vegeta's interest. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong beamed a radiant smile at Jiang Xiaofei, while Piccolo remained silent beside him. Jiang Xiaofei hastily returned Sun Wukong's greeting, unable to conceal his excitement. A fervent enthusiast of the anime realm, particularly those imbued with fervor and vigor, Jiang Xiaofei held Dragon Ball in high regard. He deeply admired Sun Wukong's unwavering dedication and resilience, and now, encountering him in person, tranquility was far from his mind. As for Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei paid little heed, fully aware of the character's nature from his familiarity with the series. Did you slay that dragon? Sun Wukong inquired, gesturing toward the defeated beast beside Jiang Xiaofei. Just a stroke of luck, Jiang Xiaofei admitted candidly, knowing that Sun Wukong and Piccolo were well aware of his capabilities. I never expected you possessed such a unique constitution, enabling you to grow stronger through relentless combat. Sun Wukong remarked, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Although Jiang Xiaofei appeared feeble in the present moment, Sun Wukong was convinced that, with Jiang Xiaofei's exceptional traits, he would someday emerge as a formidable warrior, at which point they could engage in exhilarating battles together. Jiang Xiaofei, unaware of Sun Wukong's thoughts, felt the surge of nervousness at the intensity of his gaze. Sun Wukong produced a magical bean in his hand and tossed it towards Jiang Xiaofei. He instinctively caught it, a broad smile spreading across his face as he examined the bean. Is this a Senza bean? Indeed, it will allow you to rapidly regain your strength, Sun Wukong explained. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei consumed the magical bean, and instantly, the weariness that engulfed him vanished, while his previously ravenous stomach now brimmed with energy. Since the troubles here have been resolved, let us depart, Piccolo declared to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement and waved goodbye to Jiang Xiaofei, saying, farewell, my friend. The two were about to take flight when Jiang Xiaofei called out, wait, I seem to have lost my way. May I accompany you? He said, somewhat embarrassed. Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly, yet Sun Wukong maintained his cheerful demeanor. Of course, if you have nowhere to go, why not return with us? We can also engage in some sparring. Jiang Xiaofei felt a bit overwhelmed. Indeed, Sun Wukong was as much a battle enthusiast as portrayed in the anime. I am not capable enough, he admitted. Although he understood that he could enhance his power through critical hits, facing Sun Wukong, he felt utterly outmatched. His abilities insufficient for any real contest. No worries. I have various training facilities that can aid you in rapidly becoming stronger, Sun Wukong generously offered, welcoming Jiang Xiaofei and preparing to provide him with a place to train. All right, thank you, Jiang Xiaofei replied, no longer refusing. In the world of Dragon Ball, survival necessitated either formidable strength or a powerful ally, and Sun Wukong, as the protagonist, was undoubtedly the best choice. Guided by Sun Wukong and Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei arrived in West City. Here, he encountered several familiar faces, such as Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, all gathered in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Observing these characters filled Jiang Xiaofei with a sense of trepidation. You're back. Has everything been resolved? Vegeta approached Sun Wukong. Yes, it has, Sun Wukong replied. Kakarot, let's fight. For Vegeta, nothing was more exhilarating than battling Sun Wukong. Although he was slightly weaker, each encounter allowed Vegeta to recognize the gap between them, spurring his growth. No need to rush. Allow me to introduce a new friend, Sun Wukong declared, pulling Jiang Xiaofei forward. This is Jiang Xiaofei, our new companion. Hello. Jiang Xiaofei greeted everyone with a smile. Gohan and Krillin responded warmly, while Vegeta remained indifferent. Noticing Vegeta's demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, Vegeta's nature was somewhat akin to Piccolo. Aren't you eager for a battle? From now on, he will accompany you, Sun Wukong said, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei as he addressed Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been ensnared in a scheme. Was it because of Vegeta that Sun Wukong had brought him here? Jiang Xiaofei harbored serious doubts about this. Vegeta cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, his heart brimming with skepticism. Kakarot, are you jesting with me? This feeble appearance. Jiang Xiaofei, on the other hand, felt a sense of helplessness regarding Vegeta's forthrightness. To Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei truly seemed fragile, as though a mere flick of his finger could extinguish him. Do not be hasty. If you wish to unleash your fury, allow me to explain, Goku interjected, suppressing Vegeta's urge to erupt. His physique is rather unique, resembling ours as Saiyans to some extent. Through relentless combat, he can rapidly increase his strength and possesses formidable regenerative capabilities, surpassing even us Saiyans. Oh, is that so? Vegeta finally expressed a modicum of interest in Jiang Xiaofei. I have never encountered such a physique before. It resembles the legendary Super Saiyan God. Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could I possibly be compared to a Super Saiyan? Come, let us proceed to the training chamber, Vegeta asserted, his faith in Goku's words unwavering as he pulled Jiang Xiaofei toward the combat room. Jiang Xiaofei, feeling despondent, glanced at Goku, who bore an expression of schadenfreude. He braced himself for the impending onslaught for Vegeta. Once inside the training chamber, both donned their battle attire. Strike me with all your might, Vegeta commanded Jiang Xiaofei. How could Jiang Xiaofei dare to retaliate? Surely not. Do you look down upon me? Vegeta retorted, visibly irked. Not all. I am simply too weak to be your opponent. It is wise to remain modest in the face of such power, Jiang Xiaofei admitted, genuinely fearing for his life. Rest assured, I will only use 1/10,000th of my strength. If you do not strike soon, I shall retaliate, Vegeta warned. Faced with no alternative, Jiang Xiaofei summoned his courage and launched a punch toward Vegeta. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's approach, Vegeta appeared entirely unfazed, even neglecting to summon his ki. With merely a finger, he met Jiang Xiaofei's fist. The moment their contact was made, Jiang Xiaofei was sent sprawling backward, feeling as though his body had disintegrated, yet his mind remained acutely aware. Overwhelmed by pain. What happened to that 1/10,000th of strength? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 critical points. As he lay motionless on the ground, Vegeta found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this truly so weak? However, he soon fell into astonishment. Within mere seconds, Jiang Xiaofei's body began to recover rapidly. 30 seconds later, he stood once more, and Vegeta could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei's power had multiplied several times over. Fascinating. I wonder if this growth is temporary or permanent. Is there a limit to it? Vegeta mused, a smile gracing his lips as he charged at Jiang Xiaofei. Be cautious. This time, I shall employ 1/1000th of my strength. Chapter 4. The Savage Surge of Power. Jiang Xiaofei had yet to savor the elation of his newfound strength when Vegeta's proclamation left him in shock. 1/1000th. The minuscule fraction of power that nearly led to his demise left Jiang Xiaofei in sheer disbelief. How could he possibly withstand this minuscule force? It appeared that Vegeta was intent on ending his life. Yet, within the confines of the combat chamber, escape was an impossibility. With no choice but to brace himself, he steeled his resolve and advanced. As Vegeta's fist surged towards him, Jiang Xiaofei raised his arms, crossing them before him in a defensive posture. The impact of Vegeta's fist struck his arms directly, sending shockwaves of power coursing through his trembling limbs and into his very being. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he was propelled backward, colliding forcefully with the chamber's wall. After enduring a second blow, he finally came to a halt, slumped on the ground. Once again, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 critical points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 critical points. Vegeta, having regained his stance, observed the changes in Jiang Xiaofei's body. As expected, within 30 seconds, Jiang Xiaofei restored himself to his former state, and his strength began to ascend anew. Such remarkable recovery, swifter than a senzu bean, Vegeta exclaimed, exhilarated. At last, I can truly enjoy this battle. Come, let us continue. Vegeta restrained his power to a mere 1,000th and charged once more at Jiang Xiaofei. This time, however, Jiang Xiaofei did not choose to remain passive. With a firm grip, he met Vegeta's onslaught with a punch of his own. The collision echoed as their fists collided. And Jiang Xiaofei did not falter this time. Their eyes locked, and there was a flicker of anticipation in Vegeta's gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have earned 100 critical points. The exchange intensified as their fists clashed, each impact slowly augmenting Jiang Xiaofei's strength. After several exchanges, Vegeta realized that the fractional power he had been employing was starting to falter. Jiang Xiaofei's strength was steadily increasing. Initially, he had entered the combat chamber as a fragile individual, yet after just a few rounds, he had evolved to this remarkable extent. The pace of his advancement was more terrifying than that of Cell or Bu. Vegeta, ever the proud warrior, could not simply concede defeat. Thus, he amplified his assault. As Jiang Xiaofei acclimated to Vegeta's escalating force, he found himself relishing this exchange of blows, each punch and kick honing his prowess. With each confrontation, Jiang Xiaofei's strength burgeoned, and his understanding of the system deepened. When the disparity in strength was vast, the damage he endured translated into a greater accumulation of critical points. Conversely, when his strength approached that of Vegeta's fractional power, the critical points gained diminished. Should he surpass his opponent, it seemed the critical hits would lose their efficacy altogether. It is precisely for this reason that Jiang Xiaofei aspires to become a formidable warrior, perpetually seeking those who possess greater strength. In the realm of Dragon Ball, such beings, both mortal and divine, abound. With a resounding crash, Jiang Xiaofei is once again sent flying by the intensified onslaught of Vegeta, who wears a grin of amusement upon his face. "Huh, what a thrill!" Vegeta exclaims to Jiang Xiaofei, although he cannot fully unleash his power. Witnessing his opponent gradually grow stronger brings him a unique sense of satisfaction. "Jiang Xiaofei, you are quite the worthy adversary." Lying on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei experiences no hint of despair. Rather, he revels in the ceaseless surge of strength coursing through him, his heart brimming with profound reflections. In his previous world, he had never felt such power. He had often fantasized about becoming as robust and indomitable as the characters he admired in anime, and now, it seems that his dreams are gradually materializing. Once more, after his body has fully recovered, Jiang Xiaofei rises again, this time taking the initiative to attack Vegeta, his eyes alight with a fervent longing for strength. Naturally, Vegeta is more than willing to accommodate Jiang Xiaofei's desire, intensifying his assault once again. The sound of their clashing blows resonating like steel. Jiang Xiaofei is sent flying time and again, yet with each encounter, the duration of his resistance against Vegeta's might noticeably increases. As they exchange blows, both warriors are filled with their own reflections, particularly Vegeta, whose curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei's resilience continues to grow. Outside the battle chamber, Goku, Piccolo, and others engage in casual conversation, with Jiang Xiaofei having recently joined them, becoming the focal point of their discussion. "Surely, Vegeta won't kill him, will he?" Krillin inquires anxiously of Goku. "Rest assured, that won't happen." Vegeta knows where to draw the line. Besides, Jiang Xiaofei is not one to be easily defeated. "You haven't witnessed his extraordinary physique," Goku reassures him. "When Piccolo and I arrived, we happened to see him confronting a dinosaur. We could distinctly feel his power escalating during the battle. It bears some resemblance to my transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet it is distinctly different." As Goku speaks, he glances toward the battle chamber, genuinely eager to see what Jiang Xiaofei's strength will become once he emerges. Could it truly be that astonishing? Krillin expresses skepticism, yet he knows Goku is not one to deceive, and a burgeoning interest in Jiang Xiaofei begins to take root in his heart. Within the battle chamber, Jiang Xiaofei is struck once more by Vegeta's fist, only to stagger back a few steps before regaining his composure and preparing to launch another attack. "Stop!" Vegeta gestures, halting Jiang Xiaofei's advance. Breathing heavily, Vegeta sits down on the ground. Although he has been restraining his power during their combat, Jiang Xiaofei appears to be a tireless warrior, growing more tenacious with each setback. In him, Vegeta sees a reflection of his former self. Indeed, Jiang Xiaofei's fervor for battle surpasses even that of the Saiyan Prince himself. Moreover, Vegeta has distinctly sensed that the current power of Jiang Xiaofei has already reached an impressive 80% of his own strength. How little time has passed since then? In less than half a day, Jiang Xiaofei has grown to such formidable heights, a feat that took Vegeta years to accomplish. Furthermore, it appears that Jiang Xiaofei's advancement is stable, devoid of any side effects, and his strength shows no signs of regression. Vegeta initially believed that the Saiyans were the pinnacle of excellence among races. However, after witnessing Jiang Xiaofei, he completely altered this perception, feeling a twinge of envy. Had he possessed Jiang Xiaofei's physique, he could have intervened to protect his homeland when Frieza annihilated his planet. Yet, such scenarios remain unattainable. Nevertheless, as a warrior, Vegeta harbors his own pride. Observing the rapid growth of Jiang Xiaofei's strength, Vegeta is filled with anticipation. How far could Jiang Xiaofei evolve in the future? Jiang Xiaofei, unaware of Vegeta's thoughts, feels a surge of excitement coursing through his body. Although the world of Dragon Ball teems with peril, he is resolute that through diligent effort, survival is within reach. With formidable allies like Vegeta and Son Goku by his side, his strength can surely escalate at an extraordinary pace. That will suffice for today. You have already attained 80% of my power, Vegeta remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. Albeit without my transformation into Super Saiyan, it is nonetheless a source of pride for you. Only 80%? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jiang Xiaofei felt a hint of disappointment. Yet he understood that Vegeta's 80% strength was the result of years of rigorous training. While he had achieved it in less than half a day, an accomplishment worthy of being called prodigious. What? Are you still dissatisfied? Vegeta observed Jiang Xiaofei's despondency. My 80% power is more than sufficient to obliterate most warriors. If you remain unsatisfied, I could summon Kakarot to spar with you. He would be more than willing. Instantly invigorated, Jiang Xiaofei found the prospect of battling Son Goku exhilarating. At that moment, he shared Vegeta's anticipation, yearning for the opportunity to contend with Son Goku. Chapter 5. Jiang Xiaofei vs. Son Goku. As the door to the training chamber swung open, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta emerged. Facing the gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Xiaofei felt no fear. Now, he had attained 80% of Vegeta's strength, qualifying him to engage in conversation with those present. Although he remained the weakest among them, this did not signify that he would forever occupy that position. If given the chance to battle Son Goku, Jiang Xiaofei was confident that he could elevate his power to match Goku's level, provided that Goku refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei was not entirely certain where the limits of the system lay. Should Son Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, he wondered if he could still rely on absorbing critical points to enhance his strength. As Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta emerged, Sun Wukong immediately approached them, his face adorned with a warm smile. How'd it go? Any gains? Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Having been inside for quite some time, he wondered about Jiang Xiaofei's growth. At first glance, Jiang Xiaofei exhibited the essence of a warrior, yet there remained a considerable gap when compared to others. You have truly struck gold. Before Jiang Xiaofei could respond, Vegeta interjected. He is a prodigy in training. No, a genius. Witnessing the usually proud Vegeta bestow such high praise upon Jiang Xiaofei filled him with joy, while Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback. This was the first time Vegeta had spoken of someone in such glowing terms. Vegeta had never offered such commendations to Sun Wukong or Trunks. The group grew increasingly curious about Jiang Xiaofei, particularly Sun Wukong and Krillin. Vegeta recounted the events that transpired in the training chamber, and upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had already attained 8/10 of Vegeta's strength, astonishment swept through the crowd, mingled with a hint of skepticism. Before Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, Sun Wukong had been the fastest in his training, yet Jiang Xiaofei had achieved such prowess in merely half a day. Some even speculated that Jiang Xiaofei had initially feigned weakness. How could anyone reach such heights in just half a day? Nevertheless, the evidence was irrefutable, and they had no choice but to believe it. Sun Wukong remained optimistic, giving Jiang Xiaofei a thumbs up. Well done. I'm truly envious of your physique. We should spar sometime. Jiang Xiaofei willingly accepted Sun Wukong's proposal, understanding that only by enduring the blows of those stronger than himself could he swiftly elevate his own abilities. As for individuals like Krillin, it would not be long before he surpassed them. Don't you want to witness his strength now? Vegeta urged Sun Wukong, clearly eager to face Jiang Xiaofei. Sun Wukong, however, appeared taken aback. While I too am eager for a battle, he has just arrived and was subjected to your rigorous training. We ought to allow him some time to acclimate. Let's spar tomorrow. Sun Wukong expressed his thoughts, and Jiang Xiaofei nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to familiarize himself with his new surroundings. Having just arrived in the Dragon Ball world, Jiang Xiaofei was still unclear about the current progression of the plot. He had encountered the evil dragon before, yet the circumstances of its appearance differed from his expectations. With Sun Wukong and Vegeta now coexisting harmoniously, some crises on Earth seemed to have been resolved. Taking a deep breath, he momentarily set aside his concerns. Since he had entered this world, he should strive to embrace it. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei began to gain a general understanding of his surroundings. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Xiaofei lay upon his bed, reflecting upon the day's events and sensing an invigorating force emanating from within his very being. The following day promised a confrontation with Sun Wukong. He pondered how much he would evolve in the impending battle. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him as he caught sight of Vegeta clashing with Sun Wukong through the window. Their combat style was raw and unrefined. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei perceived a distinct disparity. In the training chamber, Vegeta had already exhibited a level of power that was nearly insurmountable for him. But now, Vegeta not only unleashed his full strength, but had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong mirrored this transformation, with the collision of their auras causing the surrounding air to resonate and crackle. The exhilarating battle granted both Vegeta and Sun Wukong a sense of fulfillment. Vegeta, it's time for bed. Bulma's voice pierced the camaraderie shared between the two warriors. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, despite their masculine bravado, held a certain degree of reverence for their wives. Thus, their duel came to an abrupt halt, leaving Jiang Xiaofei even more eager for his own impending battle with Sun Wukong. As dawn broke the following day, Jiang Xiaofei awakened, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, he entered their opulent dining hall. The sight of the sumptuous feast laid out before him nearly made his mouth water. Although he was aware of Sun Wukong's prodigious appetite, the sheer volume of food astonished him. Observing Sun Wukong devour his meal with gusto ignited Jiang Xiaofei's own appetite, prompting him to embark on his breakfast journey. Once adequately nourished, Jiang Xiaofei, alongside Sun Wukong, ventured into a desolate mountainous terrain, accompanied by Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin. The vast, empty landscape bore a hint of melancholy. Yet, every face radiated joy, brimming with anticipation for the events about to unfold. Jiang Xiaofei cupped his fists respectfully towards Sun Wukong, requesting him to show restraint. "Fear not," Sun Wukong assured him. They positioned themselves at a distance, with Sun Wukong calibrating his power to approximately 80%, thus commencing their battle. The sound of their fists colliding echoed throughout the barren mountains. Vegeta and the others watched intently, eager to witness whether Jiang Xiaofei's strength would ascend in this contest against Sun Wukong. Their exchange was spirited and reciprocal. Neither was sent reeling. Yet, it became evident that Jiang Xiaofei's combat prowess was steadily increasing, subtly hinting at his potential to surpass Sun Wukong. Do not hold back your strength any longer. Unleash your full power for a thrilling fight, Jiang Xiaofei urged, unwilling to proceed at a sluggish pace. "Very well. Your wish is my command. Prepare yourself," Sun Wukong replied. In an instant, the intensity of his aura surged several notches, unleashing his full might and speed. Of course, this was Sun Wukong in his normal state, not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even so, on the other side, Jiang Xiaofei felt an overwhelming pressure, sensing the formidable aura of Sun Wukong. His heart racing with excitement. If he could endure a few more critical strikes, he too could possess the power of Sun Wukong. Just as Jiang Xiaofei assumed his fighting stance, Sun Wukong vanished from his position, only to reappear directly in front of him, without any extraneous movements. Sun Wukong lifted his foot and delivered a kick to Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. The impact of Sun Wukong's blow caused Jiang Xiaofei to lose his balance, propelling him toward a distant mountain peak. A human-shaped silhouette marked the mountainside, where Jiang Xiaofei lay, gasping for breath. The intense pain brought him a peculiar sense of exhilaration, as he felt a torrent of power surging into his being. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10,000 critical points. The onlookers, who had been observing Jiang Xiaofei, found their pupils dilating as they sensed the energy flowing into him. In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Vegeta appeared rather composed, having already witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's prodigious talent in the combat chamber. Chapter 6, Kamehameha. As Jiang Xiaofei slowly rose from the mountainside, Vegeta felt a flicker of satisfaction. This time, surely, there will be no more doubts. This fellow is indeed a prodigy, even more so than Kakarot. If the battle continues, he may even surpass Kakarot and become the strongest warrior on Earth. Vegeta's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Yet, in the wake of Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, no one dared to refute Vegeta's words. Before the spectators had fully recovered from their shock, Jiang Xiaofei once again assumed a combat-ready stance, exclaiming, "Bring it on." Observing Jiang Xiaofei's fighting spirit, Sun Wukong's smile widened. His figure vanished again, racing toward Jiang Xiaofei's location. In the face of Sun Wukong's assault, Jiang Xiaofei remained laser-focused, as everyone anticipated the unfolding events. As Sun Wukong's powerful kick approached, Jiang Xiaofei too lifted his foot, colliding it against Sun Wukong's. At the center of their clash, an overwhelming force radiated outward, sending vibrations through the air, which buzzed in response. Unlike the previous encounter, Jiang Xiaofei did not fly away. Instead, he merely stepped back a few paces before regaining his stability. The change in Jiang Xiaofei could not escape anyone's notice, and the stark contrast between his two states was evident. Sun Wukong's battle power remained consistent, perhaps even slightly stronger, yet Jiang Xiaofei did not falter as before. This indicated that during this brief exchange, Jiang Xiaofei's strength had once again surged, nearly matching Sun Wukong's combat prowess. "You're quite impressive," Sun Wukong remarked to the now stabilized Jiang Xiaofei. "At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass me. Thank you for the kind words. However, at this moment, my growth is solely in physical strength and bodily prowess. My application of combat techniques and martial arts is far inferior to yours." Jiang Xiaofei, without a hint of modesty, openly acknowledges his shortcomings. Presently, Jiang Xiaofei has only enhanced his raw physical might, whether in battle against Vegeta or Son Goku, both relying on sheer corporeal strength. Yet, when confronted with a true adversary, it transcends mere physical clashes. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the mastery of Ki is a crucial determinant of one's strength. For instance, Son Goku's mastery of the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb is intrinsically linked to his control over Ki, which can be the deciding factor in confrontations with foes. There is no rush. Take your time. Given your pace of learning, I am confident you will grasp any subject swiftly. Son Goku speak candidly. All right, with a simple exchange, the two once again engage in a fierce clash. Each collision etches deeper ravines into the desolate mountainscape. What is the origin of Jiang Xiaofei? To possess such a remarkable constitution, Krillin expresses his curiosity. Having journeyed through the cosmos alongside Son Goku for several years, he has encountered a myriad of individuals. Yet he has never seen anyone like Jiang Xiaofei, who can rapidly elevate his prowess during a battle. Initially, he seemed at a clear disadvantage. However, after sustaining a substantial blow, not only did his body recover swiftly, but his strength surged remarkably, a phenomenon that defies comprehension. I too happened upon Son Goku by chance. Regarding his true identity, I remain uncertain. Piccolo responds honestly, sharing his own curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei's origins, although they sense no malice emanating from him. Should Jiang Xiaofei hail from another planet in the universe as an enemy of Earth, they would be apprehensive about encountering a formidable foe. Over the years, they have encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings with nefarious intentions toward Earth. While they have always managed to avert disaster through their combined strength, they remain vigilant in the face of unknown threats. It appears prudent for us to investigate his background. If he bears no ill will, we would gladly welcome him as an ally. However, if his intentions are to invade Earth, he is manageable for now, but should he have accomplices, it would pose a significant challenge. Piccolo observes the ongoing battle between Son Goku and Jiang Xiaofei, his expression turning grave. If he indeed harbors malevolent intentions, it would only make things more intriguing. Vegeta, watching from the sidelines, appears eager for the opportunity to engage. It seems that relishing a good fight is his foremost concern. The sounds of their physical clashes resonate continuously in the ears of Vegeta and the others, as the power and speed of Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku escalate. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaofei's strength begins to draw perilously close to that of the present Son Goku. This elicited envious gazes from Krillin and Piccolo. Among their group, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood as the mightiest, while Krillin and Piccolo were comparatively weaker. Nevertheless, their current prowess was a testament to years of arduous training and numerous brushes with death. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiaofei had achieved a level of strength akin to Sun Wukong's normal state in just 2 brief days, an accomplishment that even deities might find insurmountable. How exhilarating! Jiang Xiaofei seemed to be swept up in Sun Wukong's fervor, as smiles adorned their faces throughout their sparring session. This mutual appreciation between two equally matched fighters was palpable. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaofei's once dormant heart appeared to be reignited, burning anew in this unfamiliar world. A bolder idea began to take root in his mind. Could skills be acquired through critical hits? If Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha upon him, could he gain insights into the energy involved? "I want to feel the might of your Kamehameha," he declared, his sincerity and anticipation evident. Sun Wukong, equally enthusiastic, responded, "You better be ready for it." The distance between them widened once more as Jiang Xiaofei stood firm, observing every movement of Sun Wukong. He had already familiarized himself with the posture required for the Kamehameha, having seen it employed countless times in battle. Though not necessarily his signature move, It was undoubtedly one of Sun Wukong's most practiced techniques, one he had wielded since childhood. However, as Jiang Xiaofei confronted Sun Wukong's Kamehameha for the first time, a flicker of trepidation crept into his heart, for the aura radiating from Sun Wukong was formidable, overwhelming for a newcomer. Sun Wukong spread his legs, bent at the waist, and placed his hands before his abdomen, a luminous sphere gradually forming between his palms, its radiant brilliance illuminating Jiang Xiaofei's face. The dazzling orb expanded, pulsating with pure energy. Jiang Xiaofei could sense the immense power contained within Sun Wukong's hands, as the surrounding energy began to converge towards them. For Vegeta and the others, Sun Wukong's actions were nothing new. They had grown accustomed to witnessing the Kamehameha and had experienced its power firsthand. Yet, for Jiang Xiaofei, this was his first close encounter. At that moment, he even began to regret the brevity of his training. Though he had achieved Sun Wukong's normal strength through the system's capabilities, he remained unskilled in certain techniques. His prior battles had been limited to physical clashes. But now he was about to endure the full force of the Kamehameha. Yet, having reached this point, retreat was not an option. Kamehameha. As Sun Wukong completed his breath control, his bent arms propelled the ferocious energy directly towards Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 7. I wish to be your disciple. With nowhere left to retreat, Jiang Xiaofei found himself in the crosshairs of the Kamehameha wave, which had detached from Sun Wukong's hands and was now aimed squarely at him. Confronted with such a formidable surge of energy, Jiang Xiaofei felt akin to standing before a nuclear bomb. However, he realized he must withstand it, for succumbing to this force could lead to his utter annihilation. Such a fate would render all his efforts futile. Having only recently arrived in this world, he had endured tremendous hardship over the past 2 days to acquire his current power. To be expelled from the Dragon Ball universe, merely for wishing to test the prowess of the Kamehameha, would render all his struggles and tribulations meaningless. While the onlookers marveled at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid growth, they remained oblivious to the sacrifices he had made for his advancement. Reluctantly, he acknowledged this truth. If he could withstand the Kamehameha attack, it would be transformative. Not only would he gain immense energy, but he would also have the opportunity to showcase his strength and elucidate his unique physique in front of others. Summoning the strength of every cell within him, Jiang Xiaofei concentrated it in his hands, bracing himself for the impending impact of the Kamehameha. The blinding energy sphere, imbued with cataclysmic power, loomed before him. The moment his hands made contact with the energy sphere, an unprecedented searing sensation surged through his fingertips, cascading into his mind. Even his fingers, once embedded in steel, began to show signs of decay. Yet, the energy sphere did not merely deliver unbearable heat, it also bore tremendous force. Under the onslaught of the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei's form was thrust backward at an imperceptible speed, leaving deep impressions of his feet in the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit point and simultaneously acquiring 1% of the Kamehameha skill. The familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Despite the agony coursing through him, a smile unexpectedly graced Jiang Xiaofei's face. His suspicions had proven correct. Not only could he earn critical hit points from the skill unleashed by his adversary, but he could also replicate the skill itself. Although it was merely 1%, it was sufficient to retain most of his energy. Perhaps when Sun Wukong unleashed the 100-fold Kaioken, he would be able to master the Kamehameha skill entirely. However, as he stood now, Jiang Xiaofei knew he could not withstand the full force of Sun Wukong's 100-fold Kaioken. That technique possessed the true capability to obliterate a planet, and his small frame was woefully inadequate. Yet, possessing even 1% of the Kamehameha skill left Jiang Xiaofei feeling content. At the very least, he had acquired a skill, and it was none other than the Kamehameha itself. The energy sphere in his hands continued to advance, ultimately enveloping Jiang Xiaofei entirely. Vegeta and Son Goku observed intently, showing no inclination to intervene. To them, this served as a test for Jiang Xiaofei. If he could not withstand the Kamehameha despite possessing Goku's normal strength, it would indicate that his abilities were rather hollow. As the energy sphere dissipated, the residual force caused the air around to hum, with 2 distinct ravines stretching into the distance. Yet Jiang Xiaofei's figure was nowhere to be seen. Had it not been for the faint fluctuations of his aura, still perceptible, one might have begun to doubt whether the Kamehameha had completely obliterated him. Sweat beads appeared on Goku's brow, and his breathing grew somewhat labored, revealing that he had not held back, granting Jiang Xiaofei the respect he deserved. This strike was enough to test his limits. Piccolo maintained his usual icy demeanor, his expression inscrutable, leaving it unclear whether he was mocking or concerned. If Jiang Xiaofei could endure such a tremendous assault and still be lively within mere seconds, it would be astonishing indeed. Krillin, too, was filled with curiosity, as someone who had experienced it firsthand. He understood the might of the Kamehameha and was aware that if death did occur, the Dragon Balls could still provide a means of resurrection. Can you not sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura fluctuations? Vegeta prompted. Piccolo and Krillin calmed themselves and focused once more on the subtle oscillations of Jiang Xiaofei's energy. They exchanged a glance, their expressions tightening with tension. What is that? His energy is rapidly escalating. How is this possible? He was on the brink of collapse. A radiant smile began to emerge on Vegeta and Goku's faces. I told you, he is a prodigy, Vegeta said, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Unsure whether it stemmed from his initial confidence or from encountering someone even more extraordinary than Goku. Although Vegeta often sparred with Goku, aiming to surpass him, he understood deep down that perhaps this aspiration was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not forsake his pride, especially in the presence of a lower-class Saiyan like Kakarot. Vegeta would not cease his pursuit of Kakarot, even as the distance between them widened, showing no signs of surrender. Now, with this new experience brought forth by Jiang Xiaofei's presence, Vegeta perceived the possibility that Goku's position might be usurped. This was not born from jealousy, but rather from a deep-seated pride. Jiang Xiaofei lay serenely in the deep pit he had created, greedily inhaling the air of this world while gazing at the few wispy clouds drifting in the azure sky. I'm still alive. How wonderful, I am still alive. In truth, after being consumed by the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei had realized he could not withstand it and had prepared himself for death. Yet, upon finding that he still clung to life, the potential for his system to rapidly restore his bodily functions emerged. The passage of time felt prolonged. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly sense the remarkable transformation within his body. After undergoing the training of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, his physical resilience had significantly improved. He felt assured that if faced with the Kamehameha again, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. Overall, this experience had turned into a blessing in disguise. Once his body had fully recuperated, Jiang Xiaofei promptly arose and made his way towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Moments later, he appeared before them, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers as they beheld his flawless complexion. After enduring such a formidable assault, many had expected him to bear some scars upon recovery. However, it seemed that Jiang Xiaofei's skin was even softer and fairer than before the battle. His regenerative capabilities surpassed even those of Piccolo and Majin Buu. Sun Wukong, having regained his composure, casually offered Jiang Xiaofei a well-fitting outfit. Well done. I never anticipated that you could achieve such a remarkable enhancement under those circumstances. Your physique truly is extraordinary, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. It was merely luck, Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself, refraining from divulging the assistance he received from the system. The last thing he wanted was for them to consult Bulma about the system embedded in his mind. Observing Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong chose not to pry further. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as Jiang Xiaofei held no ill intentions towards Earth and its inhabitants, he was more than willing to forge a partnership with him. In truth, having felt the might of the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong was deeply impressed. I have a request, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it, Jiang Xiaofei said, glancing at Sun Wukong with a hint of shyness. Feel free to express any need. I shall assist as best as I can. Sun Wukong replied candidly. It is not a significant matter. I simply wish to take you as my mentor and diligently train under your guidance. Jiang Xiaofei revealed his desire. Chapter 8, God of Destruction Beerus. Sun Wukong stumbled slightly. Well, actually I am not particularly skilled at teaching. Vegeta would be a more suitable choice. Perhaps you could consider Piccolo as well. He would also make a good master. Sun Wukong, ever averse to complications, immediately sought to redirect the responsibility. Upon hearing Sun Wukong push them forward, Piccolo and Vegeta felt a surge of anxiety. The potential within Jiang Xiaofei was evident, but the pressure of mentoring such a prodigious individual was formidable. Furthermore, the prospect of nurturing someone so exceptional into a strong warrior seemed to lack a sense of fulfillment. Thus, when Jiang Xiaofei turned towards them, they hastily shook their heads. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly the strongest among them, and his experiences were the most extensive. Most importantly, They shared similar interests, making him the most fitting candidate to serve as Jiang Xiaofei's mentor. Such an explanation is one that even Jiang Xiaofei wholeheartedly acknowledges. While watching Dragon Ball, his thoughts invariably shift in tandem with the transformations of Son Goku. When Goku exhibits extraordinary combat prowess, a surge of fervor fills Jiang Xiaofei's being. Conversely, when Goku faces setbacks and severe injuries, a sense of sorrow envelopes him. Jiang Xiaofei once again gazes at Son Goku, his eyes brimming with sincerity, tinged with a hint of grievance. He comprehends Goku's character, an open and forthright individual. Thus he aspires to grow stronger under Goku's guidance. For Goku is one who shares freely, and the rewards he can garner will undoubtedly be greater. Perhaps this is a modest, selfish desire of his own, although the individuals present treat one another with utmost sincerity. Jiang Xiaofei finds himself leaning more towards Goku. Indeed, there is no necessity to become a formal disciple. Goku, with a serious expression, asserts that our current relationship is equally commendable. We can engage in sparring and exchange insights anytime, anywhere. While we may not be master and apprentice, we are comrades. The essence of camaraderie lies in mutual achievement and growth. Goku's words are intended to dissuade Jiang Xiaofei from the notion of becoming his disciple. Jiang Xiaofei, as a newcomer, discerns Goku's intent and does not cling stubbornly to the idea, recognizing that such insistence might affect both parties adversely. All right, Jiang Xiaofei responds with enthusiasm. Since I cannot be your disciple, I shall henceforth be your little brother. In the future, feel free to assign any tasks to me. I have many questions that I need your guidance on. Once the consensus is reached among the group, they return to the West City to prepare for a significant event, the birthday celebration of Bulma. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the concept of money holds little significance. After all, Son Goku has no interest in wealth. His sole desire is to become stronger. However, Goku's wife must consider the daily necessities. If not for Chi-Chi's management of the prize money Goku earns, they would undoubtedly struggle to make ends meet. The wealthiest among them is Bulma's family, a lineage centered on technology, whose products are ubiquitous across the globe, yielding them immense profit. Consequently, Bulma's celebration is indeed grand, with invitations extended to some of the most renowned figures in the world. However, one entity arrives uninvited, destined to bring unparalleled astonishment. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, a feline-like deity opens his eyes. Each time he awakens, he brings calamity upon the planets and beings of the universe. With a mere snap of his fingers, he can obliterate an entire planet, reducing it to cosmic dust. He is the god of destruction, Beerus. This time, upon awakening, Beerus intends to eliminate some substandard planets. But there is another matter that captures his attention, a dream that weighs heavily upon his mind. During this slumber, Beerus experienced an unusual dream in which he encountered an individual capable of battling him. This revelation exhilarated Beerus, for within the seventh universe, he had long been the pinnacle of combat prowess. Ever since ascending to the role of god of destruction, he had been deprived of the joy of battle. However, in this dream, he found himself engaged in combat with such a being, rekindling a sense of exhilaration that he had not felt in ages. Consequently, upon awakening, Beerus was determined to locate this dream figure within the seventh universe. He consulted the angel Whis and the oracle Fish, and it appeared that such a person indeed existed, heightening Beerus's anticipation. Should he truly encounter this individual, his restlessness and ennui would dissipate. Beerus's initial destination was the North Kai realm, yet he found no trace of the person he sought. Thus, with Whis' assistance, he set his sights on Earth. In truth, Earth was a rather inconspicuous planet within the seventh universe, lacking the sophistication to capture Beerus's attention. However, the warriors residing there had garnered the interest of the Supreme Kai, rendering Earth, in some respects, a unique celestial body. Could such an unremarkable planet truly harbor someone capable of battling me? Beerus held reservations, doubting that a planet he had never regarded could produce a worthy adversary. We shall soon discover the truth, Whis replied leisurely. And so, the two deities, the most formidable beings in the seventh universe, traversed the cosmos, heading towards the Milky Way, where Earth is situated. Meanwhile, Bulma's banquet was fully prepared, replete with a sumptuous array of delicacies, presenting a veritable feast for the gluttonous Son Goku. While Goku was not particularly adept at socializing, he found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of fine cuisine. Indeed, the dual pleasures of food and combat seemed to be the guiding principles of his life. Amidst such a celebration, Jiang Xiaofei encountered the culinary delights of this world for the first time, savoring the unique flavors it offered. During the festivities, he also met Satan and the ever-hungry Majin Buu. Observing Buu, Jiang felt he appeared even more endearing than on television. Presently, Majin Buu had adopted a benevolent demeanor and had become good friends with Satan, both of whom shared an insatiable appetite for food. However, Jiang refrained from initiating conversation, wary of the possibility that a moment's inattention might result in Buu swallowing him whole, which would be an unfortunate fate indeed. As he beheld this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaofei was reminded of certain elements from Dragon Ball, Bulma's birthday celebration, with everyone present and Majin Buu indulging in pudding. Did this not foreshadow an impending event? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out upon him, for he realized that soon, a being of great significance, no, a deity, would arrive, determining the fate of Earth. However, the narrative seems somewhat askew. Under normal circumstances, at this juncture, Sun Wukong should be training with the Kaishin. Could it be that his own presence has wrought some alterations in the original plot? Jiang Xiaofei could not ascertain this with certainty and could only await the unfolding events to see if they would align with his expectations. While everyone else reveled in the joyous laughter of Bulma's birthday celebration, Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed an overwhelming aura approaching Earth, rendering them insignificantly small in comparison. They instinctively gazed skyward, where two figures gradually emerged into view, one tall and the other short. Chapter 9. Before engaging, let us savor the delicacies of Earth. As Jiang Xiaofei beheld the two individuals illuminated by the sunlight, his heart could no longer remain composed. For they were none other than the two deities from Universe 6, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. They had truly arrived on Earth for Bulma's birthday celebration, indicating that the storyline concerning Beerus's quest for the Super Saiyan god was about to commence. However, due to his interference, the narrative would inevitably shift. In the original tale, Earth had faced little peril, but would his involvement alter this destiny? Presently, Jiang Xiaofei remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Beerus had indeed descended, and none present could rival him in combat, not even the Super Saiyan god. Aside from Jiang Xiaofei, another individual exhibited notable anxiety, Vegeta. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta possessed a broader awareness, and the Kaishin had recently conveyed the message that the god of destruction would be coming to Earth, the reasons for which remained unclear. The only indisputable fact was that if Beerus became displeased, Earth would cease to exist. The Kaishin had also specifically cautioned against attempting to confront Beerus, as such actions would only hasten Earth's demise. Clearly, this warning was directed at Sun Wukong. However, he appeared to take it lightly. As Vegeta observed the two divine beings in the sky, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, while Sun Wukong displayed an eagerness to engage. How could there be beings with such feeble combat power on this planet? Is there truly anyone here capable of lifting my spirits? Beerus remarked, feeling the fluctuations of energy emanating from the Earth's inhabitants. Whis let out an unusual chuckle. Have you not noticed the energy signatures of those below? Beerus followed Whis's pointed finger and looked down, landing his gaze directly on Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. As Beerus lowered his head, his intense gaze clashed momentarily with Sun Wukong's fiery eyes, creating a palpable energy web that enveloped the surroundings. Feeling provoked, Beerus vanished from beside Whis, only to reappear right before Sun Wukong. The crowd immediately assumed a combat stance, preparing to launch a collective attack. However, they found themselves unable to move even an inch. The enigmatic newcomer had silently subdued them all. Not bad, yet you still fall short of my expectations. Beerus maintained his form at the same level as Goku and fixed his piercing gaze upon him, calmly articulating his perspective. As Goku met Beerus's condescending gaze and listened to his tranquil words, an intense desire for battle ignited within him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Despite the immense pressure exuded by Beerus, Goku boldly proclaimed these words. Were it anyone else facing Beerus's overwhelming might, they would have long since lost their will to fight. Yet Goku was an exception. Beerus's already narrow eyes gradually narrowed to mere slits as he scrutinized the warrior brimming with combat spirit, and the surrounding pressure intensified further. Just when a great battle seemed imminent, Beerus's nostrils twitched, and a flower-like smile blossomed upon his face, a droplet of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely, and the onlookers collectively exhaled, their curiosity piqued by the sudden change in Beerus's demeanor. Beerus's gaze shifted from Goku, honing in on a specific location with his keen sense of smell, which happened to be where Jiang Xiaofei was situated. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced, having noticed Beerus's intent gaze as the deity approached him slowly. All eyes were fixed on Beerus's actions, and when he arrived before Jiang Xiaofei, he lowered his head and took a deep sniff of the item in Jiang Xiaofei's hand. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with delight, a manifestation of joy. This is the aroma. Beerus inhaled deeply once more, unable to conceal his excitement. What culinary delight was this? The glimmer in Beerus's eyes reflected a longing for exquisite cuisine. It is called instant noodles, a delicacy unique to our Earth, Jiang Xiaofei replied earnestly. Instant noodles? Beerus mused, his gaze fixed on the noodles in Jiang Xiaofei's hand, contemplatively asking, "May I have a taste?" "Certainly." Jiang Xiaofei offered the noodles to Beerus, stating, "I just prepared this and haven't had the chance to eat yet. Please, indulge yourself. How could I possibly accept this?" Beerus replied, though his hands had already taken the noodles from Jiang Xiaofei. Upon receiving the instant noodles, Beerus greedily began to devour them. As the first bite entered his mouth, the delectable flavor tantalized his taste buds, traveling down his throat and into his stomach. With the first mouthful, Beerus transformed, radiating an exuberance he had never experienced from such divine cuisine before. The crowd watched in astonishment at Beerus's reaction. Yet their vigilant hearts finally began to ease. Observing the delight of Beerus, Whis joined in the revelry, partaking in the taste of instant noodles. Vegeta cast a grateful smile towards Jiang Xiaofei, for without him, the unfolding events would have been unimaginable. Upon recognizing Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei immediately recalled the scenarios from the original series, prompting him to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. A mere experiment, yet unexpectedly captivating Beerus's attention. Consequently, the subsequent events seemed to promise simplicity. As long as they did not provoke Beerus, they would likely navigate this challenge unscathed. After savoring the noodles, Beerus began to explore the various culinary delights of the birthday banquet. An array of exquisite dishes immensely gratified his culinary cravings, a blissful expression adorning his face, causing everyone to momentarily forget that he had previously been the dominant presence in the gathering. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta refrained from disturbing Beerus, fully aware that their words might inadvertently incite his wrath. However, one individual remained oblivious to this notion. While indulging in the feast, Beerus encountered a plump figure beneath a sunshade, relishing pudding. This charming individual bore a cherubic face, yet Beerus found little interest in him. Only in the delectable pudding he clutched. In pursuit of the culinary delight, Beerus, assuming a gentlemanly demeanor, respectfully requested a taste of the delightful dessert. The rotund, endearing figure, a fellow connoisseur of gastronomy, was reluctant to share his pudding. Consequently, he swiftly launched an assault on the pudding with his tongue, coating it in saliva, and leaving Beerus's desire for the dessert unfulfilled. Feeling humiliated, Beerus's once luminous gaze turned icy, enveloping the vicinity in an invisible tension. Jiang Xiaofei, relishing his meal, sensed the overwhelming pressure and inwardly lamented the impending disaster. Indeed, when his gaze fell upon Beerus, the silhouette of Majin Buu emerged ominously. Thus commenced a battle between the demon and the deity. Chapter 10. None Who Can Fight. The powers emanating from the two clashed violently, the contrasting forces of destruction causing Jiang Xiaofei considerable distress. Having witnessed the original series, he was acutely aware of the impending turmoil, yet he endeavored to avert such calamity. Alas, fate was not in his favor. The confrontation between Beerus and Buu had become inevitable. As the god of destruction, Beerus acted with unbridled freedom within the seventh universe, and his arrival on Earth was driven by the quest for a worthy adversary to engage in battle. However, the culinary delights of Earth were simply too enticing, causing Beerus to momentarily forget his purpose. Jiang Xiaofei had initially believed that the allure of food would completely diminish Beerus's interest in combat. Yet it now appeared he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Besides the anxious Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta and the others widened their eyes, wishing to intervene in the conflict between the two, although they lacked the courage to do so. The energy emanating from Beerus was a clear indication of his fury. Though it was merely a small pudding, Buu's actions were a blatant affront to his dignity as a deity, compelling Beerus to make it abundantly clear to this intruder that some beings, some gods, were not to be trifled with. Buu, on the other hand, exhibited a more naive disposition. Being a glutton himself, It was evident during his previous battles with Goku and others. However, in terms of social understanding, Bu seemed rather oblivious. Now, living a life of abundance alongside Satan, he was unprepared for the sudden appearance of someone attempting to seize his delicacies. Bu merely reacted instinctively, disregarding the identity of his opponent. If a battle was to ensue, Bu was more than willing to engage, for he too was a formidable force on Earth. If anyone in attendance maintained an air of calm, it was Whis, who remained immersed in the realm of culinary pleasures, seemingly indifferent to the clash between Beerus and Bu. Without uttering a word, Beerus launched an attack, sending Bu soaring into the sky, prompting a response from Bu. The sound of their fierce collision reverberated, akin to a solo performance at a grand concert. With a sharp crack, Jiang Xiaofei watched as Bu's plump form flew towards the sea, creating a splash. Emerging from the water, Bu wore an unmistakable expression of anger, steam billowing from the hole atop his head as he charged at Beerus once more. Yet, despite Bu's ferocious onslaught, his attacks lost all potency in the face of Beerus's might. Beerus hovered effortlessly in the air, effortlessly restraining Bu with but a single hand, his feet unmoved. It was evident to all that this was a one-sided battle, with Bu possessing not a shred of hope for victory. Bu's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. His movements became erratic, yet his strength only intensified as he sought to breach Beerus's defenses, yielding no tangible progress. Beerus seemed to lack any interest in the skirmish, and the resentment over the stolen pudding gradually faded. If this continued, Beerus might indeed succumb to slumber. Therefore, he extended a hand, seizing Bu by the top of his head, spinning him rapidly above his own head before launching him far into the distance. Bu's figure gradually diminished in the observer's sight, eventually shrinking to a mere speck before vanishing altogether. After resolving the matter with Bu, Beerus cast his gaze once more towards the few formidable fighters, stretching languidly and yawning before descending to the ground. Truly, there is not a single worthy opponent in sight. It seems my dream was merely a figment of my imagination. In this universe, there exists no one capable of igniting my desire for battle. Beerus remarked to Whis with an air of indifference. Observing Beerus's waning interest, Whis said nothing, continuing to savor his delectable cuisine. Once we are satiated, we shall obliterate this planet, Beerus stated nonchalantly, lifting a piece of pudding towards his lips. At the moment the pudding made contact, its silky texture enveloped him, and he became utterly absorbed in the experience. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Beerus bowed his head, his eyes bulging as the pudding slipped from his mouth. Do not cause a ruckus at someone else's birthday celebration. A woman's voice echoed in Beerus's mind. He trembled, a murderous intent radiating from him, and lifted his head, glaring furiously at the woman who had struck him from behind. This scene did not go unnoticed by the others. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, realizing that Beerus could not escape the fate of being slapped by Bulma. Vegeta, in a state of panic, recognized that Bulma was his wife. How could she dare strike the god of destruction of Universe 7? Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself protectively behind Bulma, holding a delicious pudding in his hand and presenting it to Beerus with a cheerful expression. Inwardly, Vegeta was gripped by terror. However, he could not retreat, for his wife stood behind him. If Beerus were to unleash his fury, Bulma would stand no chance of survival. He had to remain steadfast, even though the odds were grim. Seeing Beerus's serious demeanor, Bulma quickly sensed the gravity of the situation and greeted him with a smile, offering her apologies. Beerus continued to fixate on the couple, his murderous aura undiminished, as he slowly raised his right hand, positioning it before Vegeta. Beads of sweat cascaded down Vegeta's face. In the face of Beerus's overwhelming presence, his legs began to weaken. Yet, he could not falter, for his wife and comrades were behind him. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Beerus extended his hand, accepting the pudding from Vegeta. Thank you. As the oppressive aura dissipated, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. Then I shall not disturb your enjoyment of the delicacy. With that, he took Bulma's hand and led her away from Beerus. Gazing at the pudding in his hand, a smile returned to Beerus's face. At last, he could indulge in its delightful flavor. With that thought, he brought the pudding once more to his lips. Hey, you are the one who just declared intentions to destroy the Earth. The air around Sun Wukong grew restless, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit as he gazed at Beerus, who was preparing to indulge in a delectable pudding. Earth is my home. I shall not permit anyone to ravage it, even if they are a deity. Chapter 11. Sun Wukong battles Beerus. Intriguingly, Beerus set aside his pudding once more. Regarding the audacious challenger before him, he scrutinized Sun Wukong, seemingly amused by the spectacle. As I have stated, should you manage to defeat me or evoke the thrill of battle within me, I may reconsider my intent to annihilate Earth. As the god of destruction, Beerus had no qualms about speaking the truth. If a worthy opponent were to emerge, his position as a destroyer might very well be jeopardized. However, within the 7th universe, apart from Whis, there seemed to be no one capable of besting Beerus. Deep down, Sun Wukong understood the gravity of the situation. The aura that Beerus had exuded during his previous battle with Majin Buu suggested that he was likely unable to overcome Beerus. Yet at this moment, Sun Wukong had to rise to the occasion, for Beerus had already proclaimed his intention to destroy Earth. This was an outcome Sun Wukong could not allow to transpire. Although not originally from Earth, Sun Wukong had spent his formative years there, forming deep connections with every blade of grass and every tree. His family and friends resided on this azure planet, having endured countless crises to reach this day. Therefore, he could not permit anyone, even a god, to shatter their tranquil haven. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan first form. The atmosphere around him churned violently, the friction in the air creating minor sonic booms that emitted a dazzling brilliance. Vegeta intended to intervene, fearing that if Sun Wukong truly engaged the god of destruction, he could potentially be killed, but it was too late. In his Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong charged towards Beerus, his fist capable of leveling mountains, accompanied by a powerful gale that crackled with energy. Beerus remained unfazed, nonchalantly extending a single finger to meet Sun Wukong's ferocious punch. He did not waver an inch, effortlessly neutralizing Sun Wukong's tumultuous assault with merely a finger. Undeterred by the lack of effect from his initial strike, Sun Wukong unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each imbued with the strength to shift mountains, and moving at a speed far surpassing sound, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, despite the relentless flurry of blows, Beerus continued to deflect every one of Sun Wukong's attacks with the same singular finger, as if the Saiyan's efforts were mere child's play. As he observed the clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei's vision blurred. He found himself ill-suited to endure the sight of such frenzied motion for an extended period. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei could still discern that in their fierce confrontation, Sun Wukong was at a distinct disadvantage. Currently, Beerus was merely on the defensive, not yet launching an attack against Sun Wukong. Each of Sun Wukong's consecutive assaults was effortlessly evaded by Beerus. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong leaped backward, creating further distance between himself and Beerus. At this moment, Sun Wukong's energy was already in disarray, while Beerus maintained a calm and steady breath, exuding an aura that suggested he had not even engaged in battle. The disparity between the two was suddenly evident. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong would not concede. Facing an opponent like Beerus only fueled his resolve to fight harder. He mused that this adversary was merely a notch stronger than the previous one, yet still inadequate. Beerus stretched lazily and coldly remarked that if this was all Sun Wukong could muster, he would surely be incapable of safeguarding the Earth under his command. Beerus's words sent a shiver down the spines of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. From his tone, they could sense that Beerus seemed intent on the destruction of Earth. Yet, they felt utterly powerless, for their strength paled in comparison to that of Beerus. Among them, the mightiest was Sun Wukong, but judging by his performance, it was evident that he still could not prevail against Beerus, let alone them. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaofei had relinquished all hope of Sun Wukong's solo combat. He could only wish for Sun Wukong to join forces with Vegeta, Son Gohan, and others to combine the powers of 5 Super Saiyans and summon the Super Saiyan God. For Jiang Xiaofei, who had seen the original series, the emergence of the Super Saiyan God was the sole means to allow Beerus to experience a fraction of the thrill of battle, thereby ensuring the protection of Earth and fostering a friendship with Sun Wukong and his companions. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Sun Wukong was once again provoked, letting out a fierce cry. The surge of anger transformed the energy surrounding him, elevating him to the second form of Super Saiyan. The energy around Sun Wukong continued to escalate, the air crackling with fury, the sound of explosive energy resonating all around. He then ascended to the third form of Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong had unlocked all the Saiyan forms he had mastered, his mind shifting from rationality to instinct. In this moment, Sun Wukong embodied the essence of Earth's mightiest warrior. Even Vegeta would likely find himself outmatched. However, to best Beerus, this was still far from sufficient. Sun Wukong needed to push further, invoking the Kaioken to elevate his power to its utmost limit. It could be said that in his current state, Sun Wukong was holding nothing back. The preliminary probing had concluded, and it was clear that Beerus was not an adversary he could defeat. But having reached this juncture, Sun Wukong saw no retreat. He had to press on, fighting for Earth, for his home, channeling the relentless surge of power within him. Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Beerus. Observing Sun Wukong's current state, Beerus finally exhibited a flicker of interest, a subtle anticipation for the impending clash. The remarkable enhancement of a mere human, in many respects, transcended the boundaries of normalcy. It is indeed a formidable achievement for Sun Wukong as a Super Saiyan to reach such heights. However, this does not provide Beerus with a justification for leniency. With a swift motion, Beerus extended his finger, adopting a provocative stance towards Sun Wukong, who soared into the air, launching yet another assault on Beerus. The intensity of their battle was evidently more ferocious than before. The energy waves generated by their physical collisions began to influence the spectators below. Had it not been for Whis intervening with a protective barrier, one could only speculate on the number of ordinary people who might have been harmed. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, piercing the heavens, which finally caused Beerus to shift his stance slightly. Regaining his composure, Beerus loosened his stiff neck and continued to engage in combat with Sun Wukong. Under the relentless onslaught from Sun Wukong, Beerus adopted a more serious demeanor. One cannot deny that Sun Wukong is a natural warrior. Before Beerus, he has never exhibited a trace of fear. Aware of the existing disparity between them, Sun Wukong nonetheless chose to stand tall and confront his opponent. This unwavering spirit is something that Jiang Xiaofei deeply admires about Sun Wukong. His relentless refusal to concede defeat. Utilizing an opening, Sun Wukong executed the Kamehameha, augmented by the Kaioken. The surrounding energy converged towards him, and Beerus did not obstruct Sun Wukong's actions. Instead, he was curious to witness what further surprises Sun Wukong might unveil. The formidable and audacious energy of the Kamehameha surged from Sun Wukong's hands, hurtling towards Beerus in the distance. Upon seeing the dazzling sphere of energy, Beerus's interest peaked once more. With a flick of his finger, he summoned a force of his own. When the two energies collided, rather than resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, they were annihilated at the point of contact. This was Beerus's deliberate choice. Otherwise, the mere collision of such energies would have likely obliterated the Earth. After executing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's aura became disordered, yet Beerus remained unperturbed. "You have lost," Beerus declared coldly to Sun Wukong. "No, I have not yet lost. As long as I draw breath, you shall not lay a hand on Earth." Sun Wukong roared, his spirit soaring as he charged once more towards Beerus. Chapter 12. The Assault on Beerus. In his prime, Sun Wukong could not best Beerus. In his current diminished state, he was even less capable of matching Beerus's strength. Without a hint of suspense, as soon as Sun Wukong approached Beerus, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, Sun Wukong repeatedly rose after being struck down, charging at Beerus time and again. With each attempt, however, Sun Wukong's energy gradually waned. On the ground, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta observed the scene with a sense of sorrow for Son Goku. They averted their eyes from the overwhelming battle as much as possible, yet the sound of the collisions reverberated deeply within their souls. This defies logic. It ought not to be this way. Beerus should be appreciating Son Goku, should he not? Jiang Xiaofei lowered his head, repeatedly murmuring this thought. "Ah, Kekyaho!" Vegeta shouted, his aura surging dramatically as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, soaring towards the positions of Son Goku and Beerus. "Father!" Son Gohan roared in fury, transforming into a Super Saiyan and following Vegeta into the fray. Goku, Piccolo and Krillin were slightly slower, yet they too rushed to Son Goku's side at the earliest opportunity. Son Goten and Trunks swiftly chose to fuse, becoming Gotenks. Vegeta and Son Gohan caught the flung Son Goku, administering a Senzu bean to restore some of his vitality. "Rest for now. We shall fight in your stead." "Protecting the Earth," Vegeta proclaimed to Son Goku. Goku shook his head, steadfastly gazing at Vegeta. "Mifine, I can continue to fight." "Very well. Then let us together defend the Earth, fighting for its sake." United, they encircled Beerus. In this moment, Goku's friends and family emerged, rallying in their own ways to support Goku and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Whis, who remained as ever, savoring his delicacies without any further action. After taking several deep breaths, Jiang Xiaofei prepared to join the fray against Beerus. Above in the sky, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, paying little heed to those encircling him. At his level of power, victory could not be achieved merely through sheer numbers. Humanity's attempts to challenge divine strength were akin to an ant shaking a tree or a moth flying into a flame. Everyone understood this truth, yet at this juncture, they found themselves with no alternative. Aware that they faced an unwinnable battle, they still chose to fight on. This was their pride and honor as warriors, a testament to their commitment to safeguarding their home. Son Goku took the lead, channeling his energy once more to launch an assault against Beerus, with Vegeta and Son Gohan closely following. Years of combat had forged an unspoken synergy among them, allowing them to unleash their full potential without the need for words. Nevertheless, even so, against the formidable Beerus, they seemed to gain no advantage whatsoever. Their combined efforts merely prompted Beerus to adeptly evade and block their strikes, remaining in a perpetual state of passive defense. After a round of attacks, it became evident to all that even while Beerus stood there, absorbing their assaults, defeating him was beyond their capabilities. The chasm between gods and mortals was starkly apparent. Do you wish to rely on the advantage of numbers to achieve victory? Beerus remarked nonchalantly, hardly regarding the throng that sought to attack him. This time, you should grasp that the opponent you face cannot be vanquished merely by the sheer size of your ranks. As Beerus surveyed his surroundings, he noted the disarray of energy emanating from each individual. Given such a level of prowess, to aspire to protect the earth seemed utterly fanciful. Listening to Beerus's words, a surge of anger welled up within everyone. Though they were weak in his presence, they were not cowed. Even Jiang Xiaofei on the ground began to feel restless. Beerus, wielding his status as a god of destruction, continued to exert his power, wantonly ravaging the homes of others. In the original narrative, Beerus was intended to eradicate certain malignancies within the universe, thereby fostering healthier development. However, since Jiang Xiaofei's arrival in the Dragon Ball world, it appeared that events that were once destined to unfold were now shifting. Although the timeline remained intact, the sequence of events had introduced greater conflict, and he genuinely feared that Beerus would obliterate the Earth. In an effort to assist Sun Wukong and the others in their quest to safeguard the planet, Jiang Xiaofei also joined the fray. Yet with his current strength, he could not pique Beerus's interest in the slightest. After a mere encounter with Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei was sent crashing back to the ground, creating a massive crater. I have had enough. This farce must come to an end. Beerus had lost all semblance of patience. Even when all present combined their strength, they could not evoke the exhilarating combat sensation he sought in dreams. Since the Super Saiyan God cannot be found, you shall all descend into oblivion to seek clarity. Summoning the energy around him, Beerus moved with a velocity surpassing light itself, launching an assault on those nearby. This marked the first time Beerus had initiated an attack during the battle. How could Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and the others possibly withstand such force? Coupled with their prior injuries, after a single onslaught from Beerus, they found themselves utterly powerless. Sun Wukong had succumbed, while Vegeta and Gohan lay incapacitated on the ground. Piccolo and Krillin were barely clinging to life, and Gotenks had reverted to his original form. Jiang Xiaofei had hoped they would unite to wield the power of the Super Saiyan God. Yet even in the final moments, as Beerus prepared to annihilate the Earth, no one responded. All eyes were fixed upon the egg-sized energy sphere pulsating at Beerus's fingertip, a sphere brimming with destructive energy that instilled dread in every heart. Sun Wukong's eyes reflected his unwillingness to accept defeat, yet he lacked the strength to move, let alone thwart Beerus. Despite Jiang Xiaofei's formidable regenerative abilities, the chasm between him and Beerus was insurmountable. He was utterly incapable of impeding Beerus's actions. The oscillation of the destructive energy sphere grew increasingly pronounced, tightening the tension in everyone's hearts. Wait, I have a way to ensure your enjoyment in battle. As he gazed upon the pulsating energy of destruction hovering above Beerus's fingertip, Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward. He yearned to attempt his own method of thwarting Beerus's plan to annihilate the Earth. However, Beerus paid him no heed. After several battles, he had lost all hope in humanity and no longer anticipated a challenge from the Oniric figure. There exists someone who can undoubtedly satiate your thirst for battle. Someone who can deliver a satisfying clash, just as you envision. Jiang Xiaofei, filled with impatience, bellowed at Beerus, yearning for a chance to prove himself. Yet, Beerus had grown disinterested in Jiang Xiaofei's words. His sole desire was to swiftly eradicate the present company, and return to the realm of destruction for a well-deserved respite. Witnessing Beerus's indifference, Jiang Xiaofei's heart brimmed with fury, his eyes veined with anger. Will you not at least listen to my words? Clenching his fists tightly, a surge of power coursed through him once more. He leapt into the air, charging towards Beerus with a fierce punch. Chapter 13. The Shock of Beerus. As Jiang Xiaofei soared into the sky, his body created a tremendous friction with the surrounding air, igniting his garments in fiery flames. In that moment, he resembled a rocket, hurtling towards his target. Beerus cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, still unperturbed. To him, the struggles of this group were utterly futile. As the god of destruction, he possessed an overwhelming might against them. No matter how many attempts Jiang Xiaofei made, he could not escape the inevitability of defeat. Beerus raised another hand and lightly pointed at the charging Jiang Xiaofei, expecting to easily knock him down. Yet he miscalculated. Jiang Xiaofei's speed escalated, hurtling towards the sphere of destruction in Beerus's grasp. Even Beerus found himself somewhat taken aback. He could not fathom that a mere mortal would dare to confront such a potent force capable of obliterating an entire planet. Below, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were equally astonished. They shared Beerus's perspective, believing Jiang Xiaofei would opt to engage in combat with him. They understood Jiang Xiaofei's unique physique, akin to that of the Saiyans, which allowed him to grow stronger through relentless battles. However, Jiang Xiaofei's rate of growth was even more accelerated. If this approach could be harnessed to enhance his strength, after a few exchanges, Jiang Xiaofei's prowess would undoubtedly surge, making a confrontation with Beerus plausible, perhaps even safeguarding the Earth. With faces brimming with anticipation, they were unprepared for Jiang Xiaofei's true target, the sphere of destruction in Beerus's hand. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a punch of his utmost strength towards the annihilative energy at Beerus's fingertip. Although he could not yet wield his ki at will, his physical strength had grown to a formidable extent. Having recently endured several of Beerus's devastating strikes, his resilience had only intensified. Initially believing he could harness his strength to expel the destructive energy sphere from Earth, Jiang Xiaofei ultimately overestimated his own capabilities. After a single punch, the energy sphere remained unmoved, while his hand was rendered to nothingness beneath its annihilating force. Jiang Xiaofei gazed helplessly at the sphere, feeling its destructive aura, potent enough to devour one's very soul. Beerus, with a casual flick, sent Jiang Xiaofei crashing back to the ground. Did he truly think such trivial means could safeguard the Earth? Beerus found their naivety laughable. Whis, wake up. I'm pressed for time and have no patience to play with these buffoons. Beerus snapped impatiently at Whis, who was still relishing his meal. Buffoons? Today, I shall make you realize that even jesters possess their own convictions. Jiang Xiaofei's voice resonated once more, as an energy storm surged from the depths of the pit, lifting his form slowly into the air, surrounded by a golden aura of energy. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing this seemingly indomitable young warrior, feeling an unfamiliar twinge of unease. It was a sensation he had never before experienced, not even when confronted by the likes of Goku and Vegeta. Though fleeting, the feeling of trepidation could not be dismissed. This fear was incited by the young soldier before him. Even Whis, who had been calmly savoring his dish, paused to assess this battle-ready earthling. Having regained some strength, Goku and Vegeta watched with exhilaration as Jiang Xiaofei once again defied their expectations. They had anticipated his defeat at the hands of the destructive energy sphere, but it seemed they had underestimated his resilience. They intended to fight alongside him, yet the intense pain radiating through their bodies rendered them nearly incapacitated. It became evident that after being corroded by Beerus' destructive energy, Jiang Xiaofei's internal system had reactivated. Although his punch was a proactive strike, it still triggered critical points he had never envisioned, nearly overwhelming him with their intensity. Fortunately, he endured, emerging with newfound power and confidence that he could withstand the destructive energy should it arise again. However, this experience made Jiang Xiaofei acutely aware of the limits of his body regarding critical points, which would continue to evolve as his strength increased. He lifted his gaze towards Beerus in the heavens, his eyes ablaze with determination. As their gazes locked, the destructive energy sphere at Beerus' fingertips dissipated. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. For the time being, the threat to Earth was averted, as Beerus had set aside his intentions of assaulting the planet. Since you are so tenacious, let me witness the extent of your potential, daring to provoke me time and again. In his own universe, Beerus commands reverence wherever he goes, with none daring to defy him. The destruction of a planet is but a mere flick of his wrist. However, upon arriving on Earth, Beerus finds himself beset by unforeseen complications. He intended to seek out the Super Saiyan god for an exhilarating battle, yet he became ensnared by the allure of Earth's cuisine. In pursuit of gratifying his palate, Beerus indulged in the pleasures of food, only to be provoked by Majin Buu over a piece of pudding, compelling him to intervene. He effortlessly defeated Majin Buu, only to be struck on the back of his head by a seemingly powerless woman, subsequently facing a relentless series of provocations from a group of Saiyans. Now, he confronts yet another indomitable pest. At times, Beerus contemplates his own surprising leniency, as he has managed to refrain from annihilating this primitive, civilized planet despite the provocations from its inhabitants. Meanwhile, Whis, seated nearby, has long seen through the facade. Beerus's slumber was a result of his belief that the universe had grown exceedingly mundane. Accustomed to the annihilation of planets, Beerus yearns for a worthy opponent to alleviate his boredom, especially after this recent slumber, where even his dreams were filled with battles. A prophetic fish has hinted at the existence of such a person, igniting Beerus's excitement. His repeated confrontations with Earthlings serve to uncover this prophesied individual. Otherwise, he would have obliterated Earth long ago, and Whis would not be calmly enjoying his meal. Jiang Xiaofei harnessed the energy around him, allowing his body to ascend slowly, a golden aura enveloping him, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. Under the watchful gaze of all, he reached a height level with Beerus and paused. I, too, wish to discover the true might of Lord Beerus's fists, whether they possess the power to utterly incapacitate me. Chapter 14. Gaining Recognition. Beerus regarded the audacious young warrior before him with calmness. It was the first time a human had addressed him in such a tone. He is, after all, the god of destruction. In the entirety of the seventh universe, his prowess is unparalleled, and even the Kais would not dare speak to him in such a manner. The former cosmic emperor, Frisia, had shown him the utmost respect upon their encounters. Yet now, he finds himself repeatedly provoked by an Earthling. This is a first since Beerus ascended to his role as god of destruction. Nonetheless, he harbors little anger. Rather, there's a sense of anticipation within him. Although Earth's civilization is of a lowly tier, its inhabitants have repeatedly surprised him, perhaps offering memories worth cherishing. Let us await the outcome, Beerus said to Jiang Xiaofei, who shimmered with golden energy, his words brimming with confidence. Jiang Xiaofei was the first to strike, and after enduring a series of blows from Beerus, his resilience visibly improved, and his strength experienced a significant augmentation. Even his control over energy demonstrated notable refinement. All of this was gained through the punishment Jiang Xiaofei endured, and it appeared to be well worth it. With a furious punch, Jiang Xiaofei struck Beerus's arm, the sound of their collision resonating like steel. Yet, he felt not a trace of pain. Beerus's gaze shifted slightly, sensing that Jiang Xiaofei's punch had markedly progressed compared to earlier, igniting his interest in this fervent young warrior. Jiang Xiaofei relentlessly attacked Beerus with increasing speed, initially able to defend against him with just one hand. However, as Jiang Xiaofei's velocity escalated, Beerus was compelled to engage both hands in defense. All eyes were fixed on their battle. Even Goku and Vegeta observed Beerus's movements closely. As Beerus extended his other hand, they appeared to glimpse a glimmer of hope for the planet's continued existence. The intensity of their confrontation heightened, with Beerus transitioning from passive defense to active offense. Despite Jiang Xiaofei's earlier advantage, he found himself at a disadvantage, as Beerus's speed surpassed his own, and his strength began to overwhelm Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware of Beerus's evolution. The latter was progressively amplifying his own power. Although Jiang Xiaofei, too, grew stronger in battle, his pace of improvement could not keep up with Beerus's escalating might. Bang! Beerus's foot connected forcefully with Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen, causing a jolt throughout his internal organs. And once again, he was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. Beerus, undeterred, extended a finger, summoning dozens of energy orbs in the sky above. Each orb pulsated with brilliant light and harbored immense energy. With a mere flick of his finger, these orbs, under Beerus's command, cascaded like a dazzling meteor shower across the azure sky, descending upon Jiang Xiaofei's position. Boom! Boom! Dozens of orbs rushed down upon Jiang Xiaofei, releasing their ferocious energy simultaneously, creating a vast crater around him, with the remnants of the energy's oscillation still lingering. Goku and Vegeta gazed at the blinding crater, their hearts heavy with concern for Jiang Xiaofei. Although his body could heal rapidly, could he truly withstand such a formidable onslaught from Beerus? Beerus fixed his gaze upon the crater, keenly sensing the fluctuations within, seemingly unable to detect Jiang Xiaofei's presence any longer. It appears you are still no match for a god, and you have yet to fully pique my interest, Beerus's voice echoed, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Beerus once again raised his right hand, commencing the gathering of energy destined for the annihilation of Earth. A chime resonated, heralding the host's acquisition of an extreme critical strike point. Although Jiang Xiaofei had completely lost consciousness and could no longer hear the system's voice, his body was rapidly taking form. Just as the time aligned with Beerus's formation of the destructive energy sphere, Jiang Xiaofei soared out of the deep pit once more. Since Lord Beerus had not yet reached his satisfaction, how about we continue our battle? Jiang Xiaofei's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the other Earthlings suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Even Beerus gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in astonishment, an unusual glimmer shimmering in his eyes. No one had anticipated that Jiang Xiaofei could re-emerge with such vigor, and the aura emanating from him was evidently stronger. Earthling, I acknowledge your tenacity, but no matter how many times you attempt, you cannot defeat me, Beerus declared, watching Jiang Xiaofei approach slowly. Jiang Xiaofei felt a flicker of joy within, through Beerus's words. He perceived a shift in the deity's attitude, beginning to regard him with significance. A positive development indeed. I understand, but I must continue to fight. For the sake of Earth and my comrades, Jiang Xiaofei explained, casting a glance at Sun Wukong and the others on the ground. You have impressed me, and I shall grant you a chance. If you can withstand this strike from me, I will spare you and your companions, and I shall refrain from destroying Earth. Beerus proposed, seemingly reluctant to utterly obliterate Jiang Xiaofei, thus taking a step back. A smile spread across Jiang Xiaofei's face. Really? As a god? How could I ever go back on my word? Beerus asserted. All right, Jiang Xiaofei readily agreed. Do not rejoice too soon. Only if you endure my strike will they continue to live, Beerus cautioned Jiang Xiaofei. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei was elated, with the system by his side. Although he could not defeat Beerus, the deity's complete eradication of him was nearly impossible. Furthermore, Beerus's proposal stemmed from a desire to avoid an endless battle. Jiang Xiaofei assumed a defensive stance, preparing to face Beerus's onslaught. However, Beerus's aura showed little change, as he simply extended his right hand towards Jiang Xiaofei's forehead. Gently tapping it, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly closed his eyes, but upon reopening them, he found himself still beside Beerus. This time, it was Jiang Xiaofei who was astonished. Is that it? He inquired uncertainly. Cough, cough. Beerus cleared his throat, exclaiming, how dull. Engaging with you all is rather exhausting. For today, I shall temporarily let you off. Jiang Xiaofei's face instantly brightened, nearly overwhelming with the urge to embrace Beerus in gratitude. Yet he restrained himself, fearing that such a gesture might provoke the deity's ire, which would be disastrous. Jiang Xiaofei bowed deeply to Beerus, expressing his gratitude for the Lord's mercy. With such an abundance of delectable cuisine on Earth, he was reluctant to leave it behind. Beerus cast his gaze upon the delicacies strewn across the ground, simultaneously observing Whis savoring the dishes. Whis! Beerus exclaimed, his body vanishing from Jiang Xiaofei's side as he lunged towards the food. A wave of discomfort coursed through Jiang Xiaofei's body. Yet the overwhelming joy compelled him to endure. He returned to the others, nodding in acknowledgement. Everyone understood, and smiles, long absent, graced their faces. They had once again safeguarded their Earth, thanks to Jiang Xiaofei, their new ally. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's place in their hearts was redefined. Chapter 15. The distinctive qualities of Sun Wukong. At the birthday banquet, in a corner of the food plaza, Whis and Beerus sat together, indulging in the puddings they held. With the first bite, a look of bliss instantly illuminated Beerus's face. After so long on Earth, he finally tasted the exquisite pudding. Its smooth texture tantalized his taste buds, banishing the remnants of fatigue from his recent battles. Unable to resist the pudding's allure, Beerus devoured several more, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. It is evident that you hold great affection for Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, was remarked directly, voicing Beerus's innermost thoughts. After such a prolonged slumber, encountering individuals who could invigorate his spirits was indeed a welcome change. Beerus swallowed another delectable pudding, relishing the taste. After a long hiatus from combat, he felt as though his body had rusted. This activity, while refreshing, was merely a tease. They were merely mortals, having cultivated their skills to a level that surpassed most beings from advanced planets. Even Frisia would likely be no match for them, was elucidated. However, no matter how formidable the mortals became, they remained far removed from the dominion of the universe. Beerus observed Jiang Xiaofei and son Wukong, who were celebrating their newfound vigor. Regrettably, he had been unable to locate the so-called Super Saiyan god. Otherwise, a satisfying battle would have ensued. The Super Saiyans of this universe have been nearly eradicated by Frisia, with only a few survivors residing on Earth. Their powers, as you have seen, have yet to reach the level of the Super Saiyan god. Perhaps it is merely a legend, an unattainable reality, was added, though Beerus felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had no choice but to accept the situation. After this battle, he could not strike at Earth again. He was genuinely intrigued by the forthcoming growth of Jiang Xiaofei and son Wukong. If they continued to develop, perhaps one day, they might allow him to experience the thrill of combat he so dearly missed. Since the Super Saiyan god does not exist, we must cultivate our own. Beerus gazed at the warriors on Earth and addressed Whis with a calm demeanor. Whis understood Beerus's thoughts well and was also looking forward to the growth of these warriors, which was indeed a source of joy. On the other side of the banquet, Jiang Xiaofei had become the center of attention. This was originally Bulma's birthday celebration. Yet who could have anticipated that so many events would unfold on this day, culminating in a battle for the defense of Earth? Thanks to you, we were able to protect Earth. Otherwise, we would have been helpless, son Wukong expressed to Jiang Xiaofei, his words laden with gratitude. After enduring numerous crises threatening Earth, son Wukong had believed that his strength alone was sufficient to safeguard their home. However, it now seemed that he had gravely underestimated the situation. Beerus could obliterate the planet with a mere snap of his fingers. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei's intervention, how would he have defended his beloved home? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by son Wukong's gratitude, Jiang Xiaofei thought that all the glory should rightfully belong to son Wukong. Yet, he had inadvertently traversed into the Dragon Ball world and acquired a rather unfortunate system, which had altered the course of events in this universe. Although the outcome was ultimately favorable, Jiang Xiaofei felt as though he had overshadowed son Wukong. Our home is Earth. It is our collective responsibility to protect it, Jiang Xiaofei declared, articulating his stance. Hearing his words, son Wukong felt a renewed sense of hope. At last, there was someone standing alongside him on the same front, suggesting that their planet would have sturdier defenses. Vegeta and Piccolo approached, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Xiaofei, who reciprocated their sentiments. However, Jiang Xiaofei was not keen on being the focal point of the world. Therefore, he needed to find someone to accept this honor. It seemed the burden would fall upon Satan, as he was no stranger to seizing the accolades of others. Initially, Satan was reluctant to accept this role, especially given that Beerus had already taken action against Majin Buu, and the god of destruction was indeed formidable. Offending Beerus could potentially lead to dire consequences for him. However, after enduring much acclaim and applause, and with the encouragement of others, Satan ultimately consented to become the hero who vanquished the god and saved Earth. Once matters concerning Satan were settled, Jiang Xiaofei, son Wukong, and Vegeta made their way towards Beerus. As they approached, Beerus and Whis, who were savoring exquisite delicacies, since their arrival. Upon reaching Beerus, the group bowed deeply in unison. We sincerely apologize, Lord Beerus. Please forgive our ignorance and recklessness. Beerus paid them no heed, continuing to relish his meal, though a smile played upon his lips. Whis nodded at Jiang Xiaofei and the others, conveying, Lord Beerus has forgiven you. From now on, you must diligently train. Who knows when Lord Beerus may whimsically decide to destroy Earth again. You must be prepared to defend it. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions exchanged glances, finding Whis' words somewhat amusing, yet undeniably insightful. Even if the destruction of Earth were not to be wrought by Beerus, but by others or even deities, they would still rise to defend their planet. Thus, after this battle, they were resolved to train with greater diligence to confront the unknown perils ahead. Beerus shot a glare at Whis before turning his attention back to Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Who said I intend to forgive you? You have provoked me time and again. If I were to let you off so easily, it would tarnish my reputation as a god of destruction. Therefore, I still intend to obliterate this planet. His declaration left Jiang Xiaofei and the others at a loss for words, further exasperating them with Beerus' temperament. Were they truly to engage in another battle to protect Earth from Beerus? In the midst of their uncertainty, they watched as Beerus extended his right index finger, directing a dazzling beam of light toward a rock formation on the sea's surface, shattering it to pieces. There, I've commenced the destruction of Earth. For today, I shall grant you a reprieve. Beerus's actions were utterly perplexing, yet upon reflection, one must remember that he was a deity, a god of destruction, the mightiest entity in the universe. If he truly sought to annihilate Earth, such theatrics would hardly be necessary. Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat ridiculous, recalling how recklessly he had charged forward without a thought for the consequences. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of fear. Had Beerus not shown mercy, he might have already ceased to exist. How absurd to think he could defeat Beerus in combat to safeguard Earth. Casting a glance at Satan in the distance, he began to silently pray. It was said that Lord Beerus had come in search of the Super Saiyan God, a being they, as Saiyans, had yet to encounter. However, he knew of someone who would surely be aware of the Super Saiyan God's identity. Goku blurted out this revelation. Jiang Xiaofei felt his face flush with concern. The battle, which had finally reached a lull, was reignited by Goku's words. Truly, Goku possessed an extraordinary knack for stirring up trouble. Indeed, when Jiang Xiaofei next glanced at Beerus, the latter's aura had intensified considerably, his eyes glinting with fervor. Chapter 16. The Imposter Super Saiyan God. Beerus's primary purpose for this journey was to locate the Super Saiyan God. However, after spending considerable time on Earth and engaging in multiple skirmishes with Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, he still could not sense the presence of this elusive being. Having abandoned all hope, he was taken aback when Goku informed him that there was someone who undoubtedly knew the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. His previously dimmed spirit reignited. The suppressed battle intent began to leak out, leaving Jiang Xiaofei feeling overwhelmed. Tell me, who is this person? Beerus scrutinized Goku intently. Goku, sporting an innocent grin, replied, Lord Beerus, please do not get too excited. This person is not here. Technically speaking, he is not even human. Bulma, quickly retrieve the Dragon Balls. We must summon the Eternal Dragon to inquire about the whereabouts of the god of Super Saiyans. Goku's words startled Vegeta and Bulma, revealing that Goku had intentions regarding the Dragon Balls. They were uncertain whether the Eternal Dragon truly knew the location of the god of Super Saiyans, especially considering that even beings as exalted as Beerus and Whis were unaware of such matters. Nevertheless, faced with the situation, they had no choice but to proceed. The Dragon Balls? Beerus pondered thoughtfully. The Dragon Balls appear to be 7 orbs of identical size, each containing 1 to 7 distinct stars. Once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a singular wish, Goku elucidated. Oh, then let us summon him and inquire about the whereabouts of the god of Super Saiyans. Beerus replied with calm assurance. Lord Beerus is truly astute. Goku maintained his cheerful demeanor. Beerus, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chose not to hold Goku's words against him. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's expression fluctuated. Before his traversal, he had noted Goku's emotional intelligence was rather lacking, and it seemed his journey had not significantly altered Goku's disposition. Just as he had managed to quell Beerus's enthusiasm, Goku's words reignited his fervor. However, this time, Beerus resolved to remain an observer, quietly watching the unfolding events. After all, he no longer wished to obliterate Earth. He merely desired a spirited battle with the god of Super Saiyans. With the assistance of Goten and Trunks, Bulma had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls. The 7 gleaming orbs were placed together, and with Goku's incantation, their radiance intensified, casting shadows across the dimming sky. Layers of dark clouds coalesced, obscuring the azure heavens, blocking even the sun's rays from penetrating the thick cloud cover. From his 7 Dragon Balls emerged a magnificent dragon, soaring towards the gathering storm. The dragon glided through the clouds, crackling with electricity, its serpentine body adjusting its posture as it emerged from the clouds. Finally revealing its head to gaze upon the summoner. Goku, why have you summoned me? State your wish. The dragon spoke with an air of superiority, but in the next moment it faltered. It is not I who seeks you, but rather Lord Beerus has a matter to discuss, Goku clarified. Beerus? The dragon turned its massive head to see a figure seated quietly beside Goku. None other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Beads of sweat the size of goose eggs began to trickle down the dragon's head as it humbled itself, addressing Beerus with the utmost respect, Lord Beerus. Though the dragon was proud, it was acutely aware of Beerus's identity and power, understanding that should Beerus be displeased, its existence could be extinguished at any moment. It is not a matter of great consequence, but I wish to inquire whether you know the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. Lord Beerus articulated his thoughts. Please hold on for a moment, Lord Beerus, the dragon responded earnestly. After a brief pause, it continued, I apologize, but there is no information regarding the Super Saiyan God in this world. What? Lord Beerus's temper flared, and Goku was equally taken aback. If even the dragon was unaware of the Super Saiyan God's location, how were they to search? Sensing Beerus's impending fury, the dragon quickly added, do not be angered. Lord Beerus, while I may not know the Super Saiyan God's whereabouts, I possess the method to transform into one. Then speak at once. Beerus suppressed his rising ire, and the dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it nodded, if we gather the powers of 5 Super Saiyans, one can briefly attain the level of a Super Saiyan God. Listening to the dragon's words aligned with what Jiang Xiaofei had witnessed in the original footage. It seemed that no unforeseen events had occurred. Is that all? Beerus inquired. Yes. The dragon swiftly replied. Is there anything else you require assistance with, Lord Beerus? Not at the moment. Then I shall take my leave. The dragon bowed deeply to Beerus, its massive form dissipating into 7 dim stones that flew in various directions. The sky once again cleared, and Goku appeared eager to act. Since the dragon had revealed to them the method to become a Super Saiyan God, they would actively pursue it. However, they soon realized a grave issue. In this era, Super Saiyans had nearly become extinct, with the survivors residing on Earth, and only 4 were present. Goku felt overwhelmed. With Jiang Xiaofei's prompting, they located Gohan's wife, Videl. Videl had now shed her former fierceness and was on the verge of motherhood. All right, now that we have gathered 5 Super Saiyans, the next step is to decide who will bear this power, Vegeta declared. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. He abruptly stood up, exclaiming, What? I have no Saiyan blood. We are aware, Vegeta explained. Did not the dragon say that by uniting the powers of 5 Saiyans, one can summon the Super Saiyan God? It did not specify that this power must be infused into a Saiyan. Moreover, your physique is more unique than ours. We may struggle to withstand this power, while you would have no issue at all. After much deliberation, we concluded that you are the only one suited to accept this divine power and confront Lord Beerus. Listening to Vegeta's logical explanation, Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat convinced. Yet something felt amiss. I believe Goku would be an excellent choice. Jiang Xiaofei voiced his thoughts. I wish that were the case too. Yet I have not fully recovered. Surely, I cannot endure such immense energy. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Very well, you shall bear this power, Beerus declared, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei, thereby making a decision for him and the others. With matters settled, Jiang Xiaofei felt no further inclination to decline, fearing that a mere gesture from Beerus might lead to his obliteration. However, if he were to absorb this power, would he not become a counterfeit Super Saiyan God? On further contemplation, the sensation of being a deity seemed rather appealing. Thus, the 5 Super Saiyans, alongside Jiang Xiaofei, joined hands, channeling their inner strength towards him. A colossal surge of energy, akin to rivers converging into the sea, surged wildly into Jiang Xiaofei's being. He distinctly sensed every cell within him ravenously consuming this energy. As Jiang Xiaofei harnessed the forces of Sun Wukong and the others, his aura underwent a profound transformation. If previously he emanated the power of an expansive ocean, at this moment he radiated the might of countless stars. A stir echoed around him, and curious gazes converged upon the figure enveloped in tumultuous energy, their eyes reflecting a blend of hope and trepidation. Was this the power of a Super Saiyan God? A destroyer had already emerged, and now another seemingly ferocious deity had appeared. Could Earth truly withstand the upheaval brought by 2 gods? Chapter 17, The Battle of Gods. Beerus squinted, observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, mirroring a dream he had once encountered. A fierce battle spirit emanated from Beerus, colliding with the air surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, creating a cacophony of friction that resonated deeply. The 2 beings know, 2 gods had yet to engage, yet the very fabric of space began to warp around them. Was this the essence of a Super Saiyan God's power? As he felt the burgeoning energy within, Jiang Xiaofei mused to himself. In the epic saga, Sun Wukong had harnessed this very power of the Super Saiyan God to engage in a back and forth with Beerus, bringing a measure of ease to Beerus's demeanor, which ultimately forged their friendship and granted Sun Wukong the opportunity to train in the realm of the destroyers. Now, endowed with this power, Jiang Xiaofei felt even more formidable than Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God form. He was confident that he could stand his ground even against a true Super Saiyan God. As for Beerus, he was certain he would evoke an unprecedented joy within him. This guy certainly knows how to show off, Vegeta remarked haughtily, unable to suppress a twinge of envy. If only his physical form were a touch more robust. Perhaps he could have been the one to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God. Alas, there are no ifs in life. One day, we too shall reach such heights. Sun Wukong declared, his spirit undeterred as he gazed at the power radiating from Jiang Xiaofei, brimming with determination. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong beside him, noting his unwavering confidence. Indeed, it shall surely come to pass. Inspired by Sun Wukong, a newfound confidence emerged on Vegeta's face. Let us engage in a contest to see who can ascend to that level first. Sun Wukong proposed, reveling in the familiar thrill of their competitive camaraderie. Very well, they declared, their fists colliding in agreement. Jiang Xiaofei stretched his body, attuning himself to the powerful energy he possessed. Lord Beerus, this power is overwhelming. Perhaps we should take our battle outside, Jiang Xiaofei suggested. Agreed. I shall indulge you, Beerus replied, swiftly soaring toward the edge of Earth. Jiang Xiaofei followed closely behind, the sonic booms echoing in their wake, as though heralding the divine clash between gods. Observing the departing figures of Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong and Vegeta tracked Jiang Xiaofei's energy, determined not to miss this celestial confrontation. Upon reaching a desolate area, Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei found themselves in a place devoid of any human presence, allowing them to unleash their powers freely. Let us commence here. Beerus, brimming with anticipation, was eager to gauge whether the so-called Super Saiyan God could be a worthy opponent. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaofei charged at Beerus. It must be noted that Jiang Xiaofei had transformed significantly. When he first arrived, he had been fleeing from a menacing dragon. Thanks to the unique abilities of the critical strike system, he had battled alongside Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and after enduring several significant blows, his strength surged dramatically. Now, empowered by the might of 5 Super Saiyans, he had become the Super Saiyan God, ready to confront the God of Destruction, Beerus, in this divine battle. As Jiang Xiaofei's fist cut through the air, a sonic boom erupted, and Beerus transformed his palm into a fist, meeting Jiang Xiaofei's strike. Both warriors recoiled slightly, this initial probing attack prompting them to unleash their full potential. With no burdens or concerns, they immersed themselves entirely in the joy of combat. Their speed intensified, each punch illuminating the sky, the sounds resonating across the vast expanse above. Just in time, Sun Wukong and the others arrived, witnessing the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus, evoking profound admiration. With the power of the Super Saiyan God, Jiang Xiaofei's speed had reached new heights, and his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. It was astonishing to see how adeptly he wielded such power, even without being a Super Saiyan. Vegeta remarked upon the two figures battling in the sky. Indeed, his physique is extraordinarily unique, surpassing any opponent I have encountered. Perhaps this is fate, Sun Wukong reflected, pondering how long Jiang Xiaofei could endure against Lord Beerus. Let us watch and see. Vegeta responded to Goku's words. The two figures in the sky paid no mind to Goku and the others' evaluations. They were immersed in an unprecedented thrill of battle. Beerus struck down with a swift motion, landing a blow on Jiang Xiaofei's back. As he was sent hurtling downwards, Jiang Xiaofei quickly adjusted his body, gathering energy in his hands to unleash a powerful energy wave towards Beerus. Beerus extended his hand, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave into outer space. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei had already moved behind Beerus, launching a flying kick aimed at Beerus's waist. Without a moment's pause, he condensed his power again, delivering a punch directly to Beerus's face. This time, it was Beerus who was sent flying, but he quickly regained his composure, a long-lost smile appearing on his face as he regarded the spirited Jiang Xiaofei. You are quite impressive. This battle has brought me great satisfaction. Indeed, the prophecy fish did not deceive me, Beerus exclaimed enthusiastically to Jiang Xiaofei. Lord Beerus must still be holding back. Does Lord Beerus think that I am still unable to provide him with a thrilling fight? Jiang Xiaofei increasingly resembled Goku, eagerly anticipating Beerus to unleash more of his true strength. Beerus looked at the figure before him with admiration. If that is the case, are you prepared to face the power of a god of destruction? Come, The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei intensified once more as he charged towards Beerus. However, this time, the battle did not escalate. Under the watchful eyes of Goku and the others, Jiang Xiaofei's fierce punch was effortlessly caught by Beerus with a single hand. Jiang Xiaofei attempted to break free, but his fist was completely ensnared by Beerus, akin to prey caught in the jaws of a mighty lion, with no chance of escape. If this is all the power of a Super Saiyan God, I believe there is no need for this battle to continue. Beerus's voice held a tone of dominion, and as he unleashed his strength, the aura of destruction began to emanate from him. Subsequently, Beerus flung Jiang Xiaofei away as one would discard refuse. This scene sent shivers through the warriors observing the battle, for they could feel the intense pressure radiating from Beerus. Though they had fought against him before, this version of Beerus was clearly on an entirely different level. Now, with just a glance or a single finger, he could completely overpower them. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? Goku pondered, his heart racing. Suddenly, Whis, who had been like an invisible presence, spoke up. If you believe this is Lord Beerus's full power, you are gravely mistaken. Currently, Lord Beerus is only using 60% of his strength. Chapter 18, Beerus's Invitation. What? Only 60% of his strength? Whis's words resonated deeply, tightening the hearts of all present. The formidable strength of Beerus was beyond dispute. Yet, even with his transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Jiang Xiaofei, fully unleashing his combat prowess, still could not compel Beerus to exert his full power. At this moment, Beerus was utilizing merely 60% of his strength, leading one to ponder whether he was, in fact, only using 1 or 2% against them. With expressions of astonishment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed once more at the slender figure in the sky. Despite Beerus's unimposing physique, one would never suspect the vast reservoir of energy contained within him. This seemingly fragile being consistently broadened their horizons, quickening their heartbeats with each display. It appeared that the outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion, given that Beerus was only employing 60% of his strength, while Jiang Xiaofei was likely exerting every ounce of his ability. The disparity in their powers was unmistakable. Yet Beerus showed no intention of halting the confrontation, and none among them sought to intervene. Noticing the slight disheartenment on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces, Whis wore a cheerful expression. You need not feel inferior. In the entirety of the universe, there has yet to be anyone who has compelled Lord Beerus to fight with 60% of his strength. This implies that Jiang Xiaofei is truly exceptional. Perhaps, in the near future, you too may attain the strength of 60% that Lord Beerus possesses. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were keenly aware that Whis was offering them encouragement. Yet they would never relinquish their ambition to grow stronger, despite the considerable gap in power between themselves and the god of destruction. However, given their current environment and resources, the prospect of further enhancement appeared daunting. They might require a new training setting. Everyone turned their gaze skyward once more, where Jiang Xiaofei had returned. His aura still surging vibrantly, his face brimming with exhilaration. Just moments prior, after being struck by Beerus, he had distinctly felt the accumulation of energy within him. Although he was enduring the force of a Super Saiyan God, his innate ability to grow stronger through adversity was still in effect, though, at this stage, the impact of such growth seemed less pronounced. Sensing the slight augmentation in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, Beerus was taken aback. This Super Saiyan could indeed unlock potential during battle, continually growing stronger. His gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei softened considerably. Jiang Xiaofei charged once more at Beerus, a torrent of energy surging forth from within him, his fists moving with the speed of a tempest as he launched his assault. Beerus, exuding an air of assured victory, braced for Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught, deftly blocking his strikes. What should have been the ferocity of a tiger's blow seemed to dissipate upon contact with Beerus, as if the force of Jiang Xiaofei's punches were entirely absorbed, failing to create even a ripple. Frustration washed over Jiang Xiaofei. Despite possessing such formidable strength, his opponent was undeniably more powerful. Nevertheless, he did not relent. His hands continued to strike, and even his feet joined the fray, all in an effort to inflict some measure of damage upon Beerus. As Beerus moved with casual grace, all of Jiang Xiaofei's attacks became futile. Suddenly, Beerus lifted one of his feet and aimed a kick at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei ascended towards the heavens. The aura surrounding him weakened, and the divine essence of the Super Saiyan God began to diminish. giving rise to an overwhelming sense of helplessness within him. Despite both being deities, a vast chasm still separated the Super Saiyan God from the God of Destruction. Although this confrontation was merely a sparring match, Jiang Xiaofei found it difficult to come to terms with the reality of facing the most formidable destroyer in the universe. One endowed with absolute power. He had foolishly believed he could challenge such a being by relying on the might of the Super Saiyan God. Another factor clouding his judgment was his belief in the superiority of his system, which had allowed him to grow stronger after receiving critical hits from both Vegeta and Son Goku. The rewards he reaped were substantial. Yet, in the presence of Beerus, his critical hit system seemed to falter. While he could still acquire critical points, they paled in comparison to the overwhelming force of Beerus' strikes. Even less than what he had gained from Vegeta and Son Goku. Jiang Xiaofei could not ascertain the cause of this disparity. Perhaps his system was not infinitely powerful, failing to manifest its true potential before Beerus. His upward ascent halted abruptly, and he began to plummet rapidly, the power of the Super Saiyan God vanishing completely. The speed of his descent increased, yet he refrained from utilizing his abilities to control it, as he wished to conduct an experiment. He sought to determine whether his critical hit system would return to normal after relinquishing the power of the Super Saiyan God. Son Goku, Vegeta, and even Beerus turned their gazes towards the rapidly descending Jiang Xiaofei, none daring to intervene, for they were incredulous that he would descend without resistance. As Jiang Xiaofei passed by Beerus, the latter noted the dejection on his face, recognizing that Jiang Xiaofei had entirely lost his fighting spirit. With the power of the Super Saiyan God dissipated, Beerus's interest waned. A deafening sound echoed as Jiang Xiaofei struck the ground, creating a massive crater. All present held their breath, staring intently at the site of the crater. Had they not sensed Jiang Xiaofei's lingering aura, they might have rushed forward. Moments later, a figure emerged from the depths of the crater. Jiang Xiaofei looked toward Son Goku and Vegeta, a graceful smile adorning his face. Indeed, his system had regained its efficacy. The instant he created the crater, he received a notification from his system. Furthermore, having endured the power of the Super Saiyan God, his physique had undergone another transformation, allowing him a more profound understanding and application of energy. By estimation, Jiang Xiaofei, having experienced all of this, now possessed power equivalent to that of the Super Saiyan 3. Beerus descended from the heavens, approaching Jiang Xiaofei and extending his right hand towards him. Are you willing to accompany me back to the realm of destruction? There, you will find cultivation resources in an environment unattainable on Earth, and we can engage in sparring at any time. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the initially exhilarated Jiang Xiaofei became momentarily dazed. It was astonishing that the esteemed god of destruction would proactively extend such an invitation. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not hastily respond. Instead, he glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. His current achievements were entirely due to the fortune he had drawn from them, and he could not forget them as he prepared to venture into the realm of destruction. Beerus immediately grasped Jiang Xiaofei's unspoken thoughts and turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Hey, are you willing to join me in the realm of destruction for training, to attain even greater power? After processing Beerus's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Lord Beerus is inquiring if you wish to accompany him to the realm of destruction for training, Whis interjected. Regaining their composure, they responded in unison, yes. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Good. Beerus replied succinctly, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Xiaofei. Thank you, Lord Beerus. I too wish to journey to the realm of destruction for training under your guidance. Jiang Xiaofei bowed deeply in gratitude. Beerus offered no further words, stepping back slightly before leaping into the air, floating above the ground as he called to Whis, and together they headed towards the western city. At that moment, Whis's voice echoed, remember to prepare everything for tomorrow morning, as we shall depart for the realm of destruction together. With Beerus's departure, the divine conflict between gods came to a definitive conclusion, resulting in Jiang Xiaofei's narrow defeat, despite possessing the power of a Super Saiyan God. Once Beerus and Whis had left, Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached Jiang Xiaofei, their eyes betraying a profound sense of gratitude. They understood that had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei, they might not have received Beerus's invitation at all. On Earth, they were indeed exceptional, yet in comparison to Beerus, they were but fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. Beerus would hardly consider their thoughts or training. However, with Jiang Xiaofei present, He had noticed them and even invited them to the realm of destruction for training. What extraordinary fortune Jiang Xiaofei possessed. In the original Dragon Ball universe, Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not receive an invitation from Beerus. Rather, they had to beseech Whis and Beerus for an opportunity. Yet, for Jiang Xiaofei, such details had become insignificant. Upon his arrival in the world of Dragon Ball, many events began to unfold in a manner divergent from their original course. This may, in fact, prove to be a fortuitous turn of events, as Jiang Xiaofei's own existence will metamorphose into a novel experience. Were everything to transpire as it had in his previous world, Jiang Xiaofei might find little purpose for his existence. After all, the mere fact of his presence in the Dragon Ball realm is inherently peculiar. However, when confronted with Son Goku and Vegeta, a twinge of remorse crept into Jiang Xiaofei's heart, for he felt as though he had inadvertently deprived them of their fortunes and rights. Therefore, during this journey to the realm of destruction for training, he chose to bring the two of them along, believing that this would bring him a measure of inner peace. As for whether similar occurrences would arise in the future, he could only proceed one step at a time. Jiang Xiaofei, being a solitary individual without familial ties in this world, felt no pressure in venturing into the realm of destruction. In contrast, Son Goku and Vegeta had different circumstances. When Chi-Chi learned of Goku's impending journey to the realm of destruction, her heart was filled with reluctance. Observing Chi-Chi in her current state, Jiang Xiaofei felt a deep sense of nostalgia. In her youth, Chi-Chi was a girl who idolized heroes, yearning to one day wed one. Eventually, a beautiful bond blossomed between her and Goku, igniting the flames of love that led them to the altar. However, as a martial arts enthusiast, Goku's relentless pursuit of training, coupled with the chaos of the world, resulted in their frequent separations, which weighed heavily on Chi-Chi's heart. There were times when she wished Goku were not a hero, but rather a devoted family man. The burdens of the household rested solely upon Chi-Chi's shoulders, managing the day-to-day affairs and constantly worrying about Goku's safety. As a hero's spouse, while she enjoyed a measure of honor, she also faced the relentless trials of domestic life. Nevertheless, having made her choice, she bore no regrets. Jiang Xiaofei's thoughts drifted to a beautiful visage, his girlfriend, with whom he once shared an intimate bond. Their relationship had been strained by their admission to different universities, leading to a long-distance romance. He had hoped that modern transportation and communication would sustain their love, yet fate intervened with an unforeseen incident during his flight, leaving him uncertain of her current happiness. Shaking his head, Jiang Xiaofei pulled himself from the depths of that memory. They now belonged to two disparate worlds, and it seemed unlikely they would ever intersect again. Since he had ventured into the Dragon Ball universe, he resolved to wholeheartedly embrace this new life. In contrast to Chi-Chi and Son Goku, Vegeta and Bulma's relationship was devoid of such mundane burdens. In many respects, Vegeta was a man under the influence of his wife, yet Bulma never imposed any undue hardships upon him. Rather, she was exceedingly supportive of his training endeavors. In fact, Bulma personally crafted training attire for Vegeta. She understood his desire to surpass Goku, and with the arrival of Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta felt an intensified sense of urgency. Bulma often comforts Vegeta, yet he has never changed. She no longer attempts to persuade him, instead choosing to support him silently. The night is eerily quiet, and Jiang Xiaofei has grown accustomed to life here, beginning to develop fondness for the people. Tomorrow, he will depart from Earth to venture into the realm of the Destroyer God, which undoubtedly promises greater challenges ahead. On the following day, at the appointed time with Whis, everyone is prepared. Chi-Chi still bears a reluctant expression, but does not impede Goku. Given the presence of Beerus and Whis, it would be inappropriate to lose one's temper at this moment. We're about to set off. During our absence, you will safeguard the Earth, Goku tells Piccolo and Gohan. Rest assured, focus on your training. We all anticipate your next stage of growth, Piccolo reassures him. Bulma then joyfully approaches, embracing Vegeta, and presents some delicacies to Beerus and Whis. For now on, I will rely on you two. Seeing the abundance of food, both Whis and Beerus are delighted. Fear not, we will frequently visit Earth. Bulma responds, I shall certainly treat you with even more culinary delights. With everything in place, the three, along with the Destroyer God Beerus, place their hands on Whis. Whis gently touches the ground with his staff, and in an instant, their forms vanish from sight, soaring into the boundless universe beyond Earth. Whis' speed surpasses that of light, yet it does not burden Jiang Xiaofei's body significantly. This is due to his enhanced physical strength and the protective barrier surrounding Whis. as Jiang Xiaofei glides through the cosmos. Watching countless celestial bodies rush past him, he is utterly mesmerized. Previously, he had only observed the sights beyond Earth through a telescope. Now, he is traversing the universe. Although he cannot fully discern the features of each planet, the thrill within him is unmistakable. Time swiftly passes, and soon a colossal planet appears before them. Unlike Earth, this planet exudes a chilling aura, suggesting desolation. This is the destination of Jiang Xiaofei, the realm of the Destroyer God. Chapter 20. The Cleanup Trio, gazing at the desolate landscape of the Destroyer God's realm. A solitary palace rises from the barren expanse, serving as the residence of the Destroyer. Is there no one else on this planet? Goku inquires curiously. With a dismissive glance at Goku, Beerus remains stoic, while Whis cheerfully explains, originally, it was quite lively here, but none could tolerate Lord Beerus's temperament. So they all moved away. Over time, it has become just the two of us. Oh, and the prophecy fish. Whis, you divulge too much. Beerus warns him. Jiang Xiaofei found it somewhat amusing that ordinary people often live under the oppressive aura of the God of Destruction, which is indeed rather uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the palace of the God of Destruction, a fish, accompanied by its tank, appeared before him. Jiang Xiaofei understood that this was the prophetic fish. As he felt its scrutinizing gaze, a sense of trepidation washed over him, fearing that the prophetic fish might reveal his true identity. Are you Jiang Xiaofei, who was summoned by Lord Beerus? The prophetic fish inquired, articulating human speech. Jiang Xiaofei, with a grin, affirmed, indeed, that is correct. Now that you are here, the responsibilities of this place shall be entrusted to you, the prophetic fish declared before returning to the vicinity of Beerus and Whis. Jiang Xiaofei exchanged perplexed glances with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Responsibilities? Weren't we here to train? Noticing the confusion etched on their faces, Beerus yawned, stating, I've been awake for quite some time. I need to take a nap. With that, his figure vanished, leaving Jiang Xiaofei and the others to their own devices. Jiang Xiaofei was at a loss for words. It was he who had invited them here, yet upon their arrival, he had acted as if he were a hands-off overseer, neglecting their presence. Whis, perceiving their bewilderment, maintained his ever-pleasant demeanor. You see, Lord Beerus has been awake for quite a while this time, and he has decided to indulge in a brief slumber. As for you, we will organize your forthcoming tasks. The three men perked up their ears, eager to learn about the significant duties that awaited them. In reality, the tasks were quite straightforward. Whis commenced his mental transmission. As you can see, this entire planet is devoid of life, save for us few. The exodus of others has rendered it desolate, overrun with weeds. Thus, your first task is to assist me in clearing the weeds from the entire planet. Jiang Xiaofei felt utterly speechless. It appeared they had truly come here to work, and without remuneration. He was tempted to inquire if meals and accommodations were provided. Observing the silence, Whis continued, Oh, by the way, the patch of weeds in front of the palace seems to require daily maintenance. He gestured towards a lush expanse of grass, not far off. Once this task is completed, there will be other minor chores to attend to, such as assisting the prophetic fish in cleaning its tank and preparing some exquisite dishes from Earth for us. Whis reminisced for a moment, savoring the thought of Earth's culinary delights. Moreover, the most crucial task involves helping Lord Beerus change his sheets and bedding. Whis' tone shifted to one of seriousness. This is also a daily responsibility. Should you find any remaining time, you may dedicate it to training. Upon hearing Whis' words, Jiang Xiaofei and the others felt their spirits plummet. They had come to train, yet it seemed that Whis had merely regarded them as free labor. Furthermore, they were now tasked with the duties of caretakers, attending to Whis and Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of frustration bubble within him, yet he managed to suppress it. It was not due to his amiable disposition, but rather because the opponents were overwhelmingly powerful. Both Whis and Beerus were beyond the current capabilities of Jiang Xiaofei. Goku and Vegeta, however, maintained a more positive mindset, as they understood that their tasks were not only obligatory, should they find themselves with spare time. Opportunities for training would arise. Thus, under Whis' guidance, Goku and Vegeta commenced their day's labor, observing the two brimming with confidence. Jiang Xiaofei chose not to dampen their enthusiasm, instead joining their ranks. Thus, the trifecta of caretakers in the realm of destruction officially began their duties. Their first task was to clear the rampant weeds throughout the expansive realm of destruction. Each of them wielded a scythe and bore a back basket as heavy as a mountain. After cutting the weeds with their scythes, they placed them into the baskets. Vegeta noticed that Goku's speed was slightly superior, prompting him to quicken his own pace. Not one to lag behind, Goku also accelerated, leading to a spirited competition between the two. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei could not help but shake his head, thinking how naive they were to compete in such circumstances. Nonetheless, he too found himself hastening his own efforts. Thus, a contest of weeding unfolded. Whis and the oracle fish sat at a stone table nearby, each savoring delicacies brought from Earth. While relishing their feast, they occasionally glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and the others. "Did you bring them here solely to toil?" the oracle fish inquired, stuffing a pudding into its mouth. To have such immensely talented individuals engage in menial labor seems a waste of their potential. Whis explained that the purpose of their labor was to fortify their resolve. After all, the training that lay ahead would be exceedingly arduous. Moreover, this experience would deepen their understanding of the realm of destruction. Promising talents must be nurtured with care. "I hope they do not disappoint you, and Lord Beerus," the oracle fish added. The realm of destruction was vast, and the variety of weeds was abundant. Some weeds seemed to possess a self-defense mechanism. When Jiang Xiaofei's scythe descended, they would suddenly extend thorny spikes from their stems, which would be fatal to an ordinary person. If not for Jiang Xiaofei's resilient constitution, he too might have faced dire consequences. He suddenly realized that this weeding task was, in fact, a unique form of training, subtly enhancing his focus and discernment. With this thought, Jiang Xiaofei felt invigorated once more. Observing the two swiftly moving figures ahead, he began to quicken his pace, narrowing the distance between himself and Goku and Vegeta. Determined to excel as a cleaner, the industrious trio, fueled by a harmonious yet competitive atmosphere, spent half a day ridding the entire realm of destruction of its weeds. The realm of destruction has undergone a remarkable transformation, now filled with laughter and joy. The prophetic fish observed Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, foreseeing that our realm of destruction would gradually become vibrant and lively. Lord Beerus truly ought to cultivate closer ties with them. Opportunities will abound in the future. Whis gazed with satisfaction at the so-called cleaning trio, his heart brimming with aspirations for what lies ahead. Chapter 21. Changing bed linens is a hazardous undertaking. Whis rose and approached the cleaning trio. "Quite commendable. They have exceeded my expectations in speed. However, this marks merely your initial task. You must exert even greater effort in the endeavors that follow." Whis' words caused the initially exuberant trio to freeze in their expressions. Their premature joy was misplaced. The weeding task in the realm of destruction was but a minor assignment for the day, with a series of challenges awaiting them thereafter. "What shall we tackle first?" Whis pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on one hand. Follow me." Under Whis' guidance, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions entered a spacious room, which appeared relatively tidy and free from layers of dust. Within the room, there were no other items cluttering the space. However, one thing dominated the entire area. Whis pointed at the surrounding aquariums and instructed Jiang Xiaofei and the others. "These are the resting places for Lord Prophetic Fish. Each one requires diligent polishing to ensure its interior remains pristine and clean." Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he surveyed the multitude of aquariums. Although the area to clean was considerably smaller than the weeding task, it was far from a trivial job. Scrubbing aquariums proved to be quite troublesome. "Be sure to clean with care. If you break one, Lord Prophetic Fish will be displeased." As he prepared to leave, Whis distributed cloths to each of them, reiterating his caution. The room was now left with just the three of them and a chaotic array of aquariums, while one or two resting spots would suffice for others. This prophetic fish truly overindulged, with aquariums littered throughout, all serving as its resting places. Despite its diminutive size, it required so many aquariums and now expected us to clean them. "This is utterly excessive," Jiang Xiaofei grumbled. "Complaining is futile. We must patiently complete these menial tasks so we can focus on our training." Vegeta consoled Jiang Xiaofei, leading the way in scrubbing the aquariums. Sun Wukong also took up his cloth, diligently wiping. "It's not too difficult. We can finish this in no time." His optimism was palpable. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the room as Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta turned their gazes towards Sun Wukong, who held a shard in his hand, with several glimmering fragments scattered at his feet. "Kakarot, how can you be so careless? Such clumsiness!" Vegeta's voice rose several decibels, though he feared attracting Whis and the prophetic fish's attention. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, realized the fragility of the aquarium. He and T even applied much force when it shattered. "Quickly, let's tidy this up. If the oracle fish sees it, who knows what trouble it might cause." It will only complicate our cultivation, Jiang Xiaofei cautioned the two. After cleaning up the debris, they approached their subsequent tasks with heightened caution, fearful of shattering the fish tank again. The thought of being unable to continue their cultivation due to the fish tank was indeed a loss too great to bear. They have shattered your fish tank. Aren't you heartbroken? Weiss remarked to the oracle fish, who was already aware of everything. Alas, I concede, after all, they are the ones you have chosen. The oracle fish expressed its sorrow, for although the fish tank was not a limited edition, it had been its home, a place filled with sentiment. At last, after the three had meticulously polished every tank, each one gleamed as if brand new. Glancing at their handiwork, a sense of satisfaction warmed their hearts. Stepping out of the room, and before Weiss, Jiang Xiaofei inquired, "Now we can commence our cultivation, correct?" "There remains one final task. The most crucial of all," Weiss replied. "You must assist Lord Beerus in changing the sheets and bedding. Once this task is completed, you may proceed with your cultivation." "What?" the trio exclaimed in unison. "Can't we exchange this duty for another?" Currently, there was no pressing need elsewhere, and Lord Beerus's sheets must remain pristine and orderly. Moreover, do remember not to awaken Lord Beerus while changing the sheets. The consequences could be dire, Weiss kindly reminded them, leading them into Beerus's chamber. At that moment, Lord Beerus lay comfortably on a small round bed, lost in pleasant dreams, with drool occasionally escaping his lips. It seems Lord Beerus has encountered a feast in his dreams. Such a sight tarnishes the image of a destroyer. Weiss jested. "Remember, do not awaken Lord Beerus." With that, Weiss disregarded the three's expressions and departed. Observing the slumbering Beerus, the trio began to brainstorm various strategies. Sun Wukong suggested that two of them lift Beerus while the third quickly changed the sheets and bedding. However, this plan was swiftly dismissed, as the slumbering Beerus was anything but still, rolling restlessly on the small round bed. Lifting him would inevitably stir him from his slumber. They had to devise another approach. "I forgot to remind you of something," Weiss's voice suddenly echoed, startling the three lost in thought. "Do not touch those hourglasses. They will explode." With that, Weiss's voice faded, and he vanished from sight. The three resumed their scrutiny of Beerus. Yet, as they gazed upon the sleeping figure of Beerus, their curiosity piqued, particularly for Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. In their memory, Beerus appeared slender, yet the energy he harbored was formidable, always accompanied by a demeanor that was cold and aloof. However, the sleeping Beerus presented a rather different visage, breathing heavily and tossing restlessly upon the bed, at times nearly tumbling off. The sight of Lord Beerus in slumber was, in fact, quite endearing. Goku mused as he observed the peacefully sleeping deity. "Let's not squander any more time. We must swiftly devise a plan to complete our task," Jiang Xiaofei urged. Goku exhaled gently, the breath brushing against Beerus's skin, prompting the god to instinctively raise his foot and launch a swift kick towards him, without even opening his eyes. Goku, propelled by the force of the kick, was on the verge of landing on the explosive hourglasses when Vegeta hastily took flight, delivering another kick to Goku. Grateful, Goku quickly expressed his thanks to Vegeta. The trio, now acutely aware of Beerus's unusual nature, approached the task of changing the bed linens with utmost caution, learning the necessity of patience. They held their breath, intently watching Beerus's every movement, eager to seize the opportune moment to fulfill their mission. Yet, Beerus's body offered no respite, twisting and turning incessantly in varied positions. Just as the three were fully engrossed, Beerus abruptly opened his eyes, causing Jiang Xiaofei and the others to shudder, sensing a murderous intent emanating from his gaze. Before they could react, a colossal energy sphere erupted from Beerus's mouth, hurtling towards them. The tremendous force of the explosion scattered the three in different directions, each landing perilously close to the hourglasses. The ensuing blasts echoed thunderously, inflicting further harm and enveloping them in smoke. Dusting themselves off, they exchanged bewildered glances, assuming defensive postures. Meanwhile, Beerus, having wreaked havoc, once again succumbed to slumber. Frustrated, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head at the unpredictability of the sleeping god, lamenting the unforeseen dangers of playing the caretaker. Never before had he imagined that changing bed linens could be so perilous. Chapter 22. The Commencement of Training. In the face of the sleeping Beerus, the trio remained exceedingly cautious, even suppressing their own energy. Beerus's erratic movements were baffling and added to their woes. Completing the task of changing the linens was proving to be quite a challenge. "It seems we must make one final attempt," Jiang Xiaofei declared, drawing the attention of both Vegeta and Goku. Given Beerus's lack of predictable movements, the only option left is to forcibly restrain him. However, such an approach would undoubtedly provoke his wrath, leaving us all in peril. Thus, one of us must volunteer as a sacrificial decoy. Using their body to grapple with Beerus and prevent him from going berserk, Jiang Xiaofei articulated his plan. This is also a method he learned from the serious dramas he was familiar with. Regarding Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, since neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong had a better idea, they decided to give it another attempt, particularly concerning this self-sacrificing individual. Through a show of hands, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously chose Jiang Xiaofei. Their reasoning was that Jiang Xiaofei's physical condition was notably unique, able to endure such minor injuries without significant consequence. Jiang Xiaofei had anticipated this outcome. After all, what could he do? His noble character compelled him to embrace the role of a self-sacrificial hero. Thus, the three commenced their actions. Vegeta prepared a bedsheet, while Sun Wukong held a blanket. Jiang Xiaofei, on the other hand, kept a vigilant eye on Beerus's movements. The moment Beerus shifted slightly, he would rush over to create a cozy bed for him. As Beerus yawned and turned to the right, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity, leaping forward and making contact with the bed before Beerus did. Beerus's body then naturally settled atop Jiang Xiaofei. Feeling the warmth emanating from Beerus's body, Jiang Xiaofei found his heart racing uncontrollably. However, he dared not make any unnecessary movements. If Beerus were to awaken at that moment, he would undoubtedly be the most unfortunate one. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were also fixated on Beerus, but fortunately, he showed no signs of waking. Jiang Xiaofei proceeded with the next step, slowly elevating his body, taking Beerus along as they left the small round bed. Once they were at a sufficient distance, Vegeta swiftly yanked off the old bedsheet and replaced it with a new one, executing the entire sequence with seamless precision. Observing Vegeta's adeptness, Jiang Xiaofei could surmise that he must have frequently changed bedsheets at home. Jiang Xiaofei gently descended back onto the round bed, and now the most excruciating moment awaited him. He could only maintain one position, patiently awaiting Beerus's next rolling motion. Only when Beerus removed himself from Jiang Xiaofei could the task of changing the bedsheet be deemed truly complete. As time passed, Beerus's breathing remained steady, yet there were no signs of movement, causing Jiang Xiaofei, beneath Beerus, to feel a pang of anxiety. He sensed cold sweat beginning to bead on his back. Jiang Xiaofei made a concerted effort to clear his mind, striving to enter an empty state. Only in this manner could he maintain his composure, preventing sweat from soaking the sheets and rendering their prior efforts futile. After enduring several more agonizing minutes, Beerus finally stirred again. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei vacated the round bed, while Sun Wukong draped the blanket over Beerus. As Jiang Xiaofei rose, every limb and sinew of his body ached. He had never experienced such discomfort, even when transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Who would have thought that merely changing a bedsheet could leave him feeling utterly drained? Upon exiting Beerus's chamber and gazing at the resplendent realm of destruction, the three individuals inhaled the air greedily. Feeling the oppressive aura dissipate, their spirits lifted significantly. The ability to breathe freely was indeed a delightful experience. Even more exhilarating was the prospect of the remaining time, which would be dedicated to their cultivation. The trio eagerly approached Whis, their faces aglow with anticipation, urging him to commence their training now that their task was complete. Indeed, impressive efficiency, while changing Lord Beerus's linens. Did anything noteworthy transpire? Whis inquired nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by their exuberance. The trio's expressions shifted subtly at Whis's question. They were reluctant to revisit the frightening ordeal they had just endured. Noticing their reticence, Whis chose not to press further, fully aware of the events that had unfolded. His inquiry was merely an attempt to gauge their thoughts, and it appeared his efforts were fruitful. So, after undertaking these 3 tasks today, what insights have you gleaned? Whis altered his approach. Understanding the import of Whis's question, Jiang Xiaofei realized this was an opportunity for a work summary. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke first. Well, the gains from today have been substantial. By weeding the realm of destruction, we not only encountered a variety of divine weeds, but also honed our discernment skills. The meticulous task of cleaning the fish tank enhanced our attention to detail, while changing Lord Beerus's sheets tested each of our capacities to endure fear. In summary, this experience has undoubtedly transformed our mental states. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei's summary, Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. He. I merely asked a simple question. Yet you managed to produce such a comprehensive summary. was remarked, causing Jiang Xiaofei's expression to darken, as he had anticipated praise but received a hint of mockery instead. Enough of that. Let us proceed. I will now escort you to your training grounds. At Whis' words, the trio's excitement surged once more. Was the moment finally at hand? They had not come to the realm of destruction merely to serve as janitors or caretakers for Beerus, but rather to cultivate their powers. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were already heroes of Earth, their strength surpassing that of many. Yet, after encountering Beerus, they realized that the journey of self-improvement knows no bounds, and one must never cease striving for greater strength. In contrast, Jiang Xiaofei held a different perspective. With his critical hit system, his optimal path for enhancement lay in seeking out adversaries stronger than himself, absorbing their critical hits to gain points. For Jiang Xiaofei, the significance of cultivation is rather minimal. Nonetheless, he eagerly anticipates the forthcoming journey of training. He harbors a fear that one day the system may vanish, taking with it the critical points he has accrued. At that moment, he would revert to being an ordinary individual, devoid of any extraordinary attributes. Clearly, the benefits gained through cultivation are far more dependable. Here lies your training ground, Weiss declared, gesturing toward an expanse of barren land ahead. Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a loss for words, for the area before him was merely a patch left after their weeding efforts, utterly devoid of any equipment akin to a combat chamber or gravity room. Observing the perplexed expressions on the faces of his companions, Weiss found the situation amusing. With a gentle tap of his staff, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A violet pathway materialized beneath their feet, and before Jiang Xiaofei stood 3 identical stone weights. Now, pass your hands through the stones and run around this planet twice. Weiss instructed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, eager to comply, hoisted the weights, only to discover that they were far heavier than anticipated. With renewed effort, they finally lifted the stones from the ground, and their steps became laborious as they moved forward. Hurry, this path will soon vanish. Weiss cautioned kindly. If you fall off, you will be thrust into another dimension, and even I will be unable to rescue you. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei emulated Sun Wukong and Vegeta, lifting his own stone and pursuing Sun Wukong. He wished to avoid plummeting into that terrifying alternate realm. Thus began the arduous training of the trio in the realm of the Destroyer God. Chapter 23. The first stage of training upon the endless violet road of the Destroyer God realm. 3 figures trudged forward, each bearing stone weights comparable to planetary mass. Behind them, the violet pathway steadily faded, keeping pace with their movement. It was evident that all of this was orchestrated by Weiss, and the 3 figures were none other than Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. At that moment, they were caught in a competitive chase, with Jiang Xiaofei occasionally leading. Then Vegeta, followed by Sun Wukong. Beads of perspiration adorned their brows, cascading down and being absorbed by the stone weights, causing them to grow heavier. Their combat suits were drenched with sweat, and the ache in their bones began to intensify, yet none of them faltered. Their resolute spirits propelled them onward. Though the end was not in sight, each of them brimmed with determination, for this was their choice, and they must persevere. The violet pathway was smooth and unobstructed, save for the weights they carried. However, beyond this spatial road, occasional spatial storms swept through, presenting perhaps the greatest challenge on their journey ahead. Though in Jiang Xiaofei's grasp lay stone pillars as heavy as celestial bodies, the spatial storm could not sweep them away. However, it certainly posed a significant impediment to their progress. Were the winds favorable, they might have rejoiced, yet fate was unkind, as each encounter with the spatial storm brought fierce headwinds or crosswinds. The howling winds surged past the trio, contorting their expressions in response to the sudden tempest. Their steps reluctantly slowed. Each lift of a foot became a cautious endeavor, as they feared losing their balance and relinquishing the stone pillars to the storm's grasp. The intensity of the spatial storm was escalating, and Jiang Xiaofei struggled to maintain his equilibrium. The situation for the 3 was equally dire. With formidable obstacles ahead and relentless pursuers behind, whether they chose to advance or retreat, immense challenges awaited them. To halt their progress meant facing the obliteration of their path and the peril of plummeting into another dimension. Yet to press on would subject them to an even fiercer storm, distorting their very forms. Hold on, once we traverse this stretch, safety awaits, Vegeta encouraged each of them. At this moment, let us refrain from speaking and conserve our strength to navigate through this expanse, Jiang Xiaofei cautioned. With no further words exchanged, each individual gritted their teeth. valiantly resisting the storm as they trudged onward against the tempest's might. The beads of sweat that had once adorned their faces evaporated amidst the storm, and their damp garments began to dry, affording them a modicum of relief. After enduring for several seconds, the storm's ferocity waned, enabling their steps to quicken slightly, as the path behind them began to vanish beneath their feet. Upon fully escaping the spatial storm, the trio felt as though they had been reborn. Their bodies experiencing a momentary reprieve, they exchanged glances, bolstering one another, and instinctively quickened their pace toward the seemingly endless road ahead. Whis and Oracle Fish, observing through their screens, took in the trio's performance. They are indeed impressive. To have persevered for such an extended period, do they truly intend to circle the divine realm twice? The Oracle Fish remarked in disbelief. Although capable of foreseeing certain future events, the sight of the trio's endurance astonished him. Indeed, quite remarkable. Furthermore, they have yet to exert their full strength. This is merely their baseline capability, repeatedly withstanding the onslaught of the spatial storms. Most crucially, their unwavering willpower shines through, as not a trace of despondency can be seen upon their faces. That is of paramount importance, was commended the three. As an angel, Whis had countless experiences and had encountered innumerable beings, even humans from other universes, yet individuals like Jiang Xiaofei and his companions were a rarity he had never met before, igniting within him a deeper anticipation for their future development. Why not engage in a friendly competition to see who can complete a lap around the divine realm first? With great enthusiasm, Sun Wukong proposed what he believed to be an excellent suggestion. Kakarot, you shall not complete a lap around the divine realm before me. That honor shall belong to me. After a series of events, Vegeta's competitive spirit was thoroughly ignited, especially in the presence of Sun Wukong, making it impossible for him to relinquish his desire to win. Let us engage in a contest and see who can circle the earth first. Although Jiang Xiaofei was not inherently competitive, he found himself swept up in the fervor inspired by his two companions. His zeal ignited. The three figures, each bearing a stone pedestal, ambled forward. The purple pathway held a unique allure, yet they harbored no inclination to appreciate the scenery. Their minds were solely focused on one objective, to be the first to complete a lap around the divine realm. Thus, they engaged in a spirited, friendly competition, chasing after one another. Sweat drenched their garments repeatedly, while the encroaching spatial storms dried their perspiration time and again. With the path before them vanished and the spatial storms no longer posing a threat, their singular aim was to complete this arduous training. At last, after 2 days and nights of relentless effort, the trio successfully accomplished their task of circling the divine realm twice. Jiang Xiaofei finally relinquished the stone pedestal, as heavy as a planet, from his arms, and felt an instant liberation. His body seemed to float, as if a mere breath could carry him away. Reclining on the patch of ground before the palace, now overgrown with wild grass, they exchanged knowing smiles, savoring their satisfaction with the training. No one cared who had completed a lap first. Congratulations on successfully completing your inaugural training session, Vados remarked, reappearing before them. Although the time taken exceeded my expectations by half, it is still a commendable effort. With a gentle tap of his staff, Vados alleviated their fatigue, replenishing their strength. The three expressed their gratitude, and Vados nodded in acknowledgement. Take a brief respite, then clear this patch of grass, and you may continue with the first phase of your training. Listening to Vados, the trio adeptly began their weeding task. Their speed markedly improved compared to their previous attempt. When they once again stood upon the purple pathway, their confidence surged. Your training objective is to complete 2 laps around the divine realm within a single day. Vados outlined their time plan. With this goal in mind, the three, invigorated and determined, lifted their stone pedestals and embarked once more on the path that encircled the divine realm. Chapter 24. Qi. After a week of initial training, the trio finally met Vados's expectations. Their strength and speed had significantly increased, even in their ordinary state. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to transform into Super Saiyans, their power would undoubtedly magnify. However, in pursuit of greater heights, they opted to train in their ordinary forms. For both the Super Saiyan and Fusion forms are built upon the foundation of their base forms. Only by fortifying their most fundamental state can they master the other transformations more effectively. Following the first phase of training, Jiang Xiaofei has reaped significant benefits. His recent progress is solely attributed to his own diligence rather than relying on the system's critical points. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei has discerned that his cultivation talent is not inferior to that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Otherwise, he would have long fallen behind. The evidence is clear. With perseverance, one will invariably reap a bountiful reward. With the first phase successfully completed, further training would yield minimal advancements. Thus, Whis is prepared to introduce a new training method for Jiang Xiaofei and the others. The optimal approach to training is to spar with an opponent, allowing them to identify their shortcomings in the process. Consequently, the forthcoming training will involve Whis himself stepping in to mentor them. As for Whis, even Sun Wukong and Vegeta find it challenging to fathom his abilities. Jiang Xiaofei, too, cannot perceive any aura emanating from him. Yet this does not diminish Whis' formidable strength. Based on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's estimations, anyone who can remain in Beerus' presence must possess power at least on par with Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei, however, suspects that Whis may surpass Beerus in strength. Albeit as an angel, Whis faces certain restrictions. Regardless, Whis' might is undeniably far superior to theirs, and having him as a sparring partner will undoubtedly accelerate their growth in a remarkably short span of time. In the realm of destruction, Whis, brandishing his staff, stands opposite Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. The inaugural battle will see the three of them unite to confront Whis. If you manage to touch the hem of my clothing, this battle shall be deemed your victory, Whis remarked with a smile. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions appeared somewhat exhilarated, although they were no match for Whis, and even combined could not hope to defeat him. The stakes had shifted. Their goal was no longer a test of sheer strength, but rather the challenge of collaborating effectively to brush against Whis' garment, a task now rendered significantly more achievable. Nevertheless, the trio resolved to approach the impending battle with utmost vigor. Given Whis' declaration, it was clear that this would not be a mere exercise. Thus, Sun Wukong took the lead, launching himself towards Whis with great speed. While his velocity was impressive, Whis observed with clarity. Whis remained still, allowing Sun Wukong to unleash his attacks. However, none proved effective, all concluding in failure. Witnessing Sun Wukong's efforts, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and surged forward, unleashing his fury upon Whis. The synergy between Vegeta and Sun Wukong was commendable, earning them high praise from Whis. Yet this did not imply that they could reach Whis' hem. The dual onslaught of the two assailants was effortlessly evaded by Whis in a remarkably astute manner. Observing the skirmish, Jiang Xiaofei found himself utterly bewildered by how Whis managed to elude their strikes. Not only did they fail to graze the hem of Whis' garment, but even his very form remained untouched by the attacks of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As he watched the confrontation unfold, Jiang Xiaofei felt an involuntary urge to join the fray. Through days of training and collaboration, he had forged a certain synergy with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although not quite on par with the camaraderie shared between Vegeta and Sun Wukong, he had nonetheless become adept in their company. With Jiang Xiaofei's participation, Whis finally exhibited some defensive maneuvers, wielding his staff to parry against the trio's relentless assaults, all the while maintaining an air of composure. The three encircled Whis, launching a sudden barrage of attacks, yet he continued to deftly counter their efforts. They had endeavored countless strategies, yet still failed to graze the edge of Whis' attire. That will suffice for now, Whis declared, bringing the clash to a halt. Do you understand why I can so easily evade all your attacks? The three listened intently, eager for Whis to impart valuable insights. It is because I am vastly superior to any one of you. Indeed, I am infinitely stronger than the three of you combined. Whis' words jolted their senses. Jiang Xiaofei felt an urge to unleash a torrent of expletives, yet he recognized the truth in Whis' assertion. As Whis' laughter subsided, he regarded the somewhat despondent trio. In truth, the power and speed you unleash during battle are quite remarkable. However, you overlook a crucial aspect, your energy. Whis' demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. As your strength escalates rapidly, so too does your energy, yet it remains chaotic and easily discernible to me, enabling me to react with ease. If you learn to harness and refine this energy, you may indeed have a chance to touch the hem of my garment. Speaking of energy, you are no strangers to it. The Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb utilized by Sun Wukong are both applications of energy. Whis spoke with natural ease. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, however, wore expressions of astonishment. While the Kamehameha was one thing, the fact that Whis was aware of the Spirit Bomb, especially since Sun Wukong had not used it in his presence, was astonishing. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Whis reassured them, there is no need for surprise. If I wish to know what transpires around you, I'm certain to be aware of every detail. The two regained their composure, and Whis continued. The cultivation of energy is not an endeavor accomplished overnight, yet you possess a solid foundation. I believe it shall not prove difficult for you. Best of luck. I eagerly await the day you manage to graze my garment. After receiving Whis' guidance, the three held their breath, closed their eyes, and began to focus on controlling their energy in accordance with Whis' instructions. In the realm of energy manipulation, Sun Wukong wields considerable authority. Under his guidance, the energy surrounding him began to converge inward, rendering his presence increasingly faint. If one were not to perceive it with acute awareness, Sun Wukong could easily be overlooked. This outcome was precisely what Whis desired, as Sun Wukong stood merely a step away from a significant breakthrough. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, gradually discerned the nuances of energy control, albeit lagging slightly behind Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His energy was the weakest, for he had only recently arrived in this world and had begun to grasp the intricacies of energy through combat with Sun Wukong. Under Whis' guidance, Jiang Xiaofei endeavored to master his energy, yet he experienced little change. Unfamiliar with the subtleties of energy restraint, he sighed deeply, recognizing his own shortcomings. In this contest of talent and foundation, he felt somewhat inferior. However, the prospect of defeating Jiang Xiaofei was far from feasible. He resolutely adjusted his breathing, striving to capture the elusive energy. As time passed, an illumination emerged in his darkened realm, and his energy began to gradually retract inward. Chapter 25, 2 Ultra Blues. Whis was acutely aware of the transformations occurring among the trio. The developments of Sun Wukong and Vegeta fell entirely within his expectations, given their profound understanding of energy. What astonished Whis most was Jiang Xiaofei. Despite his initial weakness in energy control, he had remarkably grasped its essence in such a brief span, marking him as a prodigious talent. No, a veritable genius. Indeed, he was the most extraordinary individual Whis had ever encountered. Jiang Xiaofei, however, remained oblivious to Whis' praise, completely immersed in his own world, indifferent to the happenings around him. While Jiang Xiaofei continued his training, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had completed their reflections and cultivation. Jiang Xiaofei was truly impressive. Having utilized the Kamehameha a few times in his presence, he was now beginning to extend his energy outward. Vegeta glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and remarked to Sun Wukong, "He is indeed a prodigy. When have you ever seen anyone become so formidable in such a short time while retaining their essence?" Sun Wukong harbored unwavering trust in Jiang Xiaofei. Whatever transpired in Jiang Xiaofei's journey elicited no surprise from him. Observing the focused Jiang Xiaofei, they chose to depart quietly. Once outside, they promptly reported their findings to Whis, who displayed no hint of astonishment. "Your return took longer than I anticipated," he remarked. "As a penalty, you shall prepare today's lunch." "Wait, Whis, this isn't fair. I only know how to eat, not to cook." In the realm of culinary arts, Sun Wukong is decidedly inept, having spent his entire life as a consumer, devoid of any inclination or experience in the kitchen. He simply cannot cook. Vegeta, too, exhibits signs of distress, his forehead betraying his frustration. Although he has dabbled in cooking, it was only under Bulma's insistence, and the only ones to have savored his culinary attempts were Bulma and Trunks. Yet now, he is expected to prepare a meal for an angel. His skills are woefully inadequate. While it is acceptable for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to engage in battle or partake in feasting, entrusting them with the task of cooking is perhaps their singular shortcoming. Observing the two as they desperately tried to evade the responsibility, Whis chose not to press the matter further. Instead, they would have to make do with some provisions brought from Earth. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis conjured a sumptuous lunch before the eyes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon witnessing the delectable spread, Sun Wukong cast aside all pretenses and eagerly dug in. Just as the two were indulging heartily, a figure clad in pajamas, eyes tightly shut, appeared before them. None other than the god of destruction, Beerus. It turned out that the moment Whis unveiled the feast, Beerus's keen sense of smell had already detected the aroma. Yet, he remained in a state of drowsiness, unable to resist the allure of the food, and instinctively found his way here. The rich fragrance wafting from the delicacies roused Beerus from his slumber. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and upon seeing the banquet laid out before him, he too succumbed to the temptation and began to gorge himself without restraint. The sight of Sun Wukong and Vegeta feasting incited a surge of anger within Beerus. How dare they indulge in such delights without summoning him? Their audacity to feast so brazenly before him was infuriating. Despite Beerus's admonishments, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained undeterred in their enjoyment. Having not tasted such exquisite fare in quite some time, their gluttony only served to further enrage the now-awake Beerus. Without warning or preparation, he unleashed his fury upon them. Although they had made some progress in their training, they were still no match for Beerus's onslaught and were swiftly sent flying, leaving the remaining delicacies for Beerus to relish alone. Whis, confine them within your staff sphere, allowing them to reflect until I deem them worthy, Beerus commanded, his face a mask of fury. Lord Beerus, surely this is rather excessive? Whis interjected, but was swiftly cut off by Beerus. There is nothing excessive about it. Let them train within, and only when they have earned the right to partake in my feast shall they emerge. Beerus's tone grew sharper. As Beerus's guardian, Whis acquiesced to his wishes. With a delicate wave of his staff directed at the two, who had just regained their balance, their forms vanished from sight, only to reappear within the confines of the staff's internal space. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the staff sphere, the two individuals let out a few exclamations. Yet Whis and Beerus paid them no heed, indulging instead in the exquisite delights before them. Goku and Vegeta heard Beerus's words distinctly, as long as Beerus remained silent. Their exit from this realm was all but impossible. They could only watch as Whis and Beerus devoured the culinary offerings, and with the allure of the delicacies dissipated, they fell into silence. At that moment, they realized that Whis's staff sphere was an extraordinarily vast space, where time flowed at a pace several hundred times faster than outside. Goku initially contemplated shattering the staff sphere through sheer force, but when his fist, capable of annihilating planets, struck down, there was no sound of destruction. Instead, his arm had a sponge-like surface, and all his strength was absorbed utterly. Observing Goku's astonishment, Vegeta followed suit with a punch, achieving the same result. It appeared that escape was futile. To pass the time, the two began a sparring session. This marked their first confrontation since arriving in the realm of the god of destruction, albeit in an unexpected manner. Kakarot, allow me to assess the results of your training here, Vegeta proclaimed as he charged at Goku. I share that sentiment, Goku replied, brimming with enthusiasm. With only the two of them present, a battle was most fitting. Boom! Their fists collided, and the resultant force sent both warriors staggering back a few steps. Oomph! Kakarot, your strength has indeed increased significantly, Vegeta remarked. You are not lacking either. Kulme, let us continue. The two engage in a fierce duel within the staff sphere, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds without a decisive victor emerging. Whis and Beerus, having grown weary of their contest, selectively ignored the pair. Time slipped by unnoticed until Goku and Vegeta finally paused in their combat, gasping for breath as sweat poured from their pores. Yet their expressions revealed a mutual desire for more. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted with energy, his hair transforming to a golden hue, and the surrounding atmosphere resonated with a golden roar. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Goku chuckled and began his own metamorphosis. Kakarot, is this the extent of your current power? You have indeed grown stronger. But if this is all you have, then today, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. Vegeta's interest was rekindled. Have I mentioned that this is our utmost strength? I can still ascend further, Goku retorted defiantly. Oh, then let us engage with our most formidable powers today, Vegeta proposed. That suits me perfectly. Thus, the two sought to elevate themselves to a level they had never before reached. However, this time, after their enhancement, they did not feel any bottleneck. Instead, there was a lingering sense that their true power had not yet fully manifested. Determined to give their all, they ventured boldly into the unknown. The two individuals first restored their original forms, only to unleash their energy once more. This time, however, the aura surrounding them was not a radiant white, nor a golden glow, but a striking blue. Although the blue light was not overwhelmingly intense, it emanated an aura of greater strength and danger. Chapter 26. Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of the ultimate technique. Sensing the transformation in each other, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. After days of rigorous training, their Saiyan forms had undergone a new evolution, and remarkably, they had experienced the same change. As the continuous flow of power surged within him, Sun Wukong felt an eerie familiarity. Back on Earth, he had encountered this very force, albeit manifested through Jiang Xiaofei. The extent of this power was known only to Jiang Xiaofei himself. Yet, after transforming into Super Blue, Sun Wukong had approached, if not surpassed, that level of power. A pale blue aura enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta, radiating an intense momentum from both of them. You have actually reached this realm, Vegeta exclaimed, somewhat astonished. During their training sessions, Vegeta had always been the most diligent, and, through countless attempts, he had finally attained his current state. Hee. I am well aware of your secret training. While you toiled, I too could not afford to rest. Sun Wukong replied, his body buzzing with exhilaration as he swiftly charged at Vegeta. Vegeta mirrored his actions, and their two blue auras collided, resulting in a breathtaking explosion of colors that illuminated the space, creating a stunning tableau. After transforming into super blue, their auras had significantly condensed. It was only during the moment of collision that one could truly sense the immense pressure of their combined power. It seems you have gained profound insight into Whis' words. Sun Wukong remarked, of course, only upon true understanding does one realize that a Saiyan's power is boundless. By restraining our auras, we can surprise our opponents, can we not? Vegeta responded. Both were in a state of extreme excitement, as this was their first confrontation in super blue form, allowing them to feel each other's fervent hearts. A climactic battle unfolded within the staff sphere, while outside, Whis and Beerus were relishing a feast. It was only then that they remembered Sun Wukong and Vegeta were still confined within the sphere. When Whis gazed into the inner space of the staff sphere, blue light reflected upon his face. Deep within Whis' eyes, a profound blue glimmer flickered. Lord Beerus, you must come and see what I have discovered. What could it possibly be? Just two individuals engaged in a mock battle within your staff sphere. Beerus yawned lazily, his eyes still half closed, showing little interest. If this were merely a child's play, then the battles Lord Beerus had previously experienced would scarcely compare. Intrigued by Whis' words, Beerus directed his gaze towards the interior of the staff's orb, where two azure figures captured his attention. Could it be? Beerus found it hard to believe, and his previous lethargy vanished. Super Saiyan God? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts, for the aura emanating from Vegeta and Goku bore a striking resemblance to that of the formidable Jiang Xiaofei during their earlier clash, yet their forms diverged. It must be so. However, they were not deities. They possessed the power of gods, to be precise. They were Super Saiyans endowed with the might of a Super Saiyan God. Whis provided a clearer explanation. A Super Saiyan with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Beerus echoed Whis' words, his focus unwavering from the staff's orb. Release them. I must inquire further. With a gentle shake, Whis summoned the two azure figures from the orb's confines into the realm of destruction. Goku and Vegeta's skirmish abruptly halted, their faces still alight with excitement, lingering in the afterglow of their fierce battle. Lord Beerus, why have you suddenly summoned us? Goku questioned, perplexed. Is there something amiss? I have stated that you would emerge whenever I deemed it appropriate, Beerus replied sternly, observing Goku enveloped in blue energy. Indeed, it appears that during my respite, you have not neglected your training and have made significant progress. Heh. Under Whis' guidance, we have been diligently honing our skills daily, Goku and Vegeta said, stabilizing their auras and returning to their normal states. Beerus nodded. Are you aware of the level you have just attained? Goku and Vegeta shook their heads. They had never encountered the Super Saiyan Blue form before, nor had they even heard of it. Well, you must have felt it. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, your power surged explosively, comparable to Jiang Xiaofei's strength during our encounter. This indicates that you now possess the power of a Super Saiyan God. Yet, you are still not gods. You remain human. Hence, the Super Blue form is that of a Super Saiyan who wields the power of a Super Saiyan God. As Beerus' words sank in, the confusion on Goku and Vegeta's faces evaporated, replaced by exhilaration. Although they had sensed the extraordinary nature of their newfound strength, hearing it articulated by Beerus imbued it with a profound significance. So, we are indeed Super Saiyans with the power of a Super Saiyan God? Goku mused, recalling the sensation of his transformation. Does this mean that we can now evoke excitement in Lord Beerus? I suppose that could be considered accurate. Regarding Sun Wukong's thought process, Beerus found it utterly unexpected. Although they were discussing their transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, a single remark from Sun Wukong diverted the conversation. By the way, where is Jiang Xiaofei? It was only then that Beerus remembered he had brought 3 individuals back from Earth. Yet now only Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood before him. Jiang Xiaofei was nowhere to be found. There he is, was pointed towards Jiang Xiaofei, who remained motionless not far away. Not long ago, Whis had provided guidance to the three of us, allowing us to gain insight. Vegeta and I began to delve deeper into the control of our ki, while Jiang Xiaofei's understanding of ki was still rather superficial. He had spent an excessive amount of time in contemplation, and now he continued to immerse himself in his reflections on ki. I see, Beerus remarked, observing Jiang Xiaofei, who was sitting with his eyes tightly shut and utterly still. However, from him, I could sense no trace of ki. Why is he not moved at all? Beerus's words compelled Sun Wukong and Vegeta to quiet their minds and focus intently on sensing Jiang Xiaofei's energy. Indeed, there was not a hint of leakage. It was as if Jiang Xiaofei did not exist within the realm of the god of destruction. The two exchanged glances filled with skepticism, perplexed by Jiang Xiaofei's behavior. Initially, they were able to perceive his ki, but back then, Jiang Xiaofei possessed only raw power and speed, with his control over ki being rather feeble. Now, however, they sensed nothing. Could it be that his ki was so weak that he managed to conceal it so swiftly? Vegeta ultimately offered that explanation. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, seemingly finding it the only reasonable rationale. No, that cannot be right. Beerus furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xiaofei, his pupils narrowing. That is, Beerus's voice trembled slightly, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta puzzled. Even when Jiang Xiaofei had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Beerus had not displayed such a lack of composure. Yet now, he truly bore an expression of incredulity. Beerus glanced at the others, swallowing hard to moisten his throat. He then turned his attention back to Jiang Xiaofei. That is the Ultra Instinct technique. Chapter 27. You are not my opponent now. Though Beerus's voice was soft, each word resonated with perfect clarity in the ears of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, the two could not grasp the true meaning of Beerus's statement and looked at Whis with bewilderment. At this moment, Whis had lost his previous playful demeanor, his focus now entirely on Jiang Xiaofei. Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to realize that the situation might not be as simple as they had initially assumed, and both turned to look in Jiang Xiaofei's direction. Truly, it is astonishing. He had not previously engaged with it, yet now one could discern the shadow of the Ultra Instinct within him. This individual is indeed remarkable. Beerus seemed to be speaking to himself, his gaze never wavering from Jiang Xiaofei for even a moment. No wonder he took so long to comprehend. It appears he has attained new insights and breakthroughs. Reflecting on Lord Beerus's wise decision to bring him from Earth to the realm of the gods, one cannot help but admire it. Whis added. Only Son Goku and Vegeta remained perplexed, having discerned the crux of the matter, that Jiang Xiaofei had begun to engage with Ultra Instinct, a technique that even the god of destruction, Beerus, held in high regard. But what precisely is this Ultra Instinct? They could not perceive any other changes in Jiang Xiaofei. Can you elucidate this for us? What state is Jiang Xiaofei truly in? Son Goku could no longer contain his curiosity and pressed Beerus and Whis for answers, eager to learn about Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary experiences. Oh, it is really not such a significant matter. Whis feigned calmness, only to be met with incredulous looks from Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta, yet Whis remained composed. Jiang Xiaofei is currently immersed in a remarkably wondrous state, wherein his bodily responses are no longer dictated by his brain, allowing each part of his body to autonomously decide its subsequent actions. We refer to this ability or skill as Ultra Instinct, which explained to Son Goku and Vegeta. Ultra Instinct, it sounds quite formidable, Son Goku mused with a look of admiration. Indeed, however, for an ordinary person to acquire this skill through conventional training methods is utterly impossible. It is surprising that Jiang Xiaofei has stumbled upon the threshold of Ultra Instinct. This young man is truly extraordinary, Beerus reflected, filled with myriad emotions. Son Goku and Vegeta cast envious glances at Jiang Xiaofei. The three of them had arrived in the God of Destruction-'s realm together, yet the ones who had exerted the most effort in their training were not Jiang Xiaofei, but rather the two of them. Over time, they had managed to master the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, gaining the powers of a Super Saiyan God. However, upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had already stepped into the realm of Ultra Instinct, they felt a pang of self-doubt. It is worth noting that Jiang Xiaofei's training period is significantly shorter than theirs, and now he has surpassed them, once again showcasing his remarkable growth. Is there a technique or mantra? I wish to try it as well. Son Goku was genuinely apprehensive, fearing that one day he might fall far behind Jiang Xiaofei. Thus, upon discovering Ultra Instinct, his interest was piqued. I want to learn it too. Vegeta expressed his thoughts, Feeling irked by the fact that Son Goku was already ahead of him, and now a newcomer had surpassed him as well, how could he not feel anxious? I have already informed you. It seems ordinary individuals cannot learn it. Beerus reiterated emphatically. I am aware. However, Lord Beerus, do we appear to be ordinary mortals? Suddenly, Sun Wukong's intellect surged. Beerus scrutinized Sun Wukong and Vegeta, acknowledging their point, yet the technique of Ultra Instinct is devoid of prescribed methods or incantations. It necessitates profound personal comprehension. The essence lies in completely emptying oneself, allowing each part of the body to autonomously respond without the constraint of cerebral control. This is exceedingly challenging. Sun Wukong scratched his head, striving to grasp Beerus's words, though some aspects eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, he resolutely refused to relinquish his ambition. He must master Ultra Instinct. If understanding Ultra Instinct were so effortlessly attainable, the seventh universe would have long since ascended. After uttering this, Beerus paid no further heed to Jiang Xiaofei and made his way to his chamber. Observing Beerus depart, Sun Wukong turned his attention to Whis. Whis, has Lord Beerus learned Ultra Instinct? Naturally. Oh, to what realm has he ascended? Can he harness the perfect Ultra Instinct? Sun Wukong pressed on with inquiries. Well, for Lord Beerus, there remains a considerable gap. Whis candidly revealed this truth, causing the wearied god of destruction, Beerus, to stumble momentarily. Whis, your words are excessively numerous. Beerus admonished him. Whis nodded at the retreating Beerus, signaling his intent to refrain from disclosing further matters regarding Beerus to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Splendid. So, Lord Beerus is also incapable of wielding the perfect Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong, brimming with ambition, became even more fascinated by Ultra Instinct. His words consistently captivated others, leaving even Whis and Beerus at a loss. Not far away, Jiang Xiaofei remained immersed in his own realm, every cell in his body pulsating with vitality in rhythmic harmony. They were independent entities, yet functioned collectively as a cohesive unit. Prior to entering meditation, Jiang Xiaofei initially contemplated following the paths of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but he soon abandoned this notion. His accumulation of energy was simply insufficient, leading him to consider Ultra Instinct. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong frequently triumphed over adversaries utilizing this extraordinary skill, establishing himself as a legend across all universes. For some time, Jiang Xiaofei had been devising ways to endow each of his limbs with autonomous capabilities, and he finally approached the threshold. Slowly, he opened his eyes, emitting brilliant rays of light. He was once again enveloped by energy, and both Sun Wukong and Vegeta could now sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura within the realm of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's gaze was once again drawn to Jiang Xiaofei, not solely due to his handsome appearance, but primarily because of the formidable presence he radiated, indicating that he had indeed grasped the threshold of Ultra Instinct. As Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Whis fixed their unwavering gazes upon him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had surmised that Whis had already informed them of the events transpiring within him. After all, in the seventh universe, Whis was the sole entity capable of mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct. You have all completed your training, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, you're the slowest among us. Vegeta retorted. My apologies. I didn't mean to hold you back. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his unwashed hair, offering his apologies to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. No need for apologies. Since you have delayed us for so long, allow us to assess your training results, Vegeta declared. Must we assess right after training? Can I not have a moment to rest? Jiang Xiaofei expressed his reluctance, for he found the prospect of engaging in battle rather exhausting. Enough chatter, prepare to strike, Vegeta urged, his patience waning with Jiang Xiaofei's awakening. Sun Wukong was also eager to join in. Seeing Vegeta's rising agitation, Jiang Xiaofei raised his hands in a gesture of concession. All right, let me show you what I can do. However, he deliberately paused for a few seconds. Now, you're likely no match for me. Chapter 28, Vegeta, the live target. Jiang Xiaofei's arrogant words ignited Vegeta's fury, causing his blood to surge. Such arrogance. Have you forgotten how I defeated you on Earth? It hasn't been long, and you dare speak to me like this? Vegeta shot back. You mentioned Earth, but now we are in the realm of the god of destruction, Jiang Xiaofei countered, and I have transformed beyond recognition. The two were no longer partners, but rather adversaries, their brief exchange brimming with animosity. Observing from the sidelines, Whis narrowed his eyes, sensing that Jiang Xiaofei had become somewhat arrogant since his awakening. Surely, he did not truly believe that mastering Ultra Instinct made him invincible. Jiang Xiaofei, your words are rather excessive, Sun Wukong kindly cautioned from the side. Is it? I don't perceive it that way. If we are to battle, let it commence. What use are all these words? Jiang Xiaofei replied, concealing his inner turmoil. He feared that excessive chatter might betray his true capabilities. The reason he spoke so brazenly was to coax Vegeta into unleashing his full fighting potential, allowing him to gauge his current prowess. Initially, he had intended to directly inform Vegeta and Sun Wukong, but he worried they might not fully exert themselves in battle, prompting him to incite them with words. Indeed, spurred by Jiang Xiaofei's provocation, Vegeta's emotions erupted. Without hesitation, his aura fluctuated, a faint blue gas emanating from around him. Even his hair and eyebrows transformed into shades of blue as the power of Super Saiyan God surged through him in an instant. This time, it was Jiang Xiaofei who was astonished, as he had always believed that in the realm of destruction, only Sun Wukong had attained the Super Saiyan blue state, while Vegeta was still a step away from that pinnacle. However, it appeared that this was no longer the case. Yet at this moment, Jiang Xiaofei seemed unperturbed by the Super Saiyan blue incarnation of Vegeta, for he felt a burgeoning confidence that he could triumph over the god of Super Saiyans. Although his recent training had not yielded critical points, the insights he had gained independently were even more profound and stable than mere points of critical success. What's the matter? Are you not going to make a move? Have you lost your nerve? Vegeta, embodying the Super Saiyan blue, observed Jiang Xiaofei's stillness. It seems you still fail to grasp the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique. It appears that mastering it in this lifetime is an unattainable dream for you. Jiang Xiaofei delivered another verbal blow. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. With fists enveloped in azure energy, he launched a ferocious assault towards Jiang Xiaofei. At this moment, Vegeta disregarded any semblance of camaraderie, completely incited by Jiang Xiaofei's provocations. As the formidable Super Saiyan Blue bore down on him, Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. He could sense the aura of Sun Wukong, as well as Vegeta's, with remarkable clarity, though from Vegeta emanated a palpable intent to kill. A satisfied smile crept upon Jiang Xiaofei's lips. This was the outcome he desired. In the face of Vegeta's fiercely serious and brutal punch, Jiang Xiaofei made no attempt to defend himself and was struck squarely in the face. His body was propelled backward, rolling several times upon the ground before finally coming to a halt. Why don't you fight back? Do you look down on me? Vegeta seethed, his anger intensifying as he perceived Jiang Xiaofei's fall as a greater affront. No need to rush. I'm concerned that if I strike, you may never have another chance. Jiang Xiaofei believed Vegeta still lacked the necessary fervor. Thus he continued to provoke him verbally. The paltry critical points he had received from the system indicated that his power was nearing Vegeta's level, compelling him to provoke further in hopes of achieving greater results. Jiang Xiaofei. Vegeta's murderous intent surged, his previously blue pupils now filled with a blood-red hue. I am right here, Jiang Xiaofei responded, as a faint white aura began to rise around him, centered upon his being. Whis' gaze was fixed on Jiang Xiaofei, recognizing the application of Ultra Instinct. This time, Vegeta is defeated. How can this be possible? Sun Wukong expressed disbelief upon hearing Whis' words. Vegeta had just broken through a significant boundary, his foundation far more profound than Jiang Xiaofei's. How could he be so easily surpassed? You do not comprehend the capabilities of Ultra Instinct. Just watch, and you'll understand. Whis advised, even you, in your current state, may not be a match for Jiang Xiaofei now. Weiss's words instilled a profound trust in Sun Wukong. Yet he found it difficult to accept the reality before him, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two fighters, particularly observing the technique of Ultra Instinct, repeatedly emphasized by Weiss. Amid their dialogue, Vegeta's attack had already reached Jiang Xiaofei's vicinity, a powerful punch filled with force. However, this time, Jiang Xiaofei's body moved with astonishing agility, effortlessly evading Vegeta's strike. As Vegeta landed, a look of bewilderment crossed his face when he glanced at Jiang Xiaofei, his confidence wavering. He had not fully comprehended how Jiang Xiaofei had evaded his punch. At his current level, he was unable to analyze Jiang Xiaofei's movements through either sight or energy perception. Sun Wukong exclaimed beside him, sharing the same astonishment. He could hardly believe that Jiang Xiaofei had grown to such an extent. Without pausing, Jiang Xiaofei relied entirely on his instinct to counterattack, launching himself towards Vegeta. Before Vegeta could recover from his shock, Jiang Xiaofei's fist struck his abdomen. The force emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's blow made Vegeta feel as if his very insides were being pierced. Vegeta, overwhelmed, found himself entirely affected by Jiang Xiaofei. He had once believed that transforming into Super Blue would grant him a significant power boost, allowing him to combat Jiang Xiaofei as he had before. But now he realized how naive he had been. No, this world was utterly insane, especially Jiang Xiaofei, who was exceptionally extraordinary. To achieve such mastery in such a brief time was a source of envy for him. Yet, it was utterly impossible to expect Vegeta to concede so easily. He hurled a key blast, but regrettably, none struck Jiang Xiaofei directly. Vegeta's strength was formidable, yet he could not decipher Jiang Xiaofei's moves, relegating him to a position of passive endurance, thus indicating that Jiang Xiaofei had established an unassailable position. However, Vegeta now felt a need to vent his frustrations, and Jiang Xiaofei became the target of that release. Jiang Xiaofei had already attained what he desired. Prolonging the battle would only serve to further shatter Vegeta's confidence, something Jiang Xiaofei wished to avoid. Consequently, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing himself to be struck by Vegeta once. Vegeta seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. Yet something felt amiss. Still, he persisted. Observing Vegeta's unwavering determination, Jiang Xiaofei contemplated swiftly ending the bout, yet he hesitated, concerned that Vegeta's fragile psyche might not recover. And thus he endeavored to cooperate with Vegeta's performance. Enough. The victor is clear. Continuing this fight serves no purpose. Whice's voice resonated, halting the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. As they ceased their combat, Vegeta found no joy in this outcome. Speak. Why provoke Vegeta? Whice directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head, a foolish smile gracing his features as he remarked, Hee. Truthfully, I merely wished to ascertain the extent of my own abilities. Thus, I provoked Vegeta, compelling him to unleash his full might against me. With a hint of remorse, Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Vegeta. I apologize, Vegeta. Vegeta's heart was in turmoil. It seemed he had become a living target for someone else. Chapitre 29, Friezes Eliche Existence. Jiang Xiaofei, you truly go too far. Vegeta exclaimed with an angry tone, glaring at the apologetic Jiang Xiaofei. He was immensely proud and possessed a sharp intellect, unlike the perpetually naive Kakarot. Yet, this time, he found himself outmaneuvered by Jiang Xiaofei, which naturally left him feeling aggrieved. I sincerely apologize, Vegeta. I was indeed in the wrong this time, and assure you it shall not happen again. If you have any requests, I will certainly fulfill them. Jiang Xiaofei lowered his stance. He valued Vegeta as a companion greatly. Who needs your assistance? Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, turning his head away to preserve his last vestiges of pride and stubbornness. Deep down, however, Vegeta felt a twinge of guilt, although Jiang Xiaofei had instigated the provocation. Had he not felt envy, he would not have been so easily incited by Jiang Xiaofei. He greatly envied Jiang Xiaofei's ability to utilize the Ultra Instinct, especially during battle, where the true power of Ultra Instinct was palpably evident. Hey, Vegeta, can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Jiang Xiaofei had humbled himself and offered an apology. Since the confrontation was merely a test of Jiang Xiaofei's training, it would be gracious for Vegeta to forgive him. Son Goku interjected, advocating for Jiang Xiaofei. In Son Goku's view, camaraderie was about mutual growth. Since Jiang Xiaofei sought to assess his own training, it was acceptable for Vegeta to endure a minor setback. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaofei, in the future, should you wish to evaluate your training results, please inform us directly. We will wholeheartedly cooperate, so refrain from uttering hurtful words. Son Goku caution Jiang Xiaofei. It won't happen again, Jiang Xiaofei promptly assured, extending his finger towards Son Goku and Vegeta as a promise. He then offered them 2 cups of warm tea. Well done. After the farce concluded, Whis finally spoke. To achieve such mastery of Ultra Instinct in such a short span is indeed impressive. All credit goes to your teachings, Whis, Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Indeed, however, it appears that your understanding is not quite on par with his, Whis remarked, shifting his gaze to Vegeta and Son Goku, reigniting a sense of tension in the previously eased atmosphere. Jiang Xiaofei mentally cursed, Whis certainly knows how to strike a nerve. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, while Son Goku wore an awkward smile. In comparison to Jiang Xiaofei, they indeed fall short, were it not for their ascension to the Super Blue level. They might even question the suitability of the destruction realm for their cultivation. Very well, time is on our side. Jiang Xiaofei's ability to approach the threshold of the ultimate freedom technique is laced with fortune. You too should diligently contemplate in the future. One day, you too shall master the ultimate freedom technique. Weiss refrains from provoking them further. The destruction realm once more returns to tranquility, and the lives of Jiang Xiaofei, son Wukong, and their companions revert to their former state. The three practice together, honing their skills. Son Wukong and Vegeta become increasingly proficient in the application of Super Blue, while Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of the ultimate freedom technique progresses slowly. Occasionally, he shares his insights with son Wukong and Vegeta, aiding them in their pursuit of the ultimate freedom technique. In the seventh universe, on a planet at the edge of the Heavenly River Galaxy, lies Earth. Here, day and night alternate, and there exists a distinction between the mortal realm and the ethereal. The living enjoy their daily sustenance and the beauty of nature, while the deceased descend into hell. Some are destined for reincarnation, while others remain trapped in eternal torment. Frieza, once the tyrannical emperor of the universe, roams the cosmos with his Frieza force, plundering planetary resources and reveling in destruction. Having previously ravaged planet Vegeta and commanded a legion of Saiyans, he harbored a deep disdain for them. Ultimately, the malevolent Frieza faced justice and, upon his demise, found his soul imprisoned in hell. In hell, a towering tree stands resolutely. From one of its massive branches hangs a long white thread, the end of which leads to a cocoon-like cell. Within this cell, a solitary head protrudes, the visage unmistakably familiar. It is none other than Frieza, the former emperor of the universe. Now, Frieza endures immense suffering, each moment plagued by the erosion of his soul. Here, devoid of combat and destruction, he finds himself powerless, forced to witness events unfold around him, amplifying his disdain for the tedium of hellish existence. Beneath Frieza, a realm of floral splendor flourishes, where tiny flower fairies, inherently benevolent, adorn each blossom with their joyful smiles, capable of melting the world's chill and malevolence. Accompanied by an array of adorable animal companions, each fairy wields a different instrument, dancing and singing in harmony with the fairies' gestures and steps amidst the sea of flowers. Reveling in their merriment, Frieza, perched upon the branches, becomes the object of the fairies' attention. They invite him to their musical gatherings, circling around him in hopes of cleansing his wicked heart through their joyous melodies. Yet, as Frieza gazes upon their innocent faces and hears the cacophony of their music, an impulse to annihilate them stirs within him. However, bound by constraints in both limbs and power, Frieza can only silently endure each second of torment to be suffered. This is the daily existence of the cosmic tyrant Frieza in the depths of hell, where laughter intertwines with the presence of a soul yearning to resist yet rendered powerless. Each day, Frieza endures excruciating torment, yet he has never relinquished his hope for rebirth. For every additional minute he spends here, his hatred for the Saiyans who brought about his demise intensifies, and his resolve for vengeance grows stronger. This is the very reason he persists in this abyss. In the vastness of the universe, a spacecraft drifts aimlessly. Once, they were a force that instilled terror across galaxies, leaving nothing in their wake. They reveled in the sight of others kneeling in supplication. Yet now, their former glory has faded, and the expansive cosmos no longer accommodates their presence. Each attempt to conquer other planets returns fruitless, transforming this once invincible army into pariahs. They have lost their leader and, consequently, their right to dominate the universe. Let us devise a means to resurrect Frieza. Only he possesses the capability to help us reclaim our dominance, suggested a soldier aboard the ship. They longed for the days when they wreaked havoc across the cosmos. Yet, they were acutely aware of Frieza's temperament. A moment's negligence could lead to their own demise at his hands. Nevertheless, they were weary of living in hiding, and thus, they resolved to seek out the Dragon Balls and revive the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Chapter 30. The Resurrection of Frieza. Currently, the leader of Frieza's army is named Sorb, who was originally an advisor in the Third Star region. Following the deaths of Frieza and King Cold, he assumed command of the entire Frieza force. However, lacking formidable subordinates, his attempts at planetary conquest have been fraught with difficulty. Hence, the idea of resurrecting Frieza was born. The next step was to locate the 7 Dragon Balls to bring Frieza back to life. Sorb, accompanied by his most powerful subordinate Tagoma, arrived on Earth and utilized advanced technology to pinpoint the location of the Dragon Balls. Strangely, all 7 Dragon Balls appeared to be concentrated in a single location, indicating that someone had already gathered them, thus alleviating a considerable burden. After all, Saiyans still roamed the earth, and prolonged presence could attract their notice, potentially leading to a fierce battle that would delay their plans to resurrect Frieza. However, it now seemed that such troubles would be circumvented. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Sorb and Tagoma swiftly located the 3 individuals in possession of the Dragon Balls, who aspired to use the wishes to fulfill their ambitions as the Pilaf Gang. While the trio possessed modest combat abilities, their ambition was boundless. Despite their continuous setbacks, they had never given up, and their survival to this day was a testament to their remarkable fortune. "Hey, hand over your Dragon Balls," Sorb commanded, addressing Pilaf and his companions with an authoritative tone. "Who are you to act so brazenly before me, the great King Pilaf?" Pilaf stepped forward, addressing Salb and Taguma with a loud voice. Salb exchanged a glance with Taguma, who then advanced and launched a direct attack on Pilaf. With a single punch, Pilaf's body contorted slightly as he was sent flying backward, crashing against a massive rock. "Lord Pilaf." The 2 companions of Pilaf hurried to assist him. "Quickly hand over the Dragon Balls, or the next punch will be far more severe," Taguma threatened. Ultimately, the 3 gave in, obediently producing the 7 Dragon Balls. "Excellent. Summon the Eternal Dragon, and you shall be permitted to leave unharmed," Salb proclaimed. Yielding to the might of Salb and Taguma, Pilaf placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground and intoned the incantation, "Arise, dragon, and grant my wish." In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and a colossal dragon emerged, swirling before Salb and Taguma. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo, Krillin, and others sensed the dragon's manifestation, but paid it little heed. Their indifference would once again plunge the planet into peril. "Dragon, please resurrect Lord Frieza." Salb voiced his desire. The dragon hesitated momentarily, pondering the request. "Is there a problem?" Salb inquired. Frieza's body was disintegrated into countless fragments before his demise. He lacks a complete form. Even if he were revived, his soul would have no place to anchor and could not exist as a normal being, the dragon explained. This posed a significant dilemma. Yet we possess advanced technological devices. You may proceed with the resurrection of Lord Frieza. Your wish shall be fulfilled. With the dragon's words, several familiar fragments descended from the sky, pieces of Frieza's mutilated body. The 2 companions of Pilaf, witnessing the dragon grant Salb's wish, felt a deep sense of indignation. "Lord Pilaf, shall we simply stand by as they exploit the Dragon Balls we toiled to recover? I refuse to accept this." One whispered, "Keep your voice down. If we are overheard, our lives will be forfeit. As long as we have our lives, we need not fear the lack of resources. Follow me, King Pilaf. One day your dreams shall be realized. There are still 2 wishes remaining. Quickly, speak your desires," the dragon urged. Salb fell into contemplation, discussing with Taguma whether to resurrect Frieza's father. Meanwhile, Pilaf's companions, unable to endure any longer, blurted out, "Give me 1,000,000 and a delicious ice cream." 2 gifts promptly descended from the heavens, landing beside them. After fulfilling the wishes, the dragon once again transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the globe. Salb and Taguma, momentarily taken aback, had no time to dwell on their astonishment, observing the fragments of Frieza's body moving on the ground. They marveled at the tenacity of Frieza's life force. They diligently collected the shattered pieces and placed them into the latest technological apparatus. With the spacecraft embarking on its journey beyond the confines of Earth, advanced technological devices within were into action. Each individual aboard harbored a sense of trepidation, eagerly anticipating the resurrection of Frieza. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the vessel, scattering the technological apparatus to fragments and splattering azure liquid. From the wreckage emerged a figure, not particularly tall nor robust, but captivatingly adorned with a radiant purple bald head and uniquely shaped horns. The figure was none other than the cosmic monarch, Frieza. "Welcome back, King Frieza," Salb intoned, bowing his head in reverence. Frieza, moving his stiffened form, emitted a sound reminiscent of machinery. He extended his elongated arm, fingertips brushing against his semi-mechanical skin, evoking a long-lost sensation as he felt the vigorous heartbeat within. Frieza erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, this feeling is truly exquisite." However, his expression swiftly turned frosty. "Now, the filthy earthlings shall await my vengeance." An aura of malevolent intent radiated from Frieza, causing those behind him to break into a cold sweat, trembling with fear of inadvertently provoking his wrath. Yet, amidst the trepidation, a fearless soul emerged. Taguma stepped forward, confronting Frisia directly. Esteemed King Frisia, I believe we should not hastily seek revenge on those Scions on Earth. Conquering the universe must take precedence. Taguma's voice, though soft, resonated with conviction. Salb, overhearing Taguma's words, closed his eyes in resignation. Frisia turned his gaze towards Taguma, dispensing with further dialogue, and raised his right hand to strike at Taguma's limbs. Taguma could scarcely endure the onslaught, collapsing to the ground in agony. Are you instructing me on how to carry out my tasks? Do not presume I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Was it not your inability to withstand opposition that led to my revival? Frisia's voice dripped with malice. Now that I have returned, all shall heed my command. Oh, and as a token of gratitude for your role in my resurrection, you shall be rewarded by crawling before me. Chapter 31. The god of destruction of the sixth universe, Frisia, twisted his somewhat rusted neck, contemplating the forthcoming act of vengeance. Surely this time, no one would dare oppose him. His icy voice echoed, prompting all present to bow their heads in fear, trembling as though he were not merely a cosmic ruler, but rather a devil of the universe. We support King Frisia in his quest for revenge, albeit there lies a minor complication. Though for you, it may not be a true hindrance, Salb stammered. Oh, doing leaguing me. Frisia granted Salb a moment to speak, his right hand spinning with anticipation. It is thus. King Frisia, after being defeated by the Scions, a multitude of events have transpired. Even the malevolent Majin Buu has fallen to those detestable Scions. Sorbet's form lay prostrate before Frisia. How astonishing. My dear father once advised me to avoid provoking two entities in the universe, the god of destruction Beerus and Majin Buu. Who would have thought that even Majin Buu could be vanquished by those Scions? It is indeed a most intriguing development. Frisia's tone betrayed no hint of anger or excitement, leaving Sorbet feeling as though he was pricked by thorns. It seems I must dedicate myself to rigorous training for a time. Surely, after such earnest preparation, the prospect of revenge will become all the more exhilarating. King Frisia shall undoubtedly achieve vengeance. He is invincible. Sorbet's voice trembled. Though your words are clearly laced with insincerity, I find them quite delightful, Frisia mused, gazing at Sorbet, who lay before him. From the moment of my birth, I have been a prodigy, requiring no training to crush the celestial elites of the universe. Even the combative Scion race trembles beneath my feet. Yet, I never anticipated being bested by two Scions from Earth, forced to endure countless torments in that earthly cosmos. I am unwilling to accept such a fate. Frisia's voice seethed with fury. Thus, now that I have been resurrected, I shall ensure those earthbound Scions experience some amusement. However, to render the situation even more entertaining, I must engage in training. In my estimation, a genius such as myself need only 4 months of diligent practice to attain a mightier power. Even if those two Scions join forces, they shall not stand against me. Frisia directed his gaze toward the azure planet outside the spacecraft. For now, let them revel in their joy for 4 more months. I eagerly anticipate the scenes that will unfold after this period. Sorbet, it is time for us to depart. Yes. King Frisia. Sorbet, trembling in his prostration, rose unsteadily and issued the command for the ship to depart. Within the vast expanse of the seventh universe, every corner may witness the unfolding of captivating events, and amidst these myriad occurrences, a beam of light swiftly traversed. Should Beerus and Whis behold this luminous streak, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for within this light were 2 familiar figures, the god of destruction Kampa of Universe 6 and the angel Vados. Hey Vados, how much longer? I'm feeling drowsy, Kampa languidly remarked. We shall arrive shortly, Lord Kampa. Vados responded with elegance. Hee. Soon, all the treasures will be gathered, and when that time comes, simply imagining it brings me joy. Kampa began to envision the delightful times that lay ahead. Indeed, Lord Kampa. Is it truly appropriate for us to intrude upon the seventh universe in this manner? Vados inquired. Kampa's mood shifted slightly. Vados, please do not dampen the atmosphere. We are merely passing through, not here to rob or steal. Lord Kampa, you are inadvertently confessing. Vados astutely pierced through Kampa's self-satisfaction. Vados, you must clarify which side you truly belong to. Kampa's voice was tinged with evident ire. Very well, Lord Kampa, Vados replied, his tone as tranquil as ever, remaining unperturbed by Kampa's rising anger. We have arrived, Lord Kampa. Hearing Vados' words, Kampa emerged from behind him, resembling a plump Beerus, his form entirely enveloped in flesh. "Haha, we finally arrived," Compa exclaimed, gazing at the peculiar, glowing planet before him. "Bados, could you not take action yourself, my lord?" Bados teased playfully. "Bados." Compa's voice grew more intense, feeling that Bados was being excessively mischievous. All right. Bados gently prodded his staff downward, causing the planet before them to emit a brilliant light from within. Ultimately, the radiance converged and vanished into the vast universe, the entire planet disintegrating into cosmic dust with that gentle touch. Alas, another mistake. Compa lamented, disappointment etched on his face. For the planet had not yielded the treasures he had anticipated. "Do not fret, Lord Compa. We have numerous targets ahead. We shall tackle them one by one. And surely we will gather them all," Bados reassured him. "Indeed, let us proceed to the next destination." Compa regained his confidence as the god of destruction. Such a minor setback merely elicited a momentary sorrow. However, just as the two prepared to depart, two figures materialized at the sight of the vanished planet. "Hey, you two, having destroyed my planet, do you think you can simply walk away unscathed?" Following the voice, Bados and Compa beheld two familiar figures, none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, and the angel Whis. "Sister, long time no see." Whis greeted Bados warmly. "Hello, Whis. You scrawny monkey. I advise you not to stir trouble." Compa threatened Beerus, his words brimming with a combative spirit. "Stir trouble? You ought to recognize whose territory this is. You waltz in here, brazenly destroy my planet without my consent. Who exactly is stirring trouble, you fat pig?" Beerus retorted defiantly. "I merely passed by and inadvertently sneezed, obliterating this lifeless planet. Is it really necessary for you to be so petty?" Compa replied stubbornly. "So what if I am petty?" "This matter cannot be resolved without a feast fit for a planet," Beerus declared, extending a finger towards Compa. "I warn you not to overstep your bounds. I see you are itching for a fight." Compa began to roar. "A fight it shall be. Do you think I fear you?" Beerus shot back, equally furious. The two gods of destruction emanated a palpable tension, the cosmic dust around them swiftly dissipating into nothingness, both resolute in their intent not to relent without a decisive clash. However, just as they were about to engage, Whis and Beerus intervened, urging them to refrain from childish antics. "As deities of destruction, you ought to understand that your battle here would inflict harm upon the surrounding life forms. Although they were gods of destruction and held little regard for the lives on the planet, indiscriminate slaughter would ultimately lead to karmic retribution." Beerus, we shall take our leave." Compa, not wishing to squander more time, had more pressing matters awaiting his attention. "Dear Sister Vados, since we are here, might we not enjoy a brief respite at your abode?" Whis extended an invitation. We have other matters to attend to." Compa hastily covered his mouth, realizing he may have misspoken. Beerus narrowed his eyes. "Did you not claim you were merely passing through? Why should it concern you?" The two gods readied themselves for a brawl. "We have prepared a delightful feast. Why not indulge yourselves before departing?" Whis continued. "Food." Upon hearing the word, Compa's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Since Whis is so insistent, I shall reluctantly partake." "Come, Vados." Shameless," Beerus remarked, assessing Compa's behavior with a candid critique. Chapter 32. The Enchanted Vados under the guidance of Beerus and Whis. Compa and Vados arrived at the realm of destruction. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis transformed the barren table into a lavish display of culinary delights. The tantalizing aromas wafted from the dishes, inciting an irresistible urge to taste. Compa could no longer contain himself, diving headfirst into the array of delicacies, stuffing them into his mouth. Delicious. This is truly exquisite. I've never tasted such delectable food in my life. What do you call this?" Compa inquired, his mouth smeared with cream, eagerly looking to Whis for an answer. "I shan't disclose it to you. To seize my food without my permission is utterly shameless." Beerus interjected, preventing Whis from providing the correct answer. In that moment, the two gods of destruction exhibited a shared trait, showing no restraint when it came to the feast before them. Their fervor for culinary delights was unmistakably akin to that of brothers. "You miser, to act so possessively over a morsel." Compa retorted defiantly, refusing to back down. "Whis, he has already devoured much of my fare. Collect the remaining dishes." Beerus commanded, casting glances at Compa. Listening to Beerus, Compa hastened his movements, his mouth stuffed with an assortment of foods he had never encountered before. Compa attempted to express himself, but his mouth was too full to produce coherent sounds. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis took direct action, clearing the table of an array of delectable dishes, leaving only a heap of refuse surrounding its edges. Kampa finally consumed the morsels in his mouth and exclaimed, "Hey, must you be so stingy? Such culinary delights ought to be shared. After all, we are brothers." Kampa approached Beerus, draping an arm around his shoulder, his tone tinged with flattery. "Humph. Your previous actions have left me quite displeased. Even brotherhood holds no weight before exquisite cuisine." Beerus shrugged off Kampa's embrace, wearing a haughty expression. "I apologize for my earlier conduct. Might you kindly present the food?" Kampa, enticed by the allure of the feast, sought to soften his stance. "Desire for delicacies, is it?" Beerus fixed his gaze on Kampa, inquiring. "Indeed, I have yet to indulge sufficiently." Kampa's honesty was palpable in the face of temptation. Such cravings can easily be appeased, provided you divulge your purpose for visiting Universe 7, Beerus stated, revealing his intent. That. I thought I had informed you. I was merely passing through." Kampa's expression betrayed him. "Since you choose not to speak the truth, very well. Whis, show our guest the door." Beerus began to dismiss him. Kampa, reluctant, cast lingering glances at Whis and Beerus, yet held to his principles. In this dilemma, he gradually retreated from the table of delicacies. For the sake of future ambitions and the desire to witness Beerus's astonishment, he valiantly resisted the allure of the feast. Guests have arrived," came the voice of Jiang Xiaofei, who, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, had just completed their training and were eager to request sustenance from Beerus and Whis for a well-deserved respite. "Greetings." The trio warmly greeted the two individuals, who were both unfamiliar yet familiar. This duality stemmed from the resemblance between Kampa and Beerus and the identical attire of Vados and Whis. Clearly, they might be deities of destruction and angels from another universe. However, Jiang Xiaofei was well aware that Kampa was the god of destruction from Universe 6, accompanied by the angel Vados. "Hello." Vados responded warmly to the three warriors before Whis replenished the table with food for all to share. Vados picked up a strawberry, savoring it delicately, while her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xiaofei, the vibrant warrior who had captivated her deeply. Her face radiated youthful bliss, and even her heartbeat quickened. Jiang Xiaofei, noticing Vados, smiled and nodded at her like a true gentleman. Emboldened by his acknowledgement, Vados felt a surge of excitement within, hastily turning away to avoid his gaze. "Lord Kampa, have I erred?" Vados inquired, her expression imbued with shyness. Xiaofei was utterly perplexed, for it was his first encounter with such an infatuated Vados. "What has happened?" "Vados, I have fallen in love with a mortal." Vados' tone was light, her sparkling gaze directed towards Jiang Xiaofei in the distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaofei could not help but exclaim, "Vados, you are an angel. How could you possibly love a mortal? Surely this is a jest." "Shoo." Vados gestured for silence towards Xiaofei, showcasing her alluring side. "My dear Xiaofei, please lower your voice. It will make one blush." The soft voice emanating from Vados sent a shiver down Xiaofei's spine. "You are an angel, and he is a mortal. How can an angel fall for a mere mortal?" Xiaofei approached her, lowering his voice. "Though I am aware this is ill-advised, dear Xiaofei, do you not sense an inexplicable charm emanating from him?" Vados replied, her demeanor tender and reminiscent of a delicate bird seeking comfort. "Vados, you must regain your composure," Xiaofei exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. "If you continue down this irrational path, do not blame me for taking action. I believe Lord Beerus would not mind if a mortal met their end." Vados sensed the gravity of Xiaofei's words, and the atmosphere around them grew chillingly tense. "My dear Xiaofei, you must master your emotions. Should you dare harm him, do not expect me to show mercy." Faced with such a resolute Vados, even the god of destruction, Xiaofei, felt a shiver of trepidation. He was acutely aware of Vados' strength, despite his title. He felt like a mere younger sibling in her presence. Moreover, observing Vados' demeanor, Xiaofei genuinely feared her potential wrath, knowing that he would ultimately bear the consequences. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked up at Vados with a pitiful expression. "Vados, do you no longer love me?" Vados, regaining her composure, smiled warmly. "How can I not love you, dear Xiaofei? You are my beloved younger brother." She paused, adding, "And he is my true love." As she gazed dreamily at the sunlit young warrior in the distance, Xiaofei felt a pang of heartbreak. Vados, you have caused me such sorrow." Unable to tolerate Vados' infatuation any longer, Xiaofei mumbled angrily while devouring the delicacies before him. He sought to alleviate his inner turmoil, venting his dissatisfaction towards both Vados and Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 33. The God of Destruction's Afterthought. Xiaofei continued to savor the delectable food while observing Jiang Xiaofei from afar. He could not fathom why such an unremarkable man could captivate Bado's attention and earn her affection. In Universe 6, there were many prodigious beings. Yet Bado's paid them no heed, not even a glance. Yet here, in Universe 7, it had been but a short time, and already Bado's was utterly smitten with a mortal from another realm, a notion that the God of Destruction, Xiaofei, found difficult to reconcile. As the saying goes, proximity to water allows one to attain the moon first. Yet no one has been able to capture the affections of Bado's. Now, he finds himself merely a backdrop for others, harboring immense dissatisfaction and anger. He must devise a means to enlighten this oblivious man, making him understand that a being like Bado's is far beyond his reach. Due to Bado's influence, Kampa has unnaturally involved Jiang Xiaofei, who has merely offered a gentlemanly smile to Bado's throughout. Hey, Beerus, how is it that 3 humans find themselves in your realm of destruction? They appear to hail from planets that seem rather unrefined. I'm curious how these 3 individuals from such lowly worlds are able to stand here unscathed. Shouldn't you have sent them away, considering your usual demeanor? Or has their planet already met your destructive fate? Kampa's voice, though soft, reached the ears of Jiang Xiaofei and the others. This was intentionally orchestrated by Kampa, who was intrigued by the presence of these seemingly ordinary individuals. Oh, them? I simply grew bored and invited them over for company. Besides, it's not often one witnesses an entertaining battle, Beerus replied nonchalantly. An entertaining battle? They? Kampa mused, perplexed. Though both were destroyers, their powers bore slight variations. Yet within their own universes, they held absolute authority. Battles worthy of their attention were indeed rare. Now, Beerus claimed that he found the combat of these 3 seemingly mundane humans intriguing, which piqued Kampa's curiosity. Hey, Umans, why not have a sparring match? I'd love to see what could possibly pique the interest of your Lord Beerus. Kampa began to redirect his focus towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Lord Kampa, what are you doing? Bado's reproached him softly. Mind your own business. Kampa dismissed any further dialogue with the infatuated angel. Kampa, Beerus' gaze turned icy. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions stared back at Kampa, feeling as if they were being treated as mere spectacles, expected to perform before a destroyer and an angel. Naturally, they refused to comply, remaining steadfast in their positions, their eyes fixed on Beerus and Whis. Hehe, Yarabo no Malisa, merely a curious soul. Kampa wore a mischievous grin. Humph, you better be sincere in your words, or you may find yourself deprived of such delectable feasts in the future, Beerus warned, his gaze piercing into Kampa's. Beerus, what do you mean? Just because of my earlier comment, I must bid farewell to culinary delights? I refuse to accept this. Kampa, embodying the mischief of a child, protested. Humph, your refusal is of no consequence. The delicacies lie within my grasp, and I hold the final say. Besides, those delicacies originate from their planet. Given your attitude, how could you possibly continue to savor such exquisite cuisine? Beerus provided a rational explanation. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Beerus' words. Our planet? How could that be? What is the name of your planet? Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Kampa, revealing the name of his home world with a hint of pride. Our planet is called Earth. Bardos gazed at Jiang Xiaofei. Captivated by his charisma, he remained unflinching in the presence of the God of Destruction. Earth? Kampa repeated, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Bardos, please check if there exists a planet called Earth in our universe. Eagerly, Bardos gently waved her staff, causing the formation of the 6th universe to rapidly unfold within the orb. Moments later, she had surveyed the stars of the entire universe. Regrettably, Lord Kampa, there is no planet named Earth in our universe, Bardos reported with a tinge of disappointment. How can this be? The universe of Earth possesses such a planet. How could our 6th universe not have it? Kampa was incredulous, yet Bardos was never one to deceive him. After all, she had always expressed her sentiments to the human she had taken a liking to. Indeed, Lord Kampa, initially our universe did have a planet called Earth. However, during one of your travels through the skies, you inadvertently sneezed, causing the Earth of the 6th universe to dissolve into cosmic dust. Bardos explained to Kampa. Very well. That is an unfortunate circumstance, Kampa replied, though internally he felt a conflict. The absence of Earth in the 6th universe meant he could not savor its delicacies. Yet it also implied that Jiang Xiaofei of the 6th universe would not exist, which he found somewhat agreeable. Little did he know, Jiang Xiaofei was one of a kind, In the entire Dragon Ball universe, there existed but one Jiang Xiaofei. Huh, it seems you were fortunate, having not been swept away by one of Beerus' sneezes. Kampa gestured towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Upon hearing Kampa's words, a sense of melancholy washed over the trio. In this vast universe, they merely wished to live extraordinary lives, yet their remarkable existence felt like a mere joke before such formidable beings. They were so insignificant that even a sneeze could obliterate their planet and lives. Simultaneously, they were perplexed, despite being mere side characters. Why did Kampa persistently exhibit such aggression towards them? Kampa, you have gone too far. Beerus began to express his dissatisfaction with Kampa's behavior. If Kampa's ire was directed at him, Beerus could comprehend, but targeting the three humans incited his anger. Lord Xiaofei is indeed rather petty. Bardos has also expressed her opinion. It seems Lord Xiaofei is merely a child who never matures. Whis has joined the fray as well. Why are you all targeting me? Xiaofei felt quite aggrieved. For the sake of a few humans, you treat me this way. Is there perhaps some unspeakable secret about them? Regardless of your thoughts, if there truly were such secrets, why would I divulge them to you, an outsider? Beerus could not be bothered to explain this to Xiaofei. I'm not interested, but I have my suspicions. Xiaofei wore an air of self-satisfaction. Oh, you could deduce that with your intellect? I find that hard to believe, Beerus remarked with skepticism, scrutinizing Xiaofei's self-assured demeanor. It's quite simple. Xiaofei laughed heartily. The reason you two defend them so fiercely is simply because he is the God of Destruction's candidate. He pointed at Jiang Xiaofei among the trio, convinced of his own brilliance. As for Bardos, Xiaofei said indignantly. Chapter 34. The Astonished Xiaofei. Lord Xiaofei, Bardos admonished him. Xiaofei chose not to continue, aware that while he could spar with Beerus, inciting Bardos was strictly off-limits. Bardos was his supervisor, with the authority to discipline him. And most importantly, he knew he could never contend with her. If a confrontation arose, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Although Xiaofei was somewhat intoxicated today, he had not lost his senses. You truly are exceptionally clever. Beerus extended his thumb, expressing his approval toward Xiaofei. See, I told you it wouldn't escape my notice. Besides being the candidate for the God of Destruction, who else could remain here? Xiaofei felt a swell of pride, but soon realized something was amiss as the gazes of everyone around him resembled that of a fool. It dawned on Xiaofei at last. Jiang Xiaofei found Xiaofei's brilliant deduction utterly absurd. Candidate for the God of Destruction? He couldn't fathom what the God of Destruction from the Sixth Universe was thinking. Though you may appear not so clever, your words have nonetheless sparked a thought. Beerus expressed a flicker of gratitude towards Xiaofei. As the God of Destruction of the Seventh Universe, I have lived long enough. It is indeed time to find myself a successor. And Jiang Xiaofei is certainly a commendable choice. Beerus cast a supportive glance at Jiang Xiaofei. So, he is not merely a candidate for the God of Destruction. Xiaofei finally grasped this truth. Not before, but from this moment forth, he shall be, Beerus declared unilaterally, without seeking Jiang Xiaofei's personal opinion. Jiang Xiaofei wished to voice his thoughts, yet a mere glance from Beerus made it clear that now was not the time to undermine the situation. Moreover, this was also Beerus's way of safeguarding himself. Excellent. Quite splendid. Xiaofei felt a surge of indignation, sensing that he was being played for a fool. Yet in that moment, whom could he possibly vent his frustrations upon? Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Beerus, listening to the words of his companion, intensified his gaze upon Jiang Xiaofei. Having ascended to the role of a God of Destruction's candidate, the prospect of his future as a deity seemed ever more tangible, thus narrowing the distance between them. Dear Lord Xiaofei, it will be wise for you to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Perhaps indulge in your delicacies instead. If it truly comes down to a contest of intellect, I fear you may suffer a most humiliating defeat, Bardos teased. How you've changed, Bardos. This is not the person you once were, Sai. Xiaofei lamented, harboring unspoken grievances. This time, he could only accept his fate. However, just as he contemplated yielding, a spark of determination ignited within him. To prove his intellect was still formidable, he devised a plan. Since you claim he's a candidate for the God of Destruction, his strength must be formidable. Why not allow me to test him in your stead? What do you think of this idea? Xiaofei proposed, a sense of pride swelling within him. Beerus paused for a moment, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaofei, as if weighing his options. Rest assured, I shall hold back. I want to unleash my full power immediately, for that would be lethal. I know my limits, Xiaofei urged once more. With me present, you think you could take his life? Beerus asserted, resolute. Since you are so eager, let the two of you engage in a spar. Ultimately, Beerus acquiesced to Xiangpa's proposition. His momentary hesitation was merely a ruse to capture Xiangpa's attention. He too wished to ascertain Jiang Xiaofei's true capabilities and whether he genuinely met the criteria for a god of destruction candidate. Indeed, a wise decision, Xiangpa declared, showing his approval of Beerus before turning to Jiang Xiaofei. Cool, let's engage in a spar. Thus, the protagonist, Jiang Xiaofei, found himself orchestrated by the two gods of destruction, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. They arrived at an expansive arena, distancing themselves from one another. Lord Xiangpa, please temper your strength. I am watching closely, Bados cautioned, then turned to Jiang Xiaofei. If you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to voice it. I shall assist you at once. Thank you. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his gratitude, while Bados beamed with joy. It is my duty. Enough. We are here to battle. Do you comprehend? Xiangpa could no longer contain himself and unleashed his power, fists clenched, charging towards Jiang Xiaofei. In the face of Xiangpa's assault, Jiang Xiaofei reacted promptly. Yet the disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. Boom! The clash of their fists resonated, sending Jiang Xiaofei hurtling backward, stabilizing himself only after several meters. Not too shabby. You managed to withstand my punch without faltering. You should take pride in that, Xiangpa remarked. However, the comfort you once enjoyed is about to dissipate, remarked Xiangpa with a hint of annoyance. My dear Lord Xiangpa, did you not strike a bit too harshly? Bardos gently reminded him. Xiangpa, feeling rather vexed, replied. My beloved sister Bardos, this is merely a sparring match. It is perfectly acceptable to exert a little force. If you continue to interrupt, this battle may very well come to an abrupt halt. Oh, is that so? Then let us not fight at all. Bardos's unexpected declaration left Xiangpa in a state of exasperation. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei observed the exchange with a mix of confusion and intrigue, even pondering if this celestial being had developed feelings for him, for her unwavering support seemed rather peculiar. However, he dared not voice such thoughts, as misinterpreting her intentions could lead to his complete obliteration within the seventh universe. After all, jesting about angels as romantic interests was a perilous endeavor. Our battle is far from over. This time, it was Jiang Xiaofei who took the initiative. He drew in his energy, entering a state of profound concentration, acutely aware of every movement of his body. Suddenly, his figure vanished, only to reappear directly before Xiangpa. Stunned by the human's unexpected prowess, Xiangpa momentarily lost his composure, never imagining that a mere mortal could achieve such a level of skill. With a resounding thud, Xiangpa absorbed Jiang Xiaofei's flying kick, staggering backward several meters. Is this the mastery of the Ultra Instinct? Xiangpa thought, still reeling from the shock, his gaze flickering to Beerus and Whis, momentarily forgetting the battle at hand. Observing Xiangpa's astounded expression, Beerus couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, relishing the moment. As Jiang Xiaofei's figure reappeared, Xiangpa quickly regained his focus, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows with mutual damage. I yield, Xiangpa declared, retreating from the fray. This was not the spectacle he had envisioned. He had intended to dominate and remind Jiang Xiaofei of his place, while also warning him against any ill intentions. However, it became apparent that his aspirations were futile. For Jiang Xiaofei proved to be an extraordinary opponent. Beerus could no longer contain his laughter, reveling in the moment. It seems I am finally worthy of my status as a god of destruction. Chapter 35, The Super Dragon Balls. Bardos, captivated by the extraordinary display, was taken aback. She had always held Jiang Xiaofei in high regard, yet witnessing him employ the still unrefined Ultra Instinct against Xiangpa filled her with elation, reinforcing her belief in her discerning eye. As Jiang Xiaofei's energy waned, the state of Ultra Instinct dissipated. Through this bout with Xiangpa, he had gleaned invaluable insights, and despite enduring Xiangpa's fierce onslaught, the system feedback he received was remarkably positive. His strength had indeed progressed significantly, and should he face Xiangpa again, he felt confident in his ability to endure far longer. However, Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware that he was still no match for Kampa, the god of destruction. During their previous encounter, Kampa had not even unleashed his true power. His decision to cease combat had been purely whimsical. Beerus, you've truly stumbled upon a treasure, Kampa remarked, a tinge of envy creeping into his heart. Quite so. Quite so. Beerus feigned modesty, though inwardly he was overjoyed. This time, He had undoubtedly maintained his dignity in front of Kampa. Oomph. Don't get too carried away. I believe there are certainly formidable beings within my universe. I simply have yet to discover them. Kampa invented an excuse to salvage his pride. Is that so? Then I genuinely look forward to that day. We shall summon that valiant warrior and indulge in Earth's culinary delights together. Beerus pronounced, deliberately emphasizing the exquisite nature of Earth's cuisine. Kampa, perceptive as ever, understood the underlying message, proving that even in moments of calm, his intellect was occasionally sharp. Beerus, dare you engage in a cosmic competition with me? After a brief pause, new thoughts began to form in his mind. A cosmic competition? Duel laboraci. Beerus expressed a budding interest, as he was exceedingly bored and would welcome any form of amusement. Quite simply, you gather some warriors from the 7th universe, and I shall enlist a few from the 6th universe. Let them engage in a contest to see which side emerges victorious. Kampa articulated his proposal. Sounds intriguing. It still seems to lack some excitement. Beerus conceded. Ha ha ha, I share your sentiment. Therefore, to enhance the thrill of the competition, let us establish a wager. The victorious side shall gain control over Earth in the 7th universe. What say you? Kampa's intentions were laid bare, yet he maintained an expression of composure. Oh, is that so? But do you not realize that this arrangement puts the 7th universe at a disadvantage? The astute Beerus promptly detected the flaw in Kampa's reasoning. Does it? Kampa feigned ignorance. You cannot be serious. Earth is, after all, part of our 7th universe. Why will we wager it? Moreover, it appears you have not offered anything of value in return. What do you 6th universe folk intend to exchange? Beerus asked bluntly. Kampa had indeed set his sights on Earth, hence his proposition, yet he lacked any noteworthy planets to offer in return. If we were to lose this contest, I would reveal to you my true purpose for coming to your universe. I am truly uninterested. Beerus shot Kampa a dismissive glance. No, you would be intrigued. If I were to disclose my intentions, you would undoubtedly be swayed, Kampa asserted with confidence. Oh, is that so? Your confidence has piqued my curiosity. However, unless you reveal your purpose, I shall never consent to this competition. Beerus possesses his own set of principles. If he were to acquiesce so readily, he would indeed appear rather foolish, akin to Kampa in his folly. Whis, please bring me some instant noodles, he remarked nonchalantly, turning to Whis. Of course, Lord Beerus. Whis responded, producing a bucket of instant noodles from his staff. Beerus poured boiling water into the container, covered it, and, after allowing it to steep for 5 minutes, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, enticing everyone present with a desire to partake. Kampa, observing the noodles on the table, felt an overwhelming urge to seize them. Yet he managed to restrain himself, not entirely losing his composure. As Beerus lifted the lid, a rich fragrance enveloped the room. Kampa gazed intently at the noodles in Beerus's hand. Beerus skillfully lifted a portion with a fork, gently placing it in his mouth, and then inhaled sharply, the noodles igniting his taste buds with a sensation of bliss. I can't take it anymore. Whis, do you have more? Can you bring me another bucket? Kampa implored, his eyes filled with sincerity and earnestness. This is quite a dilemma, was feigned difficulty. You wish to indulge in instant noodles? Beerus inquired knowingly. Kampa nodded vigorously. Very well, but only if you disclose your intentions. Then I shall allow you to savor the noodles, Beerus stipulated. Agreed. Kampa, unable to resist the allure of the food, acquiesced. The astute Vados observed Kampa and merely shook her head, though both were god of destruction and brothers. Kampa's intellect paled in comparison to Beerus's. I have come to the 7th universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa revealed his motive. Now, may I have the noodles? Super Dragon Balls? Beerus pondered thoughtfully. Whis, provide him with a bucket of noodles. After receiving the noodles from Whis, Kampa mimicked Beerus's earlier actions, allowing them to heat for 5 minutes before indulging. Are you referring to the Super Dragon Balls created by the Dragon God Zalama? Beerus queried once more. Kampa nodded as he savored the noodles, a delightful sensation flooding his senses, causing him to momentarily forget all previous discontent. Is such deliciousness truly from that planet called Earth? Kampa inquired, his mouth full of noodles. Indeed, Beerus exclaimed, beaming with pride. If you are interested, we can continue our competition, but both sides must have stakes. I wager Earth, and you wager the Super Dragon Balls you have collected. What do you say? Beerus, do you think I'm a fool? If I were to relinquish my hard-earned Dragon Balls, would that not be a grave injustice? If I could gather the Super Dragon Balls, I could easily fulfill the wish to create an entire Earth. Why then would I come here to contend with you? Kampa also bore an unwilling expression. Oh, is that so? In that case, there is no need for a competition. Moreover, your Super Dragon Balls are likely still incomplete, are they not? And judging by your demeanor, it seems that the Super Dragon Balls also exist in my 7th universe. Given this, I must regrettably issue an eviction notice. As for the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe, I fear you shall not obtain them. Beerus appeared to be confidently in control, firmly grasping Kampa's predicament. Observing Beerus's smug countenance, Kampa felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. All along, he had been the one ensnared in a trap. Chapter 36. An Angel's Secret Affection. Kampa suddenly felt like a fool. Ever since arriving in the 7th universe, he had failed to locate the Super Dragon Balls and instead encountered Beerus and Whis. Although Kampa had savored delicacies he had never tasted before in the God of Destruction's realm, such culinary delights were non-existent in the 6th universe. This meant that upon leaving this place, these exquisite flavors would be lost to him forever. He had initially hoped to wager against Beerus in a cosmic competition. Yet once again, he found himself outmaneuvered by Beerus. His carefully laid plans had been unearthed by Beerus' probing. The most critical factor was Vados. During her visit to the God of Destruction's realm, she had inexplicably developed feelings for a mortal. While she acknowledged that the mortal was indeed strong and possessed great potential, how could Vados, an angel, become enamored with a mere human? Kampa found himself utterly bewildered. For Kampa, this truly was a dreadful day. However, having reached this juncture, he knew he must make certain concessions or compromises to continue pursuing his plans. Beerus, you treacherous scoundrel. Kampa fumed, feeling repeatedly ensnared by his schemes. Kampa, how can you say such a thing? It is clearly your own foolishness at play. How can you accuse me of deceiving you? Moreover, I speak nothing but the truth. Beerus observed Kampa with keen interest. For the first time in millennia, Beerus witnessed Kampa experiencing such misfortune. Indeed, he owed a debt of gratitude to Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. I care not. This match must take place. The Earth is mine, and so too are the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa was somewhat exasperated. So, does that imply you have accepted my proposal, wagering the Super Dragon Balls you possess? Beerus's heart soared with joy at the prospect of obtaining the Super Dragon Balls from Kampa. Do not rejoice too soon. The outcome remains uncertain. Do you believe you are the only one who possesses mastery over Ultra Instinct? Kampa shot a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes glimmering with a hint of menace. Thus, it appears that there exist humans in the 6th universe who have mastered the Ultra Instinct technique. This revelation heightens the anticipation surrounding the impending battle. Beerus holds immense confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Even if there truly exists an individual in the 6th universe who has grasped Ultra Instinct, can they possess the extraordinary prowess of Jiang Xiaofei? The likelihood of that is nearly non-existent. Once Jiang Xiaofei takes the stage, victory for the 7th universe is virtually assured, as Beerus has discerned the remarkable nature of Jiang Xiaofei. Let us await the unfolding of events. Kampa wears a sly grin. Indeed, this is something worth anticipating. With the assistance of Whis and Beerus, the two gods of destruction have succinctly established some parameters regarding the number of participants and the venue for the upcoming competition between the two universes. After their discussions, Kampa prepares to return to the 6th universe to seek out the contenders for this contest. Beerus, we must take our leave. Kampa calls out to Beerus. Already? Beerus expresses a hint of reluctance, feeling as though he has just arrived and has yet to engage with Jiang Xiaofei. Must they depart so hastily? What else is there to do? Are we to linger here indefinitely? Let's not forget the agreement we just established regarding the competition. Kampa finds himself exasperated by the angel's sentiments, fully aware of Beerus's thoughts. Well, perhaps you should depart first, Lord Kampa. I wish to remain here a little longer, as it has been many years since I last saw my brother Whis. Departing so suddenly fills me with regret. Beerus expresses her desire to stay, providing her reasons. Kampa scrutinizes Beerus, attempting to penetrate the true intentions of the female angel. Beerus, do not provoke my ire further, and do not lose sight of your responsibilities. If I leave while you remain here, you will be neglecting your duties, and I trust that the Omni King would not let that go unpunished. Kampa, feeling a headache coming on, resorts to invoking the authority of the Omni King to reign in Beerus. Upon hearing the mention of the Omni King, a shadow of gloom passes over Beerus's eyes. While she may disregard Kampa's perspective, the Omni King is an entity she must consider with utmost seriousness. Like Whis and Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus feels a sense of reluctance, but ultimately chooses to comply. For should the Omni King learn of these matters, It would not only bring misfortune upon her, but also implicate Jiang Xiaofei, considering the unpredictability of the Omni King's actions. As Kampa watches Beerus return reluctantly to his side, he lets out a deep sigh. Indeed, women in love are often rather simple-minded, yet he is relieved to possess certain skills of his own. After procuring some delectable earth cuisine from Whis, under Beerus's guidance, Kampa finally departs from this sorrowful place. After bidding farewell to Kampa and Beerus, Beerus turns his attention to Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta. You have just overheard the recent conversation. This competition is not merely a casual sparring session. It pertains to the very fate of Earth. Should you fail to secure victory, it is likely that your stay in the universe will be irrevocably compromised. Indeed, the future of our planet rests entirely in your hands, as Beerus solemnly stated. Deep down, he felt a pang of concern. If Jiang Xiaofei were to inadvertently lose, his future indulgence in Earth's delicacies would necessitate supplicating Kampa. At that point, he would undoubtedly be subjected to Kampa's scornful jibes and disdainful glances. The mere thought of it made Beerus feel as though the sky were collapsing. Shaking his head, he dispelled such dreadful notions. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Isn't your approach rather reckless? Jiang Xiaofei addressed Beerus. To cast Earth aside like this seems a tad excessive. It appears you have yet to comprehend your position. In the seventh universe, I, Beerus, am the unequivocal deity. Every celestial body belongs to me, and Earth is no exception. If you desire Earth's freedom, you must strive to win this competition, Beerus retorted with unwavering resolve. Jiang Xiaofei chose not to respond further, glancing at his companions, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong radiated enthusiasm, for soon he would engage in combat with formidable beings from other universes, a rare opportunity that set his blood ablaze with excitement. Vegeta, while seemingly composed, still harbored an unmistakable longing in his gaze. Sighing softly, Jiang Xiaofei lamented his two partners, who were undeniably battle fanatics. They would go to any lengths for the sake of combat and self-improvement. Do not fret over Earth. It would be wiser for you to concern yourself with your own predicament, Beerus advised Jiang Xiaofei. The latter was somewhat perplexed, questioning if he had erred in any regard. What is it, Lord Beerus? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, feeling a touch apprehensive. The gravity of Beerus's words suggested that the matter was significant. Have you not noticed? Beerus queried, astonished at Jiang Xiaofei's obliviousness. Notice what? Angel Batos harbors feelings for you. How could you miss such an obvious display? Beerus was utterly astounded by Jiang Xiaofei's ignorance. Really? But she is an angel. How could she possibly be enamored with an inconspicuous mortal like me? Surely, Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Whis, Beerus replied, dismissing the need for further explanation. Whis nodded in silent affirmation. Otherwise, do you think Kampa targets you for no reason? Jiang Xiaofei reflected on the events and realized the truth of Beerus's words, his heart a tumult of emotions. What would it truly feel like to be adored by an angel? Chapter 37. The Frisia Force, Earth's Crisis. Although Jiang Xiaofei had not spent much time in the Dragon Ball world, he possessed a foundational understanding of its intricate lore. The god of destruction can be regarded as the sovereign of the entire universe, holding a status slightly superior to that of the Supreme Kai, and his power far exceeds that of the Supreme Kai. The angels serve exclusively the god of destruction, yet their prowess surpasses that of the god himself. Above the angels exists a cadre of even more formidable beings. Recently, Jiang Xiaofei was informed that an angel harbors romantic feelings for him, leaving him utterly astonished. However, such matters are not within his control. Although he acknowledges that Bardos possesses beauty and elegance that align with his aesthetic preferences, there remains an insurmountable chasm between them. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei is in a relationship, albeit one that may never be rekindled. The prospect of him swiftly developing feelings for someone else is utterly implausible. The sole consolation is that Bardos has yet to express her affections directly, indicating that there remains room for reconsideration. Perhaps once Bardos returns to the sixth universe, she may forget him altogether. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate, Beerus remarked with a sense of wonder. The surprises Jiang Xiaofei brings are truly remarkable. Even a celestial being cannot resist his charm. Lord Beerus, please do not jest. I am but a mere mortal. How could Bardos possibly hold any affection for me? Even if it were true, it might merely be a fleeting curiosity that she will soon forget, Jiang Xiaofei replied, scratching his head. Listening to his words, Beerus nodded silently, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. For someone of Bardos's caliber, It is naturally implausible for an ordinary person like you to remain by her side. Indeed, you possess a fundamental understanding. Now, let us focus on training diligently for the upcoming battles, ensuring that Kampa and the inhabitants of the 6th universe comprehend that our 7th universe is not to be trifled with. Beerus expressed his enthusiasm, adding that the selection of other participants would be determined by himself and Whis. Goku, already brimming with excitement, resumed his intense training, eagerly anticipating the day of the competition. Vegeta shared a similar sentiment, both warriors training rigorously in the realm of the god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei also remained industrious, deepening his mastery over energy. He became proficient in the Kamehameha wave and began to grasp the intricacies of the spirit bomb. Regrettably, he struggled with the Kaioken technique. Whether due to the influence of the system or not, he found it impossible to perceive any increase in his strength when attempting to use Kaioken. Every effort proved futile, ultimately compelling him to abandon this technique that could temporarily elevate his power. From time to time, they would challenge Beerus, and in terms of individual strength, he remained the strongest. However, when the three of them joined forces, even Beerus had to exert considerable effort to contend with them. After each battle, they felt that the time to surpass Beerus was drawing near. After being inspired by 3 individuals, Beerus appeared to be training in secret, fearing that one among them might possess strength surpassing his own, particularly Jiang Xiaofei, who truly seemed capable of eclipsing him. Nonetheless, Beerus hoped that this day would come slowly. Although his training could not compare to that of Goku and Vegeta, Beerus's progress was remarkably swift. Previously unable to fully grasp the Ultra Instinct, he had now comprehended its essence. With diligent practice, it would not be long before he mastered it completely. Observing Beerus's advancement, Whis felt a profound sense of joy. Each enhancement in Beerus represented a significant increase in his power, allowing him to extend his lifespan. Most importantly, the once slothful Beerus, who spent his days sleeping, eating, or destroying planets, seemed to have genuinely discovered a pursuit worthy of his dedication. Watching Jiang Xiaofei, Goku, and Vegeta, Whis found himself increasingly fond of them, as they possessed a unique allure. Through their acquaintance, Whis not only savored foods he had never tasted before, but also helped Beerus find companions whose presence imbued his life with newfound significance. However, Beerus would never admit this. As time passed, and through continuous sparring, the bond among the 4 deepened. Beerus regarded these 3 as potential replacements for a god of destruction. As for the future, who would ultimately become the true god of destruction remained to be seen. In the 6th universe, the god of destruction, Kampa, had returned. Observing the still infatuated Vados, Kampa's mood improved somewhat. "Vados, are you still pining for that boy?" Kampa inquired relentlessly. "Lord Kampa, you should focus on yourself. If we lose this tournament, you won't be able to protect your Super Dragon Balls." Vados attempted to divert the conversation. "I am well aware. Yet I remain curious as to how you could develop feelings for a mortal. Do you think we might find a man identical to Jiang Xiaofei in our 6th universe?" Kampa's words once again provoked Vados. Her eyes lit up with the possibility, yet Vados felt that even if she encountered such a person, she doubted she would ever recapture the feeling she had upon first meeting Jiang Xiaofei. "Lord Kampa, you should promptly seek out formidable warriors. Otherwise, you are bound to lose this time. Let's wait and see." Kampa refrained from further explanation, realizing that his earlier vision was merely an illusion, while Vados remained lost in her secret affection. In a vast expanse of the 7th universe, around a planet at the edge of the galaxy, a multitude of fierce individuals gathered, exuding an aura reminiscent of professional debt collectors, their presence more formidable than before. Inside a spaceship, Sorbet gazed at the distant azure planet, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "My lord, ahead lies Earth, the very target of your vengeance, where your foes are likely honing their powers. Ha ha ha, at long last, this day has arrived. After 4 months of arduous training, I sense my strength has reached its zenith. I am even confident that I could vanquish Majin Buu with a single strike. Now, it is your turn, detestable Saiyans." Frieza stood atop his spacecraft, gazing at the azure planet below, igniting within him a fervent desire to obliterate it. As the spaceship landed, Frieza unleashed his aura, causing his surrounding subordinates to tremble in fear of his overwhelming presence. His aim was to lure the Saiyans on Earth. If the 2 Saiyans who had previously bested him were still present, it would be even more splendid. Meanwhile, Piccolo, engrossed in his training, was the first to sense an unusual aura, thick with malevolence. Without hesitation, he followed the source of the energy. Upon his arrival, He was met with a mix of familiar yet unfamiliar faces. The Frisia Force. Chapter 38. The death of Piccolo. As Piccolo beheld the figure seated upon the throne, beads of sweat trickled down his brow. The oppressive aura emanating from this figure was suffocating, particularly from those eyes. Piccolo could not muster the courage to meet their gaze. Frisia. His heart raced. In his memory, Frisia had been slain, yet the being before him was unmistakably Frisia himself. With Piccolo's arrival, others soon followed. Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and even Master Roshi had pursued the ominous energy to this location. Upon witnessing their adversary, shock rippled through their hearts, for they had all witnessed Frisia's demise. You've arrived rather swiftly. Frisia's eerie laughter echoed. Where is Son Goku? Has he sensed my presence and succumbed to fear? Frisia wore a smug expression. Frisia, are you not overly confident? Do you not recall how you met your end? Though Piccolo was deeply shaken, he resolved to display unwavering bravery. You're an Namekian, a friend of Son Goku. Since Goku is absent, I shall use you as my target. Frisia spoke with unrestrained arrogance. As the cosmic overlord, Frisia had endured a stifling existence in the underworld for far too long. After returning and dedicating 4 months to rigorous training, he was finally poised for revenge, only to discover his chief adversaries were not present. How could Frisia not be enraged? To celebrate my grand return, let us commence with a display of fireworks, Frisia proclaimed, extending a finger as a sphere of purple light, radiating with destructive power, coalesced before him, aimed at a distant city. Stop! Piccolo cried out in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. The orb soared past, leaving a blinding trail, and ultimately descended upon the city. Boom! Under the influence of the luminous sphere, the entire city was suddenly engulfed in a deafening explosion, blinding light illuminating every face. Frisia, Piccolo, Gohan, and others roared, their apprehension towards Frisia intensifying. Clearly, Frisia's recent strike was far more potent than those preceding it. They fully realized that the Frisia who had returned was significantly stronger. What a magnificent sight! Frisia exclaimed with a wicked tone, gazing at the city swallowed by brilliance. The fireworks show concludes here. Now begins my true vengeance. With Goku absent, I shall take my wrath out on you. Fear not. Once I have dealt with you, I shall spare Earth, providing Goku with a place for his revenge. I am certain he will join you soon. Frisia. Gohan stepped forward, intent on striking, but was halted by Piccolo. Wait, I shall confront him first. You all focus on contacting Goku, Piccolo instructed. Gohan nodded slightly and dialed Bulma's contact, for only she could reach Whis and hasten the return of Jiang, Xiaofei, and the others. Piccolo's body slowly ascended from the ground. Frisia, you will regret your decision to seek revenge on Earth. How audacious of you to provoke Lord Frisia. Tartoma, standing beside Frisia, stepped forward. And who might you be? Piccolo inquired. Tartoma, radiating arrogance, replied, I am Tartoma, a formidable subordinate of Lord Frisia, a Namekian, and I shall demonstrate to you the terrifying might of Lord Frisia. Tartoma charged directly at Piccolo, who elevated his energy to counter the attack. The clash produced a thunderous sound as their bodies collided. In that brief encounter, Piccolo felt the overwhelming strength of Tartoma. He accelerated his speed and augmented his power. Don't waste your effort. You are no match for me. Tartoma mocked with a derisive laugh. You talk too much. Piccolo retaliated with another punch, but this time, Tartoma countered it effortlessly. Piccolo found his fist ensnared beneath Tartoma's palm. He watched as Tartoma slowly raised his other hand, poised to strike down upon his arm. Piccolo cried out in agony, swiftly retreating to Gohan's side. Witnessing the severed arm held by Tartoma, the onlookers grew increasingly uneasy. If Frisia's minions were this formidable, how powerful must Frisia himself be, particularly for Krillin, who had adopted a bald form. Memories of past encounters with Frisia surged forth, causing beads of sweat to fall as he lost the courage to even meet Frisia's gaze. Entirely consumed by fear, enduring the excruciating pain, Piccolo utilized his regenerative abilities to grow a new arm. Taguma, you have taken far too long to deal with a mere lackey. Frisia's voice echoed as he addressed Taguma. I apologize, Lord Frisia. I shall resolve this battle at once. Taguma responded, expressing his contrition. It seemed imperative for him to hasten his efforts. However, before Taguma could finish his sentence, he let out a harrowing scream, surpassing even the previous cries of pain from Piccolo. Taguma was sent hurtling backward, collapsing onto the ground while clutching his lower body, trembling uncontrollably. After 4 months of grueling training, his physique had become harder than steel, making it difficult for him to feel pain even under Piccolo's assaults. Yet, it appeared that his lower body had not received adequate training. Onlookers beheld the youth who had attacked Taguma, Gotenks. Hey, are you truly intent on annihilating the Earth? Did you consult with me, the invincible Gotenks? Just as he finished speaking, Gotenks transformed, his form shrinking into 2 diminutive figures. Frisia's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the 2 small beings before him, his expression contorting with intrigue. In those children, he recognized the likeness of Goku and Trunks. His purpose for coming to Earth was to seek out these 2, only to discover them embodied in the forms of mere children. Science? How amusing. My vengeance draws ever closer. Goten Trunks. Bulma called them to her side. You truly are worthless, wasting my time for so long. Frisia appeared to be losing his patience. A glimmer ignited at his fingertip, and a beam of energy shot towards Gohan. Gohan! Piccolo shouted, shoving Gohan aside, exposing himself to Frisia's beam. In an instant, the energy pierced through Piccolo's body, and he collapsed, his breath growing faint. Piccolo. Uncle e Piccolo. Chapter 39. The Wrath of Gohan. The Return of the Trio. Huh! With such feeble strength, you dare to boast before me? You truly are ignorant of your own limitations. Frisia observed Piccolo, who lay weakened on the ground, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Krillin, paralyzed by fear, found himself unable to move, ensnared by Frisia's malevolence. Gohan cradled Piccolo, anguish surging within him. Yet, Gohan was no longer the fearless warrior he once was. His innate talents had been exhausted. Confronted by the overwhelming might of Frisia, Gohan understood that he was no match for him. Even as his uncle Piccolo lay gravely injured due to his actions, Gohan felt powerless to avenge him. For in the presence of Frisia, he was but a weakling. Gohan, be strong. In his critical state, Piccolo continued to express concern for Gohan. Do not attempt to challenge Frisia. You are no match for him. Find a way to bring your father back. Only when Goku returns can you survive. And only then can the Earth be saved. After uttering those words, the faint breath of Piccolo could no longer sustain him. Ultimately, he closed his eyes in the embrace of Gohan. No, Uncle e Piccolo. Please wake up, don't sleep. Gohan's anguished voice tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, Piccolo could not hear the desperate calls of Gohan. What a profoundly touching scene. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to depart so lonely. Soon you shall reunite. Albeit in the afterlife. The thought of hell twisted Frisia's expression, reminiscent of an unbearable past. Gohan gently laid Piccolo on the ground, straightened his back, and with eyes ablaze, he fixed his gaze upon Frisia, seated upon his throne. If mere glances could kill, Frisia would have been vanquished long ago by Gohan's wrath. Such a countenance! How delightful! In this very moment, do you wish to slay me, to avenge your uncle Piccolo? Come fort. I am right here, come and kill me. Frisia's arrogance was palpable, yet he seemed to possess the means to back it up. Just look at the group behind you. They're already paralyzed with fear. How pitiful! A flicker of disappointment crossed Frisia's eyes, as if the thrill of revenge had begun to wane. Listening to Frisia's derision, Krillin and Tien could find no rebuttal, for their confidence had been shattered in the face of Frisia, witnessing Piccolo's demise before their helpless eyes. Frisia, today, I shall avenge Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's frantic roar resonated, striking fear into the very souls of those present. Krillin and Tien could sense Gohan's fury, reminiscent of the last time he was so enraged, when his father was defeated by Cell. Oh, the flames of rage have ignited. Indeed, it seems your Uncle Piccolo has fully awakened your potential. Shall I kill a few more to heighten the excitement? Frisia remained unfazed by Gohan's fury. Frisia, I will kill you. Gohan, consumed by rage, emanated the fierce aura of Saiyan, his strength surging dramatically. Super Saiyan. Huh, how intriguing. Let me see how far you can ascend. Frisia made no attempt to thwart Gohan's transformation, instead watching with keen interest, seemingly awaiting Gohan's ultimate eruption. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction realm, the battle between Jiang Xiaofei and Goku continued. Now, Goku, in his Super Blue form, was capable of stable output, especially when combined with the Kaioken, elevating his power to new heights. Beside them, Vegeta and Whis observed the clash. Whis sent someone calling for him, prompting him to retrieve his staff. A radiant light emanated from the staff's orb, revealing Bulma's figure. Bulma appeared anxious, her expression somewhat dazed. The scene within the staff shifted, and from its orb, Vegeta beheld Piccolo lying on the ground, along with a sweating Krillin and Tien and Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan in a fit of overwhelming fury. At last, the scene of the staff ball was frozen upon a figure seated upon a throne. Frieza. Vegeta's eyes narrowed as he uttered that name. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, cease your fighting. The Earth is in peril. Vegeta addressed the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku halted, their eyes drawn to the scene of the staff ball, especially upon witnessing the fallen Piccolo and the enraged Gohan, which ignited Goku's fury. Whis, quickly transport us back to Earth, Goku exclaimed, a sense of urgency in his voice. Uncertain of Frieza's next move. Returning to Earth from here will take half an hour. Your instant transmission would be far more expedient. Whis remarked. Indeed, Goku, driven by his rage, took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. He placed his hand upon his forehead, attempting to sense the aura of Earth. After numerous attempts, Goku finally detected the surging energy of Gohan. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta placed their hands upon Goku's shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing on Earth. The moment Goku arrived, the exhausted Gohan had already depleted his energy, his body sagging as Goku rushed to support him. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. I'm sorry, Dad. Do not blame yourself. You have done exceedingly well. Now allow us to take over, Goku reassured him, patting Gohan's shoulder. Approaching Piccolo, Goku utilized instant transmission once more to relocate him. Upon returning, his gaze fell upon the expectant Frieza. Goku, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, you would have missed the chance to see everyone here. Frieza glared at the one he loathed most, his teeth clenched. Hey, Frieza, if you seek vengeance, come for me. Why torment them? Goku responded with a surprising calmness, refusing to succumb to rage over Piccolo's demise. Torment? Hardly. It merely serves to pass the time. They only add a measure of amusement to my revenge, nothing more. In Frieza's eyes, none of those present held any significance. He eagerly anticipated the battle with Goku. Oh, is that not Prince Vegeta? As my former servant, you do not even pay your respects upon seeing your king. Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. Frieza, you would do well to leave quietly, or you shall surely regret it. Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor. I never imagined you would dare speak to me in such a manner. It seems you have forgotten the past. As Frieza spoke, his fingers began to move again, this time targeting Jiang Xiaofei beside Vegeta. Chapter 40. Frieza's Little Trick. A sphere of destructive energy glimmered at Frieza's fingertips, hurled forth towards Jiang Xiaofei with great speed. Frieza's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Vegeta and Goku, never deigning to glance at Jiang Xiaofei. In Frieza's estimation, among all the Earthlings present, only Goku and Vegeta posed a threat, while the rest were mere insects, insignificant fodder. Observing Frieza's actions, Vegeta chose not to intervene. However, a sense of secret delight stirred within him. He had never anticipated that Jiang Xiaofei would be Frieza's first target. After all, among the trio, Goku had once bested Frieza, and Vegeta was a traitor, while Jiang Xiaofei bore no animosity toward him. They had never crossed paths. Yet, in his obstinacy, Frieza's initial strike was directed at Jiang Xiaofei. Beyond the smile on his face, Vegeta remained still, unconvinced that Frieza's seemingly simple attack could vanquish Jiang Xiaofei. Was it conceivable that Frieza's strike surpassed even that of a god of destruction? Naturally, that was implausible. Noticing that neither Vegeta nor Goku showed any intention of intervening, Frieza found the situation increasingly amusing and shifted his gaze slightly towards Jiang Xiaofei. An astonishing scene unfolded before Frieza's eyes. The effortless blow that had pierced through Piccolo struck Jiang Xiaofei's body, causing him to be propelled backward with great force. Yet the intense energy ball failed to penetrate him. After sliding across the ground for several dozen meters, Jiang Xiaofei regained his footing, feeling only a faint pain at the location of his heart. Nothing more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a critical hit point. Once steady, Jiang Xiaofei looked up at Frieza above him, and in an instant propelled himself skyward with a burst of speed, appearing right before Frieza in the next heartbeat. Without uttering a single word, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain, crashing into Frieza's face, followed by a flying kick that sent Frieza hurtling from his throne. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Frieza's subordinates in disbelief as if trapped in a dream. Vegeta found the spectacle somewhat amusing, It was inevitable that someone like Frieza would eventually stumble, provoking the mightiest adversary of all. Frieza was undoubtedly a genius, yet even he must yield before a prodigy like Jiang Xiaofei. Of all the beings to provoke, why must it be me? Jiang Xiaofei mused, casting a glance at Frieza in the distance. Having endured Jiang Xiaofei's rapid onslaught, Frieza began to regard him with newfound seriousness, aware that failure to do so would spell disaster for himself. It appears my revenge is about to become even more entertaining. Frieza is preparing to return the favor to Jiang Xiaofei. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself between Frieza and Jiang Xiaofei, surrounded by a golden aura that caused the air to crackle with energy. Frieza, your opponent is me. The newcomer was none other than Goku. Ha ha! As Sun Wukong suddenly appeared, Frieza burst into laughter. Sun Wukong, have you finally succumbed? I thought you would wait until I dealt with them all before making your move. Enough of your nonsense, Frieza. Since you've been resurrected, can't you behave like a decent person? Why must you seek trouble? Sun Wukong's voice was cold, revealing his struggle to contain his fury. I seem to have stumbled upon a grand joke. Sun Wukong, during my absence, you haven't foolishly neglected your training, have you? You actually expect a cosmic tyrant to behave? Are you daft? Frieza remarked with an air of amusement. In the past, you had no choice. But now you remain obstinately ignorant. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The energy radiating from Sun Wukong intensified. Excellent. I am eager to witness the extent of your training during this time. Frieza was fully ignited, for only Sun Wukong was a true rival he cared about. If he could force Sun Wukong to submit completely before ultimately slaying him, it would be an exquisite triumph. Jiang Xiaofei, just watch. Sun Wukong turned to Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei nodded, taking a deep breath as he returned to the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. Who do you think will win this battle? Jiang Xiaofei asked, feigning ignorance. Is that even a question? Of course, it will be us. Vegeta responded with unwavering confidence. Although Frieza had returned, now stronger than before, our training in the realm of destruction is beyond what Frieza can fathom, and he could never reach such heights, Vegeta explained, though his words still carried an air of blind confidence. Indeed, that makes sense. Jiang Xiaofei concurred, well aware that even in his golden form, Frieza could never match Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong. Moreover, with both of them nearby, it assured a victory. Regrettably, Frieza remained oblivious to such realizations. With a mighty roar, Frieza, enveloped in purple energy, began to transform. The two bothersome horns on his head vanished, and his physique grew taller and more robust. His purple dome gleamed under the sunlight, exuding an innate aura of malevolence. Sun Wukong, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Frieza initiated the attack, his pale fist lunging directly at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, evading while simultaneously counterattacking. Bang! Frieza faltered, unable to withstand Sun Wukong's punch. His visage contorted in fury. Frieza's speed increased significantly, yet Sun Wukong continued to handle him with ease. It seems you have indeed made considerable progress. But do you truly believe this will be enough to defeat me? How naive! Frieza looked down upon Sun Wukong with an air of superiority. Then allow me to lend you some excitement. In a flash, a luminous orb rapidly materialized within Frieza's palm, hurtling towards Krillin on the ground. Overwhelmed by fear, Krillin lost his capacity for self-control, and as he beheld the approaching sphere, he could do naught but scream, paralyzed by terror. Krillin, Goku swiftly turned, employing instant transmission to position himself before Krillin, deflecting Frieza's orb. The orb struck a distant mountain, exploding with a thunderous roar, reducing it to mere dust. Both Krillin and Goku inhaled deeply, elated to be alive. Frieza, you proclaim yourself the Emperor of the universe, yet resort to such petty tactics? Is this amusing to you? Goku's fury surged as he realized the depths of Frieza's treachery. Oh, Goku, you failed to pique my interest. I can only provoke your potential in this manner. Frieza offered himself a feeble justification. Moreover, as the Emperor of the universe, I was born to rule. Trivialities are of no concern to me. Those who perish at the hands of the great Frieza are fortunate indeed. Despicable. Goku, incensed by Frieza's words, accelerated his attacks, denying Frieza any opportunity to strike at those below. Now you're getting it. How can I enjoy myself if you continue to suppress your strength? Let's quicken our pace. Chapter 41, Golden Frieza. Observing Frieza's antics from the ground, Vegeta shook his head in disbelief. This Frieza truly has a penchant for self-destruction. He mused. In his past viewings of Dragon Ball, he had merely regarded Frieza as a despicable villain, one who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. However, having entered the Dragon Ball realm himself, particularly after acquiring formidable power, he recognized Frieza's actions as pure folly. If he seeks his own demise, then let it be so today. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Frieza and Goku, unwavering. In the past, he had been at the mercy of Frieza, but as time passed, especially after befriending Goku, he realized Frieza was merely a shadow of true strength. Besides, Goku had once defeated Frieza. Although Frieza had grown stronger since then, who had not? Everyone's power had increased. For Vegeta now, he was entirely capable of overpowering Frieza, yet he refrained from intervening in Goku's battle, choosing instead to observe, wary of Frieza's underhanded tactics. In the heavens above, two figures moved with astonishing speed, their clash resonating throughout the surroundings. The battle between Goku and Frieza intensified, showcasing unparalleled fervor. To the untrained eye, the figures in the sky were nearly imperceptible, merely flashes of lightning illuminating the bright sky, a testament to the friction caused by their relentless confrontation. Boom! With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong faltered in his strategy, unable to anticipate Frieza's swift maneuver, resulting in his body being flung towards the ground. Centered around Sun Wukong, the earth had formed a vast crater, with cracks radiating outward. Useless! Vegeta exclaimed, gazing down at Sun Wukong. Despite his expectations for Wukong, witnessing him succumb to Frieza in battle was a bitter pill for Vegeta to swallow. The term useless escaped him instinctively. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei watched in silence, having grown accustomed to Vegeta's disparaging remarks towards Sun Wukong. However, it was undeniable that Vegeta held a deep concern for his comrade. Rising from the ground, Sun Wukong looked up at Frieza, who shimmered in the sky. Well, impressive, Frieza. I didn't realize your power had reached such heights. Clearly, you've put in some effort. Frieza felt a wave of insult wash over him with Wukong's acerbic praise, every fiber of his being bristling with indignation. He was a genius, one who could grow stronger without training. Yet his encounters with Sun Wukong had altered everything, even leading to his demise once. Gritting his teeth, Frieza managed to suppress his fury. You're not too shabby yourself. I can sense you haven't yet unleashed your full potential. Be cautious. If you fail to use your full strength and I happen to kill you, it would not be amusing. Then I shall accompany you to the very end. Sun Wukong declared, his body lifting off the ground as he soared towards Frieza. How fortunate for me, Frieza replied, feigning civility. The words felt peculiar to Jiang Xiaofei, who observed from below. After their mutual flattery, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Disappearing from Jiang Xiaofei's side, he reappeared between Sun Wukong and Frieza, launching a direct attack on Frieza without further ado. Frieza quickly responded, adeptly countering Vegeta's sudden assault. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood by, momentarily stunned, feeling his joy dissipate, overshadowed by Vegeta's intervention. Hey, Vegeta, this is my battle with Frieza. Don't meddle, all right? Sun Wukong pleaded, refraining from engaging in the fray, merely attempting to dissuade Vegeta. As Vegeta and Frieza separated, he turned to Sun Wukong, stating, you are far too indecisive. They are fighting, and you two are exchanging compliments. He intends to destroy the Earth. Vegeta's words seemed to awaken Sun Wukong to the gravity of the situation, the mirth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a steely resolve. I understand. Oh, the once proud prince of the Saiyans, my slave. Who would have thought you'd become a teacher today? Frieza remarked with a gleeful demeanor, reveling in the unfolding drama. Frieza, even if Kakarot cannot defeat you, you shall not leave here alive. Vegeta declared fiercely, his body returning to the ground once more. How thrilling, Frieza remarked with a malevolent tone, observing the descending Vegeta. Very well, the warm-up is over. Let us immerse ourselves in battle. No sooner had Frieza spoken than he launched yet another attack, this time targeting Gohan. In an instant, Goku appeared, teleporting to stand in front of Gohan, thwarting Frieza's sinister plot. Frieza, how despicable of you. Did you not promise to refrain from underhanded tactics? Goku exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Goku, I never imagined your strength could increase so significantly, yet your naivety remains unchanged. I am here for revenge, and I shall indulge in every bit of amusement. Besides, to you, I am the very embodiment of evil. Is it appropriate to speak of honor with a demon? The wicked expression on Frieza's face made Jiang Xiaofei want to strike him, though he restrained himself. Frieza. Goku, thoroughly incensed by Frieza's provocations, felt his aura surge once more. An inexhaustible power coursing through him. Oh, splendid. As Goku's energy continued to rise, a glimmer of excitement shone in Frieza's eyes. Even his icy blood seemed to begin to boil. A blue aura enveloped Goku, exuding a sense of comfort, yet none could deny the formidable power he now possessed. At this moment, Goku appeared far more potent than the previously ferocious Saiyan he had been. Goku, is this your latest form? Frieza inquired, sensing the energy radiating from Goku with increasing excitement. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan Blue form, the Super Saiyan endowed with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Goku explained. A Super Saiyan with the power of a Super Saiyan God sounds quite impressive. Frieza echoed Goku's words. Do not hold back. Reveal your full power, and let us determine the victor. Goku challenged Frieza, warning that if he did not, he might truly miss his chance. Even more ruthless and impatient than I anticipated. If that is your wish, I shall oblige. A smile danced in Frieza's eyes, accompanied by Frieza's roar. His physique, infused with a blend of purple and white, began to swell once more, an unending surge of power emanating from him. The air around him became turbulent, obliterating his minions into mere dust. Their lives extinguished before they could even react in fear. This scene caused Jiang Xiaofei, who had been observing the battle, to grimace. Frieza's malevolence knew no bounds, sparing even his own subordinates, showcasing a level of cruelty that surpassed all expectations. Ultimately, a layer of golden hue enveloped Frieza's entire being, bestowing upon him an aura of genuine imperial majesty. As the onlookers beheld Frieza's transformation, a sense of unease stirred within them. From his new form, they sensed an unparalleled strength. Son Goku, this is my ultimate state, Golden Frieza. Chapter 42. 3 against 1. Golden Frieza? Son Goku remarked with intrigue. It seems you have indeed dedicated yourself to your training. Naturally, Frieza replied, a hint of cunning in his voice. In pursuit of vengeance. I underwent 4 months of grueling training after my resurrection, growing stronger each day. With every increment of power I gain, my hatred for you intensifies. Are you prepared? Son Goku? Oh, so, you owe your current strength to me. Son Goku noted, unfazed by Frieza's tone. Indeed, it is all thanks to you. To express my gratitude, I shall annihilate you. Frieza declared, his words devoid of emotion. The golden energy surged forth, rendering the air around them noticeably thinner. Let us see if you truly possess the capability. Son Goku retorted, refraining from further banter as he launched himself at Frieza. The blue energy enveloping Son Goku's attacks rendered them visually striking, while Frieza's golden aura emanated a malevolent aura rather than sanctity. Upon the collision of blue and gold, a tumultuous shockwave erupted, creating a unique display akin to fireworks. In mere moments, the two engaged in hundreds of exchanges, neither side gaining the upper hand. The spectators on the ground witnessed this unprecedented battle. Krillin and Son Goku were taken aback upon seeing Goku transform into Super Saiyan Blue, realizing that he had made significant progress while they remained stagnant. Frieza's remarkable achievement, attaining such prowess in just 4 months, was beyond their reach. Clearly, they could do nothing but observe, providing no substantial assistance, and relying on Goku and Vegeta for protection. In truth, they had become a burden. After yet another series of hundreds of exchanges, Son Goku and Frieza as figures materialized distinctly before the crowd. Not bad. Frieza's voice resonated, imbued with a sense of exhilaration. This was the first time since his resurrection that he felt such exhilaration, all thanks to Son Goku. In moments of contemplation, Frieza had already realized that overcoming Son Goku would not be an easy feat, although Goku may not possess his innate talent. His tenacity and dedication far surpass Frieza's. You are impressive as well. A worthy opponent for me to unleash my full potential against. In response to Frieza's commendation, Son Goku replied that had Frieza not come seeking vengeance or intent on annihilating Earth, perhaps they could have forged a partnership. However, such a notion was now utterly impossible. Persuading Frieza to abandon his malevolence was akin to scaling the heavens. After a brief moment of respite, Son Goku re-engaged in battle with Frieza, unleashing an unfathomable array of energy blasts that radiated outward from their clash. Astonishingly, a sense of mutual admiration seemed to blossom amidst their fierce confrontation. Standing side by side, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta observed the duel, with Jiang teasingly remarking on the spectacle. How dull. Vegeta appeared disinterested, Yet his gaze remained fixated on the struggle between Goku and Frieza. Jiang, perceptive as ever, recognized Vegeta's contradictory nature, yet chose not to expose it. He had grown accustomed to Vegeta's prideful demeanor. Krillin and Gohan had joined Vegeta and Jiang, their astonishment overshadowing the lurking danger surrounding them. Vegeta, given Goku's level of training, do you think you could reach such heights? Krillin inquired, uncertainty tinging his voice. What do you mean? Do you believe I could ever be outdone by Kakarot? Vegeta retorted, irritation evident in his tone, perceiving it as favoritism. Not at all. I am merely intrigued by this state of being. Krillin hastily clarified, shaking his head in a flurry. Humph. It better be so. Vegeta's demeanor returned to normal as he redirected his focus toward the aerial battlefield. Jiang found amusement in Vegeta's unchanged quirks, even as he embraced the role of a father. Suddenly, a blinding light surged toward them, prompting Vegeta to react swiftly, thrusting his fist forward with all his might to redirect the incoming energy sphere. Frieza! Vegeta's anger flared, thoroughly vexed by Frieza's petty provocations. Frieza! Son Goku issued. His eyes ablaze with fury. Frieza, adopting a nonchalant posture, dismissed their ire. I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to alleviate their boredom, he stated casually. So, should I thank you for your kindness? Son Goku glared menacingly at the insufferable Frieza. That is unnecessary, for you have already provided me with ample amusement. Frieza replied with a self-satisfied grin. Frieza, let me give you one last warning. If you dare to strike at them again, do not blame me for the ensuing consequences. Son Goku issued a final caution. Oh, even now, you still extend courtesies? That's simply one do. We are sworn enemies. It seems I must provoke you further. Frieza declared, an ominous energy pulsating from his fingertips. Frieza! Son Goku shouted once more, his body launching toward Frieza with unwavering determination. However, Frieza's movements clearly indicated his wariness towards Son Goku. Before Goku could arrive, he had already hurled the orb of light in his hand, seemingly targeting everyone beneath the ground. Upon witnessing the descending orb, Goku swiftly activated his instant transmission, colliding head-on with the orb. With both hands bracing against the orb's assault, he exerted immense pressure inward, gradually diminishing its size. Not bad, but what will you do if I throw another orb? Frieza proclaimed, forming yet another orb which he cast into the crowd. Frieza! Goku could only shout, yet he had yet to resolve the orb in his grasp. Vegeta was the first to act, his energy and form mirroring Goku's as he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta charged towards the orb, withstanding the tremendous pressure it exerted. Oh, it seems you still possess fighting spirit. Then I must continue. This time, a barrage of light orbs rained down like a shower of meteors. Jiang Xiaofei sprang into action, targeting the remaining orbs, striking each one with a powerful punch. His strength had indeed surpassed that of Goku and Vegeta, sending the incoming orbs soaring into the cosmos. Goku and Vegeta also managed to neutralize the orb they held. Once all orbs were dealt with, the three turned their gaze towards Frieza, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. After ensuring the safety of those on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei could no longer contain his fury. What are we waiting for? Let us attack together and make him suffer. Upon uttering these words, his aura transformed dramatically, even surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei was the first to strike, heading towards Frieza. Goku and Vegeta followed closely behind. Thus, a 3-on-1 battle commenced. Chapter 43, Defeating You into Submission. Frieza, who had been smiling moments ago, now appeared tense in the face of the trio's assault. The situation had seemingly spiraled beyond his control, as he sensed that the power emanating from the three was on par with his own. Particularly, Jiang Xiaofei's aura was distinctly different from that of Goku and Vegeta, yet it carried an even more oppressive force. Frieza was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering three such formidable humans on this small planet Earth. This time, he felt as though he had once again miscalculated. No, this cannot be. Frieza struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Why are you all attacking together? Jiang Xiaofei seized upon Frieza's words, responding, do you not understand? You have repeatedly sought trouble with us, treating it as a source of amusement. He paused, studying Frieza's expression. Did you not desire an exhilarating battle? Then how about a 3-on-1 match? Wouldn't that be even more thrilling? The mere thought is exhilarating. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Goku and Vegeta beside him. Without further ado, let's commence, my friends. Three figures launched their assault simultaneously, having lost all patience with Frieza. Their disdain stemmed from Frisia's insidious nature. Allowing such a being to continue to exist posed a grave threat to innocent earthlings, potentially resulting in injury or even death. Thus, they resolved to conclude matters swiftly, and the most expedient approach was to unite their strengths in a harmonious collaboration that Frisia could not hope to withstand. In truth, both Goku and Vegeta, proud warriors in their own right, would have shunned cooperation in the past, each yearning for the glory of solitary combat against formidable foes. However, within the realm of the god of destruction, they gradually acclimated to fighting side by side. In the presence of Whis, none could match his prowess, and they had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Yet, as they began to coordinate their efforts, their endurance against Whis markedly improved. Over time, they seemed to embrace the synergy of their trio in battle. Of course, when confronting Whis, they faced a deity, while Frisia, no matter how powerful, was still merely a man. Despite his peculiarities, he could not be equated with a divine being like Whis. The three stood at different angles around Frisia, effectively encircling him. For the first time, Frisia felt the stirrings of retreat. His gaze fell upon the vulnerable humans below, and he entertained the idea of diving down to capture them, using them as leverage against his adversaries. Frisia understood that should a confrontation ensue, escaping would become exceedingly complicated. Any thoughts of subterfuge were futile. Breaking through their encirclement was nearly impossible, and using the humans as hostages would likely hasten his demise. Jiang Xiaofei discerned Frisia's intentions and issued a direct warning. It seems I have no choice but to press on. Very well, let it come. Frisia's demeanor returned to its usual bravado, as if resigned to his fate, ready to embrace the inevitable. He elevated his golden skin to its utmost potential, preparing to endure the onslaught of the three warriors, hoping to find an opportunity to break free. With a resounding boom, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a powerful punch that struck Frisia squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward toward Goku's position. In Goku's hands, a sphere radiating blue and white luminescence took form and hurtled toward Frisia. The luminous orb enveloped Frisia, eliciting anguished cries that sent chills down the spine. Vegeta, not to be idle, surged forth as the light faded, delivering a combination of blows that left Frisia utterly defenseless. As their assault subsided, it became evident that bruises marred Frisia's golden skin, and his arms hung limply by his sides. As they beheld the fierce battle unfolding in the heavens, Krillin and Gohan could only marvel. When did these three individuals develop such remarkable synergy? Krillin stammered, I have no idea. I've never witnessed my father and Vegeta working together like this. It must be thanks to Jiang Xiaofei. Gohan speculated, with Krillin nodding in agreement beside him. Ever since Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, their lives seemed to have transformed, particularly for Goku and Vegeta, whose bond appeared to have deepened significantly. It remained uncertain whether Frisia could withstand this onslaught. Krillin observed the three vibrant figures above, noting one that appeared somewhat disheveled. Let us simply continue to watch. This battle is beyond our capacity to intervene, Goku remarked with a hint of regret. Krillin silently nodded, acutely aware of the widening chasm between himself and Goku. Initially, Krillin had diligently trained, striving to keep pace with Goku. However, he gradually realized that rather than narrowing the distance, it had only increased, especially after marrying Android 18. Now, it seemed that Krillin's thoughts had proven accurate. I am Frisia. I am the Emperor of the Universe. How could I falter in the same place twice? Frisia's visage twisted into a grimace, his voice booming with rage. He teetered on the brink of collapse, his sanity gradually slipping away. For revenge, I have languished in hell. For vengeance, I have sacrificed my time as a genius, laboriously training for 4 months. I cannot possibly lose like this. Frisia summoned his energy once more, and the golden aura surged around him. You shall all perish. He gathered orbs of energy at his fingertips. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a powerful punch, striking Frisia in the abdomen, causing the forming orbs to dissipate instantaneously. Before me, you dare to engage in such trivial antics? It appears you truly underestimate us. Or perhaps you overrate yourself, Jiang Xiaofei taunted, seemingly accustomed to such banter, as it bestowed upon him a sense of control over the situation. The trio launched another wave of assault against Frisia. This time, he offered a modicum of resistance, yet it only provoked a more ferocious counterattack. While his body could endure the barrage of energy blasts, it struggled against Jiang Xiaofei's fists, signifying that a single blow from him could potentially obliterate half a planet. As the onslaught ceased once more, Frisia's neck could scarcely support his head, which hung low in defeat. His limbs remained limp. How could this be? I am Golden Frisia. Jiang Xiaofei's expression radiated a sense of schadenfreude, clearly relishing Frisia's predicament. Thus, it is well. This way, we can make you truly aware that your quest for vengeance has indeed misfired this time, Sun Wukong added. You deserve it. Vegeta succinctly interjected. Frisia, however, remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Hey, Frisia, do you concede? Jiang Xiaofei inquired. But the response came in the form of a defiant gaze, filled with an overwhelming rage yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Commendable courage. But do not forget the current predicament. I believe that after a few more rounds, you shall find yourself back in hell once more. I shall never repeat the same mistake. Frisia retorted, gathering the last remnants of strength within him, preparing to unleash the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor. Jiang Xiaofei regarded the unyielding Golden Frisia and remarked, since you refuse to yield, I shall compel you to submit. With that, he charged once more towards the stubborn countenance. Chapter 44. The Deceptive Surrender. Frisia hurriedly raised his weary arms, hoping to ward off Jiang Xiaofei's devastating blow. Boom! The forceful punch shattered Frisia's defenses, propelling his hand aside, as the speed of the strike remained unabated, aimed squarely at Frisia's contorted visage. Accompanied by a wretched cry, Frisia's features contorted anew. The searing sensation dulled his sense of pain, while the sound of cracking bones echoed from his neck. Onlookers could not help but touch their own faces, pondering what it would feel like should such a blow land upon them. Indeed, exclaimed Sun Wukong, observing Jiang Xiaofei's prowess. I had not anticipated you retained such strength while battling us. Are you implying that we are inferior to Frisia? Vegeta chimed in. Not at all. It is only when confronting my enemies that I unleash such force. I cannot bear to harm you, Jiang Xiaofei explained, though his words fell on deaf ears. Once this battle concludes, we shall engage in a duel, utilizing your current strength, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta declared simultaneously. The trio's conversation resonated clearly in Frisia's ears. It was evident that they had long since dismissed him from their thoughts, a profound humiliation for one who deemed himself the ruler of the universe. Although his strength paled in comparison to the three before him, the indignity was a burden Frisia found intolerable. You lot are simply intolerable. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he bellowed defiantly. The golden aura surged around him, igniting a renewed fury within the beleaguered Frisia. He felt a sense of injustice. Ever since Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei had joined the fray, this battle had devolved into a one-sided slaughter. His golden form had yet to be fully realized before it was shattered. Intolerable? Frisia, you must understand, it is you who seeks to obliterate our cherished Earth. We are merely the rightful guardians, yet you dare accuse us of tyranny. Jiang Xiaofei offers Frisia no chance for redemption. This time, you must either submit completely or return to the depths of hell. Should you dare to resurrect, I shall confront you each time you appear. Jiang Xiaofei's words were undeniably fierce, yet they exuded an overwhelming confidence. Come, let's engage in a duel. Frisia, aware that Jiang Xiaofei would not relent, turned to Goku and Vegeta, hoping to incite the competitive spirit inherent in their Saiyan blood. Frisia, spare us your futile efforts. Your words are hollow and devoid of persuasion. Jiang Xiaofei interrupted the exchange between Frisia and Goku with authority. The three of us stand here to resolve this nuisance once and for all. Any attempt to assail us with mere words is destined for failure. Observing that Goku and Vegeta remained motionless, Frisia recognized his impending defeat once more. Bowing his head, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his golden aura dissipating as if he had relinquished all resistance. I concede. Frisia's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated with clarity for all present. As the Emperor of the universe, Frisia's pride was unparalleled, yet under the pressure of three adversaries, he yielded, a phenomenon unheard of, yet undeniably real. In response to Frisia's declaration, Jiang Xiaofei maintained a skeptical demeanor, fully aware of Frisia's treacherous nature. This individual is undoubtedly feigning submission. Thus, he remained on high alert. After Frisia uttered those words, the expressions of everyone relaxed, some even breaking into long-lost smiles. In such a scenario, vigilance waned, and Frisia could potentially strike unexpectedly against any one of them. Hey, Frisia, you had best be truthful. Do not attempt any tricks. Goku warned Frisia. I have already suffered greatly at your hands. What other tricks could I possibly employ? Frisia lowered his posture further, striving to earn their trust. Very well, I shall tentatively accept your words. However, Should you make any other moves, you shall remain here indefinitely. The blue aura surrounding Goku faded, gradually drawing closer to Frieza. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head. Goku was still too naive. To expect a demon to turn over a new leaf based solely on this level of assault was utterly insufficient. If the demon's submission was not absolute, the ensuing counterattack would be formidable. Kakarot. Vegeta called out to Goku, "Are you still so naive?" This wretch's typical tactics. How can you trust him so easily? With Vegeta's warning, Goku halted, his gaze now filled with caution, wary of a sudden assault from Frieza. Yet, throughout the encounter, Frieza remained with his head bowed, making no unnecessary movements. The three individuals exchanged glances, pondering whether Frieza had truly been subdued. Even Jiang Xiaofei entertained such a notion, but he quickly shook his head, his vigilance unwavering. How can I still harbor thoughts of resistance after being so thoroughly beaten? Frieza's eyes revealed an unprecedented sincerity as he regarded son Wukong. I have no desire to return to that repulsive hell. I would rather live. Rest assured, I shall never return to Earth. I will journey to other planets. In an effort to convince son Wukong, Frieza made a solemn promise. Son Wukong inhaled deeply, then depart. Take your subordinates with you. He stepped aside, creating a pathway for Frieza. I sincerely hope never to see you again. Frieza nodded gently and slowly moved toward the opening created by son Wukong. All eyes were fixed on Frieza, with an underlying concern that he might launch a sudden attack, maintaining their guard, while only son Wukong appeared somewhat indifferent. As Frieza's form flew beyond the encirclement of the three, he gradually lifted his head and turned towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Frieza bowed at a 90-degree angle. A faint smile blossomed on his face, seemingly a manifestation of delight at the success of his own schemes. Suddenly, Frieza aura transformed dramatically, enveloped in a golden hue, as he swiftly charged towards Krillin below. To express my gratitude, I shall take him with me. Frieza, son Wukong bellowed, unleashing an explosive surge of azure energy, teleporting to stand before Krillin. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta simultaneously launched their attacks toward Frieza. Chapter 45. The Misfortune of Frieza. Just as everyone believed Frieza's offensive was destined to fail, he abruptly pivoted, directing his assault towards the nearby Bulma. A purple sphere of destruction materialized in Frieza's hand, hurtling straight towards son Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei and the others gritted their teeth. They had prepared as best as they could against Frieza, yet he had outsmarted them all. With no viable allies near Bulma, it appeared Frieza was about to seize her. In the next instant, everything on Earth seemed to come to a halt. The movements of everyone present slowing to a crawl. Time appeared to stretch infinitely, Frieza's actions becoming slower than a snail's pace. Jiang Xiaofei and son Wukong could only watch the unfolding events, powerless to intervene. Frieza, such behavior is quite impolite, descended Whis, his staff shimmering with light. Behind Whis emerged the figure of the god of destruction. When Frieza laid eyes on the god of destruction, Beerus, his expression instantly morphed into one of exaggerated disbelief. Beads of sweat emerging involuntarily from within. He never anticipated that such an inconspicuous planet would summon both Beerus and the angel Whis simultaneously. Moreover, Frieza distinctly sensed the flow of time decelerating, a phenomenon profoundly linked to Whis, as only they remained unaffected in this temporal realm. As Whis and Beerus positioned themselves before Bulma, the pace of time resumed its normal cadence. Yet Frieza's charge towards Bulma abruptly halted. Lord Beerus, how could you possibly be here? Frieza exclaimed, his demeanor rife with trepidation, fearing that a single misstep in his words might lead to his instant annihilation at Beerus's hands. Years prior, his father had warned him never to provoke two figures within the seventh universe, Majin Buu and the god of destruction, Beerus. Now, confronted by Beerus, Frieza could only perceive an overwhelming power, yet he was unable to discern its full extent. Frieza, you truly are despicable. To lay a hand on a defenseless woman. Had I not arrived, would you not have inflicted harm upon Lady Bulma? Beerus's tone was laced with anger, clearly incensed by Frieza's earlier actions. Lord Beerus, it's not as you think. I merely sought the protection of this lovely lady. Frieza hastened to defend himself. I care not for your intentions. Now that I am here, do not even think of laying a finger on Bulma. You may engage in other pursuits, but should you dare to harm her, do not blame me for my lack of civility, Beerus asserted with unwavering resolve, leaving Frieza astonished and perplexed as to how Bulma had garnered such favor from the deity. Is it true, Lord Beerus, you truly will not partake in this battle? Frieza questioned, struggling to trust his own ears, given Beerus's apparent alignment with Goku's side. Oomph. Do you not believe my words? Do you wish for me to eradicate you right now? Beerus replied, his dissatisfaction palpable. No, I trust in Lord Beerus's words. Frieza bowed deeply before the god of destruction, then turned his gaze towards Goku, Jiang, Xiaofei, and the others. My apologies, everyone. I was merely playing a small jest with you, Frieza said, exuding a shameless demeanor. Frieza, we will not take your words to heart any longer. Your repeated betrayals have led us to this moment. You must perish here today. Goku was thoroughly incensed by Frieza's antics. Oomph. I have long asserted that such a being deserves no chance. He would not appreciate it, Vegeta added, visibly exasperated. Since that is the case, let us take action together and make him understand that this time he has truly challenged our limits. After Jiang Xiaofei spoke, he charged forward, and before Frieza could react, he was struck by a barrage of punches. Although Frieza had transformed into his golden form, he was still unable to withstand Jiang Xiaofei's brutality. Each blow delivered by Jiang Xiaofei inflicted unparalleled agony upon Frieza. With another swift kick, Jiang Xiaofei sent Frieza hurtling toward the position where Sun Wukong sat. Transcending into his Super Saiyan Blue state, Sun Wukong immediately concentrated his energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave. As Frieza approached, the radiant white energy ball surged towards him, engulfing his golden form. Frieza's cries echoed as the golden hue faded once more. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha nearly obliterated him entirely. I concede. This time, I'm truly humbled. Can I please have another chance? Frieza pleaded, but no one paid him any heed. After the Kamehameha wave, Frieza, suspended in the sky, came crashing down heavily onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he was barely clinging to life and dared not make any unnecessary movements. Hey, Frieza, do you think this is where it ends? Vegeta recalled the unpleasant memories of the destruction Frieza had wrought upon planet Vegeta, the very catalyst of his suffering. Fury surged within Vegeta as he launched another assault on the weakened Frieza, each punch eliciting a scream from him. No one intervened, for they all believed Frieza deserved this fate. He had successfully instilled such deep-seated hatred in everyone around him. Ultimately, Frieza was left gasping, unable to utter another sound. He had never anticipated such a downfall. He had come with high hopes of revenge and the annihilation of Earth. Yet now, despite his significant power increase, his opponents offered him no opportunity to showcase his strength, and the combat prowess displayed by Jiang Xiaofei and the others exceeded his expectations. With a face ashen as death, Frieza gazed at Vegeta, once his subordinate, a flicker of bitterness crossing his eyes. You all have forced my hand. Then let us descend into hell together. A sinister visage emerged, accompanied by malevolent eyes. Frieza summoned every ounce of his strength, channeling it into his arms, and struck deep into the Earth's core. Chapter 46. This woman is not to be provoked. Two torrents of immense energy collided within the Earth, generating an even greater destructive force that soon caused the planet to fracture. Waves of devastation erupted from the Earth's interior, and Jiang Xiaofei sought to intervene. It was already too late. In countless calculations, they failed to foresee that Frieza would be so resolute, willing to sacrifice himself and choose mutual destruction. Although Frieza is somewhat cunning, he possesses a sense of dignity. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei is filled with regret, having been privy to the script. He should have been aware of the unfolding plot and its outcome. Yet, he did not intervene in time to prevent the calamity. Initially, Jiang Xiaofei approached his confrontation with Frieza with great caution, but as the battle progressed, he felt an exhilarating thrill in overpowering the proud Frieza. Momentarily losing himself and forgetting the intensity of Frieza's eventual retaliation. However, it was too late. As the Earth vanished in an instant, Jiang Xiaofei's gaze shifted to Whis and Beerus. From here on, they had no choice but to rely on them to turn back time. Moments later, Earth was utterly reduced to cosmic dust. Frieza's presence also dissipated entirely. On what remained of the Earth, only a small patch of land beneath Whis and Beerus remained intact, untouched by the destructive energy. Bulma's pupils had dilated to an unimaginable extent as she stood dumbfounded before the scene. The Earth, just like that, it was gone. Bulma could hardly believe what transpired before her eyes. The once whole Earth had vanished into the vastness of the universe in an instant. Trunks, Dad, Mom. Bulma thought of her loved ones, all still on Earth, yet now completely missing. She helplessly collapsed onto the remaining ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were similarly tormented, engulfed in profound guilt. The situation was indeed cruel. Observing the unfolding tragedy, Whis lamented. Whis, is there any way to remedy this? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. Well, I can reverse time by 3 minutes, but can you seize the opportunity? Whis replied candidly. Rest assured, this time, we will not be indecisive, allowing Frieza any chance to retaliate. Sun Wukong declared, his eyes blazing with hatred for Frieza. Very well, prepare yourselves, Whis instructed, and with a few gentle taps of his staff, the scenery around them transformed instantaneously. The ground became whole again, mountains and rivers re-emerging. No one appreciated the beauty of the moment. After 3 minutes of time reversal, Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta stared intently at the instigator of their plight, Frieza. The instant Frieza appeared, the three launched their assault, this time learning from past mistakes and denying Frieza any chance for counterattack or explanation. After a relentless barrage of strikes, Frieza was left with no means to defend himself. Frieza vividly recalled the recent events, having used his last ounce of strength to obliterate the Earth, taking the majority of its inhabitants with him. Yet now, before him lay a pristine planet, and he instinctively understood the architect behind this resurrection. Thus, when faced with the onslaught from Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, Frieza refrained from any show of defiance. He comprehended that this battle was a definitive defeat for him. For although Beerus and Whis claimed neutrality, their actions undeniably favored Goku and Vegeta. After all, how could Beerus, who relished in the destruction of planets, allow Earth to flourish once more? I have lost. Frieza reluctantly admitted these words, overwhelmed by a palpable sense of helplessness. Do you think he would still trust you? Frieza, you must perish here today. Only then can we find peace, Jiang Xiaofei declared, his voice laced with fury. The Kamehameha, a luminous sphere of energy coalesced in Jiang Xiaofei's hands, radiating immense power. Frieza gazed at the energy ball with a glazed expression, by his estimation. He had no chance of surviving such force. Slowly, he closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the arrival of his fate. In his mind, the ethereal dances and melodies of the little flower fairies from hell resurfaced, twisting his expression into one of despair yet resignation. The energy surged forth from Jiang Xiaofei's hands, hurtling towards Frieza, as onlookers anticipated the moment of his demise. However, just as the energy sphere was about to collide with him, Beerus's figure materialized, extending a hand to gently deflect the menacing force into the vastness of space. In that instant, all eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Beerus, the very being who had intervened to save Frieza. Lord Beerus? They were utterly perplexed by his actions. Even Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the unfolding narrative. Frieza, too, was bewildered, confused as to why Beerus would choose to rescue him. Enough. This farce must come to an end. Beerus's voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. To him, it was merely a comedic spectacle, and such antics deserved to be halted at the appropriate moment. He sensed Frieza's despair. While it could not guarantee that Frieza would forsake his malevolent ways, it at least hinted at a glimmer of hope. No, Frieza is irredeemable. If he were to destroy Earth again, who would save it? Jiang Xiaofei's voice rang out, determined not to relent. Have you not understood my words? Frieza's unwavering resolve exasperated Beerus. What is this? If there is something to discuss, let us do so openly. Why must we always be at odds? Whis interjected, stepping forward to mediate the escalating tension. It is as follows. The competition with the Sixth Universe is about to commence, and we find ourselves in need of additional personnel. Frieza emerges as an excellent candidate, and thus, we have decided to include him in this grand contest between the two universes. After listening to Whis's explanation, the others ceased their objections. Frieza followed Beerus back to his original position, and as he approached, Bulma's eyes blazed with fury. A sharp sound echoed as Frieza clutched one side of his face. Disbelief etched in his eyes as he regarded the woman before him. This woman had dared to strike him. Chapter 47. The Guardian of the 18th. Jiang Xiaofei observed this scene with a sense of déjà vu, recalling how Bulma had perhaps once delivered a similar slap to Beerus. Bulma was truly a formidable presence, always targeting the most ruthless of characters, a professional at delivering slaps. Frieza, seething with rage, felt the energy within him surging uncontrollably. His face contorted in fury. He was filled with an intense anger. Throughout his life, he had been the epitome of genius, and never had anyone dared to strike him. If it had been someone like Beerus, he might have tolerated it. But now he was confronted by a defenseless woman. I will kill you. Frisia's malevolent aura surged towards Bulma. She quickly retreated, and from a distance, Vegeta rushed towards her, positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma, ready for battle. You have harmed the Earth and my family. I shall teach you a lesson. If you have the ability, kill me now. Bulma, hiding behind Vegeta, refused to back down. Meanwhile, Beerus, feeling slightly overwhelmed, pondered why he, as a god of destruction, had to deal with such trivial matters. Enough. You should calm down. Beerus gently placed a hand on Frisia's shoulder, his divine pressure descending upon him, suppressing Frisia's violent energy. Frisia involuntarily shuddered, the fury dissipating in a thin air, beads of sweat forming on his back. Without uttering a word, Frisia, under Beerus's restraint, ultimately subdued himself. He feared not death, but facing Beerus was far more terrifying than any demise. Frisia, you would do well to behave during this period. Do not assume that just because we require your assistance, you can act recklessly. Should you dare to defy the rules and agreements, do not blame me for being ruthless. Beerus issued a stern warning to Frisia, cautioning him against any missteps. Lord Beerus is correct. During this time, I shall remain compliant, Frisia responded, adopting a surprisingly docile demeanor that left everyone feeling disconcerted. However, the question lingered in everyone's minds. Would Frisia truly abandon his malevolent ways? If it were not for Whis and Beerus's presence today, would their Earth have faced annihilation? Jiang Xiaofei and son Wukong exchanged glances, each understanding the thoughts swirling in the other's mind. Very well. From this moment forth, set aside your personal grievances. It is time to exert our efforts for the seventh universe, and, in turn, safeguard Earth. Beerus's words brought a calming aura to the group, yet Jiang Xiaofei, son Wukong, and Vegeta comprehended the deeper implications behind Beerus's declaration. In a not-too-distant future, a competition with the sixth universe was imminent. This contest would determine the fate of Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. You must give it your all. Failure is not an option. Should you falter, do not blame me for my wrath, Beerus intoned, his voice tinged with gravity. Super Dragon Balls? Frisia murmured, contemplating the possibility of acquiring such power that could surpass even that of a god of destruction. However, he deemed it prudent to keep this ambition concealed, for voicing it might invite his own demise. Furthermore, those participating in the competition must be the strongest warriors of the universe. I already have one of the mightiest at my disposal. The rest will be gathered by son Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. Beerus expressed his reluctance to expend excessive energy on these matters, thus delegating the responsibility. Upon hearing about the strongest warrior, Jiang Xiaofei immediately recognized whom Beerus was referring to. Yet, he was acutely aware of the true nature of that individual's power. It was merely a tactic to provoke son Wukong. In reality, he was just an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaofei refrained from exposing this truth, as it would diminish the amusement of the situation. After concluding his remarks, Beerus paid little attention and, under Whis' guidance, departed with Bulma to embark on their culinary adventure. Watching his wife being taken away, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, a desire to confront the man who had taken her. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Although he could transform into Super Blue, he was still no match for that man. Vegeta clenched his fists, vowing that one day he would deliver a resounding slap, just like Bulma would. Jiang Xiaofei and son Wukong approached Vegeta, gathering together as they fixed their gaze upon Frisia. "Oh, what is the matter, son Wukong? Do you intend to make a move here?" Frisia taunted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Frisia, you would do well to behave yourself during this time. Even if you are feigning innocence, maintain the facade. Otherwise, I assure you, there will be no refuge for you within the seventh universe." Son Wukong warned, his voice laden with menace. "Thank you for the reminder. I have no intention of engaging in foolishness. I suppose I shall be a burden to you for the time being," Frisia replied with an infuriating smirk. Jiang Xiaofei felt an overwhelming urge to strike Frisia again, yet he held back. Engaging in combat at this juncture would be a provocation against Beerus, and he had not yet succumbed to such recklessness. "Frisia, for now, I shall let you off the hook. But do not forget that the score between us has yet to be settled. Vegeta will forever remember how his homeland was ravaged by the individual before him, and the degrading treatment he once endured. Vegeta, it seems there might be some misunderstanding between us." Frisia's laughter was jarringly discordant. Ignoring Frisia, Vegeta proceeded towards his home alongside Jiang Xiaofei and others. "You lot, wait for me," Frisia deliberately called out, realizing that since he could not strike, perhaps unsettling them would suffice. Inside Bulma's residence, The atmosphere grew lively once more as all the formidable beings on Earth gathered. Under the healing of the Kaioshin, Piccolo had fully recovered. Observing the joyous scene before him, Frieza was once again reminded of hell, yet he now felt a sensation distinctly different from that of the underworld. In a corner of the yard, Android 18 was playing with her child. Upon seeing Krillin approach, a charming smile graced her lips, instantly dispelling the clouds of gloom from his heart. Did everything go smoothly this time? 18's gentle voice resonated. I didn't really help much. Krillin awkwardly rubbed his bald head. It's all right. Just do your best. 18 reassured him. Krillin felt an indescribable warmth. His wife's tenderness left him pleasantly astonished. He did not conceal anything from 18 and recounted the events that had transpired. 18's expression darkened as she gazed at the purple-headed figure in the distance, a surge of anger igniting within her. Slowly, she approached the purple-headed Frieza and delivered a flying kick, sending the unsuspecting tyrant hurtling away. You bully my husband? Chapter 48. Earthwomen are not to be provoked. Witnessing Frieza being sent flying, everyone was left in a state of shock. Jiang Xiaofei found it hard to believe. He understood the depth of the bond between 18 and Krillin, and while 18's strength surpassed Krillin's, there remained a significant gap between her and Frieza. Yet, the evidence was undeniable, compelling him to accept it. As Frieza was flung back, an unnamed fury ignited within him. After all, he was a galactic emperor. Having resurrected, his power had significantly amplified. In his golden form, he was capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. However, since arriving on Earth, he seemed to have faced nothing but adversity. First, he was alternately attacked by Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta, and subsequently received a warning from Beerus. To add insult to injury, he was now struck by a woman from Earth. Frieza believed he had been sufficiently adaptable. Yet the continuous humiliation at the hands of Earth women ultimately provoked the fury within him to erupt. I will kill you, Frieza roared, transforming once more into his golden form, launching an assault towards 18, who stood firm, fully prepared to avenge her husband. In the face of Frieza's assault, Android 18 exhibited an explosive response. After all, the individual before her was no mere adversary, but one capable of annihilating the Earth. As the two were on the brink of collision, the silhouette of Whis suddenly appeared. It is currently a time for respite, and disturbances are strictly prohibited. Whis effortlessly deflected the attacks from both parties, rendering 18 and Frieza's bodies immobile. Frieza, you have provoked my husband. It is time for you to offer an apology. Whis continued. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had misheard. To be asked to apologize? Surely this was a cosmic jest. Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku approached, standing alongside 18. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, and with a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that true valor lies in knowing when to endure. I apologize. It was my fault. I beseech your forgiveness, beautiful lady. Frieza transformed into a paragon of politeness, resembling a true gentleman. 18 remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Frieza, her heart still brimming with indignation. However, out of respect for Whis, she refrained from unleashing her wrath. Well then, let us all continue to relish the delicacies and enjoy this delightful time. Whis's voice resonated once more. Krillin, cradling their child, joined 18, bringing her a sense of relief. The family of three departed, seeking a joyful place to savor their precious moments together. Jiang Xiaofei observed the family, his emotions a tangled web. In the realm of Dragon Ball, beautiful women were a rarity, and even fewer were female characters. Yet, 18 and Bulma undoubtedly stood as the epitome of beauty within the series. However, both were already committed. In his heart, he pondered the appropriateness of such unions, especially the pairing of 18 and Krillin. How could they possibly be together? Was it merely due to 18's affinity for bald heads? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, contemplating the possibility that it stemmed from a shared willingness to sacrifice. Frieza, the transgressions you have committed on Earth are innumerable. Thus, it is only natural that you are despised. However, should you engage in any further outrageous behavior, do not expect us to show leniency. Jiang Xiaofei warned, observing Frieza's mercurial demeanor. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, I understand. To avoid disturbing your enjoyment, I shall seek a more tranquil location. With that, Frieza strode away alone. Passing by a food stall, he casually grabbed some delicacies, curious about the gastronomic delights that captivated both Beerus and Whis, the true connoisseurs. As Frieza departed, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of reflection. Do you think there will come a day when Frieza truly forsakes his malevolence for good? Perhaps. He has changed significantly. Son Goku replied innocently. Kakarot, you remain far too naive. Convincing a merciless cosmic tyrant to abandon his wicked ways is no simple feat, Vegeta scoffed. Isn't that just like you? Son Goku gisted, teasing Vegeta. Kakarot, are you seeking another beating? In an instant, Vegeta found himself ignited by Goku's challenge. Yet, it requires your strength to match mine. Goku, unwavering in spirit, prepared for battle as the atmosphere crackled with tension. Meanwhile, caught in the middle, Jiang Xiaofei felt overwhelmed. After all this time, how could these two remain such fervent warriors? Settle down, you two. The voices of two women resonated in the ears of the trio. The once fiery resolve of Goku and Vegeta was extinguished in an instant, as the enchantment of the women's voices rendered them powerless to resist. They lifted their gazes to see Bulma and Chi-Chi approaching them. Chi-Chi stood before Goku, seizing his ear in front of everyone. Why do you have such a penchant for fighting? Can't you learn from Gohan and become a family man? Presently, Kiki resembled a disgruntled wife, likely burdened by the weight of family responsibilities that rested solely on her shoulders, causing her to abandon the temperament of her former privileged self. Coupled with Goku's perpetually innocent and cheerful demeanor, which often bordered on foolishness, left Chi-Chi with endless worries. Bulma fared somewhat better with Vegeta, yet she too began to reprimand him, leaving the proud Saiyan prince with not a word of retort. Observing the two couples, Jiang Xiaofei politely excused himself. He had no desire to meddle in their affairs. Not far away, Frieza, captivated by Earth's culinary delights, observed Goku and Vegeta with a sense of disdain. As a formidable warrior, how can you be so subservient before women? It seems you are still far from my stature as the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza mused to himself, lifting a piece of roasted meat to his mouth, a blissful expression gracing his face. Fortuitously, he was still alive. Otherwise, he would never have had the pleasure of tasting such exquisite food. Previously, he had never dared to believe such delectable delicacies existed in the universe. Jiang Xiaofei approached Frieza, and they exchanged glances. Do you think those two lack courage? Jiang Xiaofei remarked, gesturing towards Goku and Vegeta. I would never think such a thing. Frieza concealed his true thoughts. Really? No matter your perspective, there is one truth you must acknowledge. Jiang Xiaofei paused for effect. Frieza, intrigued, leaned in closer to the man before him. Women on Earth are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, even if you are a god of destruction, you cannot escape the fate of a slap. Jiang Xiaofei declared with an enigmatic demeanor. Frieza pondered his own experiences, seemingly grasping the predicament of Goku and Vegeta, before casting a glance at Beerus in the distance. Chapter 49, The Strongest. Manaka? This Earth truly is a fascinating place. Frieza could not help but exclaim. The civilization level on Earth is undeniably low, yet beings like Sun Wukong and Vegeta exist. Although they are not indigenous to this planet, their profound emotions towards it are unmistakable. Moreover, there are women on Earth, though their combat capabilities are rather mediocre. They render the extraordinary power of two Super Saiyans insignificant in comparison. The true marvel lies in the culinary delights of Earth, which are nothing short of a wonder in the universe. Few things captivate Frieza like Earth's cuisine does. It is undoubtedly one of them. Even Beerus and Whis expressed their admiration for the delectable food found on this planet. Frieza shook his head once more, feeling grateful that he had not truly destroyed Earth. It seems he could indeed delve deeper into the wonders of this extraordinary planet. Do you not find this world astonishing? Jiang Xiaofei seemed to see through Frieza's thoughts and inquired. It is merely a planet with a low level of civilization. What is there to find astonishing? Frieza feigned indifference. Well, no matter what you say, I believe that once you truly understand this planet, you may very well fall in love with it. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with genuine sincerity. Since Frieza had shown interest, he decided to go along with it. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. A glimmer of longing shone in Frieza's eyes. Sometimes, anticipation can invigorate the spirit. Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally escaped the clutches of Chi-Chi and Bulma, joining Jiang Xiaofei. What are you two discussing? You seem so merry. Vegeta observed Jiang Xiaofei, wondering if he was being brainwashed by Frieza. Oh, nothing much, just chatting about the splendid mountains and rivers of Earth, a magnificent tapestry. Really, Jiang Xiaofei replied, gazing at the deep blue sea in the distance. Is that so? Vegeta was somewhat skeptical, yet he still trusted Jiang Xiaofei. Of course. Do you think I would converse with Frieza about destruction? Jiang Xiaofei jested. If you're not afraid of being dealt with by Beerus and Whis, then by all means, give it a try. Sun Wukong interjected, even at their full strength. Sun Wukong and Vegeta dared not guarantee a victory over Jiang Xiaofei. This fellow is nothing short of a prodigy, and coupled with his unique physique, he is truly a headache. Especially after mastering parts of the Ultra Instinct, Jiang Xiaofei has surpassed them in a remarkably short time. Why not give it a try? Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fist and gestured towards them. Who do you look down upon? One day I will surpass you, Sun Wukong retorted, a hint of defiance in his voice. I look forward to that day, Jiang Xiaofei replied with a smile. Observing the interactions among the three, Frieza felt an unexpected urge to draw closer to them. As the sovereign of the cosmos, he had always donned a haughty visage before all, never contemplating the notion of treating anyone with equality. Yet, gazing upon the trio before him, a flicker of envy stirred within him. Blissful moments are invariably fleeting. The celebration of their survival had drawn to a close, and life returned to a state of tranquility. Time slips away in the blink of an eye, and the day of the cosmic contest between the two universes was fast approaching. As for the candidates, Beerus had already earmarked one. According to Beerus, this individual was the foremost champion of the seventh universe, possessing strength second only to his own. Upon hearing this news, Son Goku immediately exhibited a countenance brimming with excitement. He had always yearned to witness the prowess of the mighty, followed by a cordial exchange. Even Vegeta, standing nearby, felt a surge of fervor. Conversely, Frieza remained indifferent. Having traversed much of the universe in his past, he had never encountered such a figure. Even his father had never warned him to be wary of a third entity, apart from the god of destruction and Majin Buu. Thus, a seed of doubt took root in Frieza's mind. Could this be a formidable being that had suddenly emerged during his years in hell? After all, the vastness of the universe is filled with wonders. Gaining Beerus's endorsement was undoubtedly no trivial feat, and this so-called foremost champion seemed to align perfectly with Beerus's tastes. Jiang Xiaofei, however, was acutely aware that this so-called champion was merely a puppet employed by Beerus to incite excitement in Son Goku and Vegeta. Yet, it seemed he too was to be included in this charade. Regarding the prowess of this champion, Jiang Xiaofei was well informed. Beerus had casually selected an individual from a distant planet to masquerade as the foremost warrior, invigorating everyone and boosting morale. Of course, Jiang Xiaofei would never expose Monaka. Doing so would cause Beerus to lose face, and while Beerus might not erupt in anger immediately, what would transpire after the contest? Jiang Xiaofei remained uncertain if Beerus would seek vengeance. Whis descended upon Earth once more, this time to escort Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku, along with others, to the competition. Furthermore, this time, participants were permitted to bring their families, thus Son Goku's family, Vegeta's family, and Krillin among others were all included in the invitation. Once everyone had gathered, Son Goku and Vegeta emerged from the room of spirit and time, eager to refine their skills before the impending clash. Knowing their opponents hailed from the sixth universe and that the fate of Earth hung in the balance, they dared not afford any slack. Yet, there were always those who faltered, such as Majin Buu and Frieza. Following his previous battle with Beerus, Majin Buu had descended into a state of melancholy. He indulged in excessive eating, yet could not alleviate the turmoil within his heart, ultimately succumbing to sleep under Satan's gentle persuasion. Once the formidable Majin Buu succumbs to slumber, awakening him relies solely upon his own volition. External forces are utterly incapable of rousing him. As for Frieza, he departed with a whimsical smirk, leaving no trace behind. This is undeniably a betrayal of trust. It appears that a chasm still exists between Frieza and the others. This is a battle for the defense of Earth. What right does Frieza have to partake in it? Just moments ago, he was intent on annihilating the planet. Fortunately, their numbers are sufficient, lest they face insurmountable difficulties. While the group's sentiments regarding Frieza's actions are somewhat understanding, one cannot help but ponder how Beerus will react upon learning of this. After all, Frieza was personally rescued by Beerus. His departure at this juncture, does it signify a disregard for Beerus's authority? Chapter 50, A Slap to Zuno. With Whis' assistance, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions embarked on their journey to the God of Destruction's realm. The transit from Earth to this divine domain requires 30 minutes, even at Whis' remarkable speed. To pass the brief half hour, the group embraced a new pastime, barbecuing. The ability to relish the joys of grilling while traversing the cosmos is indeed a splendid affair, worthy of boasting. Why so slow? The voice of Beerus echoed from the God of Destruction's palace, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Emerging from the grand doorway were two figures, their outlines obscured by the lighting, one tall and one short. Beads of sweat began to form on each person's brow, bracing themselves for the impending sense of pressure. Save for Jiang Xiaofei, who remained composed. However, when Beerus and Manaka finally revealed themselves, the anticipated pressure was conspicuously absent. Before them stood Manaka, his skin a shade of crimson, wearing a bewildered expression that suggested malnutrition. This individual appeared rather unremarkable. Vegeta remarked disdainfully, "Do not underestimate him. Have you forgotten the lessons learned in the presence of such powerful beings before?" Son Goku, unusually cautious this time, sensed that Manaka might harbor hidden depths. If he could elude detection, could it not imply that Manaka is a formidable warrior? With a leap, Son Goku approached Manaka, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Your name is Manaka? Beerus said you are the strongest in the universe. It is a pleasure to meet you." Son Goku extended his right hand, anticipating a handshake. Yet, Manaka's expression remained unchanged, his hand raised for an eternity without reciprocation, leaving Goku awkwardly scratching his head. Beerus stepped in, positioning himself between Son Goku and Manaka. He is not adept at communication. Refrain from bombarding him with inquiries. What truly matters is performing well in the competition, Beerus warned in a tone laced with urgency, seemingly concealing something significant. However, for Sun Wukong, a creature of singular simplicity, the thoughts of Beerus remain a mystery. He can only nod in agreement to Beerus' words. Yet, Sun Wukong's upper body has already surpassed Beerus, gazing at Manaka behind him. In response, Beerus delivers a swift kick, sending Sun Wukong sprawling to the side. "I have already warned you. Do you seek a beating?" He admonishes. "Ouch. Lord Beerus, your kick is rather forceful. If you injure me, how shall I participate in this competition?" Sun Wukong complains, rubbing his backside. Ignoring advice invites punishment. "What news do you have regarding the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls?" Beerus, unwilling to dwell further on Manaka, swiftly shifts his attention to Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Exchanging glances, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta then turn their gaze to Bulma, their thoughts drifting back to recent events. Upon learning about the Super Dragon Balls, they began devising strategies to locate the final one. Under the guidance of Gak, Bulma and the trio arrive at the planet inhabited by Zuno. It is said that Zuno is an omniscient being, with inquiries directed at him scheduled years in advance. Had they not been insiders, they too would have faced such delays. However, to consult Zuno, one must offer something in return as a form of equitable exchange. Zuno's demand is quite simple, a mere kiss. To set an example, Gak steps forward and gently kisses Zuno on the cheek, thus earning the privilege to pose a question. Initially, Gak intended to inquire about certain matters concerning Bulma. Yet upon noticing the fierce Vegeta at his side, he promptly reconsidered. Risking his life for knowledge about Bulma's affairs was evidently unwise. Instead, Gak asks about Bulma's age. Zuno's response is impressively precise, stating her age down to the second. However, at that moment, Bulma's expression darkens ominously. With a resounding thud, Gak collapses to the ground. Vegeta remains utterly motionless. Observing Bulma's volatile temper, Zuno and his attendants feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing Bulma's wrath may fall upon them. "Women, now, it is your turn," Zuno's voice rings out, forcing calm into himself. Jiang Xiaofei steps forward, but Bulma restrains him. With a smile, she approaches Zuno. "My dear Lord Zuno, is there any other way to exchange for information besides this method?" She inquires. Woman, there is none," Zuno replies emphatically. "Rest assured, for some of your advanced years, lacking in figure and somewhat sagging, I harbor no interest whatsoever. So, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts," Zuno explains. Listening to Zuno's words, Bulma's smile deepened, though it bore an unsettling quality. A sudden chill swept through as Zuno's imposing figure loomed behind her. With a swift motion, Bulma raised her right hand and struck Zuno's face. A sharp crack resonated through the air, leaving a vivid red imprint on his plump cheek. The attendant beside them felt an urge to retaliate, but was instantly quelled by Bulma's demeanor. Even Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei stood in bewilderment. When had Bulma become so tempestuous? Ever since she had confronted the god of destruction, it seemed her fury had spiraled out of control. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Vegeta, pondering whether his future would be similarly governed by Bulma's whims. This thought unexpectedly sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Vegeta, unaware of Jiang Xiaofei's musings, nonetheless sensed the amusement on his face. He contemplated intervening on Bulma's behalf, especially since they seemed to be in need of Zuno's assistance. Such treatment of him could hardly be deemed appropriate. However, witnessing Bulma's fierce attitude, Vegeta hesitated, unwilling to become the next victim of her wrath. Bulma's reaction toward Zuno was entirely understandable. After all, the desire for beauty is inherent in all, particularly for women, who does not wish to remain eternally youthful and alluring. Yet, it appeared Zuno had offended her on both counts. Thus, Zuno's punishment was indeed well-deserved. "My dear Zuno," Bulma remarked with a playful smile, gazing at the dazed figure of Zuno, who was clutching one side of his face. Chapter 51. The True Power of Monaka. Faced with Bulma's incongruous smile, Zuno felt he had no choice but to acquiesce. While he possessed knowledge of the cosmos, the intricacies of a woman's heart remained elusive to him. Coupled with his lack of strength, he found no reason to retaliate. It was evident that the two men accompanying Bulma were not to be trifled with. With a resigned shake of his head, Zuno addressed her, "My dear Ms. Bulma, please feel free to inquire about any issues. I assure you, I will answer candidly." Seeing Zuno's capitulation, Bulma's smile gradually transformed into sincerity. It appeared that Zuno was indeed quite amenable to dialogue. In that case, she had a few pressing questions awaiting Zuno's enlightenment. After inquiring about the Super Dragon Balls, Zuno provided her with comprehensive answers. "Thank you, Zuno. Rest assured, we shall keep today's discussions strictly confidential and not utter a word to outsiders." Bulma assured him. "Then I'm truly grateful to this beautiful and dignified lady." Zuno replied with flattery. Subsequently, Jiang, Xiaofei, Bulma, and the others departed under Zuno's gracious farewell. From that moment on, whenever Zuno encountered women akin to Bulma, he would weigh his thoughts carefully, fearing a tragic repetition that would irreparably tarnish his dignity. Now, back to the present. After listening to Bulma's account, Beerus nodded lightly, gaining a deeper understanding of the Super Dragon Balls. "All right, we must set off for the 5-point star," Beerus declared to the group, stepping forward first towards the cube, with Monaka closely trailing behind. As Monaka passed by Son Goku, he lifted his gaze, his white eyes with black pupils fixated intently on Son Goku. Goku, lowering his head, scrutinized this cosmic powerhouse, Beerus's trump card, feeling an irresistible urge within. Goku's right hand seemed to act independently of his mind, fingers twitching before forming a fist the size of a sandbag. The fist shot forward swiftly, aimed at Monaka as he walked by, the sound of air being split resonating. Realizing something was amiss, Beerus hastily turned, but it was too late. Goku's powerful punch connected squarely with Monaka's face. Though Monaka's body remained immobile, his face contorted severely, his nose and mouth caving in under the force of the blow. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei burst into laughter, though he felt sympathy for Monaka as the actor. Meanwhile, Monaka was engulfed in trepidation. Beerus had summoned him for this performance, yet the scene posed a real threat to his life. He contemplated quitting, but with Beerus present, daring to abandon the act would surely incur graver consequences. "Mother, I wish to go home," Monaka silently lamented within his heart. To maintain his facade, he had to exert every effort to control his body, avoiding any hint of his true state. However, the burning sensation on his face ultimately compelled him to shed tears. Beerus swiftly approached Goku and Monaka, landing a punch to the back of Goku's head. "I told you not to engage in private combat. Why did you strike?" Beerus scolded, his irritation palpable, fearing that Monaka might not withstand the pressure and reveal the ruse. After being reprimanded by Beerus, Goku merely rubbed the back of his head, lamenting, "I thought he would evade my sudden attack." Who knew he was completely unprepared? Goku turned to Monaka, apologizing silently. The response from Monaka was a profound silence, leaving Goku to ponder the depths of Monaka's character, which seemed inscrutable. In truth, Monaka was reluctant to face Goku again. Although Goku had not exuded an excessively formidable aura, Monaka feared that a sudden whim from Goku might lead to another punch, which would shatter his pretense. Observing Monaka's retreat, Goku felt perplexed and approached Jiang, Xiaofei, and Vegeta. This Monaka is truly enigmatic. He must be an extraordinary powerhouse, indeed a figure to anticipate. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but chuckle, while Vegeta cast an exasperated glance at Son Goku. "Goku, you believe Monaka possesses immense power, yet I firmly assert that he is merely an ordinary individual," Jiang Xiaofei boldly declared. How could that be? Just look at his composed demeanor. How could an ordinary person achieve such a state?" Son Goku, naturally, was unconvinced. Consider Krillin. When confronted by Frieza, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Now, look at Monaka. Do you still regard him as an ordinary person? Son Goku continued to elaborate. Not far off, Krillin's face darkened upon hearing this, and the android 18 turned her gaze towards Son Goku. Goku, you can speak your mind without dragging me into it. Krillin protested, visibly displeased. My apologies, Krillin. I merely intended to draw a comparison. Son Goku replied, a hint of regret in his tone, yet he remained candid. Oof. I sense you were targeting me. Krillin retorted with a scoff. The android 18 gently embraced her husband, offering him comfort. I truly meant no offense. Son Goku expressed, a touch of helplessness in his voice. Ha! Jiang Xiaofei laughed heartily. All right, we should embark. If you believe Monaka to be a formidable warrior, then so be it. Jiang Xiaofei reminded them, leaving Son Goku's belief to his own judgment. However, it was evident to Jiang Xiaofei that Vegeta had discerned Monaka's true capabilities. Clearly, when it comes to intellect, Son Goku still lagged behind Vegeta. The group boarded Whis' cube, preparing to set off towards the nameless star, all the while savoring delicious roasted meat and relishing the fleeting moments of leisure. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions chose to sit beside Monaka. Yet, throughout the journey, Monaka remained utterly silent, not even tasting the delectable barbecue. On Monaka's other side sat Beerus, who thoroughly enjoyed the flavor of the roasted meat. But he had to keep a close watch on Jiang Xiaofei and his friends, particularly Son Goku, fearing that any slip-up would lead to an embarrassing revelation. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the nameless star. Adjacent to it were 6 Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to a planet, radiating a dazzling red starlight. Jiang Xiaofei was profoundly astonished by the sheer magnitude of these Dragon Balls. As they passed directly above the Super Dragon Balls, they felt inconsequential in comparison. Given the astonishing powers of the Dragon Balls on Earth, one could only imagine the extraordinary nature of these Super Dragon Balls. Jiang Xiaofei understood that these Super Dragon Balls had the capability to even recreate Earth. Chapter 52, The Aesthetic of the God of Destruction. Directly above the nameless star, a robust and vibrant deity was admiring his creation. Below him lay the arena for this competition, and he was none other than Kampa, the God of Destruction from Universe 6. Beerus, we need to make some improvements here, Kampa instructed, pointing toward the corner of the arena. As Kampa's attendant, Beerus would likewise transform the arena according to Kampa's desires. Subtle alterations graced the arena once more, causing a broader smile to adorn Kampa's face. Splendid. Additionally, on either side of the arena, display 2 enormous portraits of myself and Beerus. Ensure I appear dashing. As for Beerus, humph. It matters not. Kampa expressed his thoughts aloud. Very well, Lord Kampa. With a gentle tap of his staff, Beerus conjured 2 colossal portraits that perfectly matched Kampa's specifications. Marvelous. Utterly flawless. Observing his handiwork from the sidelines, Kampa felt a swell of satisfaction, envisioning the astonishment that would wash over Beerus upon witnessing his carefully arranged spectacle. This thought filled him with pride. Shompa, I did not expect you to arrive so early. Beerus's voice resonated as he caught sight of Kampa from a distance. Kampa promptly turned, the 2 gods of destruction locking eyes once more. Hee, Beerus, my early arrival is, of course, for purpose. Behold, Kampa proudly gestured towards the arena on the nameless star, exclaiming, is this not a magnificent arena that I have meticulously prepared? Are you not awestruck? Oh, so is your handiwork? It's adequate, I suppose, serviceable enough, Beerus remarked, casting a disinterested glance at the arena below. What? Adequate? This is a masterpiece I painstakingly designed. How dare you call it merely adequate? Kampa's pride swiftly dissolved, replaced by indignation. Beerus, he bellowed. Beside him, Beerus appeared somewhat dazed, as he was searching for the handsome warrior within Whis' cube. Lord Kampa, what troubles you? Beerus's gentle voice inquired. Beerus claims this arena is merely adequate. What should we do? Kampa directed his frustration towards Beerus. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei and others, guided by Whis, arrived at the scene. Observing the arena's setup, Bulma began to voice her thoughts. Wow, this arena's design is rather tacky, especially those stiff chairs. How can the audience possibly sit on those? Hearing this, Kampa felt a surge of rage. Meanwhile, Beerus silently thanked Bulma, as he had been seeking a flaw. Indeed, such rigid chairs, how can anyone sit on them? Whis, understanding the situation, waved his staff, causing the unyielding square seats to vanish, replaced by 4 large, plush cushions accompanied by soft sofas and dining tables, inviting guests to indulge in culinary delights and beverages. Exactly, this is indeed the proper way to experience the match. Bulma's voice resounded once more. Meanwhile, Kampa's expression had turned a deep shade of anger as he glanced at his companion, Vados. Yet, Vados' attention was entirely elsewhere. Her bright gaze fixated on the distant figure of Jiang Xiaofei. This scene only served to further ignite Kampa's fury. Vados, you must regain your focus. Why didn't you design it this way from the beginning? Kampa began to chastise Vados. In response to Kampa's reproach, Vados remained unfazed, her eyes slightly narrowing. Lord Kampa, creating something beyond your comprehension would only lead to greater confusion. Vados makes a valid point. With your taste, you could never grasp such concepts, Beerus remarked. His spirits lifted as he observed Kampa's stormy demeanor, reveling in his inner joy. Just because my taste is lacking, does that mean yours is superior, Beerus? If not for Whis being by your side, you'd probably be sleeping all day, Kampa retorted, unwilling to concede defeat. What a pity. Whis will always be by my side, Beerus replied, casting a glance at Whis. Indeed, my lord Beerus, I will accompany you until the next god of destruction appears. Whis affirmed, never one to mince words. Very well. You two will only engage in verbal sparring. Just wait, Beerus, once the match begins. You may not be laughing for long. Vados, let us depart, Kampa declared, eager to cease wasting time, having realized that in the realm of verbal duels, he was no match for Beerus. The most infuriating part was that even his dear sister, Vados, seemed to side with the outsider against him. Hearing Kampa's words, Vados withdrew her gaze from Jiang Xiaofei, cheerfully following Kampa back to the 6th Universe's camp. Did you all hear that? Kampa aims to showcase the prowess of our 6th Universe on the battlefield. You must all be alert and not bring shame upon me, Beerus instructed Jiang Xiaofei, son Wukong. And Vegeta, of course. With Monaka here, victory is assured. Son Wukong replied absent-mindedly. Bang! Beerus promptly struck Son Wukong on the back of his head, relying solely on Monaka. Why don't you take the stage yourself and go 1 against 5? You will be the first to compete. Beerus stormed off, with Monaka trailing closely behind. Lord Beerus. Son Wukong felt a mix of helplessness and excitement, not expecting to be the first to ascend the arena in such a manner. Make sure to perform well. With your strength, achieving 1 against 5 should not be a significant challenge. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his confidence in Son Wukong. He had some understanding of the abilities of the individuals from the 6th Universe. Aside from Hit, the others were no match for Son Wukong. However, Son Wukong is rather fond of indulgence, which inevitably leads to a series of mishaps during the competition. Kakarot, you're indeed fortunate. Perform well, and do not give me any opportunity. Vegeta clasped his hands together and departed with Jiang Xiaofei. You all. Son Wukong felt utterly speechless and resolved to speak less in the future. Just wait and witness my splendid performance. Chapter 53. Can the universe's best fail the written exam? With everyone in position, the competition between the 2 universes commenced, starting with a written examination aimed at assessing the participants' grasp of fundamental rules and comprehension abilities. Under the guidance of Bardos, Jiang Xiaofei and others made their way to the examination venue. Bardos led the way, with Jiang Xiaofei following closely behind. Bardos felt her heart race. Was he not pursuing her? She contemplated glancing back at Jiang Xiaofei, but restrained her impulses, reminding herself that she was an angel and must appear somewhat elusive. Upon their arrival at the written exam venue, the contestants from Universe 6 were already seated and waiting. Son Wukong and Vegeta gazed at the 5 participants from Universe 6, their hearts brimming with excitement, for these were their adversaries. However, upon recognizing 2 of them, their spirits soared even higher. Frieza? To think Universe 6 also harbors Frieza. Son Wukong blurted out, yet received no response in return. Gabe emerged from the Universe 6 team and approached Son Wukong and Vegeta. Are you 2 the Saiyans from Universe 7? Gabe inquired. Indeed. And you are a Saiyan from Universe 6? Vegeta observed Gabe's attire. Curiosity piqued. Yes. Gabe was significantly shorter than Son Wukong and Vegeta, and his composure was somewhat lacking. Which planet do you reside on? Vegeta continued his questioning. We live on Planet Salad. Gabe answered honestly. Planet Salad. Vegeta's excitement was palpable, as a deep yearning for his homeland surged within him. Yes, indeed. And you? Gabe's curiosity was now aroused. We initially resided on Planet Salad as well, but due to the Saiyans' bloodthirsty and combative nature, it ultimately led to the demise of our home. We had to relocate to other planets, only to be destroyed by individuals like your companion over there. Vegeta gestured towards the figure resembling Frieza in the distance. How could Saiyans be bloodthirsty and combative? How could they seize other people's planets? Moreover, Mr. Frost has a stellar reputation on our planet. Gabe expressed his confusion. Is that so? One can only hope. Perhaps this is where the similarities and differences between our two universes lie, Vegeta explained. If the opportunity arises, I would love to visit your planet. Vegeta beamed with an expectant smile. You're always welcome. Gabe returned the sentiment with a warm smile. Ladies and gentlemen, the time for greetings has concluded. Our written examination is about to commence, so please return to your designated seats. The gentle voice of Bados resonated throughout the room. Once everyone was settled, Bados, seated in the proctor's position, waved her staff lightly, causing a test paper to materialize before each participant, including Jiang Xiaofei. This is the content of your written examination today. I urge you to approach it with utmost seriousness. Failing to achieve a score of at least 50 will result in immediate elimination, Bados warned each individual. Gazing at the test paper before him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of joy. In his previous life, although not a top scholar, he had navigated the rigors of the college entrance examination and successfully gained admission to university. Faced with these questions, he was confident in his ability to excel. He intended to be the fastest man in this endeavor. Thus, Jiang Xiaofei seized his pen and began to inscribe his answers with flair. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's movements, Bados began to imagine, captivated by the elegance and charm of his writing style. Finished, he declared, rising and walking directly towards Bados with his test paper in hand. All eyes instantly focused on Jiang Xiaofei, and a shared thought echoed in the minds of the others. This man was astonishingly swift. As Jiang Xiaofei approached, a sense of inexplicable delight filled Bados, her heart fluttering with excitement. He cast a glance at the others, still fervently writing, and felt no concern regarding the competition. Even Sun Wukong, who appeared flustered, would surely pass. Manaka, hailed as the universe's strongest warrior by Beerus, glanced at his test paper and then at the towering figures surrounding him, contemplating an urge to flee. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. This was not a battle meant for him, and he felt out of place. Crucially, Beerus had summoned him for mere theatrics without mentioning any form of compensation. Were it not for his submission to Beerus's overwhelming power, he would have long since rebelled. Moreover, there was no mention of compensation for lost work or injury. The last time he was injured by Sun Wukong, Beerus offered not even a word of consolation. As these thoughts swirled within him, Manaka's emotional turmoil intensified, leaving him feeling utterly wronged and disinclined to engage in combat with such formidable beings. He yearned to escape. Time is up. The written examination has concluded. Bados gently swayed her staff, causing each test paper to return to her. The results materialized in an instant. First, let us congratulate the 5 contestants from Universe 6 for successfully passing the written exam and advancing to the next round, Bados announced after glancing at the papers. Now, what about the results for Universe 7? She teased the audience's curiosity. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, a perfect score, Bados exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although this was merely an ordinary written test, achieving a perfect score was no small feat, yet Jiang Xiaofei had accomplished it. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances at Jiang Xiaofei, impressed. Well done. Quite the standard performance. Jiang Xiaofei humbly responded. Sun Wukong pass. Vegeta pass. Piccolo pass. Manaka? The voice of Beerus came to an abrupt halt, and the atmosphere grew tense. Manaka, a mere 10 points. Everyone was incredulous. How could such a simple test be failed? This was unexpected. After all, he was the strongest warrior of our universe. How could he score only 10 points? Are you sure there isn't a mistake? Sun Wukong expressed his skepticism, turning to Beerus. Mr. Sun Wukong, please refrain from doubting a professional grader. There is absolutely no possibility of error, for aside from this question, Manaka's exam paper is entirely blank. Beerus provided an irrefutable explanation. Sun Wukong felt disheartened, while Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Manaka from a distance. An expression of apology crossed Manaka's face. I'm sorry, everyone. These questions are simply beyond my capability. I will have to rely on you all in the upcoming battles. Oh, it's all right, Manaka. I'll fight alongside you, Sun Wukong reassured him. Observing Manaka's apologetic smile, Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp something. You sly one. This is deliberate. What beyond capability? You are simply afraid of going on stage and getting beaten. Chapter 54. The weakest Sun Wukong? 10 points. This is hilarious. One person eliminated already. How delightful. The god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, could not help but laugh at Manaka's mere 10 points on the written exam. Beerus, I heard he is your strongest warrior from Universe 7. I never imagined he couldn't even pass a simple written test. It seems your intelligence truly raises concerns. Kampa clutched his belly, fearing he would burst from laughter. Beerus, on the other hand, was infuriated. When he sought out fighters, he had been rather casual about it, never conducting an intelligence test. Now, he found himself in a predicament. While he was aware of Manaka's limited strength, he never anticipated that he would be eliminated in such a trivial written examination. I merely wish to prevent him from bullying you. If he were to appear, your Universe 6 fighters would stand no chance against him, making the competition meaningless. Beerus insisted, attempting to justify himself. Unexpectedly, you possess such audacity. Even at this moment, you can conjure an excuse. I am truly impressed. Kampa naturally did not buy Beerus's excuses. Nonsense. Even if we are down to 4, we still fear you not, even with your 5. Don't cry when you lose. Beerus retorted defiantly. Though facing 1 against 4 was challenging, it was not impossible. All right, let's see how long you can maintain this facade. Kampa, not wanting to prolong the conversation for fear of disadvantage, declared, to make the competition more interesting, I shall send forth our weakest fighter. You must catch him after all. Don't let our weakest take you down 5-1. As Beerus spoke with increasing fervor, he was acutely aware that he was indulging in bravado. You, very well. Do not blame me for being impolite. Beware of being slapped in the face later. Kampa exclaimed in a fit of exasperation. Let us see. Beerus turned his gaze towards Kampa. From the eyes of the 2 gods of destruction, a lightning-like brilliance erupted, and across the vast arena, the atmosphere of the competition intensified palpably. Simultaneously, Beerus and Kampa unleashed energy blasts that struck the gong in the arena, signifying the official commencement of the match. On the stage, Goku had taken his position, and as he observed his opponent from Universe 6 enter the arena, a wave of joy surged within him. Finally, he would witness the prowess of competitors from other universes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7. I am your referee and commentator for this thrilling contest. The referee's voice resonated. Ready, the match begins. Hey, I heard you're the weakest over there. Are you looking down on me? Bardock proclaimed, exuding an air of arrogance. If you can defeat me, then you may stand a chance against them. But if you cannot even conquer me, do not dare to dream of overcoming anyone else, Goku replied, addressing the stout figure resembling a plump bear before him. I hope you do not fall to me too swiftly. Bardock, spurred by a hint of challenge, appeared even rounder than before. His feet bounced like springs as he leaped across the arena, while Goku remained quietly observant of Bardock's movements. Bardock increased his jumping speed and range, transforming the entire arena into his personal playground. Subsequently, he charged directly at Goku. Caught off guard and unable to decipher Bardock's fighting style, Goku found himself swiftly retreating towards the edge of the arena, his feet spread wide, vulnerable to Bardock's relentless onslaught. Goku swayed momentarily, managing to stabilize himself and avoid being eliminated. Hey, weakling, if this is all you can muster, I suggest you surrender quickly. Do not waste my time. Bardock taunted haughtily. I was merely warming up. You have yet to ignite my full potential, Goku retorted. In the audience, Kampa observed Bardock's performance and once again directed scornful remarks at Beerus. Beerus, if your Universe-S competitors possess such meager strength, you might as well concede promptly. Do not allow yourselves to suffer an embarrassing defeat. He laughed heartily. Kampa, you should focus on your own affairs. It would be truly shameful if you cannot even prevail over our weakest contender. Beerus countered with fervent intensity in his gaze. Goku, what are you doing? Be cautious, or I shall obliterate you. Beerus bellowed at Goku in the arena. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of embarrassment. The whims of the god of destruction were indeed unpredictable. Goku glanced towards Beerus and then back at Bardock. In that case, let's hasten our pace, he declared, fully in agreement with the challenge. Bodhi was the first to strike, a blue gas energy blast emanating effortlessly from his hand, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong. The agile figure of Sun Wukong swayed in all directions, effortlessly evading the luminous projectile. At last, his body ignited with fervor. As his words resonated, the surrounding energy around him began to pulsate with vitality. Now, I shall be serious, Sun Wukong declared, transforming his defense into offense as he charged towards Bodhi. A punch capable of shattering mountains and rivers landed heavily upon Bodhi's abdomen. However, Bodhi did not falter, nor did he even shift his stance. With a mocking gaze, Bodhi lowered his head to regard Sun Wukong. Unperturbed, Sun Wukong intensified his strikes. Yet each blow felt akin to striking sponge or rubber, the force dissipating entirely upon impact. Huh, your attacks cannot harm me. Even if I stood here and let you hit me, I could tire you out, Bodhi proclaimed with unwavering confidence in his own resilience. Oh dear, this is truly vexing. Sun Wukong paused, scratching his head. However, it is utterly impossible to best me with such feeble attempts. With that, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, an unending stream of power coalescing into his fist. Without a hint of superfluous movement, he struck Bodhi's abdomen again. This time, the force was not entirely neutralized. The energy surged through Bodhi's innards, stirring his very organs. Blood trickled from the corner of Bodhi's mouth as he gazed at Sun Wukong in disbelief. No, this cannot be. Bodhi's body finally reeled backward. There is nothing impossible. When I unleash a force your body cannot withstand, how can you hope to dissipate it completely? Sun Wukong retorted with unyielding resolve. The once jubilant Kampa, observing the scene on the arena, found his egg dish suddenly unappetizing. Beerus, you call this the weakest? Kampa bellowed at Beerus, pointing at Sun Wukong on the arena. Chapter 55. A gentleman? Frisia. In response to Kampa's outburst, Beerus regarded him as though he were a fool, his eyes brimming with disdain. He is indeed the weakest. When it comes to intellect, among us, Sun Wukong could be deemed dim-witted. Don't you think he is the weakest? Jiang Xiaofei, hearing Beerus's words, fell at a loss for words, as it outright dismissed Sun Wukong's intelligence. Oh my, he suggests that Dad seems dim-witted. Sun Wukong's innocent voice echoed. Beside him, Chi-Chi's temper flared. Had it not been for Bulma and Android 18 holding her back, she might have rushed over to slap Beerus. Stay calm. Lord Beerus is merely trying to provoke Kampa. He means no harm. Whis, sensing kikiese agitation, all fitted reassurance, explaining that Lord Beerus indeed held great fondness for Sun Wukong and was merely jesting. Nonetheless, since it is Lord Beerus's decree, we shall take responsibility. Thus, these jewels are bestowed upon you. Whis gently waved his staff, and a multitude of exquisite treasures materialized before Chi-Chi. Observing the glittering gems before her, Chi-Chi's demeanor brightened considerably. Oof, I shall grant you mercy this time. As she spoke, Chi-Chi hurriedly gathered the jewels. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed, for it appeared that wealth held significant allure for Chi-Chi. Do not become complacent, Beerus. We have not yet conceded. Kampa ceased his idle chatter, commanding Bardock, rise. In response to Kampa's roar, Bardock, who was racked with pain, struggled to steady himself, trembling as he stood. Well done. Son Goku couldn't help but commend Bardock as he rose. In the next moment, Goku struck once more, delivering a punch that sent Bardock crashing to the ground again. After several repetitions, the once proud Bardock was engulfed in despair, caught between Kampa's thunderous shouts and Goku's relentless attacks, wishing fervently to vanish into a crevice of the earth. Hey, are you going to stand up or not? My fists are itching for action. Goku eagerly anticipated Bardock's resurgence. However, this taunt provoked Bardock to the point of unconsciousness. A surge of blood rushing to his head, and he collapsed. Witnessing Bardock's fall, the referee promptly declared Goku the victor. Kampa, in a fit of frustration, tugged at his hair, gazing at the innocent smile on the arena's stage, contemplating personally delivering a blow to render Goku utterly foolish. What now, Kampa? It's not too late to concede. Beerus retorted. What are you so smug about? It's merely one victory, a mere appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Kampa feigned indifference. Indeed, after all, you still have 4 fighters left. Beerus observed Kampa's serious demeanor, extending his hand as a gong resounded, signaling the commencement of the second match. As Goku regarded the new contender, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, for this opponent bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia. Greetings, Lord Goku. I am Frost, and I apologize on behalf of my arrogant comrade Bardock. Frost's voice resonated, momentarily startling Goku. It's fine. Goku's mind was utterly blank. This was entirely different from his expectations. Wasn't Frisia supposed to be exceedingly malevolent and arrogant? Why did this individual appear so courteous? Frost turned to the audience, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the time to attend this match. This is merely a friendly contest, and I shall adhere to the principles of competition second, friendship first, ensuring no harm shall come to life. Is this really Frisia? Bulma questioned her own ears and judgment. The 6th universe is indeed a twin universe. yet it has its distinct differences. Perhaps in the sixth universe, Frisia is a true gentleman. Kiki Gaimding. Listening to the conversation among the ladies, Jiang Xiaofei's head was already shaking like a rattle. What do you think of this Frisia? Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Vegeta. Regardless of his capabilities, he is destined to lose this match. Vegeta declared, arms crossed, maintaining his dignified demeanor. Well, that's true, Jiang Xiaofei mused, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball universe, Frisia had indeed been defeated by Vegeta. You should not underestimate this Frisia. He is far more formidable than he appears. He might be just like the Frisia from our seventh universe. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned once more. His words reached the ears of Bardos, who had been observing him, leaving her in a state of astonishment. This man was not only strikingly handsome, but also possessed an incredibly sharp intuition, truly captivating. Of course, this was Bardos's inner thought, as she maintained her angelic composure outwardly. The contestant Frost had once led peacekeeping forces, aiding numerous planets in resisting external invasions and dedicating himself to post-disaster reconstruction, thus earning the Cosmic Peace Award 3 times. The referee's voice rang out, seemingly aimed to contradict Jiang Xiaofei. Wow, he is exceptionally outstanding. Far superior to the Frisia from our universe. Bulma completely disregarded Jiang Xiaofei's remarks. Jiang Xiaofei chose to offer no further explanations, as someone who had experienced much. He simply observed in silence. I had no idea you were a guardian of universal peace. My apologies. Goku on the stage expressed his regret. No offense taken. Now, Mr. Goku, let us commence our match. Frost replied. With the referee's signal, Frost made the first move, his body darting forward to launch an attack on Goku. Before Goku could react, Frost was already before him. However, Frost opted not to engage in a direct clash, but instead placed his feet against Goku's head, spinning swiftly and forcefully slamming Goku into the ground, then quickly distancing himself. Ouch! Pain surged through Goku's entire body. Rising from the ground, he regarded Frost with appreciation. Not bad. How very rude. Given our size difference, I see why you would employ such tactics. Frost's courteous demeanor left Goku unsure of how to proceed in their battle. It's all right, but I sense you have yet to unleash your full power. Are you merely testing me? Goku inquired. Your perception is quite keen. Frost did not deny Goku's assertion. In that case, you should quickly transform into your ultimate form. Only then can we truly enjoy this fight, Goku stated plainly. Having battled Frisia before, Goku was well aware of the transformations, and it was evident that Frost was not exerting himself fully. In that case, I shall acquiesce to Lord Wukong's wishes. Chapter 56, The Essence of Sun Wukong. Frost leapt several times, creating a distance between himself and Sun Wukong, lifting his body into the air. A series of roars emanated from Frost's mouth, and at that moment, his body began to undergo a transformation. Below, Sun Wukong observed Frost's metamorphosis with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Ultimately, Frost presented his new form before Sun Wukong. His head had sharpened, and his facial features resembled those of a sea monkey. Lord Wukong, you must pay attention now. Frost cautioned, gazing down at Sun Wukong. Bring it on. Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance, an aura of excitement radiating from him, though it failed to evoke the fervor required for his transformation. Frost's speed had significantly increased compared to before his transformation, and his strength had surged dramatically as well. Each collision with Sun Wukong resonated with greater force. Nevertheless, Frost's current form was still unable to breach Sun Wukong's defenses, unable even to find a gap in his guard. What is Kakarot doing? Wasn't he warned before the match? Don't hold back, finish off the opponent swiftly. Vegeta watched Sun Wukong's fight, feeling an urgent anxiety. Kakarot, show your true power. Vegeta could not help but shout at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong glanced towards the audience stand where Vegeta was seated, yet Frost did not relent, taking advantage of Sun Wukong's momentary lapse to strike him down to the ground. Well done, Frost, Comper exclaimed, his gaze briefly flickering to Beerus nearby. The pent-up frustration within him finally found an outlet. Sun Wukong, what are you doing? This is a tournament. Stop holding back and finish the fight. Observing Compa's smug demeanor, Beerus felt a surge of impatience and issued a command to Sun Wukong. Still reeling on the ground, Sun Wukong was urged by the persistent shouts. With a somersault, he regained his footing. My apologies, Lord Wukong. I attacked too fiercely and couldn't pull back in time, Frost said, a hint of remorse on his face. No worries. Such a minor injury cannot affect me, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. However, you are quite cautious, Sun Wukong continued after a brief pause. What do you mean by that? Lord Yukong? Frost maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Well, after our skirmishes, I have a lingering feeling that you have yet to unleash your full power. You must be concealing an even more advanced form. Are you saving it for later? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Frost. Ha! Lord Wukong, you truly are a genius of battle. Your intuition is remarkably precise. Indeed, I possess an even more formidable form, yet I refrain from employing it lightly. Frost's gaze grew hazy, as if lost in reverie. I once unleashed my ultimate form, but in that state, I could scarcely harness the raging power within. On one occasion, I inadvertently took the life of an innocent. From that moment forth, I vowed never to resort to such a transformation unless absolutely necessary. How intriguing that such events transpired. However, rest assured, you may wield that power freely without bearing any responsibility. Sun Wukong expressed a mix of regret and anticipation. It is a pleasure to encounter you. Lord Wukong, Frost replied with a serene smile. I shall not let you down. With that, Frost's aura shifted once more, layers of energy cascading around him, leading to a profound transformation. Following the metamorphosis, Frost's physique mirrored that of Frisia from the 7th universe. This is my ultimate form. From here on, Lord Wukong, you must exercise caution, Frost deliberately warned. As Frost's power surged, Sun Wukong felt his own blood boiling. This was the sensation. He exclaimed, golden energy swirling around him. And in an instant, his black hair transformed to a brilliant gold. At that moment, all within the 6th universe, including the god of destruction, Kampa, widened their eyes in astonishment. The Saiyan can transform. Kampa, unwilling to accept the unfolding reality, turned to inquire of Kaba. Kaba lowered his head, apologetically responding, I'm sorry. Lord Kampa, but we cannot. A hint of melancholy lingered in Kaba's gaze as he observed the golden figure on the stage, tinged with envy. TCH, Kampa's mood soured further. Are you finally serious? Vegeta remarked, watching the transformed Sun Wukong, his eyes alight with anticipation. To him, Wukong's transformation signaled the impending conclusion of the battle. I never anticipated that Lord Wukong could also transform, Frost exclaimed in surprise. Merely a stroke of fortune. Come, let's engage in a spirited duel. Sun Wukong boldly issued the challenge. Frost, shedding any pretense, charged directly at him. With a clenched right fist, he aimed to strike at Wukong's face. However, Frost's smaller stature and short arms hindered him, and his blow was deftly deflected by Wukong. Undeterred, Frost launched an assault with his left hand. Yet it too was easily parried by Wukong. The two exchanged rapid movements, the sound of their clashes resonating across the arena. Wukong delivered a side kick to Frost's abdomen, propelling his opponent backward until he stabilized at the edge of the stage. Is this truly your utmost strength? In Sun Wukong's eyes, there was a hint of disappointment. If this were all there was to it, I would advise you to concede. Listening to Sun Wukong's plea for surrender, Frost's body trembled slightly. He raised his head to glance at Sun Wukong and forced a strained smile. Thank you for your concern, Lord Wukong, but I have compelling reasons to press on. For the sake of universal peace, I must claim victory today. Therefore, Lord Wukong, our battle must continue. I respect your ideals. Yet persisting in this conflict will yield no favorable outcome. Sun Wukong continued to persuade, but Frost disregarded him and charged once more. Observing Frost's desperate demeanor, Sun Wukong gently lifted his right hand, perfectly blocking Frost's incoming punch. Surrender. You cannot defeat me, Sun Wukong said, his voice calm. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt darkness envelop him. His legs could no longer support his weight, and he swayed unsteadily. A prime opportunity. Chapter 57. The True Face of Frost. There was a gap. Without a moment's hesitation, Frost extended his leg and executed a sidekick, sending the dazed Sun Wukong tumbling off the stage. As he fell, the golden aura surrounding him dissipated, returning to its original form, yet he found himself unable to move. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Initially, Sun Wukong held the advantage, but made a grave error that gave Frost the opening he needed, ultimately leading to his downfall. Hobri, well done, Frost. Keep it up and let them witness the might of our 6th universe. Kampa became animated once more, provoking Beerus. Meanwhile, Beerus seethed with anger, his teeth clenched, wishing nothing more than to confront Kampa directly. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that lashing out would serve no purpose. Let's extend our congratulations to the 6th universe, Mr. Frost, for securing this victory, the referee announced, proclaiming the outcome of the match. Wukong, Chi-Chi, worried for Sun Wukong, leapt down from the spectator's stand to his side. Yukong, are you alright? Oh no, I was careless. I accidentally stepped out. Awakened by Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong touched his head and smiled warmly at his concerned wife. Iemme fine. Truly wonderful. Kiki sai din relief. Let's head back. Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi's hand and returned to the spectator area. I told you not to be reckless. How does it feel to have suffered this time? Vegeta scoffed at Sun Wukong. You faltered at a critical moment. Vegeta, must you belittle me so? I never anticipated such a result. Sun Wukong sought to regain some dignity, yet he acknowledged that he bore the responsibility. Fool, just watch how I deal with him. Vegeta volunteered to step forward and confront Frost in a duel. As Wukong's palm collided with Frost's fist, did you not feel as though you were stung by a bee? Left in a daze with unsteady legs? Jiang Xiaofei calmly observed Sun Wukong. Oh, how do you know that? Sun Wukong gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in astonishment. That fellow employs a poison sting, which must be concealed within his body. Jiang Xiaofei revealed the truth directly, believing that with Sun Wukong's presence, the explanation would be more readily accepted. How is that possible? Did we not prohibit the use of weapons? Besides, someone as upright as Frost would surely disdain such underhanded tactics. Woon Tihi? Sun Wukong continued to defend Frost. Alas, you are far too naive. Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, eyeing Frost, who wore a broad smile. That individual was undoubtedly a villain, albeit one whose true nature was well concealed. What shall we do then? Should we inform Lord Beerus directly? Sun Wukong realized his mind was struggling to keep up. No need to expose such a rogue. We must wait until he is at his most arrogant. In this match, with Piccolo, we shall test our hypothesis. The others acquiesced to Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, and Beerus offered no objections. With a resounding clang, the gong sounded, and Piccolo's form slowly descended onto the arena. Greetings, I am Frost. May I ask who you are? Frost remained courteous. Piccolo, came the succinct reply. Lord Piccolo, I must first apologize to your companion, Lord Wukong. Have we been able to better control our strength? We might have fought for several rounds. Frost feigned remorse, but Piccolo was indifferent to such theatrics. The match begins. The referee's voice trailed off as Frost gathered countless flickering crimson energy spheres in his hands. These spheres held unimaginable destructive power. The scarlet orbs shot forth, aimed directly at the verdant-skinned Piccolo. Since his entrance, Piccolo had placed one hand upon his brow, a flickering golden energy sphere forming at his fingertips. Though it was not yet fully formed, he had to dart and weave to evade Frost's onslaught. Yet ultimately, Piccolo's movements proved sluggish, unable to evade Frost's assault, and his legs fell victim to the energy blasts. Lord Piccolo, you are no match for me. It would be best to concede swiftly. Frost's voice rang out, attempting to persuade Piccolo. The outcome is not yet decided. The golden energy sphere at Piccolo's fingertips shone even brighter, causing Frost to sense an air of danger. Frost swiftly maneuvered, delivering a powerful punch to Piccolo's abdomen. In an instant, Piccolo felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The golden energy sphere vanished, and he slumped, only for Frost to execute a flying kick, eliminating him from the match. Frost, well done, exclaimed Zampa, filled with excitement once more. After 2 consecutive victories, he finally felt a sense of pride. However, Frost bowed deeply before everyone, expressing his self-acknowledgement. Beerus kept his eyes shut, seemingly unwilling to engage in such matters, as if this match no longer concerned him. Did Piccolo share a similar sentiment as Son Goku? Jiang Xiaofei inquired of the returning Piccolo. Piccolo gently nodded, suddenly feeling a sensation akin to being stung by insects in his abdomen, and then he felt a loss of strength. His consciousness began to blur. Now, you should believe what I have said. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. Should we expose him? Piccolo proposed. How boring would that be? We must ensure he loses in a manner that leaves him utterly despondent, making him understand that in the face of absolute strength, any despicable tactics are futile. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his thoughts. Very well. In the next match, I will make him comprehend what despair truly means. Vegeta concurred with Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, and the others offered no objections. Let's go. However, you must exercise caution during the battle. Be wary of the poisonous needles he wields. Jiang Xiaofei reiterated his warning. Those tricks of his are far from sufficient. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, fixed his gaze on Frost, who wore a smile atop the arena. This guy looks so repugnant right now. It provokes an urge to deliver a thorough beating. There'll be plenty of opportunities. Suddenly, I feel that our Frisia from Universe 6 is far more preferable. At least he is a villain with unabashed malevolence, while this fellow is merely a schemer, adept at disguise and utterly shameless. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Frost, summing up his thoughts. In the next match, Vegeta will face Frost. Chapter 58, The Forceful Vegeta. Vegeta soared into the air, landing elegantly upon the stage. My apologies for the injuries inflicted upon your two companions. Frost maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Spare us the pretense. We have seen through your filthy tactics. Vegeta's hands were firmly positioned in front of him, his eyes emanating a chilling glare. What are you saying, my lord? I cannot comprehend your words. Frost continued to maintain his composure, though the warm smile on his face gradually faded. I must admit, in terms of intelligence and disguise, you are indeed superior to our universe's Frisia. However, individuals like you are even more detestable. Just the sight of you is nauseating. Vegeta expressed his disdain and fury. Frost took a deep breath. Is there some misunderstanding on your part? In front of so many witnesses, how could I possibly harbor any schemes? At this point, you remain so composed. It seems you have engaged in such deeds more than once. That so-called 3-time Universe Peace Award was likely obtained through unscrupulous means as well. Vegeta said bluntly, Frost, do not presume that you could deceive everyone. Are there not some toxic weapons concealed beneath your arms? Are you not afraid that we will report you, ensuring your demise without a grave? I believe both Kampa and Beerus would be particularly inclined to see that happen. Frost narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the piercing gaze of Vegeta. You are indeed quite astute, my lord. It is true that I have employed certain means, but all in pursuit of ultimate victory, to provide a beautiful sanctuary for those displaced children. I must secure Kampa's support. Only through triumph can those unfortunate souls hope for a brighter future. Frost spoke with fervor, even tears shimmering in his eyes. Do not employ such base tactics in my presence. They are futile. Vegeta remained utterly unfazed, his aura steadily rising. He was truly incensed by the presence of this despicable and inept individual. My lord Vegeta, you truly possess a heart of stone. Frost concealed his feigned sorrow, his words laced with icy disdain. Indeed, this has all been an act, yet I believe that you stand here now, wishing to defeat me openly. With his facade stripped away, Frost presented himself with an air of superiority and arrogance, the king's malevolence and treachery laid bare at that moment. You need not attempt to provoke me. Indeed, I stand here in the light, ready to vanquish you, to demonstrate that all schemes and plots are grotesque before absolute power. Vegeta's commanding voice resonated, filled with undeniable authority. It seems you possess quite the confidence in your strength. Then let us hope your prowess matches your bravado in the forthcoming battle. Frost's eyes narrowed further, the chill intensifying as he formed a crimson energy sphere in his hand, hurling it directly at Vegeta. Truly despicable. Observing the approaching energy sphere, Vegeta cursed vehemently, yet there was no hint of panic in his gaze. Rather, it was resolute as he focused on the crimson sphere and the figure of Frost not far away. You have thoroughly enraged me. With each roar from Vegeta, the atmosphere around him underwent a swift transformation. As the energy surged, Vegeta became increasingly invigorated, his hair morphing into a golden hue, surrounded by a tempest of energy waves crackling with white lightning. When the crimson energy sphere collided with the golden aura enveloping Vegeta, it erupted in a blinding radiance. This spectacle was truly awe-inspiring, with all eyes fixated on the point of collision. Ultimately, the crimson energy was engulfed by the golden waves, merely augmenting their power. Vegeta surged into the air, swiftly launching himself towards Frost to initiate his assault. As Vegeta faced Frost's onslaught, the movements of the latter grew increasingly swift, with energy blasts erupting from his hands, all aimed at the approaching Vegeta. However, every single one of these energy spheres was effortlessly repelled by a golden shield-like aura surrounding Vegeta, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. In an instant, Vegeta closed the distance to Frost, eschewing any flamboyant gestures, and delivered a powerful punch directly to Frost's abdomen. The sheer force of the blow caused Frost's pupils to dilate in shock as he felt the overwhelming power surging into his body, causing his slender tail to stiffen involuntarily. At this moment, you should comprehend the vast chasm that exists between us. Vegeta's voice reverberated in Frost's mind. Yet, Vegeta's assault never faltered. One punch after another landed on the same spot on Frost's body. Frost's form began to cave inward, the intense pain igniting a profound sense of humiliation within him. With a resounding crash, Frost, utterly defenseless, was sent flying by Vegeta's relentless strikes. Vegeta, however, chose not to pursue his advantage, instead awaiting Frost's next move. As Frost regained his footing, he could not suppress the violent retching that ensued. The agony in his abdomen had begun to radiate throughout his entire body, causing his reason to erode. His clenched jaw resembled that of a ferocious beast. "Vegeta, I will kill you," Frost declared, condensing a beam of energy on a single finger and launching it toward Vegeta. After his transformation, Vegeta had experienced a tremendous enhancement in both strength and speed. The beam, though swift, was easily evaded by him. Frost's heart sank into despair, yet surrender was not an option he would entertain. "Oof. If you do not unleash your secret weapon soon, I fear you shall be knocked out of the ring." Vegeta charged at Frost once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. In that moment, Frost finally succumbed to madness, the once cunning beast now resorting to mindless retaliation. The pain coursing through his body ceased to constrain him. Disregarding all caution, he steadied himself and hurled himself at Vegeta. From Frost's arm emerged a slender, almost imperceptible sharp object, its tip glinting menacingly and exuding a chilling aura. Vegeta had anticipated this moment, remaining vigilant against Frost's treachery. As Frost's fist neared him, Vegeta extended his robust right hand, seizing the lethal arm intended for his demise. With another roar, Vegeta's aura intensified yet again, and the arm he grasped began to contort under his grip. "Is this your final struggle, weakling?" Chapter 59, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. In the audience, every spectator took note of this scene, their eyes drawn to the menacing object protruding from Frost's arm, clearly visible to all. Xiaopa's gaze had narrowed to a mere slit. He could endure defeat in a fair fight, yet victory attained through such despicable means was utterly unacceptable to him. He cast a glance at the ever-silent Beerus, his heart heavy with the conviction that Beerus was fully aware of Frost's vile tactics in the arena, yet chose to remain passive. Xiaopa even harbored doubts that Beerus might suspect him of inciting Frost's actions, and such an implication necessitated an explanation. "Hey, Beerus, I was completely unaware of Frost's underhanded methods. Otherwise, I would never have allowed such a scoundrel to take the stage." Xiaopa's confidence was noticeably waning, given his prior negligence. Beerus merely waved his hand, refraining from uttering a word. Observing Beerus's gesture only fueled Xiaopa's ire, yet he refrained from unleashing his frustration upon Beerus. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, casting a disdainful glance at Frost. Such filth should not be allowed to roam the universe. The other contestants from Universe 6 sat rigidly, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of Xiaopa's wrath. Vados, witnessing Xiaopa's exasperation, sought to provide him with an avenue for retreat. "Lord Xiaopa, don't forget that Vegeta is still in the arena. It would be unfortunate if he were inadvertently harmed, and it's all your fault." Xiaopa, in Vados' presence, resembled a petulant child, his tone turning mischievous. "If you hadn't brought such a wretch here, I wouldn't be in this embarrassing predicament." Xiaopa's own grievance surfaced. "However, when you commanded me to find a fighter, you didn't require me to assess their character. You merely instructed me to find someone capable of fighting, without any other considerations." Vados retorted, revealing the nature of Xiaopa's orders. This left Xiaopa at a loss for words. "Well, there's no other option. To rectify my blunder, I must ensure he vanishes." Xiaopa raised his right hand once more, which he had just lowered. "All right, let us continue to observe the match. We shall temporarily set this matter aside, and allow them to determine a true victor." Beerus finally spoke, offering no judgment on Xiaopa's actions. Upon hearing Beerus's voice, Xiaopa understood that the matter would not be pursued further. For now, I shall let this scoundrel off the hook, but once the match concludes, he shall see my wrath," Xiaopa declared indignantly. In the arena, Frost struggled desperately, yet he could not break free from Vegeta's powerful grasp. Without the slightest hesitation, Vegeta lifted his right foot, launching a fierce assault upon Frost's abdomen. A relentless barrage of attacks rendered Frost completely senseless, and with an air of disdain, Vegeta discarded him from the stage as if he were mere refuse. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The referee scarcely had time to react before he beheld Frost sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Vegeta did not rush to call for the referee's announcement, for if Frost still harbored any intention of resistance, he aimed to impart a lesson to Frost about the insurmountable chasm between them, one that cannot be bridged by mere tricks. As Frost lay on the ground, Memories of his glorious self-directed performances in Universe 6 flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but erupt into maniacal laughter at the thought of the treasure of Kampa. Vegeta, our paths shall cross again. There will be opportunities in the future, and when that time comes, I shall reclaim everything I have lost today. With great difficulty, Frost rose to his feet and staggered off the stage. No one pays heed to the thoughts of a defeated individual. Even if that person is deemed worthless, they attract little attention. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei was one of the rare exceptions. In this match, the victor is Vegeta, the referee declared, signaling that the glory Frost had brought to Universe 6 had evaporated into thin air. In the next match, Universe 7's Vegeta would face off against Universe 6 Gabe. Observing the shimmering golden aura surrounding Vegeta on the platform, Gabe's eyes betrayed a tinge of envy. As fellow Saiyans, Vegeta and his kin could transform. While they remained oblivious to how such power was attained, Gabe approached the stage and bowed deeply to Vegeta. I sincerely apologize for my previous thoughts. Vegeta regarded Gabe with an inexplicable sense of kinship, perhaps due to their shared heritage or perhaps seeing a reflection of his former self in Gabe. It's all right. Such worthless individuals are ultimately deceivers. Seeing through them is no easy task, Vegeta reassured him. Thank you. Gabe responded with a relieved smile, simultaneously assuming a combat stance. Deep down, Gabe understood that he was no match for Vegeta, especially since he could not transform. Against the transformed Vegeta, his defeat would undoubtedly come even swifter than Frost's. In a secluded corner outside the arena, Frost's figure emerged, his gaze fixed upon the engrossed spectators, seemingly unnoticed. He turned away, his eyes landing on a mound of gold and jewels not far away, alongside a cube capable of traversing the cosmos, Kampa's treasure. With a sudden leap, Frost silently approached the cube, his eyes gleaming with hope. Hey, you'd best leave quietly and refrain from any antics. Jiang Xiaofei's voice reached Frost's ears. Following the sound, Frost beheld a strikingly handsome face. Oh, my friend, you would do well to vanish swiftly and cease to disturb me. These treasures are rightfully mine. With them, I could traverse the cosmos, asserting my dominion. Frost bore a sinister visage, his insatiable greed unmistakable. Rubbish is merely rubbish. The sight of it has become nauseating. Jiang Xiaofei had no desire to engage further with someone like Frost. In an instant, he vanished from sight, delivering a simple yet devastating punch that struck Frost with ferocity unmatched, even more so than what he had endured for Vegeta. I have yet to settle the score for the harm you inflicted upon my companion, Jiang Xiaofei whispered into Frost's ear. Chapter 60, Vegeta, the Sharp-Tongued. Frost's countenance contorted in pain, a reflection of his regret. Why had he not simply relished his games in the 6th universe? Why enter this contest, risking the hard-earned reputation he had amassed? The most disheartening aspect was the monstrous opponents he faced on this battleground. Their ferocity was astonishing. He had intended to flee, to avoid provoking these beasts, yet at the last moment, he was struck down. This adversary seemed even more formidable than Vegeta. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Beerus, who noted that this man was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed a remarkable intellect. Such an exceptional individual would make a splendid match. Beerus remained concealed, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. My lord, we can negotiate. If you spare me, I will acquiesce to anything you desire. Ultimately, Frost capitulated, recognizing that surrendering to an invincible foe was perhaps his only chance of survival. Negotiate? Very well. Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of annihilating Frost. After all, this was a battleground between two universes, where two gods of destruction and their angels were present. Should fatalities occur, it would be a difficult matter to justify. Then, relinquish the wealth you have plundered over the years. Jiang Xiaofei's voice echoed in Frost's mind. The first thought that crossed Frost's mind was that this man was a greedy one, which made matters simpler. Beerus, too, was taken aback. Could such a dashing man truly be swayed by greed? Yet it was plausible. Noble individuals do seek wealth through righteous means, and Frost's riches were ill-gotten. Extorting them seemed justified. Without hesitation, Frost produced a small portion of his wealth, his expression one of acute distress, even more painful than the punch he had just endured. Here it is. While I am aware this is but a trifle, I shall spare you this time, considering your compliance, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, satisfied with Frost's actions. Thank you immensely, my lord. Frost sighed in relief, grateful to escape this predicament. Too kind indeed, Jiang Xiaofei responded, matching his smile with one of his own. Alas, to the one behind the stone. How long will you continue to hide? I have completed my tasks. It is now your turn. Jiang Xiaofei called out to the stone that loomed slightly above human height, just beyond Frost's position. Frost abruptly turned around, fixating on the stone Jiang Xiaofei indicated. Babdith stumbled, believing her presence had been discovered, contemplating whether to reveal herself, when, from another stone, a familiar figure emerged. The assassin from the sixth universe hit. Its gaze was icy and composed. He briefly scanned Frost before directing his attention to Jiang Xiaofei. Please do not regard me with such a look. I am merely passing by. It is purely coincidental. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, as he ascended into the air, casting a glance toward the ground. He nearly plummeted from the sky upon spotting Babdith behind yet another stone. Babdith lifted her head, beaming a radiant smile, and gesturing for silence toward Jiang Xiaofei. Feigning composure, Jiang Xiaofei soared toward the audience of the seventh universe. Frost, eyeing Hit, bared his fangs once more. Hit, let me go. If you find yourself in trouble in the future, I shall undoubtedly lend my full support. However, Hit paid no heed to Frost's plea, instead focusing on the cube before him. Was it you who sought to take it away? As an assassin, Hit was not one for excessive words, his voice resonating like a ghost returned from the depths of hell. It belongs to me, since you wish to take it. Let remain here. Without further ado, Hit materialized behind Frost and delivered a swift blow. A wave of dizziness surged through Frost's skull, and he subsequently lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. It seems I need not intervene, Babdith remarked, returning to her side of Zampa, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei across the arena. On the stage, Vegeta had reverted to his normal form. However, even in this state, Gabe was still no match for him. During their exchange, Gabe could distinctly feel the immense energy residing within Vegeta's being. Every attack Gabe launched was effortlessly neutralized by Vegeta. Disappointment gradually etched itself onto Gabe's face. Although they were both Saiyans, their powers were not even in the same league. To display such disappointment after merely encountering a slight setback. You are hardly worthy of a noble Saiyan bloodline. Vegeta's words struck deep within Gabe's soul. We Saiyans grow stronger through battle, undeterred by adversity. Weaklings like you do not deserve to be called Saiyans. No, that's not true. Gabe feebly countered, his strikes intensifying, yet they remained ineffectual against Vegeta. Such flaccid punches. How could Zampa possibly choose you to compete? Is this not an affront to the Saiyan name? Vegeta showed no concern for Gabe's feelings, continuing his scathing remarks. In your sixth universe, are all Saiyans as feeble as you? Vegeta broadened the scope of his verbal assault, his presence suddenly intensifying with an overwhelming force, sending Gabe hurtling backwards. No, that is not true. We are not worthless. Gabe was utterly provoked by Vegeta's words to the brink of collapse. Coupled with the immense disparity between them, his anguish deepened. He had come here to bring glory to the Saiyans. Yet he had not anticipated encountering a Saiyan from the seventh universe, especially one with such formidable strength. Even more astonishing was Vegeta's power after transformation. Not worthless? Is that merely empty rhetoric? Judging by your displayed abilities, you are even lesser than worthless. Your existence is a disgrace to the noble Saiyan lineage. Vegeta's words were harsh, showing no regard for Gabe's fragile spirit. Gabe's eyes reddened, yet his fury surged at an incredible pace, his pupils burning with a desire to obliterate Vegeta. You madman! Today I shall demonstrate whether I am truly worthless. A force unlike any he had ever felt enveloped Gabe. In that moment, every cell in his body was infused with an unprecedented power, his blood racing as he unleashed formidable strength. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta felt a surge of delight within himself. Chapter 61. The first Super Saiyan of the sixth universe. In the audience, Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong exchanged wry smiles at Vegeta's behavior. This guy, taking on the role of a teacher in the arena, intentionally provoking the Saiyans of the sixth universe to see if they possessed the ability to transform. As Vegeta's closest ally, Sun Wukong could easily discern his intentions. Indeed, I had not expected Vegeta to display such earnestness. Jiang Xiaofei mused, reflecting on how, as the proud Prince Vegeta, this was the first time he was so seriously instructing someone. Hey, what do you mean by that? Our Vegeta is exceptionally gentle, you know? Bulma retorted, raising her right hand in protest to Jiang Xiaofei's comments. Jiang Xiaofei dared not counter, fearing Bulma's wrath. One can only hope Gabe succeeds. He must not disappoint Vegeta's goodwill. Sun Wukong too was eager for Gabe's growth. He will surely succeed. Even if he falters initially, mastering the key techniques is absolutely attainable. Did he not also begin from that very point? Jiang Xiaofei remarked to Sun Wukong. Huh, that is a valid point. Let's await the outcome. Sun Wukong believed that perseverance would ultimately yield results. I told you, our Saiyans from the 6th universe can indeed transform. It seems the upcoming battles will become increasingly intriguing. As if poised for action, Gaby was deeply captivated by the scene before him, completely forgetting the recent Frost incident. On the arena, Gaby's aura continued to rise, an immense energy causing his body to operate beyond its limits. Yet this surge of energy seemed boundless, relentlessly pushing him toward a higher plane. Vegeta stood proudly, showing no inclination to intervene. In truth, he was eagerly anticipating Gaby's transformation. Within Vegeta's heart, seeing Gaby stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity, especially upon hearing about the 6th universe's planet Sadala, which moved him deeply. However, in the 6th universe, Saiyans were a relatively gentle race, lacking the knowledge of harnessing their physical abilities. Vegeta aimed to provoke Gaby, curious to see if, in a fit of rage, Gaby could ascend to the level of a Super Saiyan like them. Clearly, this provocation had a remarkable effect. At the very least, Gaby was now on the path toward becoming a Super Saiyan. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, yearning for a miracle to unfold. Yet at the most critical moment, Gaby's transformation faltered, the barrier remained unbroken, and he reverted to his original form. In his gaze, there was a tinge of despondence, but more so an overwhelming joy. Despite the failure to transform, it seemed he had carved out an extraordinary path, one that the Saiyans of the 6th universe had never ventured before. When Gaby looked at Vegeta again, the previous hatred and anger had dissipated. He appeared to comprehend Vegeta's good intentions. Gaby bowed deeply to Vegeta, expressing his apologies and gratitude. Don't get too full of yourself. You have not yet succeeded. Overcoming me is still an impossible feat. Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing a haughty expression. Gaby, however, remained unfazed, for he understood that this individual before him was a classic case of a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. To achieve transformation, one must experience boundless rage. No one could assist you, and apart from relying on oneself, nothing else would suffice. After hearing Vegeta's words, Gaby slowly closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of his first transformation. A powerful aura emanated from Gaby once more. As his cells became invigorated, a continuous flow of strength coursing through his veins. With a mighty shout, the energy surrounding Gaby began to clash, even producing white lightning. The activity of his cells surged again, and his hair began to change. When he reached the barrier for the second time, Gaby did not halt. Instead, he maintained his anger, allowing the power within him to swell even more. With a thunderous boom, it was as if something had shattered, and the aura radiating from Gaby transformed him into someone entirely different. Everyone gazed at Gabe, their hearts swelling with inexplicable excitement, silently chanting the words Super Saiyan. Vegeta smiled knowingly. Indeed, after several attempts, Gabe had finally succeeded in transforming. Overwhelmed with joy as he looked at Vegeta, Gabe could not help but exclaim, "Master, I did it." Vegeta did not outright deny it. In his eyes, having such a disciple was quite commendable. Do not let pride consume you. To maintain this state for an extended battle, you still have a long way to go. Vegeta roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan himself. Now, this is true mastery. Observing Vegeta's display, Bulma felt that he was exceptionally impressive at this moment. Isn't Vegeta just a bit too fond of posturing? An ill-timed voice broke the atmosphere, causing Bulma to frown and glance at Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei sensed the chill and immediately fell silent, internally muttering, "A good man doesn't quarrel with a woman. Surely I can at least vent my frustrations in my mind. I knew it. Our Saiyans from the universe can transform too. This has finally come to fruition." Xiang exclaimed proudly, his eyes sparkling. "We must still thank Vegeta from Universe 7, Bados interjected. Xiang cast a glance at Beerus, snorting dismissively. Why should our Saiyans from Universe 6 express gratitude to them? Wow. Under the brilliant guidance of contestant Vegeta, contestant Gabe has also learned to transform. The referee announced. From my experience, it seems that contestant Gabe is the first Super Saiyan from Universe 6. What esteemed status. Let me congratulate contestant Gabe once again. And on behalf of Gabe in Universe 6, thank contestant Vegeta for his guidance. Upon hearing the referee's words, Xiang was infuriated. Which fool brought in this referee? Bados had never let Xiang down. After all, this was someone you personally selected. Xiang feeling somewhat dejected, sat back down to relish the delicious food. Now, let the match continue. The referee commanded, and transformed Super Saiyan Gabe once again assumed a battle stance. He too wished to ascertain how his newfound Super Saiyan powers compared to Vegeta's strength. Chapter 62, Hit. Master Vegeta, please guide me. Gabe unleashed his full power, dashing towards Vegeta. Oof, just having learned to transform, and you wish to soar to the heavens. How naive. Vegeta observed Gabe charging at him, and his body swiftly moved into action. In truth, Vegeta was also eager to see just how much Gabe had grown. Although they were both Saiyans from different universes, their personalities displayed stark contrasts. Would this difference influence the transformation into a Super Saiyan? As the two formidable gusts of punch winds intertwined, the entire arena was enveloped in a golden radiance, with white lightning clashing against one another, producing waves of energy that surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Of course, Vegeta had merely opted for a defensive stance, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. Otherwise, Gabe would not have been able to endure for such an extended period. Estimating that the time was ripe, Vegeta, now familiar with Gabe's transformation, deemed it unnecessary to prolong the battle. He leapt into the air, creating distance between himself and Gabe. Indeed, after his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, Gabe demonstrated considerable endurance, a testament to his innate talent for training. Vegeta gazed at Gabe from a distance, pride swelling within him. Although they had never formally engaged in a master-disciple ceremony, Gabe had recognized Vegeta as his mentor, and Vegeta held this disciple in high regard. You still have a long way to go compared to your master. Gabe felt a surge of joy at Vegeta's praise. At least you possess some self-awareness. As for the Super Saiyan, you are merely at the beginning. There lies a long path ahead. Remember, our Saiyan growth is limitless. Vegeta's voice echoed with a hint of sternness, akin to admonishing his pupil. Yes, master. I will certainly train diligently and strive to catch up to you. Gabe encouraged himself. No, you must surpass me. Vegeta corrected him. Gabe was momentarily taken aback, his confidence wavering. What? You think that is unattainable? Remember, we Saiyans are born proud, destined to surpass ourselves continuously. Vegeta instilled this philosophy in Gabe once more. Yes, I will undoubtedly surpass Master Vegeta. Gabe clenched his fists, recognizing the magnitude of this challenge. That is more like it. However, I will not make it easy for you. A rare, elegant smile graced Vegeta's lips. At that moment, Gabe finally understood that his master had been cultivating his confidence and potential all along. After becoming a Super Saiyan, he was destined to venture farther. I never expected Vegeta to assume the role of a mentor in such a manner. It's quite rare. Jiang Xiaofei observed Vegeta on the stage, feeling a sense of delight. Indeed, it is quite a rarity, Sun Wukong remarked, stroking his head as he looked toward his rival. Hey, are you two still going to fight? Xiangpa languidly gazed at the arena, speaking with a hint of boredom. The camaraderie between master and disciple was rather tedious to witness. Yet, no one paid any heed to Xiangpa, which left him feeling rather disheartened. A destroyer god like him had found himself in such a predicament. Since you have mastered the technique of transforming into a Super Saiyan, this battle should come to an end. Vegeta addressed Gabe with a grave demeanor. Master, this time I will not concede easily. Gabe replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, but that is not for you to decide. This time, Vegeta refrained from posturing further. Before concluding, he invited you once more to experience the formidable power of the Saiyans. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed his aura, which surged forth anew, yet this time it bore a distinct quality. The energy radiating from him was not only more potent, but also tempered with a gentler essence. A tempest of energy swept across the arena, causing the transformed Super Saiyan Gabe to falter, instinctively raising his arms to shield his eyes. When Gabe lowered his arms and gazed back at Vegeta, he beheld a figure ablaze with cerulean flames, standing resolutely. Under this azure visage, Gabe was struck by the profound insignificance of his own existence. Even the spectators were taken aback, particularly those from Universe 6, who had not anticipated that the Saiyans could transform consecutively. Hit 2 opened his previously shut eyes to regard the blue figure, seemingly deducing that this group of Saiyans grows stronger with their cries. Is this also a transformation of the Saiyans? Gabe's eyes shimmered with envy and longing. You have lost. Vegeta's voice pierced through Gabe's astonishment, snapping him back to reality as he realized he had already been pushed outside the arena. Thank you, Master. Gabe smiled gently, bowing once more to Vegeta before preparing to turn away. Remember, The power of the Saiyans is boundless. With diligent effort, you too can reach such heights. Vegeta spoke again. Gabe turned back, his eyes aflame with determination, a testament to his fighting spirit. I hope that when we meet again, you will surprise me even more. Vegeta, having reverted from his transformation, regarded Gabe. I certainly will. Gabe clenched his fist, an indomitable spirit rising within him. TSK. Vegeta truly steals the spotlight. Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of joy for both Vegeta and Gabe. Indeed, they are both remarkable. Goku chimed in cheerfully. The referee declared the outcome. In this match, the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, emerges victorious. In the stands of Universe 6, Kappa anxiously tugged at his prominently pointed ears, growing increasingly impatient. The two matches thus far had concluded in defeat for his universe. Witnessing Vegeta's striking Ultra Blue form left Kappa astounded. He was particularly sensitive about appearances, especially in the presence of Beerus, who basked in his own satisfaction. Hit, you shall be the next to enter, Kappa commanded, prompting the meditative Hit to slowly open his eyes. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing atop the arena. The moment Hit made his entrance, an intangible pressure enveloped the arena, casting a shadow over the battlefield. Vegeta, observing Hit from across the stage, felt a tightening in his chest. This individual was undoubtedly a master, stronger than anyone before. Sun Wukong instantly made a judgment. This must be their trump card. Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of confusion. The usual sequence should be Magetta first, followed by Kaba, and finally Hit. However, after Vegeta defeated Frost, it seemed the order had once again shifted. Could it be that in this realm of Dragon Ball, Magetta was stronger than Hit? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, promptly dismissing that notion. In this match, the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, would face the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta. The gong sounded, heralding the commencement of battle once more. Chapter 63. Vegeta, without a chance to fight back. Confronted with Hit, Vegeta dared not exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Against an opponent like Hit, he had to be fully prepared. Although the two had yet to engage in earnest combat, Vegeta could sense an immense pressure emanating from Hit. His gaze never wavered from Hit, and his body remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Battles between formidable warriors were always fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could easily lead to defeat. Observing Hit's stance, with both hands clenched and forearms slightly bent, he displayed a readiness for battle. Such a simple gesture concealed no flaws, which was one of the reasons why Vegeta regarded Hit with such caution. This fellow is indeed formidable. Jiang Xiaofei offered a succinct evaluation of Hit atop the arena. Indeed, his defense is impeccable. Sun Wukong squinted, adopting a serious demeanor. It appears Vegeta is in peril this time. Jiang Xiaofei spoke the truth, only to be met with Bulma's disapproving glance from a distance. Nevertheless, Bulma's hands tightened in response. Although she was not a warrior, she could discern the atmosphere in the arena. At that moment, Vegeta was clearly more serious and meticulous than before. Neither combatant dared to strike impulsively. They were both waiting for the other, aware that the first to act bore a greater risk of exposing a weakness. Sun Wukong added, "You are correct. However, judging by their performances, Vegeta appears to be at a slight disadvantage." Jiang Xiaofei continued. From a psychological standpoint, Vegeta evidently falls short compared to Hit. Though a resilient and unyielding warrior, he seems somewhat outmatched against a killer like Hit. Do you truly have so little faith in Vegeta? Bulma rose, defending him. It's not about a lack of faith. It's just that achieving victory against an opponent like Hit is exceedingly difficult. Jiang Xiaofei clarified once more. Whoosh! Bang! Vegeta could no longer contain himself and transformed into a streak of lightning, launching an attack at Hit. For an ordinary person, facing this strike from Vegeta would be utterly disorienting. However, standing before him was Hit. From Hit's expression, there was no discernible change, even as Vegeta's fist approached. It failed to elicit any reaction from him. This alone attests to Hit's status as an unparalleled assassin. To the onlookers, it seemed impossible for Hit to evade Vegeta's impending strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everyone was left astounded. Even Jiang Xiaofei, who was aware of the narrative, widened his eyes in disbelief. Vegeta's attack proved ineffective. Instead, Hit's right fist merely grazed beneath Vegeta's nose, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the bewildered Saiyan flying. With a simplicity that belied its effectiveness, Hit's motion astonished all present. I could scarcely comprehend how he executed such a maneuver. Goku, taken aback by Hit's actions, yearned to discern the intricacies of Hit's technique with his own eyes. However, Jiang Xiaofei concluded that understanding Hit's movements with mere sight was virtually impossible. To withstand his onslaught, one must learn to anticipate, predicting his next move in a split second, a critical moment indeed. Anticipating an opponent's actions, Goku suddenly grasped the concept. Yet, while this notion may seem straightforward, actual implementation proved to be an entirely different challenge. After all, the adversary was the foremost assassin of Universe 6. If one could react and counter his techniques in such a brief span, the title would be rendered meaningless. Vegeta, sprawled on the arena floor, gazed incredulously at Hit, feeling a searing pain emanating from his upper lip and beneath his nose. Yet, he could scarcely believe that he had been struck down by Hit, for he had failed to perceive how Hit had executed the blow. Rising from the arena, Vegeta regarded Hit with heightened caution, making tactical adjustments in his approach. As he charged forward again, his speed intensified, seeking to surpass Hit's velocity. However, despair loomed once more, just as Vegeta was about to collide with Hit. He was met with another blow to his forehead, sending him hurtling back once again. "Yield! You are no match for me," Hit's icy voice echoed in Vegeta's ears. Dripping with derision, Vegeta, gritting his teeth, resolved that surrender was an unacceptable fate for the proud prince of the Saiyans. Witnessing Vegeta's refusal to concede, Hit lowered his raised hands, even pocketing them nonchalantly. The scene before him seemed to drive Vegeta to the brink of madness. Hit's demeanor clearly suggested he regarded Vegeta with contempt. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more as he recklessly charged forward. Another assault ensued. Yet the relentless barrage of punches appeared futile. Although Vegeta's movements were swift, he still found himself easily evaded by Hit. Once more, Hit launched an attack, delivering what seemed to be a simple punch that struck Vegeta directly. In a panic, Vegeta executed several somersaults, creating distance between them once again. During Hit's onslaught, Vegeta sensed a peculiar hesitation within his own body, though he could not grasp the reason behind it. This was the ability known as time skip, capable of halting time for a mere second. It was within this brief interval that Hit executed his precise counterattack. Observing the one-sided situation on the arena, the Galactic King spoke up. Goku, too, heard clearly, noticing the grim expressions on everyone's faces. The ability to stop time, even for just a second, could indeed turn the tide for an assassin. It seems you were right. To thwart him, one must anticipate his movements a second ahead to have any hope of victory. Goku remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. "Let's hope so. However, it appears Vegeta may no longer have such an opportunity," Jiang Xiaofei replied, casting his gaze upon the unfolding events in the arena. Under Hit's relentless attacks, Vegeta was already panting heavily, yet he still could not perceive Hit's movements. "It's time to end this." Suddenly, Hit's figure vanished, only to reappear with his fist crashing into Vegeta's abdomen. The tremendous force sent Vegeta sprawling onto the arena, his body trembling uncontrollably until he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Hey, referee, isn't it against the rules to kill in the arena?" Hit reminded the referee, who was still in shock. Chapter 64, Goku vs. Hit. As Hit's cold voice resonated, the referee finally regained composure and raised the microphone high. "In this match, the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, is victorious." "Ha! Hit is indeed the foremost assassin of Universe 6. What a Super Saiyan! What transformations!" "They remain no match for Hit," Kappa declared with an air of arrogance, glancing at Beerus. Despite the tension surrounding Vegeta and Hit's battle, Beerus felt a surge of anxiety. Yet there was little he could alter. Ignoring Kampa's taunts, Beerus chose to remain silent. Kampa, somewhat disappointed by Beerus's disregard, nonetheless felt a surge of confidence as he beheld Hit standing triumphantly in the arena, convinced that the Earth of Universe 7 was already within his grasp. "Ha, Beerus, why not concede? Just hand over the Earth. It would spare you further humiliation." Kampa retorted maliciously. "Humph, do you truly believe he is invincible?" Beerus could no longer contain himself, narrowing his eyes at Kampa. "At present, it certainly seems that way." Kampa's spirits soared once more, relishing the opportunity to avenge himself against Beerus. "Surely, you do not believe anyone can break through Hit's time skip? Is that not an arduous task? Goku, show him what you can do." Beerus commanded Goku, fixing his gaze upon Kampa. Sun Wukong wore an expression of exhilaration. His greatest delight lay in battling formidable opponents. After witnessing the clash between Hit and Vegeta, he found himself unable to contain his eagerness. Alas, had he not already been eliminated? Why was he still insisting on re-entering the fray? "Beerus, do not disrupt the rules," Kampa thought, observing Wukong's demeanor, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He even questioned whether Wukong truly possessed the means to overcome Hit's time skip. It was your universe that first breached the regulations. Thus, he is indeed permitted to continue fighting. Beerus elucidated. If you possess the skill, then demonstrate it to me. Kampa retorted, glancing between Hit and Wukong, his skepticism palpable. With a determined grin, Wukong clashed his fists together before leaping into the arena, beaming at Hit. Vegeta, struggling to rise, passed by Wukong. Do you have any good advice? Wukong inquired. None. Vegeta replied, curtly, his spirits dampened, before returning to the spectator seats. Truly indifferent. Wukong mused, then officially faced Hit. From the audience, Jiang Xiaofei offered a few words of consolation to Vegeta, though their impact was minimal. You're quite strong, Wukong remarked to Hit. Unfazed, Hit maintained his icy composure. Fists clenched before him, ready for battle. Let us engage in a spirited fight. Wukong was positively eager. With Wukong's thunderous shout, a palpable energy began to coalesce around him, a soft azure glow enveloping him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Yet, this transformation failed to elicit any reaction from Hit. Wukong charged first, unleashing a ferocious barrage of punches aimed at Hit. Undoubtedly, Wukong experienced what Vegeta had, as he was sent flying by Hit's time skip at the moment of their impending clash. Nevertheless, Wukong did not relent. He propelled himself forward once more. It must be noted that in terms of resilience, Wukong did possess an edge over Vegeta. However, the onlookers from Universe 7, witnessing this somewhat suffocating battle, had begun to lose hope. Beerus, it seems your predictions may not come to fruition. Kampa appeared to sense the dawn of victory. Until the final moment. Do not draw hasty conclusions. Beerus replied nonchalantly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Wukong. Oh, still anticipating a miracle, are we? Kampa glanced back at Hit atop the arena, his eyes brimming with fury. Hit, swiftly dispose of this bothersome Saiyan. Hit cast a quick look at Kampa before turning his attention to Wukong. It appears our game is about to conclude. Is that so? I feel as though it is just beginning. Wukong exclaimed, excitement dancing in his eyes, as if a new realization had dawned upon him. Thus, son Wukong, enduring the searing pain that coursed through his body, once more launched himself at Hit. To the spectators, this assault appeared no different from his previous attempts, and Hit seemed effortlessly poised to counter it, particularly evident in the triumphant expression on Xiangpa's face. Yet, in the next heartbeat, silence enveloped the arena. With a deft maneuver, son Wukong utilized his elbow to deflect Hit's punch, while his other hand transformed into a fist that struck fiercely at Hit's abdomen. The impact elicited a palpable sense of pain from Hit. Expressions of disbelief washed over the crowd. Even Hit wore a mask of astonishment, while Xiangpa, who had anticipated an imminent victory, broke into a cold sweat. How could this be possible? How did he accomplish that? Two such questions echoed in the minds of all present. What do you think? I told you the battle had only just begun. Do you believe me now? Son Wukong reveled in his ability to thwart Hit's assault. Indeed, this opponent is more formidable than I had envisioned. Yet, it must be mere coincidence. Hit remained incredulous, determined to test his mettle once more. He created distance between himself and son Wukong, this time taking the initiative to attack, once again unleashing his time skip technique. However, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Son Wukong successfully blocked Hit's assault and retaliated. Hit's form was sent hurtling backward, yet instead of despair, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. In the 6th universe, he had never encountered anyone capable of countering his time skip, but today, he had found such an adversary. The once dormant fire in his heart rekindled, awakening a fervent desire for strength. You are quite impressive, but overcoming me will still prove a challenge. After enduring several exchanges, Hit conceded the prowess of son Wukong. Hit emulated son Wukong and Vegeta, letting out a loud battle cry. The onlookers anticipated that Hit would transform, yet when the cry subsided, he had not undergone any significant change. The two combatants clashed once more, with each exchange yielding victories and defeats. However, the keen-eyed audience noticed that as the battle wore on, son Wukong seemed to be gradually losing ground. Bang! Another resounding punch echoed, and this time, son Wukong was unable to withstand Hit's assault. I did not expect you to be holding back. Son Wukong, stabilizing his stance, regarded Hit with eager anticipation. No, I have merely grown stronger while fighting you. Chapter 65, Tenfold Kaioken. Hit's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly with everyone. Grow stronger? Sun Wukong questioned, perplexed. Yes, that is precisely it. Unlike you Saiyans, who can continuously enhance your power through combat, even harnessing anger to transform, I can achieve growth in a short span of time. Hit elucidated. Oh, is this still the Hit I know? He has managed to articulate so much in one breath. In the sixth universe, Zampa granted himself an extension, yet his words and demeanor exuded a sense of pride. It certainly sounded impressive. Sun Wukong raised his thumb in approval. This was the kind of battle he yearned for. With renewed vigor, Sun Wukong's body sprang into action, his spirit buoyed by the blue flames as he launched himself towards Hit. Hit, however, dared not let his guard down. He had to remain vigilant against Sun Wukong, not merely due to his instincts as an assassin, but primarily from an insatiable curiosity about his opponent. Though Hit had indeed grown stronger, Sun Wukong was undeniably a prodigy of combat, capable of swiftly identifying weaknesses or ways to counteract his adversaries. With a thunderous clash, their fists met, unleashing a colossal shockwave that sent the referee crashing to the ground and even created rippling vibrations upon the protective barrier. It seems your growth continues. In the instant of their confrontation, Sun Wukong could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Hit, which only seemed to amplify. Indeed, thus, this battle is one you cannot hope to win. It was equally unfazed. Oh, that only heightens my anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Bang! Another resounding impact sent Sun Wukong hurtling away once more. What has happened? I distinctly felt time freeze. In the audience, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Hit on the stage. Is this the result of that fellow's growth? Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, reflected his yearning to become even stronger. Though he was formidable, the two combatants on stage appeared to surpass him. And the presence of Jiang Xiaofei beside him was an unbearable affront to his pride. One day, none of you shall be my match. Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp Vegeta's sentiments, merely pressing his fingers to his brow while continuing to focus on the match. It appears your time-skip technique has indeed extended. Sun Wukong seemed entirely unfazed. Indeed, throughout this process of growth, I have enhanced my time skip from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. If I can reach 0.5 seconds, you shall be no match for me, regardless of your formidable strength. Hit's expression remained calm, yet the fervor of his fighting spirit was unmistakable in his eyes. Before encountering you, I had never considered this notion. In my universe, I never needed to rely on such methods to vanquish foes. However, you are different. Although I cannot employ lethal techniques against you, I still find it necessary to utilize this approach to have a chance at victory. I actually look forward to seeing you reach 0.5 seconds. However, I fear my body is nearing its limits. Sun Wukong mused as he touched the various wounds inflicted by Hit's time-skip prowess. Since you were striving so diligently, I suppose I should show my prowess as well. Sun Wukong stretched his body, allowing it to enter a state of relaxation. Originally, this was a technique prepared by my companions and me to confront Lord Beerus, but it had never been realized until now. It seems I shall seek your guidance today. As Sun Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei before turning his attention back to Hit. With a resounding shout, a crimson aura began to manifest above the cerulean energy enveloping Sun Wukong. The fiery red flames blazed fiercely, casting a glow upon the faces of all present. As Sun Wukong's power surged forth in that very moment. This is the Kaioken. Those in the audience familiar with Sun Wukong understood his intentions, yet found it astonishing. The Super Saiyan blue form already possessed the power of a Super Saiyan god, an unparalleled strength in itself. Yet here was Sun Wukong, audaciously applying the Kaioken within it. What a reckless act! As he felt the overwhelming energy radiating from Sun Wukong, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. This scoundrel, secretly cultivating such a power behind my back. You must have known. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei awkwardly scratched his head. His demeanor spoke volumes. Two imbeciles. You. Ugh. Jiang Xiaofei felt aggrieved, yet words escaped him. Hit, take advantage of his transformation and finish him off. Nodalin. Kappa of Universe 6 grew anxious, sensing the threat emanating from Sun Wukong's power. Hit glanced at Kappa, then at Sun Wukong, raising both fists as if to strike. Yes, act swiftly, Kappa urged once more. However, in the next moment, Hit hesitated, choosing instead to patiently await Sun Wukong's Kaioken. Witnessing Hit's disobedience, Kappa felt a surge of impulse to obliterate him. 1 times, 2 times. Krillin silently began counting the multiples of Sun Wukong's Kaioken. No, it's 10 times the Kaioken. The vibrant red glow surrounding Sun Wukong's blue aura quickly enveloped the arena, a formidable force rushing forth. This fellow, he truly succeeded. Everyone sighed in relief for Sun Wukong. At long last, I hope you do not disappoint me. Hit prepared for battle, eager to gauge the true extent of Sun Wukong's prowess under the tenfold Kaioken. However, just as Hit assumed his stance, he sensed a tremendous energy surge behind him. Before he could activate his time skip, he was struck by Sun Wukong. The blue energy, infused with crimson light, pierced through the arena like a devastating sword. No matter how Hit attempted to evade, he was destined to be hit. At this moment, Hit's time skip lost its effectiveness. Is this what it means to be overpowered? Hit murmured. Hey, Hit, unleash your full power. I cannot maintain this form for long. I hope we can engage in a thrilling battle. Sun Wukong stated with candor, as he beheld the pure warrior before him, adorned in red and blue. Hit felt an unfamiliar desire to truly confront his opponent for the first time. Chapter 66. Instant Kill. In the face of Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught, Hit let out another furious roar, a surge of purple energy enveloping him, causing his aura to swell once more. The flash time technique of 0.2 seconds is of no consequence to you now, but I am still capable of growth. Hit stood with indomitable spirit. I look forward to your growth. Sun Wukong, shrouded in the vibrant energies of red and blue, brimmed with combat fervor. It was unexpected that Hit could withstand Sun Wukong's might for such an extended period, and he seemed poised to continue evolving. A troubling prospect for Sun Wukong. Krillin expressed his concern. He had anticipated that with the Kaioken's enhancement, Sun Wukong would claim victory. Yet now the outcome remained uncertain. Most worrisome was the aftereffect of the Kaioken. Sun Wukong might not endure for much longer. Jiang Xiaofei pointed out a crucial fact. If Sun Wukong fails, then you'll be our sole hope. Do you not feel the immense pressure closing in? Vegeta jested. Pressure? Nonsense. Even if Sun Wukong cannot best Hit, I doubt Hit will have much stamina left. Defeating him should not pose a significant challenge. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, reflecting his own strength. That does hold some merit, but there remains another contender yet to enter the fray. Vegeta remarked, casting his gaze toward the colossal figure from Universe 6, resembling an iron barrel. That one, his strength, may not even match yours. What do you mean? The proud Vegeta bristled. Nothing. Just focus on the match. One day, I shall surpass all of you. On the arena, the sacred clash of red and blue energies collided fiercely with the enigmatic purple aura, leaving the once sturdy platform in ruins. What a thrill! Sun Wukong, already operating beyond his limits, distanced himself from Hit once more. It seemed this battle was nearing its conclusion. With a tinge of regret in his voice, Sun Wukong remarked, though you have gained the upper hand this time, I believe I will surely triumph over you in our next encounter. As he spoke, he leaped down from the arena. I too shall not concede easily. Hit called out to Sun Wukong's retreating figure. I'm already looking forward to our next battle. Sun Wukong waved farewell as he returned to the audience. Suddenly, he was engulfed by intense pain, the aftermath of the Kaioken. The thrill of battle is fleeting, but the body pays the price. Jiang Xiaofei quipped, observing Sun Wukong's disheveled state. Still cracking jokes? You're next. Sun Wukong retorted. Alas, there is no alternative. None of you can overcome this, so I shall resolve these troubles myself. When did you become so self-absorbed? Vegeta remarked with a disdainful snort. This is not self-absorption. It is confidence. Jiang Xiaofei declared proudly. Just watch how I dominate the arena. Without awaiting a response, Jiang Xiaofei vanished from the sight of the crowd. Appearing upon the stage, do you think he could defeat Hit? It should be manageable. It seems we must train harder, as more and more opponents have surpassed us. Observing the two formidable figures on the stage, Sun Wukong reflected. Hit regarded the composed Jiang Xiaofei, and even as an assassin, he felt a stir of emotion. The aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei was evidently weaker than that of Sun Wukong, yet his visage radiated tranquility. The match between the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, and the contestant from Universe 7, Jiang Xiaofei, was about to commence. With the referee's command, the two combatants instantly entered a state of battle. Hit, teach him a harsh lesson. Kampa's voice echoed once more. Whenever he saw Jiang Xiaofei, an inexplicable annoyance welled up within Kampa. Lord Kampa, you are being rather excessive. The nearby Beerus expressed his discontent with Kampa's demeanor. Oomph. This is a competition. I must assert my position. Moreover, contain your infatuation. Should he be brought to tears by Hit, you must not express anger. Lord Kampa is quite confident in Hit. Have you forgotten what Beerus said? Jiang Xiaofei is the god of destruction's candidate. Beerus held unwavering faith in Jiang Xiaofei. Oomph. What does being a candidate for the god of destruction matter? Before Hit, he remains inconsequential. Kampa turned away, dismissing any further discourse with the lovesick woman. You're not a Saiyan? I sense no trace of the same aura as Sun Wukong or Vegeta from Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary person from Earth. Today, I fight for Earth and for Universe 7. Jiang Xiaofei declared with fervor, showcasing a readiness for battle. Having witnessed Sun Wukong's previous encounter, Hit would not underestimate any opponent. And he always sensed an enigmatic quality about Jiang Xiaofei. Without hesitation, Hit lunged towards Jiang Xiaofei, activating his instant transmission in an instant. His fist aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Bang! Hit's expression shifted slightly, for at the moment his fist was about to make contact with Jiang Xiaofei's visage. Jiang Xiaofei stepped back and utilized his elbow to deflect the blow. How is this possible? You can move freely. Hit found this quite astonishing. While Sun Wukong could predict his movements, it was within the realm of normalcy. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei before him could move freely within his own time. Nothing is impossible. Once you learn to entrust your body to instinct in battle, perhaps you will come to understand this. Jiang Xiaofei did not perceive this as a significant matter. As he spoke, a white aura gradually emanated from his being, ethereal and dreamlike, imparting an even more sacred sensation. This aura exuded an insurmountable essence, as if he had already touched the realm of the divine. Witnessing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, the assassin Hit felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. While he could contend with Sun Wukong, facing Jiang Xiaofei rendered all his tactics seemingly ineffective. Unwilling to concede, Hit launched another attack against Jiang Xiaofei, this time with unwavering determination. He sensed that if he continued down this path, failure was inevitable. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes and surrendered to his body's instincts. His aura distinctly captured every change in his surroundings, with Hit's every movement registering within each of Jiang Xiaofei's cells. He swiftly unleashed a punch, and the very fabric of space appeared to be rent asunder. Boom! Hit's figure was sent hurtling backward, colliding forcefully against the barrier, consciousness gradually slipping away. Chapter 67, Xiangpa's Target. The ultimate technique of freedom. To think this individual has matured to such an extent in such a brief period. Xiangpa abruptly rose, gazing at the still erect figure on the arena, his words tinged with a hint of solemnity. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei employ the ultimate technique of freedom, Xiangpa realized that victory in this battle was unattainable. Yet, the thought of allowing Jiang Xiaofei to escape so easily left a lingering discontent within him. Losing a match is acceptable, but this indignation must be addressed. Hey, Beerus, are you violating the rules? Xiangpa aimed his weapon at the god of destruction of Universe 7. Xiangpa, are you stirring up trouble again? Beerus had endured Xiangpa's antics for quite some time, yet this only fueled Xiangpa's obstinacy. Stirring up trouble? I would argue that you are the one doing that. Xiangpa retorted, infuriated. That fellow, he has clearly reached the level of a god of destruction. Why is he still allowed to compete? Xiangpa pointed vehemently at Jiang Xiaofei on the arena, his fury palpable. Everyone, including the gods, was taken aback by Xiangpa's words. What? This individual has grown to such a degree? Vegeta clenched his fists, his inner resentment ignited once more. He has merely brushed against that level. He is not truly a god of destruction, Beerus attempted to clarify. Yet he is a replacement god of destruction. And allowing such a person to enter the fray disrupts the balance of the competition, Xiangpa insisted, not yielding an inch. Disrupting the balance of the competition? Xiangpa, I believe you're nitpicking, truly looking for trouble. Beerus's gaze grew cold, his body propelling towards Xiangpa. Unwilling to back down, Xiangpa's rotund form soared into the sky. And high above the nameless star, the gods of destruction from two universes engaged in a most extraordinary exchange. Xiangpa, you were the one who proposed this match. As I witnessed the impending defeat, it seems you wish to resort to trickery. Beerus directly exposes Kampa's intentions. Defeated? Do you truly believe I would cower before you? We still have one competitor yet to step onto the stage. By what right do you assume our loss? I am merely contesting the unfairness of this match. At this moment, Kampa can hardly concede. If you are unafraid of losing, then simply allow your final contestant to enter the fray. Why must you come here to incite trouble? While the two gods of destruction engage in verbal skirmishes, their limbs are far from idle. As an intense battle unfolds above the nameless star, were it not for the protective barriers set by Whis and Beerus, all present, including the Supreme Kai, would surely suffer. Destructive energy rampages, enveloping the once quiet nameless star beneath the formidable powers of the two gods of destruction. Standing on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei observes the clash between the deities. Feeling somewhat perplexed, yet sensing that Kampa's actions seem directed at him. My lords, this conflict will yield no resolution. Whis and Beerus intervene to halt the battle. Step aside. Today I shall show this scrawny monkey what true brilliance is. Kampa's fury remains unabated. Oomph. You, fat pig, dare to boast before me? Perhaps you ought to consider your own strength. Beerus retorts, baring his fangs. Enough, my lords. If this continues, we shall be waiting for ages. Let us resolve this matter in the simplest manner, Beerus suggests pragmatically. Both gods of destruction turn their gazes toward him. Why not settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? It is indeed a swift and peaceful resolution. Whis cannot help but praise himself. I truly am an angel embodying both beauty and wisdom. Very well. Should I lose? This match will signify victory for your Universe 7. However, if I prevail, I demand to battle that fellow. I shall see just how formidable your replacement god of destruction truly is, Kampa states, laying forth his terms. Beerus ponders for a moment before responding. All right. Just ensure you do not end up weeping afterward. Oomph. Weeping? Spare me the banter. Let us proceed to the game. Kampa, eager to teach Jiang Xiaofei a lesson, exclaims. Rock, paper, scissors. I have won. Beerus, now watch as I utterly dominate him. Kampa cackles, vanishing only to reappear atop the arena. Hey, Whis, reinforce the barrier. Do not let this fellow escape. Kampa commands. Whis furrows his brow, concerned for Jiang Xiaofei, yet he perceives no trace of panic on the young man's face. Lord Kampa, as a god of destruction, is it quite appropriate for you to strike against those from other universes? Whis, we have already reached a decision. Your current stance is quite embarrassing for me. Kampa replies, somewhat exasperated. The dignity of Lord Kampa has long been tarnished. Bardos wished to continue speaking. It is of no consequence. I am willing to accept a challenge from Lord Kampa, though I do hope he will show some mercy. Jiang Xiaofei expresses thoughts. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the god of destruction. However, with the system at his disposal, perhaps he could turn the tide in his favor. If he could acquire the critical strike points from the god of destruction, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement. The audience of Universe 7 erupted in fervor. Could it be that Jiang Xiaofei had lost his senses? He dares to challenge a god of destruction. My goodness, this fellow truly fears nothing. Oomph. Such individuals are not unique. Whis, be prepared for assistance. Although Beerus held a degree of confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, he still heeded Whis's counsel. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei is not as fragile as we might assume. Hey, did you all hear that? He has initiated this challenge himself. Fear not, I shall treat you well. Kampa's mood brightened instantly, since he had come forth willingly. You should not blame me for being impolite. Very well. In that case, I hope you will know when to stop. Bardos ceased her objections. Departing the arena, she remained vigilant in the audience, ready to intervene should Jiang Xiaofei find himself in peril. Lord Kampa, there is something I find perplexing, Jiang Xiaofei addressed Kampa. What is it? Kampa inquired, looking at Jiang Xiaofei. I cannot shake the feeling that since our meeting, you have been deliberately targeting me. Jiang Xiaofei voiced his thoughts. Targeting you? Do you hold yourself in such high regard? At this moment, Kampa could not admit to such intentions. As a god of destruction, how could he possibly target someone of Jiang Xiaofei's stature? Judge, announce the commencement of the match without delay. Kampa hastily redirected the conversation, thinking to himself, what if I target you? Today, you shall learn that I, Kampa, am not to be trifled with. Chapter 68, Jiang Xiaofei's battle against Kampa. The match began. At the judge's command, Kampa's figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Jiang Xiaofei in an instant. With a resounding crash, a decisive punch struck Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. Having made no attempt at defense, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying amidst Kampa's fierce roar. Such a lack of sportsmanship from Kampa. Sun Wukong remarked innocently as he observed the scene unfolding in the arena. What did you say? Be careful, or I shall obliterate you. Kampa angrily pointed at Sun Wukong. Hey, Kampa, You would do well to fight honorably and refrain from such underhanded tactics. Beerus cautioned. Lord Kampa, your actions are truly undermining the dignity of the god of destruction. Bardas's gentle voice resonated. Under the scrutiny and scorn of all present, Kampa felt as though he were the one being targeted, and indeed by everyone. Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, as if he were forsaken by all. His gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei grew increasingly furious. I am a god of destruction. How could I resort to such despicable means? This is all you're doing. He resolved to make it clear today that the majesty of the god of destruction is not to be trifled with. An aura of destruction surged around Xiang, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, with visible fissures emerging. The arena itself began to crumble beneath the weight of this pure essence of annihilation. Jiang Xiaofei, stabilizing his stance, gazed at Xiang from a distance, his heart swirling with confusion. Suddenly, an incongruous sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine, critical point. You have gained the power of destruction. Puzzled, Jiang Xiaofei recalled that previously, after being struck by immense power, he had received critical points, but now he was bestowed with a different kind of power. Was this a sign of the system's evolution or enhancement? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He was facing the god of destruction from the sixth universe. Steeling himself, Jiang Xiaofei held his breath as a sacred white flame began to swirl around him, a manifestation of the ultimate freedom technique. The white flame entwined with the destructive aura emanating from Xiang, creating a dazzling display of light on the arena. Clearing his mind, Jiang Xiaofei entered a state of transcendence, surrendering his body entirely to the instincts of the moment. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Xiang squinted slightly. Jiang Xiaofei had previously defeated Hit using this power, and now he aimed to confront him as well. Oomph. To think you could defeat me with such trivial techniques is utterly impossible. With eyes aglow in radiant white light, Jiang Xiaofei faced Xiang, responding through action. His speed, now at its zenith, astonished all present, for the power he exhibited surpassed that which he had displayed against Hit. A fierce gust of divine wind, imbued with sacred white energy, surged forth, and Xiang met it head-on. His fist, capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet, collided directly with Jiang Xiaofei's. Boom! The two fists clashed, unleashing a violent shockwave. Both energies showed signs of annihilation in this encounter. The ferocity of the impact rendered the arena unable to withstand it, with much of the ground reduced to dust. The nearby referee, witnessing this spectacle, trembled in fear from the overwhelming force. At the moment of contact, two figures, one white and one purple, swiftly retreated, widening the distance once more. This clash, still laced with a sense of probing, revealed the unimaginable pain radiating from Xiang's fist. He had never experienced such a sensation during their initial confrontation. Yet now, even as the god of destruction, he found himself compelled to exert his full strength against Jiang Xiaofei in the state of ultimate freedom technique. Jiang Xiaofei was equally astonished. Upon acquiring the power of destruction, he endeavored to integrate this formidable force into his combat. Yet, when compared to the sheer destructive might of the god of destruction, there seemed to be a slight disparity. A thunderous roar erupted, and the aura surrounding Kampa intensified, shattering the barrier completely due to this destructive energy. The released power surged directly towards the audience of the two vast universes. Whis and Beerus hurriedly wielded their staves, erecting an even more robust defensive barrier around them. The destructive force spread across the nameless star, and under the overwhelming divine energy, the already battered nameless star was subjected to another cleansing. Lord Kampa, your anger is truly excessive. Beerus's staff trembled slightly, causing a layer of light shield to gradually rise at the edge of the arena, neutralizing the force emanating from Kampa. The barrier once again enveloped the space above the arena. Feeling the destructive energy radiating from Kampa, Jiang Xiaofei showed no signs of retreat. Instead, a sense of exhilaration pervaded him. A faint urgency echoed from every cell of his being, as if yearning to collide once more with this power. Following his body's instinctive response, the white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged. In the next instant, two figures, moving in extraordinary speed, collided with one another again. Their rapid movements flitted across the arena, imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. All that could be heard were the sounds of fierce combat resonating from the arena and the flashes of lightning produced by their clashes. I never imagined he had grown to this extent. With his ability to sense energy, Sun Wukong could perceive the ongoing battle between the two figures. This realization compelled him to marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable growth. The boy who once sought to be his disciple had long surpassed both him and Vegeta. Vegeta, too, had to concede that he and Kakarot were no match for Jiang Xiaofei now. Now this is intriguing. If he can grow stronger, so can we. Sun Wukong's expression was devoid of despair or confusion. It was filled solely with a longing for strength and pursuit. Indeed, as proud Saiyans, we will always strive forward. One day, we shall surely surpass him. Vegeta exuded a fierce and indomitable aura, for he had never been one to concede defeat. Boom! 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 The arena reverberated with increasingly fierce and terrifying collisions, as the two figures appeared in every corner of the light shield. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Xiaofei and Kampa had exchanged countless blows, each impact bearing the potential to obliterate worlds. The white and purple energies separated once more, their distinctly layered auras clashing violently upon the arena, still brimming with the aftermath of their power. Kampa felt a hint of frustration, for in battling Jiang Xiaofei, he could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei was like an unrelenting wolf, meticulously observing his every subtle movement. Moreover, the formidable power emanating from that white figure did not diminish with the passage of time. Instead, it intensified, making it increasingly arduous for him to withstand. Chapter 69. Offering the God of Destruction a Way Out. Xiang Pa's pupils dilated, as the force of destruction swirled within his violet irises, striving to penetrate the essence of the warrior from the seventh universe before him. Yet, the more he sought to discern, the more he encountered an unfathomable strength. When did the seventh universe harbor such a formidable individual? Could it be that he was personally trained by Beerus? Doubt lingered in Xiang Pa's mind. Could he truly be the next god of destruction? Only a god of destruction could engage in combat with another god of destruction, making Xiang Pa's skepticism entirely reasonable. Regardless of your abilities today, you shall lose this battle. Xiang Pa's cold voice reverberated within Jiang Xiaofei's mind, a command that brooked no contradiction or resistance. In response, Jiang Xiaofei's aura surged even higher. During the clash with Xiang Pa, his physical prowess had grown remarkably, rivaling that of a god of destruction. Thus, the power unleashed by Xiang Pa posed no threat to him. Moreover, as the battle progressed, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly sensed that the critical points he garnered from Xiang Pa were diminishing, indicating that the gap between them was narrowing, while he himself was destined to grow ever stronger. In contrast, Xiang Pa increasingly found himself outmatched, as he continuously broke through his limits and achieved surpassing feats in each encounter. Observing the rising white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, Xiang Pa, unwilling to concede, summoned every ounce of his god of destruction's power. For him, this was no mere contest. It was a battle to uphold his dignity. As the god of destruction of the sixth universe, he would assert his honor through strength today. Whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Xiaofei and Xiang Pa moved in unison, their afterimages dissolving amidst the titanic energies colliding. The terrifying sound of their clash reverberated throughout the space, with sparks igniting this dark realm, illuminating the faces of all present. These two truly seemed tireless, Beerus remarked lazily. For him, the outcome was no longer of consequence. He had witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's prowess, which could undoubtedly qualify him to become the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Additionally, aside from Jiang Xiaofei, there were two more individuals of great potential. Beerus cast a glance at Son Goku and Vegeta nearby. He felt fortunate that he had not destroyed Earth at first opportunity. Otherwise, his adversaries might have been even more formidable. Contemplating this, Beerus shook his head, pondering the absurdity of such thoughts for a god of destruction. Watching the splendid battle on the arena, Son Goku's enthusiasm had been thoroughly ignited. He could hardly contain his eagerness to train. Kakarot, mind your surroundings. Vegeta reminded Goku that he too wished to train rapidly. However, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he must uphold his image. His gaze shifted once more to the two swiftly moving figures on the arena. Kampa, enveloped in an aura of destruction, felt his mood deteriorate. Faced with the seemingly indomitable Jiang Xiaofei, Kampa yearned to obliterate him with a single strike, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. Jiang Xiaofei's strength had far surpassed Kampa's expectations. Even with the full force of his god of destruction powers, the damage inflicted upon Jiang Xiaofei was diminishing by the moment. You make no loud cries, cannot transform, yet you exhibit such astonishing combat prowess, truly unexpected. Kampa had to concede that Jiang Xiaofei was formidable. Hee, compared to Lord Kampa, I'm still somewhat lacking, Jiang Xiaofei humbly remarked. Humph, are you mocking me? Kampa, now more irritable than ever, could not tolerate a single word from Jiang Xiaofei. The power of destruction surged uncontrollably, initiating a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. The sole surviving referee on the stage could no longer endure. Had it not been for Whis and Beerus intervening, he would have met his demise. The referee, having escaped the arena, shivered at the sight of the furious figure. On the tip of Kampa's right index finger, a purple sphere, formed from pure destructive energy, spun rapidly, drawing in the surrounding divine aura. If you can withstand this attack, I shall admit you are stronger than I, Kampa declared, glancing towards the area where Beerus stood. Really, at such a moment, Lord Kampa is still preoccupied with this, Beerus thought as he observed the pulsating purple sphere at Kampa's fingertip. Kampa, have you lost your mind? At this rate, the entire nameless star will be obliterated by your hand, Beerus exclaimed, alarmed. If he can endure it, then this planet will remain unharmed. Kampa grinned wickedly, revealing his true nature as the god of destruction. Beerus chose not to respond further, but turned his attention to Whis and Vados, and the three deities nodded in unison, ready to counter the impending destructive energy. As Jiang Xiaofei felt the destructive energy at Kampa's fingertip, a surge of desire arose within him. His white aura erupted once more, radiating waves of energy that subtly eclipsed Kampa's destructive force. The blazing white aura engulfed the entire arena, permeating the protective barrier and causing the once arrogant destructive energy to wane in an instant. Even the purple sphere on Kampa's fingertip lost some of its vibrancy. This spectacle caught the attention of a god of destruction and two angels who were closely monitoring the situation. Beerus was taken aback. Jiang Xiaofei's power had far exceeded his expectations. Yet, if Jiang Xiaofei continued down this path, he would drive Kampa into an abyss of madness. This is undeniably a catastrophic destruction. The sheer might of the uncontrollable god of destruction is beyond imagination. Thus, Beerus cast a glance filled with profound meaning towards Jiang Xiaofei. Understanding Beerus's hint, Jiang Xiaofei realized that this battle could not continue. Otherwise, as the god of destruction, Kampa would truly be driven to the brink of collapse. If Kampa's fury remained unrestrained, it would ultimately be the beings of the sixth universe that would suffer the consequences. The terror of an unhinged god of destruction is all too clear, and it is certainly not the outcome they desire to witness. Originally transcending the power of destruction, the energy under Jiang Xiaofei's precise control swiftly diminished, becoming a force second only to that of destruction itself. Kampa could naturally sense the shift in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, interpreting it merely as an unstable surge of power. The destructive energy at his fingertips had quietly coalesced, gently pointing towards Jiang Xiaofei. Let me see the extent of your abilities, you newly appointed god of destruction. As he felt the stillness enveloped in the destructive energy of the purple orb, Jiang Xiaofei experienced a moment of regret. In his attempt to provide an exit for the god of destruction, he might very well face utter annihilation. Chapter 70. The Arrival of the Omni King. Jiang Xiaofei felt that the price of this endeavor was rather steep. However, when he sought to resist, he discovered that he could not summon any of his strength. He could only watch helplessly as the purple orb engulfed and submerged him. In the audience of the sixth and seventh universes, everyone stood in unison, their faces illuminated by the radiance of the purple orb, filled with trepidation. The destructive force emanating from the orb reverberated through the hearts of all present. Bulma and Chi-Chi's mouths were agape, while Goku and Vegeta were anxious about whether Jiang Xiaofei could withstand this onslaught. In contrast, Beerus, Whis, and Vados appeared unusually composed. To them, Jiang Xiaofei facing Kampa's full-force attack was not a matter of great concern. In truth, they had already contemplated this situation, viewing Kampa's assault as a test for Jiang Xiaofei. If Jiang Xiaofei could endure such pure and immense destructive power from Kampa, it would affirm that he indeed possessed strength on par with the gods of destruction, perhaps even surpassing some. Should he tragically perish, it would merely indicate that he still lacked a certain refinement. At that point, utilizing time reversal to rewind 3 minutes, they could still save Jiang Xiaofei. This is why they felt so untroubled. However, Jiang Xiaofei remained unaware of the thoughts of the three deities. The purple orb, infused with pure destructive energy, had completely consumed him. Under the weight of this immense power, Jiang Xiaofei's body seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. He desperately summoned all the strength he could muster, yet still found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the tearing energy. A piercing scream erupted from Jiang Xiaofei's lips, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld it, while Xiangpa watched with a malevolent grin, reveling in the unfolding chaos. The more Jiang Xiaofei cried out in torment, the greater Xiangpa's delight became. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to oppose the divine. In Xiangpa's gaze, the purple orb of energy ultimately dissipated into the ether, along with Jiang Xiaofei's anguished cries. Suddenly, Xiangpa's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as his aura gradually calmed, attuned to the fluctuations of energy surrounding him. TSK. I told you so. Why must you, a mere human, insist on such bravado? How unfortunate! Xiangpa's voice dripped with feigned regret, yet his heart surged with satisfaction. Beads of sweat glistened on the foreheads of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their expressions fraught with terror and disbelief. Jiang Xiaofei's essence has vanished. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd as they fixated on Xiangpa, who remained poised and panting on the arena. They yearned to teach this deity, who had harmed their comrade, a lesson. Yet, facing a god of destruction, they felt utterly insignificant, the disparity in power too vast to bridge. For the first time, they felt the true horror of a god of destruction, more monstrous than Lord Beerus himself. Bulma's voice pierced the air, though she could not best Xiangpa. She could not abide such behavior. Hearing her words, Beerus stumbled slightly. If you're going to insult someone, do it without dragging me into it. Yet, Beerus paid little heed to Bulma, his gaze fixated on the spot where Jiang Xiaofei had disappeared. The aura of the god of destruction was palpable, yet he could not trace Jiang Xiaofei's whereabouts. Alas, it seems this was a bit premature for him, Beerus mused with a sigh. Whis, it falls to you now. Understood. Lord Beerus. At this moment, the only hope for rescuing Jiang Xiaofei lay in reversing time. As Whis began to move, Xiangpa's thoughts sharpened, and he leaped forward, intercepting Whis and Beerus. What do you intend to do? Are you not aware that reversing time violates the laws of the universe? Xiangpa's voice boomed, seeking to halt Whis' actions. Xiangpa, surely you've had your fun by now. If there's nothing more, you may take your leave. Beerus's tone turned frosty, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his heart regarding his brother. My comings and goings are none of your concern. And didn't our match just conclude? It seems I emerged victorious. Thus the Earth of Universe 7 now belongs to me. Xiangpa disregarded Beerus's warning, continuing on his path. The thought of Earth's delectable cuisine made his mouth water. How dare you claim victory? Beerus's agitation flared, his words sharp. Had I not allowed Jiang Xiaofei to save face, it would have been you who vanished. What do you mean by that? Xiangpa seemed to have an epiphany, yet was unwilling to delve deeper. How perplexing. Can you not sense the aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei just before the final strike? But what of it? The inability to exert complete control renders it merely a fleeting phenomenon. Fleeting, you say? How audacious of you to voice such a thought. As the god of destruction, you are undoubtedly the most shameless of all. Beerus was visibly exasperated. Let me clarify, it was I. To preserve your dignity as a god of destruction, I signaled to Jiang Xiaofei to temper his strength. Beerus nearly roared as he uttered these words. No, this cannot be true. Beerus's words, laden with lethal intensity, instantly obliterated Xiangpa's previously elevated spirits. Alas, I never imagined that Lord Xiangpa could be so petty. My heart is shattered. Bardos lamented softly to Xiangpa. Looking at the assembly of gods, a wave of despair washed over Xiangpa. No, this narrative cannot unfold this way. I am a victor. Alas, Whis. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly. Beerus urged Whis, disregarding Xiangpa. Immediately, Whis raised his staff, preparing to employ the ability to reverse time. What a lively gathering. What are you all up to? A voice, youthful and innocent, echoed in the minds of all present. Soon, a figure materialized before their eyes. Beerus and Xiangpa's expressions shifted instantaneously. All prior discontent vanished, replaced by a palpable fear governed by power. The king of all. The two gods of destruction exclaimed in unison, uttering a name that struck terror in their hearts. The other, supreme, Kais, trembled at the sight, their legs quaking even more than under the pressure exerted by the two gods of destruction moments earlier. Beads of sweat had already formed a deluge. Without hesitation, the two gods of destruction lowered themselves, akin to arrows released from a bow, their stout and slender forms prostrating before this figure. We welcome the arrival of the King of All. Chapter 71. The Tournament of the 12 Universes. Whis and Bardos dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence, promptly approaching the king of all and bowing slightly. "We pay our respects to your majesty." A soft, childlike voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. Observing the other gods, there was no sign of anyone standing. They all lay prostrate on the ground, welcoming the arrival of the esteemed king of all. Meanwhile, others found themselves bewildered by this spectacle. Wow, who is this newcomer that commands such reverence from Lord Beerus and Lord Xiaofei? Son Goku's voice rang out, reaching Beerus's ears. Instantly, Beerus's temper flared, his pupils dilated, and his tail stood erect. In a flash, he vanished from his spot and appeared before Son Goku, anxiously covering his mouth. "If you wish to survive, kindly silence yourself." With that, Beerus forcefully seized Goku and brought him before the Omni King, pressing Goku's head to the ground. "This impudent child has offended His Majesty, the Omni King. I humbly beseech you to administer punishment." Beerus maintained a lowly demeanor, his words laced with humility, fearful of inciting the wrath of the Omni King. "It's quite all right." The Omni King appeared utterly unconcerned with the matter, prompting a sigh of relief from Beerus. I knew it." Goku stood up nonchalantly, grinning at the Omni King. At that moment, two guards beside the Omni King swiftly materialized before Goku, poised to eliminate him in an instant. "You too." The Omni King's voice halted the guards in their tracks, compelling them to return to his side and resume their duties. Goku beamed with an innocent smile. "Who are you?" the Omni King inquired, gazing at Goku. "I am Goku, hailing from Earth in the 7th universe. It is a planet brimming with delectable delights." Goku spoke animatedly. "Indeed, then what brings you here?" Listening to the Omni King's question, Beerus and Kampa lowered their heads even further, the dignity of their roles as destroyers evaporating in that moment. "Why? We are here for a competition." Goku's eyes sparkled with reminiscence of the thrilling matches just witnessed, his heart brimming with yearning. "A competition?" "Yes." Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa sought out warriors from their respective universes to engage in a contest here. Goku, believing the Omni King to be unaware, elaborated with naive enthusiasm. "Oh, I see." The Omni King circled around Goku to face Beerus and Kampa. At that moment, both destroyers felt an overwhelming sense of despair, perplexed as to why Goku had appeared before them. "You two are engaging in private activities here. Have you diligently fulfilled your responsibilities as destroyers?" The Omni King's tone remained unchanged, still childlike, yet it sent a chill down the spines of Beerus and Kampa. "Yes." "Bow." The brothers forcefully bowed their heads to the ground. Observing the embarrassment of the two destroyers, Whis added fuel to the fire. Compared to destruction, Lord Beerus is far more enamored with slumber and gourmet delicacies. Whis cast a sidelong glance at the nearby Vados. Lord Kampa is equally negligent of his health, indulging excessively, causing his physique to become quite unkempt. Vados feigned a pitiful expression. The remarks from the angelic siblings left the two kneeling destroyers in sheer panic. "Is that so?" The Omni King seemed to be lost in thought, while Beerus and Kampa endured an agonizing wait, feeling as though time had come to a standstill. "Perhaps we should consider replacing one of the destroyers." Instantly, Beerus and Kampa's heads perked up, exchanging glances filled with despair. The Grand Zeno slowly raised his hand, and neither Beerus nor Kampa offered any resistance, seemingly awaiting their fate. The atmosphere around them grew tense, and the other deities refrained from uttering a word. Whis and Vados maintained their usual composure, appearing utterly unconcerned about Beerus and Kampa. As the Grand Zeno's palm ascended above his head, the previously tranquil space-time suddenly became charged with energy. Crack! A vast rift in the fabric of time and space materialized above them, brimming with chaotic energy, capable of obliterating any substance that dared to approach it. Observing this sudden tear in reality, Goku attempted to intervene, but found himself utterly immobilized. Within the gravity of the moment, the gods awaited the Grand Zeno's final decree. Suddenly, an incongruous sound shattered the solemn atmosphere. The gods turned their gaze toward the source of the disruption, where a familiar figure quietly emerged. Jiang Xiaofei. He is alive? This revelation seemed even more astonishing than the arrival of the Grand Zeno himself. Upon seeing that recognizable and handsome face, a radiant smile blossomed on Vados' countenance. The Grand Zeno gradually lowered his hand, causing the rift to vanish and the oppressive atmosphere to dissipate. Beerus and Kampa opened their tightly shut eyes, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. I have thought of something far more entertaining." Beerus and Kampa swallowed nervously, awaiting the Grand Zeno's next instruction. Since you all enjoy competitions so much, why not hold a tournament among the 12 universes, with all participants competing together? That would surely be far more interesting. Beerus and Kampa were at a loss for words. Really? That sounds absolutely fantastic. Goku exclaimed, breaking the awkwardness as he approached the Grand Zeno. When can we compete? I can hardly wait. Very soon, the Grand Zeno replied, chuckling. Thank you so much, Zeno, Goku said, grasping the Grand Zeno's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. Beerus shouted in alarm, believing Goku's current behavior to be reckless and potentially jeopardizing the entire 7th universe. The two attendants beside the Grand Zeno also appeared ready to intervene. There's no need for concern. The Grand Zeno reassured everyone. Be sure to seek out your team members. I look forward to your performance. Having spoken, he extended his hands, and the attendants politely took hold of the Grand Zeno's small hands. Let us proceed for now. Farewell, Grand Zeno. Beerus, Kampa, and the other deities bowed deeply. With a whoosh, the Grand Zeno's figure vanished, along with the immense psychological dread that had loomed over them. Goku, Beerus bellowed in exasperation, contemplating the possibility of erasing Goku from existence. Are you aware of the calamity you nearly brought upon our entire universe? It cannot be that grave. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Beerus took several deep breaths, striving to maintain his composure and disregarding the single-minded creature before him. Kampa, too, felt a growing headache, sensing that the ensuing events would prove troublesome. Just as Kampa was mired in contemplation, a significant thought seemed to strike him, his brow furrowing in concentration. I cannot believe you managed to survive. Kampa's gaze shifted to the distance, landing on Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 72, The 7th Super Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Kampa's words, everyone finally liberated themselves from the psychological grip of the Omni King's departure. Is it truly surprising? I find it rather astonishing myself, Jiang Xiaofei admitted, uncertain of the events that had transpired. Weren't you supposed to perish under my destructive force? How is it that you stand before me now? Kampa remained confrontational, albeit devoid of his earlier fury. Still, the sight of the living Jiang Xiaofei irked him. Jiang Xiaofei felt it prudent to remain silent, as it was evident that his earlier gesture of goodwill had gone unnoticed by Kampa. He cast a glance toward Beerus and Whis, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Beerus, naturally, understood, for it was he who had orchestrated Jiang Xiaofei's actions. Had it not been for Beerus's intervention, Jiang Xiaofei might not have retreated. Enough. Do you still not comprehend? In confronting Kampa, it is imperative that Beerus rouses him from his stupor. Comprehend what? Are you suggesting he has retained his strength? Kampa scoffed, clearly unconvinced. It seems you remain skeptical. If he had not conserved his power, how could Jiang Xiaofei possibly stand before you now? That is because Kampa stammered, desperately seeking to counter the argument. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. This is rather straightforward, Bardos interjected, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. In truth, it's simple. When the two of you clashed with your final energies, a disturbance in the fabric of time and space occurred. The sheer magnitude of your power caused a rending of reality, and it is highly probable that Jiang Xiaofei was drawn into the fissures of time. Bardos's words reverberated in the minds of all present, appearing highly plausible. This explains why we could not sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura. The others nodded in unison. Yet, should he not remain forever trapped within the temporal rift? How has he suddenly reemerged? Kampa pondered, still harboring questions. Have you forgotten the arrival of the Omni King? Bardos lamented the existence of such a destructive sibling. When the Omni King declared his intent to annihilate you, he personally intervened, tearing the fabric of time. In truth, he sought to rescue him from the rift. Bardos's revelation left Kampa in a state of enlightenment, once again awed by the power of the Omni King. To effortlessly obliterate a universe is surely not a daunting task for the Omni King when it comes to rescuing an individual from the fabric of time and space. The crowd nodded in agreement. The Omni King is omnipotent, and nothing that transpires in his presence seems peculiar. After listening to Beerus' explanation, even Jiang Xiaofei found it exceedingly reasonable. Indeed, after embracing the power of destruction, he was thrust into the rift of time and space. Had it not been for the remarkable strength of his corporeal form, survival amidst that infinite abyss would have been impossible. Even if you have triumphed this time, do not celebrate prematurely. In the upcoming competition of the 12 universes, we shall assuredly emerge victorious. Kampa, no longer entangled in trivial matters, cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus, declaring vehemently, Alas, competing against someone like you is utterly tedious. Beerus seemed to exhibit no interest whatsoever. What do you mean by that? Kampa was incensed by Beerus' words. What do you mean? Is it not clear? After a single match, you have contrived numerous grievances. Moreover, it is evident that you cannot accept defeat. Even as a god of destruction, you have resorted to lethal measures against our competitors. Beerus' words pierced deep into Kampa's heart, leaving him with a sense of profound embarrassment. Upon reflection, Kampa realized that this was indeed the case. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. It was merely a straightforward competition. Yet, after Jiang Xiaofei's involvement, an inexplicable fire ignited within him. Was it jealousy? Or perhaps it was due to his appearance? Kampa shook his head. As the god of destruction of Universe 6, what was he to quibble over with a mere mortal? Though Kampa had come to this realization, it was utterly impossible for him to offer an apology. I simply could not control my power. It was an oversight, do you understand? Kampa insisted vehemently. As a god of destruction, being unable to harness one's own strength is truly a dereliction of duty. Bados interjected with a sharp remark. Bados, you. Enough. I shall say no more. Kampa ultimately surrendered his resistance, his gaze once again fixating on Jiang Xiaofei. Very well. We shall not hold these matters against you any longer. I hope you can reflect upon your actions. Furthermore, this victory grants US ownership of the 6 Super Dragon Balls. Beerus spoke again, directly demanding them, fearful that Kampa might resort to trickery. Here, they are all yours. Kampa replied with evident impatience. Yet I shall never forget today's events. Jiang Xiaofei, when the time permits, let us spar once more. In response to Kampa's invitation, Jiang Xiaofei could only respond with a wry smile. If you can manage your temper and prepare to endure a beating, I, Jiang Xiaofei, would certainly be most willing. Whis also chimed in. Bados, we are leaving, Kampa declared, his mood thoroughly displeased as he entered the cubic realm of Universe 6. Gazing upon the lackluster competitors before him, he resolved to rigorously train them upon his return. Until we meet again by fate. Bardos slightly inclined her body and entered the cube, her staff tapping lightly as she led the inhabitants of the 6th universe away. Finally, it is over. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled a sigh of relief. For some reason, whenever he faced off against Pa, he felt an inexplicable sense of being bullied, even though he was clearly stronger than him now. No, I must transform this mindset. The next time we meet, I must subdue him. Hey, what are you mumbling about over there? Beerus inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. Nothing, I was just pondering. With these 6 Super Dragon Balls, where is the 7th? Isn't that simple? Leave it to us. Sun Wukong proclaimed confidently. Bulma, it's your turn to perform. Ugh, what kind of language is that? All right, I'm already searching, Bulma replied, her Dragon Ball radar beginning to flicker. Why is there no response? Why does it only show these 6 Dragon Balls? Bulma asked, filled with confusion. Try enlarging the view. Perhaps you can find something? Jiang Xiaofei suggested from the side. When Bulma magnified the view, she was astonished to see 7 glowing points appear before her. But there are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here, she exclaimed, gazing at the 6 Super Dragon Balls that shone brightly. Could it be possible that this nameless star itself is a Super Dragon Ball? Jiang Xiaofei proposed. A single word from Jiang Xiaofei struck Bulma like a revelation. The dazed expression on her face transformed into one of excitement as she looked at Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Yes, the location of a nameless star is identical to what the Dragon Ball radar shows. This nameless star is indeed the 7th Super Dragon Ball. An undeniable thrill filled the cube. Whis. Beerus's voice resonated. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis replied without needing further explanation. Everyone stand ready, Whis reminded, and the cube moved away from the nameless star. Inside the cube, they gazed out the 6 Super Dragon Balls gleaming in golden light, reflecting in everyone's eyes. Illuminated by the brilliance of the 6 Super Dragon Balls, the 7th Dragon Ball, obscured by cosmic dust, became crystal clear. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis conjured a series of tornadoes on the rugged surface of the nameless star. The rapidly swirling tornadoes swept across the entire nameless star, the immense force of their pull causing cracks to appear on the one solid surface. The nameless star became even more ravaged as the tempestuous tornado continued its relentless dance. The fissures deepened, and golden rays of light streamed through these cracks, stimulating the visual senses of all present. Ultimately, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the nameless star revealed its true form, shedding its heavy exterior, which once again transformed into cosmic dust, drifting through the vast expanse of space. Its brilliance rivaled that of the other 6 Super Dragon Balls, infusing the boundless darkness of the universe with a touch of warmth. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is indeed the 4-star ball. The Super Dragon Balls have finally been gathered. Gazing upon the magnificent tableau, Sun Wukong felt a surge of longing. This is undoubtedly a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Each Dragon Ball could rival a planet. What manner of being is the Dragon God Salam? Vegeta marveled at the golden glowing Super Dragon Balls, reflecting on their grandeur. The 7 Dragon Balls on Earth pale in comparison to these marvels. Anyone who has ever encountered a Dragon Ball would share such a sentiment. The impact of 7 Super Dragon Balls, each comparable to a planet, is overwhelmingly astounding. If Zampa knew that the Nameless Star was the 7th Super Dragon Ball, he would surely regret it. Observing the 7 Super Dragon Balls before him, Beerus gleefully boasted. Lord Beerus, it's time to make a wish. Whis reminded. Oh, right? What kind of wish should I make? Beerus pondered, momentarily at a loss. I believe this wish should be made by Jiang Xiaofei, for he nearly risked his life for this tournament. Beerus calmly stated, directing his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. Me? Jiang Xiaofei pointed at himself, his expression one of disbelief, but I don't know the language of the gods. To make a wish upon the dragon, one must summon it using the divine tongue and articulate their desire in the same. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaofei lacked both qualifications. No waities. Whis can handle that. Well, if that's the case, Jiang Xiaofei readily agreed, truthfully eager to experience the sensation of wish fulfillment. Well then, speak. What is your wish? Do you seek greater power? Or perhaps an abundance of delicacies? A spouse could be arranged without difficulty. Jiang Xiaofei fell into deep contemplation. Let us grant the 6th universe a planet identical to that of the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei ultimately made his decision. Everyone gazed at him in disbelief. No one could have anticipated such a wish. Beerus wore a knowing smile. Is this truly your wish? Yes. Indeed. Excellent. Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis stood atop the pedestal, reciting an incantation in the divine language. In an instant, a more dazzling light emanated from the 7 Super Dragon Balls, causing most to instinctively shield their eyes. Only a formidable individual like Jiang Xiaofei can swiftly adapt, his gaze fixed on the magnificent Super Dragon Balls before him. A colossal dragon emerged from the 7 Super Dragon Balls, its enormous maw capable of swallowing celestial bodies, instilling a sense of awe. Its vast body could envelop the entire cosmos. As the dragon soared into the sky, countless galaxies appeared before it, mere flickers of light in comparison. Faced with such a behemoth, the psychological impact was overwhelming. Have you truly made up your mind? Whis reiterated to Jiang Xiaofei for confirmation. With a casual nod, Jiang Xiaofei affirmed his decision. Whis then turned his body, reciting an incantation directed at the dragon. Moments later, 2 beams of crimson light shot forth from the dragon's sun-like scarlet eyes. The dragon's form vanished, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls dimmed, their golden radiance retracting as they shot towards 2 universes. Phew, it's over. We should return now, Beerus remarked, feeling a sense of relief. Although he had not participated in this contest, as one of the organizers, he had remained keenly observant. Now, with everything settled, it could be deemed a success. Upon the arena, Beerus witnessed the growth and progress of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Particularly with Jiang Xiaofei, the astonishment he brought to Beerus was profound. During the wish-making, Beerus had never anticipated such a desire from him. Do you regret it now? Beerus inquired once more. What good would regret do? The wish has already been made. But I do not feel regret. Jiang Xiaofei's tone was resolute. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. As the god of destruction, Beerus had never praised anyone before. But Jiang Xiaofei was an exception. Oh, how rare it is. I never imagined Lord Beerus would offer compliments. Whis jested from his side. Focus on your duties. Yes. Lord Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei stated directly. The creation of a planet for the 6th universe is not solely for Kampa to savor delicacies. It is also to fulfill the sentiment I hold within my heart. Regardless of the reason, your magnanimity far surpasses that of Kampa. As the god of destruction, it is utterly beneath him. Should he learn of your wish, he would undoubtedly feel ashamed. Beerus candidly exposed Kampa's shortcomings. If he dares to treat you with such arrogance again, you should unreservedly let him understand that he is but a fool. Lord Beerus is indeed a formidable character. In the 6th universe, Kampa and Vados traversed the vastness of space. Suddenly, Vados's staff glowed, revealing a cerulean planet within her line of sight. Chapter 74, Destruction. The power of the god. Vados's lively eyes sparkled as the azure planet continued to emanate a unique aura. Lord Kampa, look quickly, Vados exclaimed, her words brimming with excitement. In the midst of his despondency, Kampa heard the call of Beerus and gazed into the orb atop Beerus's staff. The azure planet struck a chord with Kampa's senses. What is this? Kampa rubbed his eyes, fearing it was an illusion. Yet, as he looked again, the planet continued to shimmer brilliantly. Earth? Indeed, my Lord Kampa, this is the Earth of our sixth universe. Beerus's heart swelled with joy, and her lark-like voice was sufficient to lift Kampa from his gloom. Really? Ha! At last, I can savor the culinary delights of our own universe's Earth. As Kampa spoke, saliva began to swirl in his mouth. No longer would he have to endure unpleasantness with Beerus over Earth cuisine. Beerus, perceptive as ever, reminded Kampa of the reality. Wait, isn't our Earth supposed to have vanished? Kampa was puzzled. Observing her somewhat naive brother, Beerus was left speechless. Does Kampa truly not comprehend? It must be that Beerus and the others have gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, restoring our Earth to the same level of civilization as that of the 7th universe. Could he really be so benevolent? While Kampa expressed skepticism, a warm current surged within him, and a smile crept onto his lips. This fellow truly loves to meddle. Alas, it seems that while both you and Beerus are destroyers, you still fall short in many other aspects. Beerus couldn't help but tease. Kampa, you must recognize your own identity. Kampa was taken aback by Beerus's words, pondering the lack of noble sentiments expected of a destroyer. Alas, my Lord Kampa, if you continue to treat me this way, one day you shall lose me. Beerus feigned a pitiful expression. Beerus, you wish to leave, don't you? Seeking out your little lover? Beerus's teasing remarks caused the joy of Kampa's newfound Earth to vanish in an instant. My Lord Kampa, how could you think such a thing? There is no little lover. Beerus would naturally not confess, her coy demeanor captivating. Next time I see him, I will certainly make him understand why the flowers bloom so red. Kampa declared indignantly. My Lord Kampa remains so petty, lacking in generosity. Beerus adopted a nonchalant demeanor. For in her judgment, when Kampa and Jiang Xiaofei meet again, it would likely be Kampa who finds himself at a disadvantage. In the 7th universe, Earth, with Whis' assistance, Jiang Xiaofei and the others had successfully returned to Earth. To celebrate their victory against the 6th universe, a grand feast was underway. I never expected you to survive the most powerful attack of a destroyer. Truly, you are remarkably talented, Sun Wukong remarked, feasting on barbecue delicacies while eyeing Jiang Xiaofei. This individual is utterly formidable. To attain such immense power in such a brief span is nothing short of extraordinary. Vegeta cast a gaze filled with envy and curiosity. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei could not divulge to them that he possessed a system. It was merely a stroke of luck. He replied dismissively. You think you could deceive me? Your extraordinary physique has transcended that of a Saiyan. If it were merely luck, you would have ascended to divinity long ago. Vegeta pointed accusingly at Sun Wukong. I am genuinely curious about the extent of your current strength. Sun Wukong was unconcerned with whether Jiang Xiaofei was indeed fortunate. He was solely interested in how powerful Jiang Xiaofei had become. That is rather difficult to articulate. Jiang Xiaofei deliberately paused for a few seconds. I should be stronger than both of you. Are you attempting to incite hostility? Sun Wukong was well aware that he was not Jiang Xiaofei's match at present. Yet he resolved not to be easily dismissed. Such arrogance. It seems you have indeed grown wings. Vegeta, too, was unwilling to concede, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. I am merely endeavoring to motivate you both. Jiang Xiaofei responded playfully. However, he spoke the unvarnished truth. He had indeed surpassed both Sun Wukong and Vegeta by a considerable margin. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, come here. From a distance, Beerus, indulging in pudding, commanded Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Vegeta and obediently approached Beerus. Speak. What benefits did you gain from your battle with Kampa? Beerus casually toyed with his pudding, his tone unremarkable. Benefits? The benefit was witnessing the wrath of a god of destruction unleashed in full force, Jiang Xiaofei replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. Fabricating tales, are we? From you. I sense an aura of divinity, one that belongs to a god of destruction. Beerus, uninterested in pleasantries, directly admonished him. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei grinned cheekily. Why then do you persist in playing these little tricks before me? Do you seek destruction? Beerus's words dripped with veiled threat. Hee, you wouldn't dare? Jiang Xiaofei displayed his irreverent charm. Depart. Quickly tell me how you accomplished this feat. Beerus, equally intrigued, was eager to learn how a mere human like Jiang Xiaofei could possess the essence of a god of destruction. Very well. The truth is as follows. Jiang Xiaofei began to recount earnestly. In the final moments of my battle with Kampa, an overwhelming force of destruction emanated from that purple sphere. This destructive power disregarded everything, directly coursing through my hands and into my body, fracturing and crushing everything within. That was undoubtedly the closest I have ever come to death. Jiang Xiaofei reflected on that moment, a lingering sense of inexplicable fear still haunting him. Subsequently, under the weight of that power, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke again, I found myself within a rift in space-time. In order to emerge from the rift in time and space, I endeavored through various means and inadvertently discovered that I possessed the power of a god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei halted, and Beerus looked on in astonishment. Is that all? Indeed, Beerus pondered, realizing that Jiang Xiaofei had fortuitously gained the power of a god of destruction at the last moment. At this point, he could certainly be deemed a qualified substitute god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of relief. His acquisition of this divine power was entirely due to the system. Yet he could not divulge this truth and had to continue to feign his prowess. Now, let me witness the extent of your power as a substitute god of destruction. Chapter 75, A Rematch with Beerus. What? This is unacceptable. I was just teetering on the brink of life and death. My strength hasn't even recovered. Upon hearing the prospect of battling Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei felt overwhelmed. It was not due to a lack of strength. Rather, he was not inherently a combative person, especially not against a god of destruction. Should he triumph, he would incite the wrath of Beerus, impacting not just himself, but the entire universe he inhabited. Conversely, if he were to lose, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Previously, he had just undergone a fierce encounter with a god of destruction, and Kampa was a vivid example of the consequences. Although he believed Beerus to possess a better character than Kampa, who could guarantee the outcome of a true battle. Do not feign ignorance before me. Can you not see that you have not fully recovered? If necessary, consume a senza bean. There was a glimmer of excitement in Beerus's eyes, clearly intrigued by the current strength of Jiang Xiaofei. If Jiang Xiaofei truly wielded the power of a god of destruction, he would undoubtedly rank as the foremost individual in the seventh universe, aside from Beerus and Whis. Should he encounter Kampa or other gods of destruction again, he would have ample grounds for boasting. Most importantly, the emergence of another being with such divine power would provide him with limitless joy in battle. Since his clash with the so-called Super Saiyan god, Beerus had not encountered a worthy opponent. With Jiang Xiaofei's growth reaching such heights, it would be a pity to squander such potential without putting it to the test. However, even if I were to fully recover, my meager skills would still render me no match for you. Jiang Xiaofei was genuinely averse to trouble, particularly the kind that involved being beaten. Stop making excuses. I witnessed your battle with Kampa clearly. There's no way you could possibly deceive me. Beerus declared with solemnity. If you refuse to fight me, I shall truly destroy the earth. Lord Beerus, could you truly bring yourself to do that? Jiang Xiaofei retorted, revealing his lack of fear. Enough chatter. Let us engage in battle. Beerus ceased his banter with Jiang Xiaofei, seizing him by the collar and ascending into the sky. Whis, keep up. Someone is savoring a delightful meal. This truly disrupts the mood. Although Whis uttered such words, he nonetheless followed suit. Additionally, Sun Wukong and Vegeta soared into the heavens, determined not to miss such an exhilarating battle. Beyond the Earth, amidst the vast expanse of the universe, a swift shuttle darted between countless galaxies at a speed exceeding that of light. Under Whis' guidance, the three warriors and one deity arrived at the realm of destruction at remarkable speed. Here we are. This will be the site of our battle, Beerus announced. Here? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, puzzled. But this is the realm of destruction. Indeed, it is precisely here. In other locations, I cannot indulge fully, as I must consider the lives of beings on other planets. Here, I can unleash myself completely. Such a battle is truly worthwhile. Is that really wise, Lord Beerus? Jiang Xiaofei questioned. Why are you so verbose now? Beerus, his hands itching with anticipation, swiftly teleported and unleashed a powerful punch that struck Jiang Xiaofei in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was sent hurtling backward from the brutal impact. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as stones shattered upon his collision, and the immense pain compelled even the iron-willed Jiang Xiaofei to grit his teeth. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the power of destruction. A surge of divine energy unique to the god of destruction flowed within Jiang Xiaofei, purer than before. Ouch! Lord Beerus, you're quite the sneak, just like Kampa. Sun Wukong couldn't help but jest at the scene before him. Oomph! Do not forget, they are brothers, naturally sharing similarities. Vegeta chimed in, unwilling to be outdone in sarcasm. You two silence, or I shall deal with you as well. At that moment, Beerus exuded the unique aura of a god of destruction, surpassing even his previous intensity against the Super Saiyan god. An immense energy of destruction surrounded him, as if he were the true god of destruction, capable of annihilating planets with a mere snap of his fingers. Once stabilized, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Beerus from a distance, feeling his own power surge. Given the circumstances, this battle was now inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, he was prepared to confront it. He was eager to discover the heights his strength had attained after gaining the power of destruction, and Beerus was undoubtedly the perfect adversary. Within Jiang Xiaofei, a formidable aura surged at a cellular level, distinct from the energy he had wielded during his battle with Kampa. In the perceptions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the enigmatic figure of Jiang Xiaofei before them seemed increasingly inscrutable. Encircled by a pure, white aura, a faint trace of purple energy intertwined within it. The white aura exuded a sense of tranquility and gravity, while the rare, purple hue, though scarce, still emanated an overwhelming aura of destruction that sent shivers down one's spine. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Beerus could not help but narrow his eyes. Indeed, you have mastered a fragment of the god of destruction's power. Furthermore, to apply it to such an extent in such a brief period is a testament to your extraordinary nature. Just how far can your strength reach? Allow me to put it to the test. Jiang Xiaofei's enthusiasm for battle always seemed to transform him entirely, instilling a haughty demeanor and an intangible aura of dominance that could be quite intimidating. Yet now, he stood before Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. In an instant, both figures surged into action, unleashing a tempestuous storm that shattered the silence of the god of destruction's realm with true devastation. Beerus' fist, crackling with purple lightning, barreled towards Jiang Xiaofei, who was equally resolute, his own fist cloaked in a blend of white luminescence and purple energy, exuding an unpredictable nature. With a resounding clash, the two fists collided, creating a cataclysmic energy storm that radiated outward, consuming all in its path. Even the stones shattered by Jiang Xiaofei were obliterated into dust by the ensuing shockwave. The fabric of the god of destruction's domain began to hint at signs of obliteration amidst this extreme confrontation. Chapter 76, Beerus' Ultra Instinct. Whis swiftly twirled his staff, containing the immense destructive energy emanating from the clash within a manageable sphere. Goodness, this energy is colossal, Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished by the collision. Indeed, this fellow's power has surpassed mine. I must continue to train. Vegeta crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. This is the essence of what a god of destruction should embody. Whis cast an appreciative glance, marveling at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid progress. As an angel, he found it quite astonishing that Jiang Xiaofei could reach such heights in combat against Beerus. It was evident that mere talent could not account for such swift advancement. Whis sensed an immense secret hidden within Jiang Xiaofei, one that even he, as an angel, could not fully fathom. Impressive. You managed to withstand my destructive punch. It appears you have grasped the fundamentals of the god of destruction's power, Beerus remarked, his eyes alight with fierce determination, clearly optimistic about Jiang Xiaofei's displayed capabilities. Before Lord Beerus, I am but a novice. Jiang Xiaofei spoke humbly, yet his actions and fervent gaze betrayed a burning passion within. Both fighters simultaneously retracted their fists, their figures retreating at an astonishing speed as the violent destructive energy dissipated into nothingness at that very moment. The white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged once more, infused with an even more radiant purple energy. This brief clash granted Jiang Xiaofei yet another portion of the god of destruction's power. Observing the transformation of Jiang Xiaofei's aura, Beerus bore a faint smile, filled with respect for such a warrior. To express his acknowledgement of Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus amplified his own destructive energy, the purple aura beginning to disrupt the very space around him, while white lightning surged forth amidst it. The two formidable auras clashed once again, erupting into a more splendid display of fireworks, as the ground beneath them had long since crumbled under the immense pressure. With a fierce shout, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly appeared before Beerus. A powerful punch surged forth, but Beerus merely extended a single finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's furious blow. The collision did not unleash further rampant energy. Instead, an intimate entanglement ensued. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze narrowed as he sensed the destructive force emanating from Beerus's fingertip. It was evident that Beerus had fully committed himself, countering the might of Jiang Xiaofei's star-shattering fist with a single point. Do you see? This is the true power of destruction. Beerus's voice remained calm, yet was imbued with unparalleled glory. Finally, I have witnessed it. I must say, Lord Beerus, you are far more formidable than your brother, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, his spirits lifted, seemingly invigorated by Beerus's single finger. After his initial punch yielded no results, Jiang Xiaofei extended his other hand for another brutal strike, yet it too was effortlessly deflected by Beerus's fingertip. Beerus maintained a serene demeanor, but internally he felt a profound shock. The power emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's fist grew increasingly potent, instilling in him a sense of impending challenge. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of punches generated fierce gusts of wind, whipping past their ears with each collision, exerting immense pressure on the surrounding space. As streaks of lightning flickered into existence only to vanish without a trace, Jiang Xiaofei grew bolder with each exchange, while Beerus lost the calmness he once held. Empowered by the force of destruction, he was compelled to employ his palm to mitigate the impact of Jiang Xiaofei's strikes. In that fleeting moment of Beerus's shift, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity, swiftly lifting his right leg to deliver a heavy blow to Beerus's abdomen. Before Beerus's hand could reach Jiang Xiaofei's fist, his body bent forward, propelled backward as if struck by an unseen force. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Jiang Xiaofei pressed the advantage, unleashing a devastating combination of punches that struck with ferocity against Beerus's abdomen and face. Under the relentless onslaught of Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus's expression twisted into a grimace. Spectacular! Who would have thought that Lord Beerus would find himself in such a predicament? The voice of Son Goku, ever eager for excitement, echoed in Beerus's mind. It appears that even the god of destruction is not insurmountable after all. Vegeta, observing the formidable Jiang Xiaofei, felt a surge of ambition to become even stronger. Someday, he too would reach such heights, not merely surpassing, but transcending. I recall the last time Lord Beerus was in such a state of disarray was under my tutelage. It has been tens of thousands of years since then, and seeing Beerus in this condition truly evokes a sense of nostalgia. Couldn't help but jest at the unfolding scene. Clearly, witnessing the once mighty god of destruction of the seventh universe face adversity was quite an amusing spectacle. After enduring countless blows from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus's body began to react. As Jiang Xiaofei's fist barreled toward him once more, Beerus retaliated with an even swifter punch infused with destructive energy. In the wake of that devastating blow, Jiang Xiaofei felt the ominous sound of cracking bones reverberate through him. Without the system's restorative capabilities, he might have been punctured through. Did you not find the fight exhilarating? Allow me to make it even more enjoyable. Like a tempest, the barrage of attacks rained down upon Jiang Xiaofei, the destructive force surging throughout him as if intent on obliterating his very essence. Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, executing a series of flips to distance himself from Beerus. Upon realizing that Beerus did not pursue him, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon meeting Beerus's gaze, his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Those eyes, glowing with an eerie purple light, harbored flickers of white lightning that seemed to annihilate all in their path. Beerus, unhurried, merely stood there, commanding the very fabric of space to revert to its primordial state. Reinforce this space. I shall now exert my full power. Beerus's commanding voice brooked no dissent. Understood, Lord Beerus. Fully aware of Beerus's intentions, waved his staff, conjuring layers of radiant barriers that enveloped the entire realm of destruction, isolating it from the rest of the universe. I must commend you. You have pushed me to this extent, earning you the right to look down upon the entire seventh universe. However, should you wish to defeat me, you must strive even harder. Though Beerus did not turn his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei, the latter felt as if countless eyes were scrutinizing him. Now let me show you my Ultra Instinct. Chapter 77. The contest of Ultra Instinct. With that, the destructive aura surrounding Beerus swiftly retracted, the purple light gradually dimming into oblivion. The fluctuations of energy in the surroundings began to wane, particularly the God of Destruction's formidable power, which concealed itself from view. Beerus pressed his hands against the golden collar encircling his neck, exerting a gradual force that resonated with a series of thunderous booms. The golden radiance erupted, compelling Jiang, Xiaofei, and the others to involuntarily shut their eyes. The slender arms of Beerus displayed prominent veins, revealing the divine power of destruction coursing within him. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, his fingers clenching tightly around the golden collar as he strained to pull it away. Yet, despite his formidable strength, the collar remained unyielding. Observing this scene, Whis felt a twinge of anxiety. For Beerus, the collar was of utmost significance, since Whis had accompanied him. He had never witnessed the extent of Beerus's power without it. A desperate cry erupted from Beerus's throat, filled with overwhelming fury, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The ground beneath him became a vast chasm. Beerus floated, refusing to relent, as the latent purple energy of destruction surged around him. In that fleeting moment, the collar began to exhibit slight deformation. Jiang Xiaofei, controlling his own energy, watched quietly as Beerus's face contorted with profound rage. The desire to break free from his constraints was no simple endeavor. "Break from me!" Beerus roared once more. The entirety of his destructive energy surged into the collar. With a sharp crack, the metallic sound of fracture echoed through the air as the golden collar ultimately succumbed to the ultimate power of destruction. Under Beerus's sheer force, it shattered into two halves. At the moment of the collar's rupture, an invisible tempest of energy swept through the space, hurtling toward Beerus. From beneath his feet, a chilling white aura began to rise, enveloping his entire being in an eerie shroud. At this moment, Beerus appeared decidedly enigmatic. With a gentle exhalation, Beerus released a breath that mingled the purple aura with the chilling white, creating an unsettling haze. It was a sensation worthy of nostalgia. Slowly, he opened his clear eyes, a wave of coldness washing over Jiang Xiaofei, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Incredible! I never anticipated Lord Beerus possessed such power. It's astonishing that he had not revealed his true capabilities during our encounters. As he gazed at Beerus, Sun Wukong felt a surge of fervor within him. Before the current manifestation of Beerus, he finally sensed his own insignificance. What kind of power is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment, fixated on Beerus before him. This is the true form of Lord Beerus's Ultra Instinct. In the depths of Whis's gaze burned a fervent passion, a blend of concern and anticipation. The mastery of Ultra Instinct? Who would have thought that Lord Beerus could also wield such power? This time, it seems that Jiang Xiaofei might be in for a challenge. As Sun Wukong spoke, he turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei, whose brows were tightly knitted. At the heart of the energy tempest, Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly sense the heart-stopping energy fluctuations emanating from Beerus. This was no mere destructive force. It was laced with an indescribable energy that resonated with the aura he projected, albeit with a far more intense fluctuation. Thus far, you are the second being to witness me wield such a capability. Beerus's calm voice resonated, devoid of any emotional tremor. Yet his eyes shimmered with the glimmers of past memories. Is that so? How fortunate I am. Jiang Xiaofei's competitive spirit surged within him, for it was his first encounter with an opponent of such formidable strength. Moreover, he understood that facing Beerus posed no mortal peril, making this sparring match all the more intriguing. Now, let us commence in earnest. As Beerus spoke, he gradually raised one hand, and behind him, 6 purple orbs of light swiftly took shape, manifestations of the destructive energy radiating from within him. However, these orbs were encircled by intricate white patterns, enhancing their resplendence and allure. The sheer power emanating from the orbs was overwhelming, instilling a feeling of being torn apart at a mere glance. Had Jiang Xiaofei not mastered Ultra Instinct and harnessed the destructive energy flowing within him, he might have easily succumbed to the brilliance of these 6 luminous spheres. Jiang Xiaofei dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. As he gazed at the rapidly spinning orbs, his aura fluctuated, coalescing into a vast wall of energy. With a gentle flick of his finger, Beerus sent the 6 orbs hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei, accompanied by a tempestuous gale. As they advanced, 6 rifts in space materialized before the onlookers, revealing an abyss of endless void within. Take a moment to truly feel the essence of the god of destruction's ultra instinct. Beerus's voice rang out once more, convinced that Jiang Xiaofei stood no chance against the assault of the six orbs. Do not fail so easily. I am far from satisfied. Jiang Xiaofei, however, paid little heed to Beerus's words, fully engrossed in observing the six swirling, white-patterned purple orbs. The orbs continued their relentless advance, cleaving through space. Even the protective barrier erected by Whis showed signs of crumbling under such power. Surrounding entities had long since reverted to the universe's most primal state. In an instant, the orbs reached the energy wall Jiang Xiaofei had conjured. Upon collision, an infinite energy storm erupted, accompanied by the crackling of white and purple lightning. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The sound of sonic booms echoed incessantly, and under this surge of energy, Jiang Xiaofei's hair was already in disarray. He summoned every ounce of strength within him to counteract the assault of the six luminous orbs before him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the six spheres of energy did not wane under his resistance. Instead, they intensified, accelerating as if in a second burst of speed. Their energy concentration and velocity were now even more ferocious than when he stood behind Beerus. Facing these extraordinary orbs, Jiang Xiaofei felt a suffocating sensation. Should he fail to devise an effective countermeasure, this battle would conclude in such a dire predicament. Chapter 78. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest god of destruction, the six purple orbs, adorned with white patterns, radiated an even more brilliant light. The overwhelming force imparted a dizzying sensation upon Jiang Xiaofei. His consciousness blurred under the strain of this colossal energy. Had it not been for the wall in front of him, he would have likely been reduced to cosmic dust by the might of these spheres. Within Jiang Xiaofei's body, every cell was affected by the fluctuations of this energy, becoming fervent and agitated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the destructive power enhanced by the ultimate freedom technique. The system's voice echoed once more, jolting Jiang Xiaofei back to lucidity just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness. The previously insurmountable pressure diminished significantly, replaced by a subtle sense of comfort emanating from within his cells. Buzz! The white aura enveloping Jiang Xiaofei surged, allowing him to wield the ultimate freedom technique with greater finesse. Each of his joints rapidly infused with destructive power, sourced directly from the six orbs pulsating with cataclysmic energy. The once rapidly expanding purple spheres collided violently against the wall of white energy, beginning to undergo a transformation. Disturbed by the aura Jiang Xiaofei exuded, the previously spinning purple orbs gradually slowed, while the surrounding tempest of energy began to dissipate. This diminishing tempest did not vanish entirely. Instead, it flowed into Jiang Xiaofei's body, coursing through his bloodstream and permeating every cell. With this infusion of destruction and freedom, the activity levels within Jiang Xiaofei's cells reached an alarming peak. The aura radiating from him now possessed a presence rivaling that of Beerus himself. Commanding the luminous wall formed by the white aura, he initiated a counterattack against the six orbs. The rotations of the spheres halted, and the power they emitted was wholly absorbed by Jiang Xiaofei. Nevertheless, the energy bodies brimming with destructive force still retained immense potency. However, Jiang Xiaofei stood undaunted. The white energy wall disassembled, enveloping the six purple spheres, and in the ensuing clash of powers, the colossal energy was ultimately absorbed by the very space of the god of destruction realm. Observing the scene unfold, Beerus's eyes shimmered with a deep, swirling violet light. Profound and majestic. To everyone's surprise, this individual continues to grow stronger. That was an attack from the god of destruction in the form of the Ultra Instinct technique. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's actions, Sun Wukong found himself struggling to comprehend the current situation. Beerus's assault had only just commenced, and the fact that he was able to withstand the strike was a testament to his formidable power. Vegeta also expressed his thoughts, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Truly, as a candidate for the god of destruction, Jiang Xiaofei's exhibited strength is already on par with most of the gods of destruction. However, Whis' profound words ignited curiosity in both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Under the reign of the Omni King, there are currently 12 universes, each governed by a god of destruction who oversees certain rules and serves as the sovereign of their respective universe. Nonetheless, the strength of these 12 gods of destruction is not entirely equal. There exists a hierarchy among them. Among these 12 universes, which god of destruction reigned supreme? Sun Wukong was also intrigued by this, for Whis possessed insights far more detailed than his own. Vegeta wore a look of insatiable curiosity as well. Well, Whis glanced at Beerus, pondering for a few seconds. To put it simply, each god of destruction possesses unique abilities, yet they share a common power: destruction. Among the 12 gods of destruction, the strongest is undoubtedly the one before you. He spoke with a proud smile. Wow, I never expected Lord Beerus to be the mightiest among the 12 gods of destruction. Sun Wukong's gaze towards Beerus was filled with excitement, a sentiment echoed by Vegeta. Naturally, in the past, well, let us not delve into that. Whis's hesitance left Sun Wukong and Vegeta feeling a bit exasperated. Hey, Whis, talking like that will cost you friends. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Well, as an angel, I have never needed friends. Whis replied. All right, let's focus on their battle. Jiang Xiaofei's abilities are indeed fascinating, Whis remarked, observing Jiang Xiaofei with keen interest. Haha, we have been aware of that for quite some time, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. When I first encountered him, he was being chased by a diminutive dragon with nearly no combat power. After this period of training, his capabilities have already surpassed both mine and Vegeta's. Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid progress. Oh, really? For a human to become so powerful in such a short span, could he have undergone some form of accelerated training? Even so, he is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei, his interest piqued. One day, I will surpass him once more. Vegeta wore an expression of defiance, unsure whether it stemmed from jealousy or admiration. Amid the exchange between the three, Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus had engaged in a fierce duel, exchanging tens of thousands of blows, each enjoying moments of superiority. The overwhelming aura emanating from them was potent enough to obliterate any material substance. The shifting waves of energy created an atmosphere of extreme exhilaration. With a thunderous clash of unparalleled power, the flash of lightning extinguished all radiance. An energy tempest quietly emerged, erasing all matter in the vicinity. Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, performing several backflips before stabilizing his form, his gaze intensely fixed on Beerus. Observing this, Beerus slowly raised his right hand. Behind him, a myriad of glowing orbs flickered, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei in an instant. Jiang Xiaofei dared not exhibit any negligence. He concentrated his energy, unleashing a cascade of white energy that surged towards the multitude of orbs. Upon collision, they created a tumultuous wave of energy, akin to a dazzling fireworks display. The entire realm of destruction trembled under this force, with fissures appearing in the ground as undeniable proof. Witnessing the spectacle, Whis swiftly waved his staff, gradually restoring the disintegrating realm of destruction. Ultimately, the two forces vanished without a trace. It is sufficient, Lord Beerus. This battle is nearing its conclusion. Jiang Xiaofei has indeed attained power comparable to that of a god of destruction, and it is you he resembles. Whis's calm voice resonated, causing the atmosphere around Beerus to gradually settle. Chapter 79. Reluctant to become a god of destruction. The fractured golden collar, having somehow restored itself, reappeared around Beerus's neck. The white aura had vanished completely, as if it had never existed. In a remarkably short span, Beerus regained his former appearance. However, the soreness emanating from his body served as a vivid reminder of his earlier battle with Jiang Xiaofei. Observing Jiang Xiaofei, who still radiated vibrant energy not far away, Beerus remarked indifferently, Hey, it's over. There's no need to pretend to be strong. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of relief wash over him, akin to a deflated balloon that suddenly wilted. A surge of soreness coursed through every cell of his body, a sensation even more intense than that experienced by Beerus. Yet, the physical agony only heightened Jiang Xiaofei's inner joy. Through this encounter with Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei gained a clear understanding of his own strength. It is no exaggeration to say that he now possesses power that rivals the mightiest of gods of destruction. Enduring such a lengthy duration under Beerus's hand without facing defeat speaks volumes of his remarkable prowess. Should he encounter Kampa again, it is likely that Jiang Xiaofei would be capable of overwhelming him. Certainly, this moment occurs when the opponent's cards are fully revealed. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaofei would not have been able to secure such an effortless victory. The white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei dissipated, restoring his former appearance. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures approached Jiang Xiaofei, curiously examining this being who could rival Beerus. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, are you hiding something from us? How have you become so formidable? You're actually able to hold your own against Lord Beerus at full power, Sun Wukong boldly stated, for in his heart, there was no room for secrets among friends. I truly haven't concealed anything. Jiang Xiaofei feigned a look of grievance. Matters concerning the system would undoubtedly be revealed. Regardless of what you are hiding, should you dare to pose any threat to Earth or harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame us for being impolite, Vegeta warned, though he was too disinterested to inquire further. No need to be so rude, Vegeta. Do you really think you could defeat Jiang Xiaofei? Sun Wukong innocently remarked, causing Vegeta's expression to shift between uncertainty and irritation. Though Sun Wukong spoke the truth, his words were somewhat disheartening. However, Vegeta seemed accustomed to it, quickly regaining his composure. One day, I shall surpass you, Vegeta declared earnestly, gazing at Jiang Xiaofei. His fighting spirit had never waned, merely delayed by a few moments. I believe in you. Jiang Xiaofei uttered 3 words, yet they brimmed with unwavering trust. If it's a competition, I won't lag behind, Sun Wukong proclaimed, throwing a few punches to signify his determination to strive harder. Observing the trio before him, Beerus felt an unexpected longing arise within him. When he had just faced Jiang Xiaofei, memories of the past flooded his mind. At that time, he had not been as powerful as he was now, yet he had still commanded respect. After becoming a god of destruction, Beerus had relinquished certain things while inheriting others. Now, to be acquainted with this trio was, in a sense, a stroke of fortune. All right, Beerus' voice resonated, instantly transforming the previously joyful atmosphere into one of gravity. Jiang Xiaofei, you are quite impressive. You suit my tastes very well. Henceforth, this 7th universe shall be entrusted to you, without a doubt. Lord Beerus, may I decline the role of God of Destruction? After the series of events, Jiang Xiaofei felt ill-suited for the title of God of Destruction. Although the mantle had been thrust upon him, it was apparent that both Beerus and Whis intended for him to assume this next role. Becoming a god of destruction would confer upon Jiang Xiaofei the power to rule the entire 7th universe, a coveted aspiration for many. However, Jiang Xiaofei found himself rather disinterested in such authority. He preferred guardianship over destruction, just as when Beerus had recently descended upon Earth. Jiang Xiaofei could recklessly choose to confront him. The primary duty of the god of destruction is not to protect, but rather to obliterate, while maintaining the delicate balance of the universe. What? Repeat that. Beerus' voice was unmistakably laced with a hint of ire. Jiang Xiaofei's words were, without a doubt, a rejection of him. I do not wish to be a god of destruction. Therefore, I hope Lord Beerus will show mercy and select another. Jiang Xiaofei deliberately raised his voice a few decibels while glancing at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. In an instant, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta comprehended Jiang Xiaofei's intentions and cast some glances filled with reproach. Jiang Xiaofei, do you truly believe that having attained strength comparable to ours grants you the right to oppose me? How naive you are! Beerus assumed that Jiang Xiaofei was threatening him, given that their powers were now quite evenly matched. No, that is not the case, Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei paused for a few seconds to gather his thoughts. In truth, Lord Beerus, you should be well aware that my intentions lie elsewhere, and there are certainly others more suited for the role of God of Destruction. The selection of the God of Destruction is not for you to decide. If you do not wish to fulfill that role, so be it. But that will only be the case until the day you can defeat Whis. Beerus, not wishing to entangle himself further with Jiang Xiaofei, directly laid forth his terms. Defeat Whis, and one need not become a God of Destruction. Moreover, Beerus had whimsically proposed this notion of succession in the first place, initially to provoke Compa. Yet Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable progress had inspired the thought of making him a true god of destruction. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware of Whis' true strength. Although Whis had engaged in combat only sparingly, the formidable abilities he displayed were beyond Jiang Xiaofei's current comprehension. Furthermore, Whis could effortlessly halt their conflicts even in their strongest states, illustrating the vast chasm between them. However, since Beerus had presented his conditions, Jiang Xiaofei was not one to concede easily. After all, surpassing Whis was merely a matter of time. With the system at his disposal, he had no reason to be concerned. Given some time to spar with Whis and endure a few more blows, he would eventually surpass him. Chapter 80, Whis' Test. Under a towering tree, one that had withstood the baptism of destructive power, sat a simple table. Upon this table lay a feast of various delicacies from Earth. As Beerus and Whis reveled in their leisurely time, having just engaged in some physical activity, savoring the delightful food before them and sipping beverages sourced from Earth was an exquisite indulgence for Beerus. Beerus lifted the cup in his hand, inhaling deeply before taking a generous sip. The sweet flavor cascaded across his taste buds, coursing through his veins, revitalizing every cell within him and significantly alleviating his fatigue. Truly delectable. This is far more enjoyable than battle, he exclaimed, setting the cup down with a satisfied click of his tongue. Indeed, it is so. However, the esteemed Lord Beerus is also quite invigorated during combat. Whis continued to indulge in pudding, shoveling it into his mouth. Jiang Xiaofei, do you not feel a thrill when engaged in battle with Lord Beerus? Whis inquired, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, who was munching on potato chips. How should I put it? I wouldn't call it excitement, but that fight was undeniably enriching, and it allowed me to grasp some aspects of destructive power, Jiang Xiaofei replied, his spirits high, enjoying the harmonious company they shared. Were it not for my leniency, you might well be lying on the ground now, Beerus's voice rang out. Casting a cold glance at Jiang Xiaofei's reluctance to embrace the role of the god of destruction was indeed somewhat disappointing for Beerus. Yet, he could not force Jiang Xiaofei, especially since he now possessed strength that rivaled his own, leaving Beerus with a tinge of annoyance. It seems Lord Beerus harbors some resentment towards you, Whis stated bluntly, causing Jiang Xiaofei to feel somewhat embarrassed. Your battle with Lord Beerus was the most exhilarating I have ever witnessed. If Whis hadn't intervened, I would have rushed him myself, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease as he devoured a chicken leg. You? What good would that do? Do you intend to become cannon fodder? Beerus retorted mercilessly. Oh dear. Lord Beerus, you truly are heartless. Sun Wukong scratched his head in exasperation. Heartless? With your current strength, do you truly believe you could defeat him, or even me? Beerus pointed at Jiang Xiaofei, continuing his verbal onslaught. This is merely temporary. One day, I will catch up to you and surpass you, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists, embodying his stubborn resolve. We shall see when that day arrives. Beerus did not wish to dampen Sun Wukong's enthusiasm too severely, for he recognized the boundless potential that lay within him. I've eaten enough. This awakening has indeed drained me of considerable energy. I must take a good rest to replenish myself. Beerus slowly rose, stretching luxuriously, yawning several times, his eyes heavy, as he flew toward his chamber. Finally, he has gone. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of Beerus' pressure dissipate with his departure. Oh, did you not already possess strength that rivals Lord Beerus? Why do you seem a bit timid in his presence? Sun Wukong teased as he observed Jiang Xiaofei. Strength is one thing, but mindset is another. If you were to become displeased and wreak havoc, it would be others who suffer. Jiang Xiaofei, lost in thought, replied, Are you implying that Lord Beerus is a capricious being prone to random outbursts? It seems I truly need to remind him. Weiss looked at Jiang Xiaofei with a warning glint in his eyes. No. I absolutely did not mean that. Jiang Xiaofei, feeling intimidated, quickly backed down before Weiss. Just teasing you. Lord Beerus simply has yet to regain his composure. After some time, he will surely understand your intentions. However, if you wish to avoid becoming a destroyer, there is still a long path ahead. Weiss hinted, to which Jiang Xiaofei nodded knowingly. Why are you so engrossed in your meal? Do you have nothing to say? Sun Wukong inquired, glancing at the gluttonous Vegeta. Vegeta lifted his head, eyes filled with resentment and fury. In this context, I hardly have the privilege to speak. Vegeta, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sun Wukong felt perplexed, as he did not grasp the meaning behind Vegeta's words. Vegeta, don't take it too seriously. We all understand your determination to grow stronger. However, you must proceed steadily and avoid any unorthodox methods, Jiang Xiaofei asserted with an air of mastery. The once weak boy is now trying to lecture me. I am well aware of my own affairs and do not require your oversight. Vegeta, driven by his proud ego, would never concede. I'm full, Vegeta declared, setting down his food and striding toward the training ground, soon followed by the sounds of thunderous clashes. Oh dear, since Vegeta is putting in so much effort, I cannot fall behind. Sun Wukong leapt into the air, heading in Vegeta's direction. These two truly are training fanatics. Watching the commotion from where Sun Wukong and Vegeta were, Jiang Xiaofei rested his chin on his hand, idly rotating the fruit he held. This analogy fits quite well. However, their transformation is undoubtedly intertwined with you. Weiss fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaofei, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Huh, it's simply unavoidable, Jiang Xiaofei shrugged, an innocent expression adorning his face. In fact, compared to the two of them, I am more curious about you. Among the three, your training time has been the shortest, yet you appear to be the strongest. Weiss's voice was unsettlingly calm. Well, it could be due to my exceptional training aptitude. Jiang Xiaofei dared not meet Weiss's gaze. For the latter was an angel, and a moment's lapse in attention could reveal his secrets. Oh, regardless of an individual's extraordinary cultivation talent, it is inconceivable that one could reach the same level as a god of destruction in such a brief span of time, unless... Weiss chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he rose to observe the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta before departing, leaving Jiang Xiaofei alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 81. The Grand Priest in the Realm of the Gods of Destruction. There existed a modestly furnished room near Beerus's quarters, meticulously arranged with everything in perfect order. Weiss stood quietly within, holding his staff, as he paid particular attention to the room's layout as its master. Opposite him swam the prophetic fish, meandering with its fishbowl. That young man is rather peculiar, is he not? The prophetic fish remarked, referring to Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, his strength does not align with his intelligence and emotional quotient. Weiss mused thoughtfully. Yet aside from him, does the one known as Sun Wukong not also fit this description? The prophetic fish raised its query, though its curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei remained paramount. Sun Wukong was a quintessential warrior, perfectly embodying the Saiyan archetype. However, Jiang Xiaofei was different. Even I cannot discern his true intentions, leaving me to wonder whether he is exceptionally adept at disguise or simply naive. Weiss maintained a tranquil demeanor, betraying no anger, joy, or sorrow. How could one who stands alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta possess such skills in subterfuge? The prophetic fish casually remarked, dipping its fin into the water of the bathtub. You are the prophetic fish. Can you not fathom the origins of Jiang Xiaofei? Weiss inquired, still intrigued by the young man's background. This question indeed perplexes me. I have attempted to conjecture and predict, yet the outcomes remain insipid. He appears as if he materialized from thin air. The prophetic fish expressed with a resigned countenance. It could comprehend matters concerning the Super Saiyan God. Yet Jiang Xiaofei eluded its insight entirely. Could it be that we are overthinking? Perhaps he is merely a simple Earth boy? No, it cannot be so simple. If he were merely an Earthling, he could not possess such monstrous regenerative abilities and combat prowess. Weiss furrowed his brow, astonished that there existed a conundrum even an angel could not unravel. I have encountered numerous Earthlings, yet none have matched his capabilities, even when including Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In comparison to Jiang Xiaofei, they are but fireflies next to the sun. Though Weiss's analogy may seem exaggerated, he regarded it as the undeniable truth. Could it be that he hails from another universe? After all, under the dominion of the Omni King, there exist 12 universes, each vast and boundless, making the emergence of such talent a distinct possibility. The prophetic fish articulated its thoughts, and its curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei was limited to this notion. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Yet, why would someone of such caliber manifest on Earth? Weiss seemed entrapped in a loop, unable to fathom these matters. As an angel who has witnessed the myriad wonders across the cosmos, Weiss is indeed a learned sage. However, he found it challenging to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, particularly when recalling the fierce battles between him and Beerus, as well as Kampa. Initially, Jiang Xiaofei appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet after several rounds of combat, his strength surged as if propelled by a rocket. Could it be that Jiang Xiaofei had been concealing his true power? Weiss entertained this hypothesis, though Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor did not quite align with such a notion, especially when Weiss observed Jiang Xiaofei wielding the powers of a god of destruction. An inexplicable sense of wariness washed over him. It was indeed astonishing that one who is not a god of destruction could harness such divine energy. Jiang Xiaofei attributed it all to luck and his unique physique, yet Weiss had examined him and found his constitution no different from that of an ordinary person, deepening his curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei's abilities and origins. As Weiss delved into contemplation, the orb atop his staff began to radiate a brilliant light. He hastily waved it, and a virtual projection materialized within the room. From the orb emerged a figure with striking white hair, elegantly coiled, clothed in a deep azure ensemble. The visage was both handsome and authoritative, with the figure's hands resting calmly behind his back, exuding an undeniable air of confidence. Though not tall, he emanated an aura that evoked the feeling of standing before a towering mountain. Even as a projection, the immense pressure he exuded was palpable. This figure was none other than the Grand Minister, the steward of the Omni King who governs the 12 universes. Upon recognizing the visage, Whis performed a gentle bow. Your Excellency, the Grand Minister, I am at your service. What is your command? The Omni King has sent me to inquire about the current state of Universe 7. The Grand Minister's voice was amiable yet forbidding, allowing no room for familiarity. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the concern of the Omni King and yourself. Everything in Universe 7 is progressing smoothly. Very well. And what of your god of destruction, Beerus? Indeed, following the recent tournament, after receiving the Omni King's condolences, Lord Beerus has undergone a moment of reflection and has resolved to amend his ways. He is currently in his chamber contemplating. Whis responded with reverence. Shall I summon him? Under these circumstances, it would be best not to disturb him. I have another matter to discuss with you during this meeting. Your Excellency, the Grand Priest, if there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to command. It is, in fact, not a matter of great significance. It is merely that the Omni King, after witnessing your competition during your last encounter, has developed an interest. Consequently, he has decided to host the tournament among the 12 universes. During the previous event, the Omni King noticed an individual from your universe and personally intervened to rescue him from the rift in space-time. I see. So it was the Omni King who saved Jiang Xiaofei. His name is Jiang Xiaofei? The Grand Priest inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, it was he who battled against Kampa and found himself ensnared within the space-time rift. Fortunately, the Omni King intervened and saved him. Whis' tone remained exceedingly respectful. Well, this simplifies matters. The Omni King appears to possess a particular interest in this individual named Jiang Xiaofei. Hence he hopes that you will accompany him to the Omni King's palace. Although the Grand Priest's words were an invitation, there was an undeniable air of authority that left no room for dissent or refusal. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, Whis felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed the Omni King had taken a liking to Jiang Xiaofei. Yet, the Omni King is known for his capricious nature, leaving one to wonder whether it is fortune or misfortune for Jiang Xiaofei. I shall certainly convey this message to them.